as the most powerful godson in the entire divine realm. Just as I was about to pick my mature fiancé, she suddenly said she only sees me as a brother and asked me not to have any improper thoughts. I looked at her and smiled casually. I knew she was the 9 saint body, born as a cauldron. I raised her for my own cultivation, and this woman is also a white lotus flower. But I don't care, whether helping her or loving her. It's all for myself, because my chaotic demon aura is about to be uncontrollable. So, even though the forbidden fruit is not ripe yet, I have to pick it. Even though it's not the right time now, but there is no other way. I remained calm on the surface when I heard those words. Empty-handed. White wolf. Wanting to be and wanting to stand. I have seen many people like this. What if I don't agree? I said softly, my voice not loud, but in the great hall it was like thunder striking. The Li family members could no longer sit still, busily exchanging glances with Li Shi. Brother, if you keep joking with Sierra will get angry. After saying this, Li Shi tilted her head slightly in a proud manner. I remained calm and composed, only to see a figure walking in, with a divine light in their eyes and a strong sense of confidence exuding from this young man. The man looked at Li Shi with a gaze filled with affection. Next, leave it to me, the man said to Li Shi, then walked forward, 100 steps away from me, the two of us locking eyes. You are the Emperor Juetian in Sierra's mouth. Thank you for taking care of Sierra, please take care of Sierra in the future. The young man speaking exuded strong confidence, with a hint of pride. I was about to speak when a grand and icy voice exploded in my mind. Discovering the son of Chi Luck. The Destiny antagonist system is awakening. Listening to the grand voice in my mind, I feel a bit confused. I am not the son of fortune. The master's personality is not suitable for the son of Chiyun. Not to mention, where is the villain's fragrance for the son of Chiyun? The man in front of him is the son of Chiyun, while the woman is the female protagonist of Chiyun. Upon hearing this sentence, I was speechless. The Destiny antagonist system is dedicated to helping the host become a successful antagonist. Why should the favored child of Destiny encounter opportunities as soon as they step out, favored by the heavens, while we antagonists are just stepping stones, with our countless years of heritage easily being buried? Therefore, we must break free from all of this, seize the destiny of the favored child, and ultimately eliminate them. When my panel was generated, a terrifying change had already occurred inside me. But this kind of change was aided by a destined antagonist halo, not leaked, unless I expose it myself. Looking at the chaotic demon body, I fell silent. No wonder the predecessor cultivated Li Shi, this fruit, to suppress his own demon body. In the immortal realm, there are many demon bodies, but only the chaotic demon body is taboo in the immortal realm. In my impression, the chaotic demon body has not appeared for millions of years. In the previous life, when the chaotic body appeared, there were over 100 emperors falling in the entire immortal realm, also known as the Emperor's Limit Day. The chaotic demon body also became a taboo. Ye Chen looked at me without paying attention to him, and he was a little annoyed. My identity is noble, and now his identity is not low. Moreover, he has come all the way by killing, experiencing many hardships, from a small place to the Tianzhou of the Tianyang domain now. Do they know how they have spent these years? Looking back at her previous self, when she encountered Li Shi during another round of training, Ye Chen had a feeling at first sight that this woman was hers and no one could take her away. It was her intuition. Unexpectedly, they met again during the training, and Ye Chen saved her at her most dangerous moment. After more than half a month of communication, the two confirmed their relationship, only to find out that this woman had been raised by him before, which made him even more excited. He didn't know why he had this feeling. He actually ignored me, and Ye Chen's good upbringing has also changed. I know Sierra is beautiful, like a fairy in the sky. Even the proud sons of your big families like her when they see her. But sometimes you have to recognize yourself. You are all the proud sons of big families. You shouldn't force us weak people. Moreover, if you love her, you should let her go. Let her pursue her happiness. As long as she is happy, even if you see her from afar, you should feel happy, right? After Ye Chen finished speaking, he provocatively glanced at me, and then at Li Shi. Li Shi looked at Ye Chen, with a touch of emotion and happiness in his eyes. I still didn't speak, and my eyes didn't even look in that direction. Sister, are you sure you want to do this? Are you going to betray the family? Brother, it's not your turn to manage what I do. Take care of yourself. Seeing Li Mu also adding fuel to the fire, Li Shi directly confronted him. In her eyes, her brother was just a waste. It seems like you really don't care about the family. Don't you like him? Then I'll kill him first. After Li Mu finished speaking, a strong momentum burst out of his body, and a green light began to envelop him, with a layer of emptiness. A hint of surprise flashed in Li Shi's eyes, but it was just a momentary surprise. After all, he had already broken through 6 months ago. Watching Li Mu's attack, Yi Chen did not show any momentum and punched towards Li Mu. Li Mu cursed inwardly when he saw it. He did not expect that his own sister would actually fall for someone with an intellectual disability. Only the powerful people of the Li family changed their faces. No! Li Mu! Retreat quickly! Li Mu suddenly heard his father's anxious voice, then saw Yi Chen's teasing expression, and his face changed. The sound of a sonic boom appeared from a punch that clearly didn't have any fluctuations. Put! The palm imprint and fist on collided together. The moment it made contact, Li Mu's figure flew out backwards. The figure flew out backwards faster than the speed of the attack on Ye Duan. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and his arm had twisted and broken. Fortunately, at this time, Li Mu's father caught Li Mu, or else he would have directly hit the top of the wall. Originally, Li Mu had been seriously injured under Yi Chen's blow, and if he collided with the top of the wall again, he might, perhaps, die. Ye Duan withdrew his own fist and stood with his hands behind his back, as if what had just happened was insignificant. That's how it was for Ye Dust. Ye Duan looked at Li Shi. Li Shi had a touching look in her eyes. She knew that Ye Duan was taking it out on himself. But then comes the worry. Tianyang, who was sitting above the main seat, took it all in, kind of speechless. How many good things had been taken out by his predecessor in order to increase Li Shi's strength? But he had never seen this kind of look. You're so moved by the fact that someone else just stepped in for a moment and is your own brother. The heavenly destiny aura of the son of Qi was truly unreasonable. I can't tell the enemy from me. Looks like it's good to be a villain. Ye Duan looked at Ye Duan. Name, Ye Duan. Identity, son of Qi, holy son of Tianyang sacred land. Young master of Yi family in Qingmu domain. Destiny value, 2000. Strength, 6th level of void. System, 9 Suns sacred body, just awakened. Technique, 9 Suns Bible. Yun Yang steps, 9 Suns fingers. Di Jietian smiled inadvertently. Just a flash. Next, the Li family should strike. Only that Yi Chen had now become the holy son of a holy land with a noble status, and the Tianyang Holy Land was the boss of the Tianyang domain. The Li family and the Tianyang Holy Land were far from each other. Then the Li family didn't dare to make a move, so they let themselves do it. I'm afraid, if the predecessor's self, maybe he will also lose. After all, the son of Qi is just so unreasonable, oversteps the level of fighting. That is a family affair. The predecessor was a tyrannical person. Perhaps he would expose his demonic body, and then all these people, they would all die. Of course, the latter is the son of Qi won't die. The next thing you know, it's the end of yourself. These dialysis of everything feels really good then, but why reason with you when you are the villain yourself? Villain, what a dangerous profession. All the more reason to protect your little life. Fortunately, he had already broken through the 5th level of the avatar. After watching Li Mu take a heavy hit, Li Shi didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache and even had a sneer. You seek death. How dare you hurt my son? Li Mu's father, Li Kai, who was also the head of the Li family, now had anger in his eyes. A big reason why Li Kai became the head of the Li family was because of having a good daughter. Look at your own daughter now, elbowing her way out. It's a lie not to be afraid. Inside Di Jietian's eyes, the Li family was a dispensable existence. Li Kai was about to strike. A figure suddenly stepped out from inside the space. Looking at Li Kai, there was disdain in his eyes. At the same time, a powerful aura that pressed over. Li Kai couldn't help but blush. It hadn't occurred to me that Yi Chen actually had a guardian. The powerful aura disappeared without a trace as it approached Di Jietian. Shimen Qing blushed. Then, put his aura back. Di Jietian, unmoved, took a light sip of tea. Nice. No one knew what Di Jietian meant when he said this sentence. The aura in the Great Hall suddenly disappeared and returned to its usual appearance. Shimen Qing looked at Di Jietian with scorn in his eyes. Then he took a deep breath and looked at the Li family. You Li family has a lot of guts. Actually bullying the new saint son of my Tianyang Holy Land. Shimen Qing said this sentence with murderous intent. After all, he is the protector of Ye Duan. If something happens to Ye Duan, he also has the responsibility, and will usually accompany the burial. The Li family's color changed. At this time, Li Mu, who had also awakened, looked at Yi Chen with jealousy and resentment in his eyes. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Ye Duan, the holy son of the Tianyang Holy Land. After Yi Chen finished the sentence, his head was slightly raised, looking at the sky at 45 degrees. Hiss, the Li family's color changed. He's the new saint son of the heavenly sun Holy Land. By the looks of it, there's no mistaking it. I heard about it before. This saint's son, but he killed his way here from a marginal town. Forge your body for 3 years, become the 4th level of the Sea of Qi, and then abolish your strength. At first, everyone else said this guy was a loser. I didn't expect that after a year, I would directly turn into a peak Chi powerhouse. Half a year ago, a mysterious heavenly pride appeared in the Tianyang Holy Land and had a powerful physique. When it appeared, it was the cave realm. Then, challenged the holy son of the Tianyang Holy Land. At the first level of the cave void realm, he fought across the ranks and nearly crippled the previous holy son of the Tianyang Holy Land. A heavenly pride at the fifth level of the cave void. He's just badly hurt. As a result, half a month later, it reappeared once more, turning into the second level of cave void. The previous holy son, also because of offending this guy, was driven out by the Tianyang Holy Land, and now he doesn't know in which place he's meeting out his life. A surprised voice rang out from the people of the Li family. Even the enemies couldn't help but marvel at it. Only Ye Duan carried indifference after hearing it. It would be false for a son of Qi to not have these skills. It was Li Shi's face that changed. She hadn't thought that Ye Chen was that new saint son of the Tianyang Holy Land. Looking at Ye Duan, he couldn't help but actually get drunk. The face was flushed. Ye Chen heard these words as if he didn't care. However, even the son of Qi was a young man, steady with a hint of immaturity. Can't you see? Now the mouth is going to the back of the head? Lord Ye Duan, I don't know. Do you have anything you want to say? I know. Sheer had your care before. If it's possible, I can pay for these resources. As you can see, Hair and we're two lovers. And you're not the kind of person who's petty, are you? Chapter 4, Go. Invite his family over. After Ye Chen finished saying some of these words, there was bragging in his tone, as well as a hint of schadenfreude. For some reason, watching Ye Duan get defeated made him a little bit happier. The woman he had taken care of for so long and not gotten, was now cheap. Is there anything happier than stealing the woman of someone you hate? At this moment, Ye Duan still didn't speak, because he realized that his demonic energy was actually suppressed, or the one that can't be resisted, and it can be under your control at any time. Thinking of this, Ye Duan was in a great mood. However, Ye Chen looked at Ye Duan and didn't say anything, thinking that this fellow was looking down on himself. Ye Duan, all the young generation's heavenly pride, a spit and a nail. If you're not willing to do that, I have an idea. Now that the immortal realm is saying that Duke Ye Duan, the reincarnation of an immortal, now I would like to ask for some advice. If you lose, please leave and don't look for trouble from Hair and Hair's family. In the future, Emperor Ye Duan came back to his senses, and when he heard this sentence, he smiled. This was the powerful self-confidence of the son of Qi, right? Looking at Ye Duan, he smiled. Leaf Dust also laughed. What if I don't agree? Ye Duan said softly. The Li family's faces changed. Li Shi's face also changed. Ye Chen's face also changed. Ye Duan, it didn't occur to me that you, a divine son of the Di family, can't afford to play? Are you really not afraid to just lose face? The divine son of the imperial family is nothing more than that. Ye Duan added one last sentence. Shiman Qing's face changed when he heard this sentence, but he didn't say anything more. After all, it's between juniors. No more. I'll let you have one hand, can't I? Ye Duan was also in a dilemma. After all, Ye Duan's identity was not simple. Meh. Ye Duan let out a cold laugh, no longer paying attention to Ye Chen. Emperor Ye Duan, what do you mean? Ye Chen hadn't expected that Ye Duan didn't care at all about his provocation. Who are you? Do I know you? Ye Duan spoke up. Ye Duan, you're shameless. It didn't occur to me that the divine son of the hallowed emperor family is actually a goon. I see, you have a false name. You're just a person who looks like a person, and you're still the pride of the younger generation. With someone like you, calling yourself the immortal region's heaven's pride is truly an insult. Ye Chen didn't know why, but looking at Ye Duan's appearance made him angry. At this moment, Ye Chen felt like a jumping clown. Then he looked at Ye Duan's plain look. More fire. I'm shameless and you feel insulted? Ye Duan let out a cold laugh. I've never said anything more than that, and you're harping on it like an octogenarian. Since you called me shameless, I'll meet you. Come on man. Ye Duan spoke softly. Hearing this sentence, Ye Chen's face changed. When the words came out just now, there was a bit of regret, but a son of Qi is a son of Qi, with a hard spine. Right after the emperor's absolute world command, several figures appeared in the void. On one knee, Godson, go to the Yi family of the Greenwood domain and invite his family over. Anyone who dares to block it will be killed without pardon. Also, send someone to send word for the people from the Tianyang Holy Land to come over. If you dare to say a single word of no, the Heavenly Sun Holy Land, there is no need for it to even exist today. Send a message to the family so that the old ancestor can get ready. Emperor Jie finished his order. No more words, not even looking at Ye Duan. But at this moment, Yi Chen's face changed drastically. Di Jietian, you despicable villain. Woe to the family. Idiot, you could also go to the imperial family and then use it to threaten me. Di Jietian opened his mouth. The people in the great hall fell silent. Not a single person dared to speak. Even Yi Chen shut up, because there was a head rolling on the soles of his feet. That's for his guardian, Simon Ching. Leaf Dust knew that he had made a mistake. After a while, the void opened. A figure appeared. These figures appeared with panic in their eyes. The Yi family town was not particularly powerful, with only one Seal King powerhouse sitting in the town, or an elder of the Tianyang Holy Land. However, when faced with those who appeared, before they could speak, they were crushed into a bloody mist by their aura. The people of the Yi family, looking at Yi Chen, had joy in their eyes. After all, in their eyes, Ye Duan is omnipotent. Moreover, he had become the holy son of the Heavenly Sun Holy Land. Even the Xueling dynasty has to be polite when they come to the Yi family. That is, because a Ye Duan appeared in their Yi family. Young Lord, Dusty. After the people from the Yi family of the Greenwood domain appeared, they looked at Yi Chen and called out. Only Ye Duan, with an ugly face, looking at Di Jietian, his eyes carried a strong killing intent. He hadn't expected that Di Jietian, a young generation's pride, actually really couldn't afford to play. Di Jietian, let them leave. At this moment, the Yi family members, after appearing, looked at the man on top of the high seat and lowered their heads. Unreachable. It looked like the young master of his own family had already messed with this guy. However, when they thought again that their family's young master was the holy son of the Tianyang Holy Land, they had a bottom line again. However, immediately afterward, an ice-cold word knocked them back to reality. Divine Sun. 100,000 people from the Heavenly Sun Holy Land are already kneeling outside the door. As this figure appeared, it looked at Di Jietian and similarly knelt down on one knee. Yi Chen's master. Which one is it? Come in. Di Jietian's voice transmitted out. Hearing this sentence from Di Jietian, a figure outside had a complex expression on his face. Originally, they had found a Ninyang sacred body in the Tianyang sacred land and thought the Tianyang sacred land was going to rise. Just as they were still celebrating, a figure appeared. They were brought over without a single ounce of resistance from the Tianyang Holy Land. And a force of suppression appeared. 100,000 disciples, collectively kneeling outside a portal. The Tianyang sacred land, which had existed for tens of thousands of years. The leader of the Tianyang domain, today, lost face, Qingfeng Li, sighed and trembled as he walked towards the middle of the hall. He knew that the voice that had just appeared was the one who would decide the fate of their Tianyang Holy Land. Qingfeng Li walked in with apprehension and hurriedly lowered his head when he saw the figure on top of the high platform. However, a brilliant power still suppressed Qingfeng Li's body. The Holy Lord of the Tianyang sacred land, the sovereign of the Tianyang domain, was kneeling within the hall. Di Jietian didn't care. He knew that it was his guardian who did this. Heavenly Sun Holy Land. Holy Lord Li Qingfeng has met the Divine Sun. All hail the Divine Sun. Yi Chen's family members, hearing this sentence, felt a thunderbolt fall from the sky and land on top of their own heavenly aura. He said, "Who is he? Holy Lord of the Tianyang Holy Land. Isn't that the prince's master? The master of the Heavenly Sun domain. A powerful person who would make the Heavenly Sun domain tremble when he stomped his foot? Someone so powerful." Seeing that young man, actually knelt on the ground as well. Chapter 5, You are an ungrateful man. The Yi family, looking at Ye Duan. At this moment, Yi Chen's face turned ugly. His master, the one he was so proud of, was now actually kneeling in front of his enemy. But Ye Duan could only watch. Li Shi, who was next to him, was also dumbfounded. The previous Di Jietian, in front of her, was all about being gentle and going along with her temper in everything. Now with a single word, even their Heavenly Sun Holy Lord of the Heavenly Sun domain would have to kneel above the ground. The Li family, completely panicked, looking at this kind of situation. Today's matter is going to see blood. Looking at Li Shi's gaze, there was a coldness in his eyes. Don't dare show it. After all, that male on top of the high platform, his mind, who knows, if this male, is still interested in Li Shi? Offending Li Shi is really something that can't be scratched. Di Jietian looked at Qingfeng Li. That guy next to you, do you recognize him? When Di Jietian spoke, it was clear that there was no trace of qi mixed in, but Qingfeng Li felt that the hairs on his back had already stood up. It felt as if he was being targeted by a great devil who was destroying the heavens and the worlds. A layer of gloom has been left in the heart. Qingfeng Li, who was at least the Holy Lord of the Tianyang Holy Land, was panicking, and after a short period of time, he also recovered. When he came in earlier, he saw his disciple, and he knew that today's matter had something to do with this disciple of his. At this moment, the Heavenly Sun Holy Lord, looking at Yi Chen, actually did not know what to say. Master, Leaf Dust called out. Ugh, Qingfeng Li sighed, no longer looking at Ye Duan. The complexity in his eyes flickered, and in the blink of an eye, became firm. Divine Son, Yi Chen was my disciple before, and because of his unruly behavior and disorganized life, he has already been expelled from the Heavenly Sun Holy Land. Only, there was a scandal in it, and we didn't announce it. Master, Yi Chen looked at the master who had been teaching him and instructing him in martial arts with great care a few days ago, and suddenly abandoned him. Ye Duan was also a bit dumbfounded. Oh yeah? Tianyang asked softly. Yes, Godson. Indeed. In that case, are you going to prove it to me? The Heavenly Sun Sacred Lord, hearing this sentence, his face changed. However, while looking at the disappointment in Yi Chen's eyes, and the resentment, he was also a little angry. Originally, I thought that you were the true dragon of the Tianyang Holy Land, but it didn't occur to me that just after becoming a holy son, you drifted away, and you didn't take a look at it. Who is this gentleman in front of you? Thinking of this, there was a terrifying fluctuation in the hands of the Heavenly Sun Holy Lord. Just as the Heavenly Sun Sacred Lord was about to make a full strike, his brain suddenly lurched. Then, looking at the Yi family, his face was fierce, a tap with hundreds of dead. At this moment, Ye Duan reacted, looking at Tianyang Holy Lord, his own master. Li Qingfeng, you old man, at the expense of being a strong man, you actually took a shot at my family. The Heavenly Sun Holy Land, with a holy lord like you, will perish sooner or later. Old, if I can survive, in the future, I will kill you with my own hands. At this moment, Yi Chen's eyes were densely covered in blood, carrying a selective expression. Holy Lord Tianyang had wanted to leave. Hearing this sentence from Ye Duan, it stopped. Bowing, he said to Tianyang, Kamiko, can I say something? Feel free. Tianyang didn't care in the slightest. After all, now inside his head, the system's beeps were already ringing. Tianyang Holy Land, and the son of Qi, Ye Duan, flipped out. Ye Duan's heavenly destiny value is deducted by 300, and the master increases the villain value by 300. After the system's voice sounded, at this moment, Tianyang, while looking at Yi Chen's panel, had changed. Name, Ye Duan. Identity, son of Qi Luck. Young master of Yi family town. Greenwood domain. Destiny value, 1, 700. Strength, 6th level of void. System, 9 Suns Sacred Body. Technique, 9 Suns Bible. Yun Yang Steps, 9 Suns Fingers. The identity was already 1 less, and the value of the providence was reduced by 300. However, Tianyang didn't know. What was the golden finger of this son of Qi? There are still quite a lot of types of chakras. Qingfeng Li, looking at Ye Duan. You were supposed to be a small-town genius, and you've been through a lot along the way. I thought that you were an intelligent, strong-minded young heavenly pride, but now I realize that you are also nothing but an ungrateful person. Whoever is valuable to you is your friend, and whoever is not valuable to you is your enemy. After making you the holy son of the Tianyang Holy Land, your family, how much stronger has it become? Your strength, how much has it increased? The Heavenly Sun Sacred Land, how many resources have you been given? How many facilities have you been given? You are now at the 6th level of K-Void. How many Heavenly Sun Sacred Ground took out heavenly treasures that cannot be seen outside? Something that you can acquire? When you were grabbing resources with others, if it wasn't for the Tianyang Holy Land covering you from behind, you think you could have survived. If it weren't for the Tianyang Holy Land, your family could have developed rapidly, or maybe, it would have been annexed by another power. Anyone is qualified to speak ill of the Heavenly Sun Holy Land, only you, Yi Chen, are not. And then look at your family, relying on the Heavenly Sun Holy Land. Some dynasties don't even put it in their eyes anymore. They are at least offering to our Heavenly Sun Sacred Ground. Your family, are you not helping the Heavenly Sun Sacred Ground to its demise? You're good. You're directly up against the Godson, one woman, and it makes you lose your mind. Don't you see that you deserve it? There are some things that are born with, and those that are not are not. The world is bigger than you can imagine, and to think you have some accomplishments is to be complacent here. The Heavenly Sun Holy Land has helped you so much, so forget it if you're not grateful. Straight to death. Tianyang Holy Land, 10,000 years of foundation, almost destroyed in your hands. That's how you thank the Tianyang Holy Land. Now, you still dare to say that the Heavenly Sun Holy Land is not. Your life is a life now, but the lives of the 100,000 people in the Tianyang Holy Land are not. Rubbish, wimpy, stupid. A woman, letting you be like this. I'm really blind to let you be the holy son of the Tianyang Holy Land. Hearing Li Qingfeng's sentence, Yi Chen fell silent. I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. I'm just doing it for the woman I like. What's wrong with me? If I were to stay with Li Shi, my strength, I would definitely be able to grow rapidly. Yi Chen's heart was roaring madly. Kamiko, I'm done. Aha. Di Jietian nodded. Looking at the Heavenly Sun Sacred Lord, he wore a satisfied expression. The Heavenly Sun Sacred Lord, with a joyful expression, knew that the Heavenly Sun Sacred Land had been preserved. Send the Heavenly Sun Holy Land on a journey, Di Jietian said without caring. Took a light sip of tea. There was no hint of volatility in his tone. Son of God. You. Qingfeng Li's face changed drastically. Chapter 6. Did I tell you to get up? Kneel down. Qingfeng Li collapsed in the middle of the hall, head and body. At the same time, the blood qi outside was transmitted to the Great Hall. The Li family, too, panicked. One by one, they stood up and fell to their knees above the Great Hall. Look closely and look pale. The previous Di Jietian, when he was in their Li family, although he had a high-strung look, but it wasn't like today, so murderous. However, before they could react, they felt it getting dark outside. Thunder plummeted, cut through the darkness. A large hand from the sky descends from the darkness, landed in one place. The entire Tianyang domain trembled. The people in the middle of the Great Hall couldn't sit still. Only Di Jietian, who looked completely unconcerned. At this moment, the people of the Tianyang domain, looking at a large hand that landed on the region where the Tianyang sacred ground was located, didn't dare to take a breath. The Tianyang sacred land. It was one of the most powerful forces in the Tianyang domain now. It was actually directly destroyed with a single slap. Needless to say, it was also an existence they should not mess with. At this moment, Yi Chen did not have the same composure as before, and his face changed greatly. Even the son of Qi, smelling the smell of blood in the air, then looking at Di Jietian's indifferent eyes, Yi Chen understood at this moment what kind of person he had offended. Li Shi had also long since collapsed to the ground in fear. Looking at the man who favored her before, the eyes were filled with fear. Didn't you want to kill him? I did it for you. No need to be grateful. Di Jietian looked at Yi Chen and spoke. Di Jietian, I'm going to kill you. At this moment, Yi Chen looked at Emperor Jietian above, his tone filled with killing intent. These people died because of themselves. If it weren't for myself, these people wouldn't be dead. Thinking about this, Yi Chen's heart was about to collapse. After Yi Chen finished the sentence, he suddenly got up, fingers clenched and an intense glow appeared. At this moment, Yi Chen was like a small sun. The 6th level of cave void chi was unleashed without reservation. The right foot stomped heavily against the ground. A half-meter-sized ruin appeared above the ground. Plus the yin-yang steps, one could only see a residual shadow of Yi Chen. The faces of those in the Great Hall changed. Unbridled, looking for death. Just as the people of the Li family were about to strike, they realized that they were blocked, and, with their bodies kneeling on the ground, they could not get up. A blush. Ye Duan's speed was fast, but to Di Jietian, who had spatial god eyes, slow as if crawling at a snail's pace. Just as Yi Chen was still 5 meters away from Di Jietian, an aura appeared on Di Jietian's body. Even if it's only a brief appearance, Yi Chen's face couldn't help but change drastically. The figure flew out backwards. It crashed directly on top of the pillars of the Great Hall. A mouthful of hot blood spurted out. There was fear in his eyes. It was the fear of Di Jietian. One move. No, one move doesn't count. Di Jietian had only released his aura a bit, and he was hit hard. At this moment, Di Jietian still had a flat look on his face. It appeared as if Yi Chen was like a jumping clown. Leaf Dust was about to stand up. Did I tell you to get up? On your knees. Di Jietian spoke softly. The temperature in the Great Hall quickly dropped to 0 degrees. A mouthful of Yi Chen's blood spurted out once again. Straight down on your knees. Head down. Within Di Jietian's eyes, there was disappointment. Sons of the air. That's all. Li Shi, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. The man she had her eyes on. In her impression, no matter if he faced all kinds of geniuses, he was able to battle and win. Even if he had to pay some price, he was still able to win. However, in front of Di Jietian, there actually wasn't the slightest bit of resistance. The essence of the fight is almost gone. Turns out, he's really good. At this moment, Li Shi, realizing that Di Jietian's genius was really good, couldn't help but, looking at Yi Chen's complexion, some changes occurred. Yi Chen looked at Li Shi's face a little harder after her gaze changed. Who are you doing it for? I ended up in this situation myself, and it wasn't because of you. And now you're actually looking at me with a hint of dislike in your eyes. Godson, it has been found. Just after silence fell in the Great Hall, a figure appeared. After looking at this figure, quite a few people in the Great Hall had disdain in their eyes. It wasn't that he disliked the strong man who had appeared, but the strong man was carrying a person in his hand, with puffy hair, can't see the face. This person, after looking at Ye Chen, in his eyes, actually fluctuated and his body was trembling. Ye Duan had a familiar feeling when he looked at this figure. Not a moment later, the face changed. Apparently recognize who this person is? Knight Mu. You actually didn't die? Knight Mu. Wasn't this guy the previous saint son of the Tianyang Holy Land? Because of offending Ye Duan, his cultivation was abolished. At this moment, Nightmare pulled his hair back, revealing the face inside. The face has been badly damaged. After seeing it, Li Shi also brought disgust. Greetings, Divine Son. Knight Mu looked at Tian and knelt above the ground. Today, by letting you come, you should know that you have to do something? Godson, don't worry, I won't let you down. Tian, what do you want to do? At this moment, Ye Duan suddenly had a bad feeling. Nothing, just showing you a good show. Tian laughed out. Nightmare took out a knife. Looking at the Yi family, without saying a word, they directly made their move. Slash after slash after slash. Not long after, the Yi family's people, with 10 of them, collapsed on top of the ground. In the eyes, the focus was lost. Knight Mu, proposed grandmother. You go ah. Since I was abolished cultivation, the family is broken, has died out. Do you want me to my grandmother's grave? To find out for you. Let's see how you do. Big deal. What's wrong with calling you grandpa? There was madness in Knight Mu's eyes. Tian, what do you want to do? Woe to the family. You also know that the trouble is not as bad as the people. When you insulted me, but even my family this is only, to their own way to cure their own people. You cannot afford to play. Kill a few more, to give great Tianjiu Yi a boost. Tian spoke softly, without a single fluctuation in his tone. You are vile and shameless. Get on your knees and beg me. Tian spoke up. Dusty. No. Yi Chen's father, hearing this sentence, exclaimed in shock. We're just going to die, and we're not going to suffer this, and he has no intention of letting us go. Tian laughed a little. A wave appeared. Leaf Dust's father couldn't speak, but the eyes that looked at Yi Chen still carried anxiety. Leaf Dust didn't dare to bet, but there is gold under a man's knees. Can he still stand up after this kneeling? Leaf Dust was torn. Am I really wrong? No, I'm not at fault. My fault is that my strength is too poor and Tian is too despicable. If I were strong, who could force me? Yi Chen's face was tinged with madness, and his heart was filled with unwillingness. But looking at his father's face, Yi Chen suddenly calmed down. Today's insults will be avenged in the future. Emperor Jiantian will die. Emperor family will surely be destroyed. I, Yi Duan, swear. Leaf Dust raised his head, looking at Tian's flat expression. Bend both knees slowly. It was as if it had slowed down 100 times. The fingers were a little white from holding them so hard. The body was also trembling, full of resignation. Yi Chen's father, with tears in his eyes, shook his head. Looking at his father, Yi Chen smiled faintly, signaling his father not to worry. Ka Chow. Leaf Dust knelt down. The ground is all damaged. Right after Yi Chen knelt down, once again, a system beep came from within Tian's mind. Chapter 7 in a single push. The son of Qi roars in mad fury. The son of Qi kneels. The Taoist heart is insulted. The heavenly fate value decreases by 700, and the master's villain value increases by 700. Hearing the beep, Tian didn't expect that this son of Qi would be scrapped so soon. What a bore. Want your family to live? There was a seductive tone in Tian's tone. Leaf Dust raised his own head. Tick-tock, tick-tock. There was blood dripping from his hands. Within his eyes, a hint of demonic light appeared. The people of the Li family, looking at Yi Chen, didn't dare to say a word. When Yi Chen first appeared, he was full of pride and confidence, now wretched as a lost dog. You don't want your family to die either. Don't you like Li Shi? Kill her and I'll let you leave. Tian spoke softly. Hearing this sentence, Li Shi felt her scalp tingle, especially when Yi Chuan's gaze, inadvertently, looked toward himself. Li Shi actually felt scared. She didn't know if Yi Chen would kill herself. However, Tian's words made her feel unfamiliar. Brother Tian, are you joking with Shi'er? You love Shi'er so much. You must not want He to die, do you? Li Shi, just like a canary, doesn't have the life of a princess and has princess disease. Previously, with Emperor Tian's care, wherever he went, others would give a face. Now looking at Tian, he said that he wanted to kill himself. Li Shi was completely flustered. Yi Chen calmed down and looked at Tian's teasing expression. Yi Chen clearly knew that this was Tian's plot. and there wasn't a single thing he could do about it. The strength was not as strong as others, the family was not as powerful as others, and his own family, because of himself, was implicated, now a hostage. Leaf Dust was silent. He hadn't expected that in the younger generation. Tianyang actually didn't follow the rules. Aren't these big families pampered and pampered heavenly prides the best at saving face? Why was this Emperor Tianyang different from those heavenly prides? Tianyang looked at Yi Chen's struggling expression. Any other villain might have agreed to your terms. Then send experience to help you grow. That's nothing more than your aura of good fortune influencing it. He himself has a villainous aura. Your aura of luck is useless against yourself. By the looks of it, Lord Ye Duan doesn't like what I said. Tianyang spoke softly. Hearing this sentence, Nightmu had long been ready. 10 heads fell above the ground once more. Yi families didn't dare to speak, only with panic in their eyes. Divine Son, there are a few people from the Yi family here who want to talk. Nightmu looked at the Yi family. There are a few people stammered, trying to say something. Oh, yes. Tianyang was idle. Ye Duan, what are you waiting for? Quickly kill that woman. I'm still young. I don't want to die. How many resources did the clan pay out for you before? And how often did you cause trouble? Now, are you going to watch your people die? Shut up. Yi Chen suddenly roared angrily. I'll shut up. It wasn't your family that died, was it? It was my grandfather that died. Ye Duan, you are an ungrateful person. Thanks to my grandfather saying that you are a true dragon in the 9 heavens, you're the bedbug of the gutter. Bah! After this person finished the sentence, he directly bit his tongue and killed himself. As he died, his eyes widened as he looked at Yi Chen. Before Tianyang could speak, someone had already sealed the various meridians of the Yi family, and suicide couldn't even be done. Ye Duan's face was unsightly. The face flushed, and then, a mouthful of blood was spat out. Afterward, he kowtowed to Tianyang. Please, spare my family. Tianyang laughed. The choice, not mine, yours. 10 men in 3 breaths. There are still thousands of them, enough to play with for a while. Tianyang waved his hand, not caring. Yi Chen turned his head and looked at Li Shi's gaze. There was silence. Tianyang, today's incident was caused by me. It's because I have no one in my sight and offended you. Spare my family, and Li Shi, I'll kill myself. How about that? Yi Chen looked at Tianyang and calmly said, nice realization. I still like your smug look. I won't agree to your request. As long as you dare to commit suicide, your family members will die, and their souls will be exiled to endure countless years of torture in the underworld. Tianyang, what more do you want from me? Tianyang, aren't you looking at Li Shi for her 9 sacred body, a natural tripod? As long as you spare my family, I will let Li Shi to you, and in the future, I will no longer appear in front of you. Leaf Dust clenched his fingers. The tone of his voice trembled as he said this one. Tianyang, as long as I survive, I will definitely become a nightmare for you and your D family in the future. Yi Chen's insides roared madly. Tianyang laughed. Jean, that's funny. Do you really think I care? It's just a pet to pass the time when you're bored, and you're the only one who thinks it's precious. Li Shi felt like a thunderbolt had exploded in his mind. One is actually a 9 saint body, a natural tripod. The Li family, too, changed their faces. No wonder. Tianyang would look at a woman from a small family, and to make her serve the bed. It all makes sense. However, what did the current Tianyang mean by saying this sentence? So, they're all about my physique. Li Shi's face was complicated. At this moment, Li Shi felt her heart aching so much that she couldn't breathe. So it's all about utilization. But what's the point of knowing? Not knowing. What came to mind? Li Shi looked at Tianyang, showing a mesmerizing smile. Brother Tianyang, I was wrong before. I just realized that it's still you that I like. Hearing this sentence, Tianyang smiled. So, it's still me you like. Looking at Tianyang's smile, Li Shi inwardly drummed a bit, but still nodded her head. Then can you kill Yi Chen? Hearing this sentence, Li Shi fell silent. Hey don't listen to him. He's a hypocrite. He's just trying to take advantage of your physique. He must have secrets he can't see. Otherwise, you would be given so many resources. I'm sure he wouldn't dare kill you. After hearing Ye Duan's explanation, Tianyang laughed. You, a kid from nowhere, know that. Her physique. Can I not know that? Now that I know, I haven't even touched her. I have unseen secrets. That's hilarious. If I had an agenda for her, you think you'd be able to meet her, or maybe you still have a chance. Now, to rant here. Yi Duan wanted to retort, but opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. On the contrary, you, the 9 saint body, and the 9 saint body, are quite compatible. Tianyang said without thinking. Hearing this sentence, Li Shi's eyes held skepticism within them. Came to Ye Duan's face. Do you really like me or not? Hearing this sentence, Ye Chen was silent for a moment. Like, dislike, before it was valuing this woman's physique. And then, in the middle of the brain, there was a figure that was fixed in his mind. Before, I did have the intention of using you. Now, I only have love for you. Oh, so you love Li Shi. Then kill all of Ye Chen's family. Make them whole. Di Jietian heard this sentence and spoke. Nightmare is about to make a move. No, I don't like her anymore. I'm just using her again. That includes saving her before as well, and getting in her good graces for her system. Chapter 8: The Death of the Goddess of Fortune. The Son of Fortune's killing intent and helplessness. Leaf Dust's face changed drastically when he heard talk of killing his family. Hurry up and retort. Di Jietian secretly said. Not bad. If he didn't have his own villainous aura, and explained it this time, I'm afraid that the chirography heroine would be even more moved. Honesty, sometimes, is a confession, but with a villainous aura, it's a different story. When Li Shi heard this sentence, even though she knew that he was doing it for his family, but still, I can't help the heartache. Come to think of it, when he was by Di Jietian's side before, when others see her, they are respectful, and now, he almost lost his own life. Knowing clearly that this Ye Chen was deceiving her, she still couldn't help her heartache. Ye Duan, let me do one last thing for you. Just pretend we've never met. Li Shi looked at Ye Chen with tenderness in her eyes before disappearing. Brother Jason, as long as you release him, and his family, I'll agree to your terms, and from now on, I'll be quiet and a canary by your side. Li Shi closed her eyes and opened them once more, no longer looking at Ye Duan. Oh, you deserve it. Di Jietian laughed a little. Li Shi was a bit confused. Who do you really think you are? I think you're useful. You can be a golden finch. If you're not useful, you're not even as good as a dog. Don't think highly of yourself. It's just a nine sacred body. Do you really think I care? Besides, you, the cauldron, is just like that. If I put out the word, how many physiques stronger than you would volunteer to be my cauldron? When this sentence from Di Jietian fell, Li Shi's face changed. Looking at Di Jietian, his eyes were filled with incredulity. The Li family, too, changed their faces. Divine Son, even though you can't look at Li Shi can still serve tea, do laundry and fold quilts, and can do some menial work. Yeah, Li Shi, these can still be done. Ye Duan's face was unsightly. The woman he likes, in front of Di Jietian, is dispensable, and now she is also disliked. He or she has also been holding it as a gem. Is that the gap? Ye Duan, have you made your choice? Di Jietian looked at things were almost over, and lost interest. Originally the original body came. Just wanted to eat this fruit and control his demonic chi. Now that he could control his magic chi at will, this fruit didn't serve any purpose. Looking at the impatience in Di Jietian's tone, Li Shi also panicked a bit. She knew that if Di Jietian really gave up on her, what would she have to face next? The plan to save Leaf Dust also went out the window. Di Jietian gently moved his fingers. Only a majestic aura appeared. The trail of two black dragons appeared. It hovered above Di Jietian's fingers. Di Jietian gently moved his fingers. The two black dragons roared. In the blink of an eye, the body became 100 feet in size. Roar! The two bodies moved, and the Yi family had hundreds of people fall. The aura of blood filled the hall. Ye Duan, do it, for your family. After watching Di Jietian make his move, originally Li Shi was still struggling, but Di Jietian suddenly transmitted his voice. As long as you kill Ye Duan, your mother, then, won't die, and you don't want your mother to die. Li Shi's face changed dramatically. She suddenly remembered that her own mother was still in Di Jietian's hands. Before, his own foolishness, thinking that Di Jietian was doing it for himself, treating his own mother, by the looks of it, had always been used to hold himself back. It's all about not letting yourself resist. Di Jietian, what a ruthless heart. It turns out that one really is an optional presence, even if you know it. So what? You don't dare to show it. Di Jietian was now a devil inside her eyes. A devil through and through. A demon without a trace of humanity. But think of the gentle face in your head. Li Shi felt her heart ache so much that she couldn't breathe. The mother was severely injured and only a powerful elixir could save her. The Li family sold it and couldn't come up with half a pill. Di Jietian looked at Li Shi's entangled, pained appearance without a care in the world. The original body was preventing Li Shi from resisting before, hiding Li Shi's mother. After all, one's secrets cannot be revealed. Li Shi slowly came in front of Ye Chen. Reaching out his own hand, he stroked Ye Chen's face. I know. You love me and I love you. Remember what we said before? I know you're full of helplessness and it hurts me. But I have something I'm guarding too. Leaf dust is being moved. Suddenly it felt like there was pain coming from his chest. A sword that had been stuck in it. Did I kill him so I could live? Li Shi's face was complicated. At the same time with celebration. She knew that Yi Chen's heart was on the right side. Kill him and live. You'll play dead for a while. He doesn't know your heart is on the right side. Li Shi spoke up. Hearing this sentence, Yi Chen's face changed as he thought of something. Then the look fluctuated. Di Jietian wore a cold smile after seeing it. Li Shi pulled out the sword that was stuck in Yi Chen's chest. Plugged in again. Li Shi had a complexity in her eyes. Another thrust against the left side of the chest. Di Jietian's finger moved without thinking. Really think that you don't have the cards anymore. Or you're blind. One could only see Li Shi's complexion with confusion and at the same time murderous intent. His eyes looking the same as Di Jietian's. The sword is very fast. However, Ye Duan was, after all, the son of Qi Luck. Watch as the sword suddenly turns around and looks Li Shi in the eyes. In his eyes, there was only murderous intent towards himself, and resentment. Yi Chen's face changed. Li Shixiang killed himself and was trying to paralyze himself before. What a ruthless woman. Leaf dust with pain. He had offended people who should not be offended for the sake of this woman. His master died, and many of his clan members also died. Himself all for this woman. When Di Jietian forced himself on her, he preferred to kill himself rather than trying to kill her. Now she's trying to kill herself instead. Qingfeng Li was right. One is a dumb, stupid idiot. What love? What sea vows? It's all a lie. Leaf dust reacted. With a movement of his body, he stepped back, while extending one of his own hands to grasp Li Shi's sword. With the other hand, clench it into a fist. A powerful aura appeared. Li Shi's expression suddenly took on a smile. It's you I want to guard, and you won't do it without pushing you a little. So I'll see you in the next life. A gentle Chinese language was transmitted in Yi Chen's mind. The fist main arrived. Li Shi's figure flew out backwards, looking at Ye Duan, with tenderness, then collapsed on top of the ground. There's no more sound. Di Jietian smiled inadvertently. The chaotic demon seed had been planted in Li Shi's body before. Just now, Li Shi's divine sense was controlled by Di Jietian. See, it didn't work. How simple. Watching Li Shi die. The Li family, too, panicked. The Yi family breathed a sigh of relief. Young master, finally, you've come to your senses. At this time, Ye Duan, look at your fist. While looking at Li Shi who flew out backwards and was no longer breathing. After hearing what Li Shi said when he was dying, Leaf Dust's eyes suddenly reddened. Why? Why is that? Aren't you going to kill me? Get up and go on killing. Yi Chen yelled madly, and the entire hall was filled with Yi Chen's voice. After roaring, Leaf Dust quieted down. At this moment, Yi Chen looked at Li Shi from afar. As he walked towards Li Shi, he fell back on his feet. Yi Chuan was already injured, and with the contraction of his heart and the blow he received, he actually couldn't stand up. Step by step, he crawled towards Li Shi. It came closer to Li Shi's side, hugging Li Shi. Sheer, open your eyes. I'm Yi Chen. Hey, look at me. Have you forgotten our promise? At this moment, Yi Chen was as if he was bewitched. The innermost was chanting over and over. Suddenly, Li Shi's body, turning into dust, disappeared into the air. Leaf Dust froze, and after he reacted, panic was on his face. Stretching out his hands, he kept clawing at the air. No, don't. Hey, come back. Don't. Hey, why? Di Jietian. It's all you. It's all you. If it weren't for you, Sheer wouldn't have died. Sheer, wait for me. I'll avenge you right here. Di Jietian, I'm going to kill you. Yi Chen's expression was frantic as he turned around, his blood-red eyes looking at Di Jietian. Di Jietian, you shall not die. The 6th level of the cave void directly turned into the 7th and 8th level. It didn't stop until it was 9 heavy. Di Jietian didn't care. These sons of Qi were all unreasonable existences. Just get used to it. Master, kill the air hostess and gain 800 villain values. Your family doesn't want it. Di Jietian spoke softly. Grass, you. Yi Chuan's following words were still spoken, and as he watched the people of the Yi family, there were suddenly a few bodies that fell down. There's no one left to die for his father. What are you trying to say? Di Jietian asked once more. You're so handsome. Yi Chen clenched his own hands and felt his heart, dripping blood. There was madness in his eyes. Inwardly, I tell myself, calm down, but you can't hide your eyes when you want to knife someone. Because of the master's conspiracy, the son of Qi kills the female master of Qi. The value of heavenly destiny decreases by 300, and the master's villain value increases by 300. Chapter 9, Follow-up plotting. Let me see if Emperor Jietian is what the rumors say he is. Son of Qi, There are still 700 heavenly fate values. As long as they are cleared, the master can kill them. Hearing the system's beep, Tianyang didn't move. In his previous life, he had read some internet articles and knew that these sons of Qi could not be killed so easily. You admit that I'm handsome, and this godson is satisfied, but the tone of your voice is not something this godson likes. You will kill the Li family, all of them, or your father dies. You have only a breath to think about it. Tianyang's words fell. Ye Duan's face changed drastically. Want to say something else? However, the two black dragons wrapped around Tianyang's hands just now appeared once more. Looking down at his father, Leaf Dust didn't even think about it. At the Li family, he hacked away, one cut after another. I'm sorry, Sheer. In the future, I will avenge you, and your family. Tianyang. I'll remember you. I'll kill you as far as the heavens go. In no time, the great hall was filled with corpses. At this moment, Yi Chen's hand holding the knife was trembling. Even with the greatest anger, he did not dare to resist. He was afraid. There was no mistaking it. He was afraid of the young man. Well done. You may leave. Hearing the system's beep didn't come up, Tianyang spoke up. Leaf Dust took a deep breath. He was also betting that even if Tianyang didn't want to let him go, he wouldn't dare to resist. Yi Chuan's father had already been scared and his legs were a bit weak. Yi Chen carried his own father on his back as he walked out of the Li family, took a breath of fresh air. Survived. The Yi family, 300 people. Only myself and my father survived. He hadn't expected that Tianyang would really let him off the hook. Tianyang, the next time we meet, I will definitely cut off your flesh, piece after piece. Otherwise it's hard to get rid of my heart. Leaf Dust carried his own father on his back. Godson, why let him go? I'll go kill him. An old voice rang out. Tianyang shook his head. You can't kill them even if you go. After all, this son of Qi, there were still 700 heavenly fate values. However, it was impossible for a son of Qi to live as he wished. You go run an errand for me. Tianyang spoke into the void. An old man appeared. Spread this staying jade. What was recorded here was naturally something that had been altered by Tianyang. Although Elder Lin was curious, he didn't ask much. He's just the guardian of the Son of God. Come on, go out for a stroll. Tianyang spoke up. Right after Tianyang finished the sentence, the void opened up. Immediately afterward, 9,000 foot-sized augurs appeared. Each augur had the realm of a saint. A lavish palace was pulled behind it. A simple and ancient emperor character on it exuded an aura of suppressing heaven and earth. This was Tianyang's ride. Tianyang stepped into the palace. At the same time, the void collapsed in the Li family's 10,000 mile land. Groundwater appeared, and in no time, it became an ocean. A silhouette revealed itself, looking at the Li family and falling into contemplation. Exactly the same aura as that of the Tianyang Holy Land. After looking at the distance, the gold-paved road and the 9 Saint Realm augur dragons pulling the carriage, he sighed and disappeared. They can't afford to mess with it. At this moment, Tianyang was lying on top of a rocking chair. There was an exquisite woman in the back, squeezing Tianyang's shoulders. Divine Son, someone is inquiring about Yi Chen's whereabouts. Hearing this sentence, Tianyang didn't say anything. It's someone from the Emotionless Palace. The Emotionless Palace's holy maiden has some relationship with Ye Duan, and was previously fostered in the Yi family. Only, she left some time ago. After hearing about what happened in the Tianyang domain, then inquire about Yi Chen's whereabouts. I know. At this time, Tianyang had no intention of opening his eyes, and the woman behind him didn't say anything, so she gently pressed Tianyang. A dense forest in the Tianyang domain. The two figures, hidden in the cave, neither spoke. Who? Right at this moment, Yi Chen suddenly stood up and took his own knife out. Looking at the incoming person warily, a woman's figure appeared, and the woman floated in the void. A veil covered the face. Above the bright jade-like neck of the foot, there was a small red bell. Every now and then it makes a pleasant sound. You are? At this moment, Yi Chen was on guard. Brother Yi Chen, it's been a long time. Hearing this sentence, Yi Chen revealed a look of sudden realization. Then with joy on his face, Uncle Yi, the woman bowed to Yellen. You are, Green Girl? Yellen listened to the voice with incredulity in his tone. The woman took the veil off. Looking at this was Ling Cheng. Yilin brought down the sadness in his heart, showing a smile. In looking at Ling Cheng's gaze at his son with an unknown look. You guys talk first. I'm going to go out and look at the moon outside. Leaf Dust also knew what his father meant. Unable to help himself, he blushed. Looking at Ling Cheng, his eyes were also a bit dull. It hadn't occurred to me that the little girl who had followed her before had now grown so big. It's only been a few months since we separated, and I didn't think that it would turn out to be so big. Brother Ye Chen, how have you been lately? Ye Chen fell silent. When Leng Qing left, in retrospect, the people who descended on his family, wanting to investigate his own affairs, was also easy. Watching Ye Chen fall silent, Leng Qing's eyes held killing intent. Only, well hidden. Brother Ye Chen, you won't just keep letting me stand like this. Leng Qing's tone was tinged with pettiness. Here, Leaf Dust looked around. There was no place to sit? Only where he was sitting, there was a larger rock. Leng Qing revealed a smile and looked at Ye Chen. He sat down next to Ye Duan's side. Brother Ye Chuan, did you miss me? Qinger, but you missed you a lot? I missed Qinger too. Leaf Dust also pushed down his sadness and revealed a smile. Then ghostly, he reached out one of his own hands and rubbed it on the young girl's head. Leng Qing had a smile in his eyes. After a while, Leng Qing came out. An old crone appeared at her side. What things have been investigated? At this moment, Leng Qing had an icy look in his tone. It's all in here. The old woman looked at Leng Qing's appearance. Take out a jade. The moment you see what's inside. Leng Qing directly crushed the stone. You go and collect the jade. Not before passing it out. And those who block it, kill. Is it really related to the imperial family? When Leng Qing had arrived earlier, he had heard that the divine son of the emperor family was also in this place. There should be. The crone's face was in a difficult position. Miss, that poor boy Ye Chen really doesn't deserve you. Why do you bother? Shut up. It's not your turn to interfere when I do things. Leng Qing coldly glanced at the old woman in front of him, which was with a gentle one when he met Ye Chen. The crone said nothing more inside. The emperor family's divine son? It's rumored to have the qualifications of an immortal. How interesting. Let's go. Let's see if the guy who made brother Ye Chen in such a sorry state is what the rumors say or not. Chapter 10 Di Jitian's Absolute Domination. Inside the cave at this time, Leaf Dust was already closing his eyes to regulate his breathing. Not long afterward, his chest felt a little warm. Leaf Dust's face was delighted. It's the 7th level of Cave Void, Leaf Dust muttered. Previously, when he was in the Li family, he utilized a secret technique to raise his strength to the 9th level of Cave Void. It was to make a move and kill Di Jitian. No thought was given to directly threatening one's father. That secret method was still obtained by Ye Chuan in a secret realm. Use your own essence blood to briefly boost your strength. After getting out of Li's house, he couldn't hold on any longer. It didn't occur to me that because of that one incident, I was blessed by misfortune, and after half a month, I broke through to the 7th level from the 6th level. What surprised Leaf Dust even more was the jade on his own chest. This jade, Ye Chuan didn't know what it was. It could decompose the corpses of demonic beasts, as well as the corpses of human cultivators, into pure power, except that most of it is absorbed by the jade pendant. There were only some parts that could be fed back to Ye Chen. Ye Chen was not in a hurry. The feedback power, but it was very pure. This was also one of Ye Chen's cards that allowed him to easily fight across the ranks. The more the jade pendant absorbed, the more powerful it became, and the more feedback Ye Chen received. Ye Chuan took out the jade pendant and found that the white jade pendant, a little bit of gold color appeared on it. At the same time, Ye Chen had a feeling that the jade pendant was now feeding back more energy than before. Leaf Dust with joy. However, the face of Di Jitian suddenly came to mind, with murderous intent. Dusty, give up the hate. Yelin's voice rang out. When he came in, he looked at his son, and the killing intent was still dissipating in his eyes. Yelin was a bit worried. We are not on the same level as him. What is unattainable amongst our eyes is an existence that can be overthrown with a single hand in someone else's eyes. I don't want you to live in hatred for the rest of your life. Let's live somewhere else again. Look at Yelin. Leaf Dust was silent. He knew what his father meant, but he couldn't do it. The thought of his people dying in front of him, the woman he loved, who lived and died for him. Ye Chen then couldn't control his killing intent. Looking at his son's appearance, Ye Lin sighed. He knew that Di Jitian had already become Ye Chen's heart demon. The next day, Leaf Dust awoke. The heart suddenly had a bad feeling. Turn around. A pale figure was seen, no longer breathing. Father, father, Leaf Dust exclaimed. Tears came to my eyes. Immediately afterward, a mouthful of blood was spat out. Pale, strongly holding back his excessive grief, he nearly passed out. Father, why? At this moment, Ye Chen was questioning himself as much as he was questioning Ye Lin. With the shaking of the Leaf Dust, a piece of cloth appeared from amongst Yelin's clothes. Ye Dust, my son. See father, do you want to say the words of the later? Think I must have been gone. Yesterday I saw the unwillingness within your eyes, and now Emperor Jetian has become your heart demon. I failed as a father, not sheltering you and dragging you down. Now that the clan is done dying, I can only go down and make amends to the ancestors myself. In the future, you are also free from bondage. You can do whatever you want to do. I know you have your own secrets. Defense is not an option. In the future, father cannot accompany you. Dusty, don't take risks so easily before you have great strength. I wanted to persuade you to let go of your hatred, but I don't want to see you muddle through the whole day. Being a father is not capable of protecting you, so I can only help you take one last step at the end of the day, so that you are not bound, and forgive my father for leaving without saying goodbye. In the future, the road is long, so my son must be careful. My son is precious. After Ye Chen read the letter, he didn't say anything and tilted his head, not letting your tears fall, but there were still tears of blood falling down. It dripped down above the ground. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Put, Di Jietian, if I don't kill you and overthrow your gainful family, I, Ye Duan, swear not to be a human being. Leaf Dust's hair turned from black to white. Keep what Yellen wrote, close to you. Hugging his father, he took one step toward the outside. The body staggered as if it was about to fall at any moment. Still, each step was firmly directed outward. Father, when I have avenged myself, I will take you home, back to our Ye family, and forgive my child for being unfilial. Leaf Dust found a large tree. Dig a place with your bare hands where you can bury one person. Endure the pain and bury your own father. A sign appeared on it. Yellen's tomb. Father, I'll come back to see you when I've gotten my revenge. Don't worry, this won't be too long. After Ye Chen finished the sentence, he left without looking back. At this moment, Di Jietian, who was browsing the scenery of the Heavenly Sun domain, had been stopped by a person. The woman wore a veil and could not see her true face. The storms that appeared around the woman from time to time could be seen with anger. Divine Sun. This woman is Lung Cheng, the daughter of the Emotionless Palace's palace master, and the one who spied on Divine Sun's whereabouts. Di Jietian looked over. Di Jietian's seat could see outside from the inside, but the outside couldn't see inside. Looking at this woman who was full of high spirits and was not to be trifled with, Di Jietian didn't have the slightest bit of interest. If it weren't for the system's beeping sound, Di Jietian only wanted to slap this woman to death. Name, Lung Cheng. Identity, Holy Maiden of the Emotionless Palace, Lady of Chi Luck. Strength, 8th level of Void. System, Ice and Snow Sacred Body. Destiny Value, 1000. Cultivation Technique, Ice and Snow Divine Skill, Ice Lotus Seal of Creation. 0 degree in 10 directions. It looks like this one should be the main female lead. Di Jietian looked at the woman's message. The previously she, although she was also the female lead, only had a short 800 heavenly fate values. On the surface, Li Shi died in Ye Chen's hands, only for Di Jietian to destroy Li Shi's essence. Lord Jietian, please also show yourself. At this moment, Lang Qing's tone carried a command. Di Jietian sneered. That's how it is with these chirography heroines, and chirography sons. What a bore. Godson. Suppressed. Kneel down at the door. That's all. That guardian hidden behind. Cripple him. Let someone give a warning to the Emotionless Palace. Di Jietian finished this sentence and closed his eyes. Outside, Lung Cheng watched as still no one appeared. His face irritated. Before he could react, a brilliant heavenly might descended. At this moment, Lung Cheng had a feeling that the sky had collapsed. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Pale. Kneel down at the door of the building. The guardian of cold green. His face changed, only for a large hand to appear behind him, like pinching chicks. Go back and bring a message to the Emotionless Palace. Your holy maiden has angered my divine son. Kneel in front of the door as a punishment. The Emotionless Palace doesn't want to disappear into the immortal realm, so they know what to do? Chapter 11. If you offend the Son of God, there is no way for you to live in heaven or on earth. Elder Lin disappeared after saying this sentence. The old woman's body trembled when she heard this sentence. Elder Lin came before Di Jietian. Elder Lin, how are things? When the son of Qi left, Di Jietian planted the chaotic demon seed in his body. What had happened? Of course Di Jietian knew. The sons of Qi were not like other heavenly prides. Even with the system, you have to be careful with it. In order not to drag Ye Chen down, Yi Lin has already killed himself. Oh yeah, looks like he thinks his bonds are gone. That's sad. Let's wait until the Emotionless Palace comes over to talk about it. There's no rush on things right now. That's right. Parade around the Heavenly Sun domain and open the outer barriers so that others can see the Emotionless Palace Saintus. Di Jietian closed his own eyes after saying this sentence. Son of Qi, aren't you free of your bindings? I've already made my move. How are you going to respond? Of course, Di Jietian knew that the son of Qi could not wait to kill himself right now. But what could he do? This golden finger of the son of Qi, what in the world is it? I haven't heard of such a jade pendant. It looks like it's also a treasure that was formed after the sitting down of which ancient figure. Go back and have the family investigate which character who was alive or is not dead now can break down the corpses of demonic beasts. or the corpses of cultivators into energy that feeds back to themselves. A message from Ye Duan was sent out. Right after Ye Duan's message was sent, Immortal Domain, Divine Domain Imperial Family, a huge heavenly palace was in the middle. There was a figure sitting on the main seat. There was a chaotic aura filling the surroundings, and the starry sky evolved the scenery. The face was obscured by a mist. After seeing the transmission inside the hand, the boy. When the middle-aged man said this sentence, there was doting in his tone. Then a message was sent. Immediately afterward, a figure appeared in the Great Hall. This is something the Godson has asked you to investigate. Hearing the Son of God, the figure's eyes held a fervor in them. In the D clan, there was only one divine son, and that was Ye Duan. At the time of the birth, a vision between heaven and earth was suspended over the imperial family for a month. In the course of a month, many people from the emperor family, with the help of the visions, had broken through in strength. This figure was one of them. Family Master, the Emotionless Palace has offended the Divine Son. Should the Dark Guards make a move to wipe out the Emotionless Palace? If you dare to offend the Divine Son, there is no way to live in heaven or on earth. The figure said this sentence because of the impact of its tone. The void began to collapse continuously, only for the vision to disappear when it met the one on top of the main seat. After Tianyang's vision helped you guys break through before, you guys were so good that you couldn't let Tianyang suffer a little bit. Go let Tianyang handle this matter. With Elder Lin around, the Emotionless Palace can't make waves yet. Yes, Master of the House. The figure disappeared. Emperor Godless looked at this figure after it disappeared. Did that family show up again? However, appearing is also just a lingering struggle, having hit the idea on our imperial family in the first place. If you dare to venture out again, big deal. It's just a bloodbath once again. Emperor Godless figure disappeared. At this time, Ye Duan. Look at the message from your own father, the Spirit Eater clan. It's quite a fate. Ye Duan looked at his father's message and inadvertently revealed a nice smile. Dangerous and charming. It didn't occur to me that 30,000 years ago, the Spirit-Devouring clan was erased by father's hand. Back then, the Spirit-Devouring clan, relying on the clan's power, hit the Emperor family. When this clan was destroyed, the Spirit-Devouring clan's clan-suppressing artifact, the Spirit-Devouring Divine Ring, disappeared into thin air. That jade pendant of the Son of Qi, it should be that one divine artifact. Sure enough, the underworld has its own destiny. It's that if one is not involved with this Son of Qi, these Sons of Qi will still find trouble with oneself and the family behind them. So, you Sons of Qi might as well die. Killing intent was exposed in Ye Duan's eyes. Lung Cheng, who was kneeling outside the door at this time, his face was pale and his body was shaky. The strength in his body was sealed as he knelt in front of the door. Now it's just like an ordinary person. Looking at the portal, fear actually appeared in his eyes. It was as if there was a great evil inside the portal. She thought that she could see Ye Duan. I didn't expect to see the face of Emperor Ye Duan. The 9 dragons pulling whiskey traveled over the Tianyang domain. Looking down below at the 9 Saint Realm Augur dragons above, there was also a huge palace pulled behind it, with the word Emperor, suppressing the worlds. Isn't that the little princess of the emotionless domain? Hiss, it's still true. Could it be that this is a case of love and intend to get on one knee? Hearing this sentence, there was a figure in the crowd that clenched its hands. Upon closer inspection, 2 meters around this person was actually a vacuum. Many people looked at the man in surprise, and didn't care. The immortal realm, it's a world where people eat people. Here, life is the least valuable thing in existence. Sometimes is better than a person who is mixed up. Earlier he thought Lung Qing had left. There are things. However, today, she saw the woman kneeling in front of Ye Duan. Feel the humiliation, especially seeing the woman's delicate face, which was already haggard. One can't help but pity. Alas, it did not occur to me that there would be such an infatuated woman. You can pull it off. A voice suddenly came from the crowd. The crowd looked over. You've seen what's inside the jade. See, as soon as I say this I get angry. If I let me see that Yi Chen, I will definitely kill him. It didn't occur to me that a woman died in order to save his family. But he didn't have the spirit of sacrifice. He killed all of the people from that woman's family. A man like that should be dipped in a piggy bank when he's caught. It's a bargain to dip him in a piggy bank. It's only right to make him inhumane. Earlier, I saw that in the jade. A woman, for the sake of a man, sacrificed her life. As a result, the man killed all of the woman's family. Then do you know why the young princess of the Emotionless Palace is kneeling in front of the divine son of the imperial family? I'm not sleepy when you say that. Tell me about it. The footsteps of Ye Duan, who was about to leave, also stopped. Alas, this woman, whom you all recognize, has a noble status, and as for why she offended the Emperor Godson, It is of course for the sake of the man in the jade that you saw earlier. What? That man again? What's so great about that man anyway? It's possible that it's carved large. Hiss, that's a possibility. However, his identity was also exposed. A genius from a small town. And the Tianyang Holy Land was overthrown because of him. The Li family was also destroyed because of him. Now the Emotionless Palace's holy maiden, too, is on her knees begging for forgiveness? As a result, this guy became a shrinking violet and didn't dare to show up. If I were this Ye Duan, I would have hit my head with tofu a long time ago. Why don't you use a weapon? Sorry, I'm afraid of pain. Chapter 12, it's over. It's a naked conspiracy. I can't believe I didn't see through it. Yi Chen's heart was dripping blood when he heard these words, but leaf dust, and the crowd, snapped to attention. The carriage stopped. A figure appeared in it. Can't see the real thing. My godson has spoken. One day later, Ye Duan doesn't show up and kneels before the divine son. The execution of the Emotionless Palace's saint daughter, Lung Cheng, was handled in a way that will surely interest all of you. Hearing this sentence, a number of people came to their senses. Before, the Emotionless Palace was an unattainable existence to them. I didn't think that the Son of God would deal with cold green. Lang Cheng also heard this sentence. The face is hard to see. The strength to try to kill yourself is gone. The body is empty, without a shred of strength. Ye Duan, who was below, had an ugly face. Go or don't go on your own. Thinking back to what others had said, Lung Qing was like this for his own sake. But the words my father wrote to himself when he killed himself earlier. Don't trust anyone so easily. Leaf Dust was in the midst of a struggle. The man who had spoken earlier glanced offhandedly toward this place, smiled, and disappeared. Lang Qing was also a bit regretful now that he had been too impulsive. He hadn't expected that the divine son of the D clan, Di Jiantian, would really take things to the extreme without a single step back. Now Lang Chang hoped that someone from the Emotionless Palace would come to his rescue. As for Ye Duan, it's best not to come. He knew that Di Jiantian had used himself to set a trap for brother Yi Chen. In the middle of the emotionless domain, the pavilion was suspended, floating in the void. An island had a powerful aura that appeared. All of these auras rushed towards the Emotionless Palace in the center. At this time, the atmosphere in the Great Hall was also condensed. An old crone with an ugly face. Upon closer inspection, both legs as well as the arms were gone. The pupils of the people who appeared in the Great Hall contracted inadvertently as they watched this scene. This old crone is not simple. In the strength of the Emotionless Palace, can also be ranked in the top 10? Who the hell did this? That girl Chinger has offended the divine son of the imperial family. Lang Yan watched as the hall masters of the halls arrived. Said a word. The people in the middle of the hall were silent. What else can I say? When outsiders said that the Emotionless Palace could arm wrestle with the imperial family, they were all just putting gold on their own faces. If the imperial family really pursued the matter, within an hour, the Emotionless Palace would surely disappear. What do people think? Or have any ideas? Palace Master, you're not making things difficult for us. This kind of puzzle can't be solved with our intelligence. But how did the Holy Maiden offend the Son of God? For the sake of a man named Ye Duan. It's the same family that the Holy Maiden was fostering before. There's no mistake. In the beginning, our Emotionless Palace had a hall. The Dust Hall. Only, it hasn't been open for tens of thousands of years. The Yi family are the descendants of that lineage. Does the Yi family know about this? I don't know. It's good if you don't know. The fact that the Divine Son didn't kill the Holy Maiden now should be for Yi Chen. This is a matter from which we can only reconcile. The most important thing is to look at the Holy Maiden. Once this Hall Master said that, the other Hall Masters looked towards this Hall Master. We are all old foxes and have lived for many years. Take a piss, smell it and you'll know whose it is. They knew the phrase, what it meant. It's for Ling Qing to seduce the Son of God. Long Yan also sighed. At this point, it was he who felt embarrassed. I'll go myself. After all, it was his own daughter who caused the trouble. Hearing this sentence, the other Hall Masters didn't say anything more. They were not qualified to go. Yet, when the moon was about to fall, Long Yan also sighed. Even if you know that your own daughter, who is aggrieved, can't do anything about it. He's waiting. A suitable opportunity. That's before Leaf Dust goes. Only in this way could Emperor Jintian's plan be fulfilled. Going behind Ye Duan would only backfire. Originally, Lang Yan also had his own plans, but when he heard that Yi Chen hadn't gone yet, his own plans fell through. The figure moved. Gone. Emperor Godson, please also show yourself. When Di Jiantian heard this sentence, he didn't move and was still contemplating with his eyes closed. Divine Son, the Emotionless Palace's Palace Master Lang Yan is here. Let him wait a while. This old fox, he doesn't look like a good person either. Looking at the closed hall, There was not a single movement. Long Yan sighed. Worthy of being a divine son of the imperial family. Looking at his father, he stood outside the door, bowing and not daring to get up. Long Qing's face changed. From the time he came back, in his own impression, his father has always been a great power, calm, as if anything can control the same. However, looking at his father now, he actually saw helplessness and powerlessness in his father's eyes. The people below, after watching Lang Yan appear, were startled. After all, the Emotionless Palace was much more powerful than the Heavenly Sun Holy Land. Now in front of the Emperor family's divine son, he was also bowing and bowing, not daring to breathe a breath. The people below, too, did not dare to make a sound of commotion. At this moment, Yi Chen, who was down below, suddenly changed his face drastically. Conspiracy. Naked conspiracy. I can't believe I didn't see through it. At this moment, Yi Chen had a little regret that he should have appeared earlier. Thinking of this, Yi Chen's body moved, flying towards the palace in the middle of the sky. However, just after Yi Chen flew into midair and was about to approach the palace, a force of suppression appeared. Yi Chen's body was like a cannonball. It slammed down on top of the ground. A ruin tens of feet in size appeared. Yi Chuan appeared and spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking at Ye Duan's face, these people, finally, reacted. It didn't occur to me that you were Yi Chen. Yeah, I saw something wrong with you before. So, you've been hiding here all day. Beat you to death. You negative. When these people saw that it was Yi Chen, there was anger in their eyes. Thinking about what Emperor Godson said today, after looking at Yi Chen in this place, looking at Leng Qing kneeling for a day, I can't believe he's only coming out now, or when someone else's father shows up. Leaf Dust wanted to get angry, but look at these people looking at him with murderous intent. Then, shielded his vital parts. After a while, a cold voice appeared. That's enough. Yi Chen, come over and apologize to the Divine Son. Hearing the voice that came through the void, the men stopped themselves. There were a few women among them, looking at the fact that they had broken Yi Chen's hand by kicking it off and had not opened the protection up, secretly saying that it was a pity. Maybe, this negative person, later on, will wreak havoc on others. Hopefully, Emperor Godson will kill this guy. Just as Yi Chen was exposed, Lang Qing was also dumbfounded, unable to help it. His heart ached and his face paled. There was a complexity in the look. Chapter 13, again this familiar smile, familiar lines. Earlier, she had prayed for Yi Chen not to come, and she knew that this was a plan against Yi Chen. At the same time, the heart is looking forward to that one's beloved, taking him or her away. Lang Qing's insides were torn up all day. However, when he saw Yi Chen right in the middle of the crowd, hiding, watching himself kneeling in front of Emperor Ye Duan for a day, Lang Qing felt filled with sadness inside. Is this the man he likes? Is such a person really worth committing oneself to for life? At this moment, Lang Qing was in a daze. Lang Yan looked at Yi Chen with killing intent in his eyes as he emerged from the crowd. Only, these killing intentions were hidden. Because, Ye Duan came up. Di Jietian. I'm coming. Ye Duan said word for word. These days, his strength was thoroughly stabilized at the 8th level of Cave Void. He felt like he could do it again. Crunch. The portal opens. The sound of footsteps appeared. Tap. The footsteps were unhurried and unhurried. It felt like the heavens and the worlds were all under this person's control. Lang Chang and also Long Yan looked over. When he saw the incoming figure, he couldn't help but be lost in thought. A white suit, decorated by a unicorn. His appearance was handsome and majestic, with a pair of deep to the core black eyes that flowed with an elusive divine light, as if he were a god resisting from on high. Looking at Yi Chen's current appearance again, his face was pale, his eyes were filled with blood, and he didn't have the confidence he had before. It's like a heaven and a hell. I thought, you're not coming out, Di Jietian said softly. Yi Chen's face changed when he heard this sentence. It looked like Di Jietian had discovered his trail a long time ago. Why one is exposed. After leaving the Li family, Yi Chen made sure that no one was following him, but his own trail was still exposed. Unless, Yi Chen inadvertently looked at Ling Cheng. Looking at Yi Chen's expression, how could Ling Cheng not know that Yi Chen was thinking about something? Ling Cheng's face changed, and she felt her heart ache so much that she couldn't breathe. You're the sacred maiden of the Emotionless Palace. Aren't you the one who wants to question me? Go ahead and ask. Di Jietian revealed a gentle smile. Ling Cheng came filled with a belly full of anger, wanting to question the divine son of the imperial family as to why he had framed Yi Chen. However, upon seeing Yi Chen's performance, silence fell. Kneel. Di Jietian spoke up. Just as the words fell, Yi Chen's complexion changed drastically. The mighty strength was directly blocked as it were. It doesn't work a bit. Click. Leaf Dust told himself that he couldn't kneel down, but both knees were still down. Lin Yan's expression changed drastically, but it quickly calmed down. It looks like the rumors can't be trusted. The strength of this emperor family's divine son should have already surpassed the cave void realm long ago. I just don't know what level the realm has reached. The son of Qi Luck. His Taoist heart has been insulted. His heart's demons have worsened, and his heavenly fate value has dropped by 200. The mistress of Qi is disappointed in the son of Qi. The son of Qi, the value of heavenly destiny drops by 200. Jietian didn't care about the system's voice. It's the last few hundred heavenly fate values that are the hardest. It should be the life preservation means of the sons of Qi. I heard you have a jade pendant I'd like to borrow. Of course, I wouldn't mind if you offered to give it to me. Jietian. It didn't occur to me that you, the divine son of the hallowed D family, would actually look at the things of a poor boy like me. You've fallen too. Yes, this divine son, being a layman, also has 7 emotions and 6 desires. If you hand over the item, I'll release the Emotionless Palace Saintess. How about that? Leaf Dust fell silent. He didn't know why he had been exposed, but that jade pendant of his had always been his secret. It was impossible to expose it. What was exposed before was his whereabouts, and now it's his secret that's exposed. Only one person had touched himself before. Cold Green. If only Emperor Jin Tian had found out before, then you will definitely not be able to walk out of the Li family alive. Got out alive on his own. The look on Ling Qing's face as he looked at himself now was also tinged with disappointment. And then I thought about what my own father had said. I know. You have secrets. Don't trust anyone so easily. At this moment, Yi Chen was a bit regretful that he shouldn't have appeared. It looked like this was a play that Lung Qing had put on in conjunction with Jietian. Lung Qing, this is how you repay our Yi family. Thinking of this, Yi Chen let out a low roar. Lung Qing was a bit confused. As a chirography heroine, naturally, she's not a cutie. Instantly figured out the ins and outs. Lan Yan's eyes are also with a skeptical look. Could it be that this is just like what Yi Chen said? This is his own daughter, and the Emperor God's son cooperated in a play. Lan Yan was suddenly a bit confused. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha, what a laugh. What a laugh. Ling Cheng stood up and looked at Yi Chen. Do you know why you failed? Because you are a stupid, egotistical, self-righteous, selfish person. Because of your arrogance, you have harmed your family. Your family is overthrown. Master is dead. And the 100,000 people of the Tianyang Holy Land are also dead. Because of your selfishness, the woman you liked died. And you killed people from her family. After Li she knows about it, she will not let you go even if she turns into an evil ghost. Because of your lust, offending people who can't be offended. Calling for the involvement of family and friends. Yet, you're still alive. And what have you given? Why everything is what it is now. You're proud and have a hard spine. You feel like you're not wrong. And look at all those people down there that can't wait to kill you. You never look for reasons in yourself. It's good that nothing happened. But when something happens, it's someone else's fault. A little genius who really thinks he can turn the world upside down. You're nothing more than a frog sitting in a well. The immortal region. How many people have appeared who have amazed the world? This world. It's much bigger than you can imagine. It's people like you I despise the most. There's nothing wrong with that. It's what you think. How are you? You dare to kill me? Don't you dare do it. Aren't you powerful? Didn't you tell me before that one day you would stand at the top of the immortal region? That's the bottom line. Your confidence. Great genius Yi. Why are you kneeling again? Why don't you stand up? Listening to Lung Qing's words, Yi Chen's eyes carried madness in them. And humiliating. He didn't expect that it was actually really Ling Qing. Lin Yan next to him was also a bit dumbfounded. Is this your own daughter? Jietian looked at this quiet woman with surprise. In a previous life, it was said that women can't control my mouth, love to eat, no sense of direction and poor memory. But when it comes to rehashing old scores, it's the same thing. Today, it was a real sight to behold. This was a direct stab to the heart of the son of Qi. Without seeing it, the hair of the son of Qi now exploded. Jientian thought of this and looked at Yi Chen. A gentle smile appeared. Yi Chen's anger seemed to be doused by a pot of cold water after looking at Jietian's smile. The body involuntarily leaned back and went on guard. Yi Chuan, how about I give you a chance to kill Lung Qing and I'll let you go? Hearing this sentence, Yi Chen looked at Jietian as if he was looking at a demon. Another familiar recipe, another familiar line. Empyrean Jetian, the divine son of the Empyrean family. To think that he would only use this kind of unseemly tactic. This godson is a mundane person, not as highly enlightened as you. There's nothing wrong with that. It's me and Qinger, playing along with the play, just to tease you. Happy or not, take out the jade pendant, or else, you die. Leaf Dust thought of the aggravation he had suffered. His own father, who had taken the initiative to die for the sake of being unbound. It didn't occur to me that it was Leng Qing who had abandoned himself. Li Shi also died because of himself. Thinking of this, Yi Chen's face flushed and a mouthful of blood was spat out. Take out the jade pendant. Didn't you want this jade pendant, Emperor Ye Duan? No way. You can't get it in this lifetime. Snap. Throw it on the ground. The jade pendant didn't break. Ye Duan's face changed. Before he could react, the jade pendant had already arrived inside Di Jietian's hand. Looks like what you said. You can't do it. The Son of Luck. Having lost his base card, the Spirit-Devouring God Ring, the Son of Luck has dropped by 100, and his luck value is zeroed out. The Master can be struck down. If you kill Leng Qing, I'll give you a chance. The jade pendant will be returned to you and you'll be given 3 years. How about it? You keep your word. Ye Duan's face changed as he asked a rhetorical question. Haven't you seen before that what I say counts? At the same time, the aura suppressing Yi Chen's body disappeared. Looking at Yi Chen looked at himself with killing intent in his gaze. Leng Qing laughed, with indifference in his tone, and chills. Yi Chuan, you're the clown. I didn't think that the Yi Chuan from the beginning would actually look like this. Leng Qing sneered. Then a light appeared. Like a lightsaber. It directly pierced through Yi Duan, watching Yi Chen's body collapse above the ground. A shameless villain like you is not qualified to fight me yet. Cold green. With indifference in his tone. Chapter 14, First Kill of the Son of Fortune. Return to the family. Congratulations to the Master for killing the Son of Qi, and gaining villain value of 100. Master completes the first kill of the Sons of Qi, and receives a Divine Destiny villain treasure chest. Master completes the first kill of the Son of Qi, gaining 10,000 villain value. Hearing the system's beep, there was no fluctuation within Di Jietian's heart. Holy Maiden, Holy Lord Leave, I have given you the answer you wanted. Di Jietian looked at the matter settled, and said. Leng Qing froze for a moment when he heard this sentence. Then he looked at Di Jietian, and his father's encouraging eyes. Kamiko, I want to follow you. Don't be delusional. You don't have that qualification yet. Di Jietian's figure walked towards the inside of the palace. After watching Di Jietian's figure leave, Leng Qing's face paled. Was he being rejected? Come to think of it, today she realized how big the gap was. Long Yen sighed, took Leng Chang and left. After all, the old man who appeared was going to eat people. And if he didn't leave, I'm afraid he'd turn into a corpse. At this moment, Di Jietian looked at the two after they left with a cold smile. As for Leng Qing, Emperor Jietian has already planted the chaotic demon seed. After all, it was a chirography heroine, so perhaps it could be utilized. Don't those Sons of Qi like women? Sometimes puppets can be a little useful. Watching the 9 dragons pull the whiskey and break the void to leave, Li Yan sighed. There was frustration in Leng Qing's eyes. She didn't know why she felt this way. Di Jietian, lying on top of the rocking chair. System, open the personal interface. Master, Emperor Jietian. Identity, Divine Son of the Imperial Family. System, Chaos Demon Body. Space God Eyes, Divine Destiny Villain Aura. Strength, 5th level of the Avatar. Techniques, Chaos Demon Scripture. Heavenly Emperor Scripture. Emperor God Palm. Easy Travel. Xintian Sword Technique. Human Emperor Finger. Avatar, Seal of Heavenly Interception. Villain value, 22,800. Backpack, Spirit Devouring Divine Ring, 1 Divine Destiny Villain Gift Pack. Interface at a glance. System, open the Destiny Villain Treasure Chest. Congratulations to the Master for acquiring the Avatar, Spatial Cutting Avatar. Di Jientian froze for a moment, not expecting that the things opened out of the gift packs would actually be so amazing. System, didn't you say that the System Mall opens as soon as you kill a Son of Qi? The System Mall has been opened for the owner. Master can view. Look at the other interface that appears. Di Jietian is curious. The System Mall. Just don't know. What are the good things? Chaos Body, 10 billion villain values. Chaos Taoist Scriptures, 10 billion villain value. Desolate Ancient Sacred Body, 10 billion villain value. The Draconian Bible, 10 billion villain values. Time God's Eyes, 9 billion villain values. Space God's Eyes, 9 billion villain values. Looking at the beginning, Di Jietian despaired. Besides, one's own system is not inferior to these systems. It hadn't occurred to me that the spatial God's Eyes that he had obtained earlier were actually worth such a high villainous value. Di Jietian wasn't interested in any of this. It's not that I'm afraid to take an interest. It's that I don't have the capital. Only 20,000 or so villain values myself. Di Jietian looked over to the back. Space Cuts, 100 million villain values. Great Space Cutter, 1 billion villain values. Di Jientian looked at these divine abilities. One worth more than the other. Thoroughly disappointed. His own mission, and to continue Avatar 6th Realm card, 10,000 villain value. Avatar 7 Realm card, 20,000 villain value. Dietian looked at these and came to be interested. Previously, when he obtained the system himself, his realm had just broken through the 5th level. It looked like the Avatar realm. Breaking through a level only required 10,000 villain values. Is the system still quite humane? Dietian purchased an Avatar realm 7th level experience card. After feeling his strength once again increase, Dietian smiled. It feels really good to grow in strength. System, there's no aftermath of my breakthrough like this, right? Master, rest assured. The purpose of the system is to make the host into a villain who suppresses the heavens and the world. As long as the breakthrough, it is the most powerful. There is no one, that is, the son of Qi cannot be. Challenging across the ranks is not something only the sons of Qi can do. Hearing this sentence, Dietian was satisfied. Just when Dietian still wanted to stroll around, a figure appeared. Godson, the head of the family is asking you to go back. What happened? The manifestation sacred sect has come. Hearing those words, Dietian already knew what was happening. Needless to say, he had overthrown the Tianyang Holy Land and the Li family. The manifestation sacred sect was here to pick a fight. In the immortal region, there were still forces that could fight against the imperial family. That's true in the open, but not in the shadows. As for how strong the D family was, Dietian really didn't know. The sacred sect of the 10,000 laws. This sect, Dietian still knew about. Long history. The underpinnings are deep. It stood in the immortal region for countless years. There are rumors about him in every life. The 10,000 laws within the clan are eye-catching, and it is not known whether they are real or not. There were even people who hated the clan. The emperor family was one of them, and in the emperor family's eyes, this sect was a hypocrite sect. After all, fighting the reputation of the immortal domain law enforcement Dao sect, it would be good to go back and see if there's anything interesting going on. Having just killed a son of Qi, Dietian felt like he was addicted. Come to pick a fight. I wonder if a son of Qi will appear. It would be nice if one appeared. Hearing Dietian's words, the 9 Saint Realm augurs. A roar of rage was heard from the sky. The void shattered, pulled the palace and disappeared. It didn't take long. Dietian, looking at the imperial family in front of him, the pavilion was suspended in the void, hidden from view. A chaotic Qi was suspended near the palace. The immortal spirit Qi transformed into a long river with no visible edges. There was the silhouette of a divine beast, leaping in it. This is the imperial family. In the immortal realm, there is no other power in the exclusive realm, named by the emperor's family, the divine realm. In the middle of the imperial family's heavenly palace, Elder, the divine son has returned. Aha! The 6th elder nodded. Looking at the 5 people sitting across from him, there was a cold smile in his eyes. It could be noticed that there was only one 6th elder in the great hall. The people on the opposite side, looking at the 6th elder, were filled with scorn in their hearts. This fellow, back then, was the one who killed their manifestation sacred sect with 1 person and 1 sword. Except that this has been going on for 1,000 years. Now the imperial family had actually sent only this one elder over. Nothing is missing in polite. It's the people that make it diabolical. Those who came, however, did not panic. Tap. A footstep broke the silence in the great hall. The 6th elder laughed. The opposite side was also relieved, especially the old man at the head. I'm a little nervous, too, if I'm not careful. After all, this was the imperial family, who had come to ask for punishment on behalf of the 10,000 laws sacred sect themselves. After Dietian arrived, the 6th elder rose. Greetings, divine son, 6th uncle. You're breaking my balls. Despite saying this, however, the faces of the people from the manifestation sacred sect on the opposite side changed. From the looks of it, the divine son of the D clan was in a much higher position than the 6th elder. Chapter 15. Either she stays, or we, the imperial family, go on a journey to the holy land of 10,000 laws? Dietian looked at the 5 people across from him. The old man at the head of the group, with a full heaven, did not have a bit of Qi around him. It looks as if it is like an ordinary person. Godson, if you're not interested, just destroy it. Just greet me. I'll leave first. Seeing them makes me want to chop them up. The 6th elder watched as the Son of God arrived, and after transmitting his message, he left. I wonder, what is the business of a distinguished guest from the 10,000 laws sacred sect, coming to my imperial family? After finishing this sentence, Dietian took a seat on top of the main seat. After seeing this scene, the visitor from the 10,000 laws sacred sect's face changed. After all, that main seat, there was only one person that could seat, the head of the D family. Now Dietian was actually sitting on it. Wouldn't that mean that Di Jiantian had become the next controller of the D clan? If someone from the Emperor family had looked at the Manifestation Sacred Sect's shocked appearance, they would have despised it. If Emperor Jie Tian didn't sit on it when Emperor Wuxian wasn't around, they wouldn't have agreed to it. Di Jiantian treated it as if he hadn't seen the Wanfa Sacred Sect's eyes. I've come today to inquire why the Divine Sun wants to overthrow the Heavenly Sun Sacred Sect. I'd love to. Di Jiantian didn't want to bull asterisk with them at all. However, what made Di Jiatian curious was the other woman. Name, Shangwan Waner. Identity, one of the holy daughters of the 10,000 Laws Sacred Sect, the heroine of Qi Luck. Destiny value, 2000. Strength, 9th level of Void. Physique, 7 senses of the heart. Techniques, Linglong Sacred Technique, Linglong Sword Technique, Lingxi Finger. It hadn't occurred to me that the Manifestation Sacred Sect had actually found such a woman. It is rumored that the 7 orifice heart has 7 eyes of the heart, and that the heart and nature want to be in harmony. At the same time, having a strong perception and a sense of the heavens and earth was much more powerful than other physiques. Di Jiatian heard in his previous life that a woman can have 800 heart eyes. This woman is not multiplied by 7, has 5,600 heart eyes. Only, what makes Di Jiantian most interested is that this woman actually has 2,000 heavenly destiny value. To know, Di Jiantian killed the first son of fortune. Yi Chen only has so much heavenly destiny value. It looked like the next son of Qi to appear was not simple. Di Jiatian came to be interested. I just don't know if this chirography heroine has made contact with the son of chirography, the Grand Elder of the Manifestation Sacred Sect. Looking at Di Jiatian's appearance, was not able to fight the fire within him, but to think that this is the imperial family, one can only press this one down. Divine Sun, is it because you want the immortal realm to be in chaos? It's moral abduction. Where did the Grand Elder start with this sentence? Di Jiatian wore a cold smile. The Divine Sun should know that there are basically no major wars emerging in the Immortal region right now, where the Divine Sun overthrows a holy land at the drop of a hat. The Immortal region is now in a state of panic, so I hope that the Divine Sun will give the beings of the Immortal region an explanation. Account for it? Could be. Hearing this sentence, the Great Elder of the 10,000 Laws Sacred Sect had incredulity in his eyes. This Divine Sun overthrew the Heavenly Sun Sacred Land just so that the 10,000 Dharma Sacred Sect would find trouble with our imperial family, and then open a war to overthrow the 10,000 Dharma Sacred Sect. Over the years, this Divine Sun has looked at the 10,000 Laws Sacred Sect as a bit of a misfit. I don't know whether the 10,000 Laws Sacred Sect is satisfied with this explanation. You, the Grand Elder, looked at Di Jiatian, his face reddening. What arrogance! Unbridled. Right after the Grand Elder finished the sentence, an aura that destroyed the heavens was released. The Grand Elder hadn't reacted yet. Kneel down directly above the ground. My imperial family's Divine Sun is also something new. The 10,000 Laws Sacred Sect can judge. If you're not convinced, let's go to war directly and see if you, the 10,000 Laws Sacred Sect, have the ability to make my imperial family submit. The Grand Elder, who had fallen to his knees, had a huge change in his face, not because of this sentence, but the powerful aura. His face went white, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, passing out. All saints, don't come out yet. Emperor Godless, long time no see. You've come to declare war on my imperial family. Emperor Godless' voice carried out. The people from the D family, hearing this sentence, changed their faces, followed by ecstasy. There's a war. Where? In the sacred sect of the 10,000 Laws? Family Master, let's go to war. My old man's great sword is already hungry and thirsty. Yes, Master of the house. I haven't seen blood in almost 100 years. 10,000 Saints' face changed when he heard this sentence. Looking at the imperial family's killing spirit, 10,000 Saints broke the void and just wanted to take the Grand Elder away. He also hadn't expected that Emperor Godless was actually so powerful. It hadn't been a few thousand years since he had made a move, and it was actually so powerful that he couldn't even see through it. Slow down. Just at this time, Di Jietian's flat words rang out. Void blockade. Wan Shang's face changed drastically. What does the imperial family want to do? You holy girl. Not bad. Lend me for a few days. Hearing this sentence, the people of the D family were dumbfounded. It was Di Jietian's father, Di Wuxian, whose face held other implications. But that's not all. Only the back of the imperial family's mountain tumbled. Several figures appeared. At this moment, the 10,000 Saints' face changed drastically. Good grandson, do you want to continue the bloodline of my D family? Great. The old gods have opened their eyes. Not bad. Not bad. Worthy of being my emperor family's divine son. Finally enlightened. Di Jiantian's face turned ugly as he looked at the few old ancestors that had appeared. Almost forgot about these old guys. Di Jietian suddenly had don't memories. It was when Di Jietian was 5 years old. The old ancestor watched as Ye Duan cultivated every day. Then, anxious, find a few women to seduce Ye Duan. Said Ye Duan can pass on the family name. To think that a couple of old immodest ones were still out there looking forward to it. Ye Duan then wanted to give these old ancestors, bang bang, a punch, provided it was a good fight. That what's his name Wanfa's boy, my godson has his eye on this girl doll. Either that, or you'll keep her. Either that, or our imperial family will make a trip to your 10,000 laws sacred sect. You watch. We don't bully you either. We've chosen 2 paths for you, and in the future, when you go out you'll be able to brag about being awesome to others. The 16th ancestor looked at All Saints and spoke. Hearing this sentence, Emperor Godless also remembered something and looked at his son with sympathy. Think of the time before when you were not yet the head of the family. It was still the time when the divine son, and Gong Xinu, who was also Ye Duan's mother, were in love with each other. Old ancestor actually administered aphrodisiacs when the two were not paying attention. Then, there was Emperor Ye Duan. Di Wuxian thought at first that Gong Xinu would be filled with rage. It didn't occur to me to say something when I saw my oldest ancestor. Well done. The old lady was very pleased. Much better than this elf, who didn't know how many times he was given the chance to take the initiative before. By the way, tomorrow don't forget, go up to my house to ask for the bride price. Ask for a little more. Just say, I put your family's godson to sleep. The old ancestor was dumbfounded. Emperor Godless was also dumbfounded. Chapter 16, then why don't you get lost, or I'll give you a ride? Now the old ancestor. But he was very pleased that Gong Xinu had become the main mother of the D family. Moreover, the old ancestor was partial to Gong Xinu, until after Ye Duan was born. These old ancestors, they had lived too long. Idle is boring. The most detestable one was taking Ye Duan to see the fairy bathing picture. That's what the 16th ancestor did. When Gong Xinu found out, she was so angry that she almost lifted the coffin board of the 16th ancestor. Luckily, 16th Zhou took the nail and nailed it. However, Gong Xinu still took the heavenly crystal stone and sealed the coffin of the 16th ancestor. Said not to let this old disgrace out. Then, Gong Xinu took her anger out on him. 3 years in a row, doing the same thing every day. Thinking about it still gives me a bit of a backache. 16th ancestor, you shouldn't get involved. Or else, if Xinu finds out, she'll be looking for trouble from you again. It's not a problem. It's a way to find her a daughter-in-law. And it doesn't count. Her status doesn't deserve it. The 7-knuckle heart, it's still a bit short. Said with no intention to listen. Wan Shang's face changed drastically. Previously, when Emperor Ye Duan was born, the visions were terrifyingly abnormal. None of them knew what exactly was Emperor Ye Duan's physique. Now with the 7 hearts, it's actually not even close. Ye Duan didn't say anything. His own physique was known to his parents, and a few of his old ancestors. When this kind of physique appeared before, the old ancestor even said something. That's the kind of physique we want to cultivate. Big deal. The imperial family and the immortal domain are enemies. The chaotic demon body became taboo because they were scared and fearful. Even if he knew that this kind of physique would kill even his own people if he couldn't suppress it. Becoming a cold-blooded, ruthless, world-destroying fiend doesn't matter. The old ancestor had only one thing to say. Even if he kills until the imperial family is destroyed and the immortal realm is subverted, that will still be his life and the life of my imperial family. Although the several old ancestors said this, they were still a bit worried. Every time a few days passed, they would come to see Ye Duan. Only after watching that nothing happened to Ye Duan did they relax a bit. Think of the memories in your head. Ye Duan's heart is warm. This is his own family. This time, the old ancestor appeared, and Ye Duan knew that it was to see if his demonic body was under control. If it was exposed, I'm afraid that the vision would be obscured and then the Holy Land of 10,000 laws would be destroyed. This is the hegemony of the imperial family. All Saints also finally came back to his senses. Looking at the emperor family, his face was ugly, but in looking at the emperor family's old man and the emperor Wuxian, the tiger was watching intently. Soft, could be. Hearing this sentence, Shang Wanwaner, a blush. It's here to ask questions. You can't bully people like this even if you are less educated. Ask for the crime, and in the end, hitch the Holy Virgin to it. Make sure it's an inquiry, not an atonement. Now that you've agreed, don't get lost. From now on, this female doll will be the maid of my divine son of the emperor family. You're not getting out of here yet, and you want me to give you a ride. All Saints hadn't reacted yet. The 16th ancestor waved his hand. With a star-destroying landscape, only the sound of a scream came through. The people of the imperial family, however, paid no attention. It even felt a bit of a pity that there was no war with the Holy Land of 10,000 laws. looking at the old ancestor with a grudge. Why don't you beat all saints to death so that you don't fight? The 16th ancestor didn't care about these looks in the slightest. Fingers flicked, took Di Jietian and left. They didn't know what idea Di Jietian had hit upon. Right now, they were worried about Di Jietian's chaotic demonic body. Di Jietian followed the old ancestor and arrived in the Forbidden Land in the back of the mountain. 10 grandfathers, 13 grandfathers, 16 grandfathers. Looking at the 3 old ancestors that appeared, Di Jietian bowed. The 10 ancestors appeared with the scent of dirt still on their bodies. The 10 ancestors didn't care either. Looking at Di Jietian, a divine light appeared in his eyes. Little one, I can't actually see through you now? The 13th and 16th ancestors nodded as well. They noticed it before Di Jietian had even returned. It was as if a layer of mist covered Di Jietian's body. Nothing, except that there are some strange encounters that allow you to control your physique as you wish. After Di Jietian finished the sentence, the entire back mountain Forbidden Land trembled. The people of the Di family looked at the situation and looked towards the back of the mountain. What's going on here? Is it true what you say? Just at this time, an old man's figure appeared. The whiskers are white. There were fluctuations in the body from time to time. The void couldn't even withstand it and began to collapse. In the blink of an eye, it's back to the way it was. The 8 ancestors. Looking at the old ancestor that appeared, Di Jietian bowed. Tianyang, you can control your physique? There's no mistaking it. It's manageable. Please also ask the old ancestor to cover the vision. Di Jietian was trying to reassure his old ancestor. Said a word. Hearing this sentence, the 8 ancestors moved their fingers. 10 immortal bands. Rise. After the void is blocked. The people of the imperial family were shocked. What's going on here? Why did the 10 square immortal band open up? I don't know. Could it be that a power has made war on our imperial family? I don't know. But something did happen in the lower world. What about the several legacy sequences that are now trying to get down to the world? Lower world. Small matter. Big deal. Just send out an elder and directly overthrow that world. One of the disciples of the imperial family spoke up. At this time in the forbidden area of the back mountain, several old ancestors widened their own eyes as they looked at the great demon behind Di Jietian that carried the body of heaven and earth. It actually felt a touch of palpitations. Now I finally know why this kind of physique has become taboo. Yeah, it's horrible. However, Tianyang can actually control it. Worthy of being my emperor family's divine son. Good, good. A few old ancestors, as if they were little children, had delight in their eyes. It looks like that thing can be given to him too. Just at this time again, the 10 ancestors suddenly spoke. Yeah, we can give it to him. It looks like we're being redundant. There's nothing going on, so that our divine son's reserves can increase quite a bit. Di Jietian opened his own eyes and took a deep breath. He didn't think that his physique was actually terrifying to this level. It was he who was a bit scared when he saw that great devil that carried heaven and earth. The chaos aura was all around them, sinking in. Don't dare come closer. A world can be destroyed by a random glance of the eyes. Tianyang, you fuse this thing. Di Jietian had just opened his own eyes. Looking at the Dao bone inside the 10 ancestors' hands, he froze for a moment. Old ancestor, what are you doing? This thing quite early, before you were born. Know your physique. Not good control. The family found a place. Did not think. There is a small doll, brewing a piece of bone. Back in the day, I massacred that place and snatched this piece of bone, and then it's been brewing using chaos. Was going to give it to you at your bar mitzvah. Now you have control over your physique. There's nothing to give you in advance? Chapter 17, Bone Digging Twice. Fusion. Strength Surge. Old Ancestor. Are you serious? Silly child. The old ancestor can still cheat you. This thing, the old ancestor I have utilized the chaos chi to cultivate. Now this piece of bone has already undergone a metamorphosis. Old ancestor, let's not talk about this piece of bone for now. I just want to know, when you were sure that the kid, you killed, Tianyang, do you know something? The 10 ancestors looked at Di Jietian's face with a small amount of gravity and asked. I suspect that the boy from back then is not dead. Di Jietian said directly. There's no mistaking that it's indeed not dead. Hearing this sentence, Di Jietian froze. The child that was there, somehow survived. Back then, I was personally out to do it, and there wasn't a single living breath in a 100,000 mile radius. It became an endless abyss. But once, when I was traveling in my mind, I suddenly felt a familiar aura that I couldn't recall originally. Then, while feeling that piece of bone, I remembered. Isn't this the little child whose Dao bone I dug up earlier? And then, old ancestor, you let him go? Di Jietian was quite curious. What happened before was that the old ancestor did wrong, and seeing him this time gave me an idea. Hearing this sentence, Di Jietian's face changed. After all, the son of Qi has an aura of Qi, And in the netherworld, the old ancestor wouldn't have been affected as well. I changed the face, became his master. Di Jietian's face changed. This old ancestor, isn't he punking me? He's tired of the Di family living too long. Then, while he was practicing, I knocked him out and dug up his newly brewed bones, once again. And then, the corpse is gone. Looking at the 10 ancestors' smug expression, Di Jietian suddenly knew why he had this type of physique. Ancestral badness. God probably can't see past that. Di Jietian could only think this way. 10 ancestors, it didn't occur to me that you still have this kind of bad taste. Old ancestor, when you overthrew him, did any visions appear? Hearing this sentence from Di Jietian, the 10 ancestors thought for a moment. It just rained, nothing else happened, and I kept watch over that place for 3 days. Even that piece of meteorite from the outside world of the void, I broke it. There were also several small worlds in the outer void that I casually destroyed, just to keep that guy from coming back to life. Then watching no visions appear, I came back. This piece of bone that I just dug up, and the one I cultivated earlier, fused together. Now this piece of Dao bone is 2 Dao bones fused together. I'm sure that it should enhance your strength quite a bit. After the 10 ancestors finished the sentence, they placed the Dao bone inside Di Jietian's palm. After sensing Di Jietian's aura, the Dao bone actually let out a trembling sound, as if in fear. After Di Jietian saw it, he also froze. It hadn't occurred to me that this piece of Dao bone was on the verge of being cultivated by the old ancestor to develop its own spiritual intelligence. The old ancestor was also looking at Di Jietian in triumph. Thank you, old ancestor. Di Jietian bowed to the old ancestor. Di Jietian knew that when he was in his clan, fortunately, his old ancestor could keep the situation under control within his clan. When he was in the outside world, it was false that the old ancestor wasn't worried. This is my family, the imperial family. Those sons of Qi. No matter if you are standing on the moral high ground or what, as long as you dare to have the desire to destroy my family, you will all die. For the sake of my clan, you sons of Qi might as well become my stepping stones. You fuse. Di Jietian was also nonchalant after hearing this sentence, looking at the Dao bone. Then, he sat down in the void. Roadbones would have wanted to fight back, but after Di Jietian's aura overwhelmed Dao bone went quiet. Seeing this scene, several old ancestors looked at each other. The Taoist bone thing is, so to speak, similar to being born and raised. Their strength could be easily suppressed, and that was because they were strong enough. But what strength was Emperor Jie's genius? I didn't expect that Di Jietian would do it so easily. After watching Di Jietian easily fuse the Dao bones, a few old ancestors also put their hearts down. If something really happened, they would have crushed the Dao bone as well. This is the hegemony of their imperial family. Boom! Just at this time, a powerful aura appeared. The void around Di Jietian began to collapse. A chaotic mist appeared. It hovered beside Di Jietian. Di Jietian also earned his eyes. In the eyes, coldness, without a bit of temperature. Within the eyes, 2 rays of light appeared. The void was directly pierced through, revealing the scenery beyond the domain. Several old ancestors were shocked. This little fellow, when did he break through the avatar realm and is still at the 7th level of the avatar? If you ask me, who do I ask? It looks like this little guy's wonders are not small, but what wonders are there to bring the demonic body under control? It's hard to say. The immortal domain has existed for too long, and how many amazing people have come out. This little guy, from a young age, his perseverance is different from others. Being able to control a demonic body is also its own skill. A few old ancestors, looking at Di Jietian, had relief in their eyes. After all, a controllable chaos demon body, coupled with a strong background, later on, when it grows up, it definitely has the strength to suppress the immortal domain. Dao Palace, open. But at this time, Di Jietian suddenly let out a cry of alarm. Chaos began to appear. The 100,000 mile radius of the imperial family was directly drained. The old ancestor also sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw it. It's the heavenly knowledge realm. It's not this terrifying. No, except, haven't you noticed that there's still not enough energy? This brat, when he was born, he tossed us old guys around, and now the breakthrough is restless. When the 8 ancestors said this sentence, it was as if they were sighing, but the upturned corners of their mouths meant that the old ancestor was happy. Back then, when you guys broke through the Dao Palace realm, how much energy did you absorb? As I recall, I was 1,000,000 miles. The 10 ancestors spoke up. I'm 98. I'm 98 too. The 13th and 16th ancestors also spoke. I didn't think that this little fellow, before even stepping into this realm, would already be 100,000 li. No, already 300,000 li. Looking at the sudden increase of 200,000 miles, A few old ancestors, still wearing smiles, were not worried at all. After all, the imperial family wasn't a vegetarian. The imperial family was occupying a state in an immortal domain. Just as a few old ancestors were curious, it had already reached 1,000,000 miles. Millions of miles of energy were absorbed by Tianyang, and the Dao Palace realm still hadn't stepped into it. Chapter 18 Breakthrough. Opportunity arises. The aura was tumbling. It lasted 3 days and 3 nights. The few old ancestors at this moment were dumbfounded as they probed this distance. 100 million miles in a circle. This little guy, why can he withstand such a powerful energy? You asked me, and I want to know. Boom. A mist of blood chi formed around Tianyang. The universe destroys, repeats, and destroys again. The world is overthrown. Time has also disappeared, as has space. There was only one figure suspended in the chaos, 2 eyes that cover the sky. As far as the eye can see, everything is annihilated. There's not a bit of life in it. The aura is absorbed by the body. Several old ancestors sucked in a breath of cool air. By the looks of it, this little guy has undergone an amazing metamorphosis. Guess, this time it can evolve the divine ability. Tianyang finally opened his eyes. The light in his eyes disappeared. A few old ancestors tensed up. Before, Tianyang could control his physique now that the demonic body had absorbed so much energy. It was just that he didn't know if Tianyang could still control his physique. Don't worry, several old ancestors. My physique. In the future, I can control it. Hearing Tianyang's words, a few old ancestors breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately afterward, the face was happy. What's going on inside you? A few of the old ancestors are curious. Old ancestor will know later. Tianyang sold a lie. You kid. Never mind. We won't ask any more questions. As long as you can keep yourself safe. Right. In a moment, you go to your father's place. There's a little thing. Now that you've also broken through, it's just right to go out and practice. That thing? It should be of no small use to you. The 16th ancestor suddenly spoke. Hearing the 16th ancestor's words, Tianyang nodded his head. After watching Tianyang leave, a few of the ancestors looked at each other, really looking forward to this little guy growing up. How long, do you think, will it be before this little fellow whisks up our strength? I don't know, but it shouldn't take too long. 17 years old and already at the Dao Palace realm. In the immortal domain, it's really rare. Don't forget, there are some freaks. However, I believe that all of these guys will become stepping stones for Tianyang. The old ancestor exuded a powerful confidence. At this time, after Tianyang came out from the back of the mountain, relieved, he gave a soft smile. After seeing this, the people from the imperial family bowed. I feel like the godson has become powerful again. I felt it too, even from this far away. And it was really powerful. A few of the imperial family's maidservants, looking at Tianyang, revealed blazing gazes. Divine son, the head of the family is looking for you. Elder Lin came out and looked at Tianyang. I know. The void channel appeared. Tianyang stepped inside. The imperial family was simply too big. It was in their own family that they needed to cross the void. After arriving at the heavenly palace, above the high seat, a man was already sitting, mighty and dominant, with a handsome face and a chaotic cover. However, when Tianyang appeared, revealing his true appearance, Emperor Tianyang and Emperor Godless had an 80% resemblance in their faces. After seeing Tianyang come, Wushan wore a doting smile. Tianyang, how is it? Not bad. The physique is manageable. Hearing this sentence, Emperor Godless had joy in his eyes. At this moment, the body of the imperial family's head of household was actually trembling a little. At this moment, Wushan was not that high and mighty family head, but just a father who worries about his children. Father won't have to worry about the child from now on. Tianyang also laughed. That's counting as a bit of filial piety on your part. Nice. This time, I've asked you to come here so that you can make a trip down to the realm. People of the family, someone has deduced that there is a powerful chance there. I don't know exactly, except that it might have something to do with demons. Hearing this sentence, Tianyang froze for a moment. After all, the devil, this thing, how can I put it? In the immortal realm, the people hated demons, and when they saw one, they would rather kill the wrong person than let them go. There are only a few demonic sects, all of which are poor and vicious, although loathed by humans. But, after all, they were also human, not really demons. Shouting about killing demons and using demonic weapons while saying it smells really good. There were even some who practiced magic. It's just that everyone has one eye open and one eye closed. Cultivating magic skills is nothing more than perfecting one's martial arts. The old ancestor of the D clan, as well as Wushan, also cultivated with a demon palace. It's the other powerful forces that have it. Only, it's all sort of borrowed. But you're about to be actively exposed. Unless the power behind it is strong, or its own strength is so strong that it can ignore all threats. As for those who are weak to cultivate, as long as there is a demonic aura, when they are discovered, they can only die. It really shows the underdog in the best light. When? Start moving. Di Jietian was also quite curious. Let's do it today. There are already people down there now. Hearing this sentence, Di Jietian smiled, wondering if he would be able to meet the son of Qi. This is a message from the lower realm, where our following family still has a bit of power. They've already been notified. Di Jietian nodded his head as he heard this sentence. Things in the lower world. Settle them as soon as possible. A period of worlds ago, your mother sent a letter asking you to make a trip to your grandfather's house. The Tianyang divine fruit is about to ripen. Hearing this sentence, Di Jietian nodded his head. After watching Di Jietian leave, Emperor Godless also disappeared. At this time, Di Jietian returned to his room. Almost did. When he saw the woman's face, he suddenly remembered that it wasn't his borrowed Qi heroine. If it was later, just kill the woman. Shangguan Wanner was also carrying palpitations. It's only been a few days and this guy actually forgot about himself. She thought that he craved her body, but didn't think that it would be a good idea to ignore her. From now on, you will be my maid of honor, Di Jietian ordered. Got it. Shangguan Wanner spoke up. Di Jietian was surprised for a moment. Did not think. Shangguan Wanner actually did not refuse. From now on, call me Gongzi. Duke. Di Jietian nodded in satisfaction. The chaotic demon body, originally, could condense the chaotic demon seed and control people. The previous Emperor Jietian didn't dare to utilize it. Every moment of every day. It's all about suppressing yourself. After crossing over myself, controlled his physique. It was already possible to condense magic seeds at any time. Only, Di Jietian didn't take advantage of Shangguan Wanner, the lower world. I don't know if it's boring or not. With a chirography heroine, it's quite good to relieve the boredom. If it's controlled and turned into a puppet, it's not fun. If the son of chirography appeared, it's not the same. Di Jietian took out a jade stone. What's recorded inside is information about the lower world. It is labeled with the places where the chances of the lower world will appear. In the immortal domain, many great powers, there were some people who would deduce the heavens and the earth to add to their family's heritage. A chance that could make the family care. By the looks of it, this chance should not be small. The Xianqing realm? Di Jietian murmured. Gongzi, are you talking about the Xianqing realm? Chapter 19 to pure-blooded Jiaolong as a mount. Who exactly is this one? Oh, you know this place? Hearing Shangguan's words, Di Jietian asked curiously. I know, because I am from this world. Only, because of Master, I came up from the lower world. Hearing this sentence, Di Jietian smiled. In that case, you'll come down to the realm with me. Hearing this sentence, Shangguan Wanner also got excited. After all, it's easy to get to the upper world, but hard to get to the lower world. You simply can't go down there without a strong backbone behind you. Shangguan Wanner has been coming up for 3 years. She misses her family too. Just as Emperor Tian's world was coming to an end. At this time in the Xianqing realm, in the Tianyang sect, the patriarch and the hidden ancestors all came out, eyes fixed on the sky above. After all, someone had been informed that someone from the upper world was coming. Which one is coming down this time? You say? I don't know. It should be one of the legacy sequences. At this moment, the disciples of the Tianyang sect were also curious to guess out. The Xianqing realm wasn't small, but compared to the immortal region, it was a small place. Rumble. At this moment, the Xianqing realm suddenly trembled. The crowd in the Xianqing realm looked at the scene in the sky, their eyes alarmed. What's going on here? I don't know. Could it be that someone is going to ascend? Impossible. Ascension isn't that big of a deal anymore. Rather like someone coming down to the world. It looks like something major is going to happen in the Xianqing realm. Recently, the Xianqing realm has often trembled, only not as violently as this time. At this moment, a black dot suddenly appeared in the middle of the sky. Then boom, connecting heaven and earth. A golden light appeared. The people of the Xianqing realm were startled when they looked at the golden pillar of light that was 10,000 miles square. Roar! A demonic beast's roar sounded. Looking at the one that appeared in the sky, the augur dragon that covered the sky, the people of the Xianqing realm were startled. Is this the dragon clan coming down? No, it should just be a pure-blooded scaly dragon. Not bad, but this one augur is so powerful. It should have reached the boundaries of the Xianqing realm. It should be. Don't you see that the void is trembling underneath this one augur dragon? Look carefully to see if there is a man on top of the augur. After hearing this sentence, quite a few people reacted and looked towards the middle of the sky. Sure enough, 2 figures were spotted. Only the face was obscured, and it was impossible to see the real face. Which power has come down here? It's horrible. Which power also has nothing to do with us? Also, the Tianyang sect looked at the person in the sky and also widened their own eyes. Old ancestor Tianyang, looking at that one scaly dragon, was filled with scorn. Ancestor, which one do you think will come down this time? I don't know, but that one scaly dragon that tried to kill me. I couldn't even resist the aura. Old ancestor, don't lie to me. You're one of the strongest people in the Xinqing realm. This one scaly dragon is in the same realm as me, but his bloodline is too high and his flesh is too powerful. One move or I look up to myself. It didn't occur to me that such a powerful ogre is just a mount. It's really a man's game. Old man Tianyang sighed. This is the Tianyang sect? Di Jietian's voice carried over. When they heard this sentence, the people of the Tianyang sect, all of them knelt down on one knee. That is, old ancestor Tianyang also knelt down. Greetings, Your Excellency. No need to be polite. An aura emanated from Di Jietian's body, and the people of the Tianyang sect were helped up by this power. The people from the Tianyang sect had shock in their eyes. Your Excellency, this way please. Old ancestor Tianyang suppressed the shock in his heart. People had come down from the upper realm before, and old man Tianyang had seen many of them, but never before had I seen someone who could give off so much pressure without a bit of aura emanating from them. This young man, of high standing, I don't know. Your honor is, in the imperial family? Old ancestor Tianyang asked carefully, speaking with nervousness. I am the divine son of the imperial family. Hearing this sentence, old ancestor Tianyang, the honorable Seal King powerhouse, almost fell to his knees in fear. He knew that Di Jietian's identity was very high, and he hadn't thought that it would actually be as high as this level. Greetings, divine son. This time, old ancestor Tianyang fell to both knees. Get up. These days, much disturbed. All these years of providing for the imperial family, you've worked hard as well. I see that your realm has already reached the peak of Seal King. This time, let's help you out. Di Jietian took out an elixir after saying this sentence. Broken Emperor Pill. Old ancestor Tianyang exclaimed. Take it. Yes, godson. Old man Tianyang, who had lived for hundreds of years, almost cried. It hadn't occurred to him that this time when the divine son had descended to the realm, it had actually given him such a great opportunity. The Seal Emperor realm. In the Xinqing realm, that's an overlord. There's no way. A small world where a sealed king can call himself a king and an ancestor. After watching old ancestor Xuanyang's breakthrough, the people of the Tianyang sect were exceptionally excited. As one of the most powerful forces in the Xinqing realm, a few other forces, all of them have Seal Emperor powerhouses sitting in the town. Although they are half dead and out of order to dig out that kind of thing, only the Tianyang sect didn't have one, and old man Tianyang didn't dare to break through. Old ancestor Tianyang, who had broken through until he reached the 4th level of Emperor Seal before stopping. Di Jietian did not speak. If in the upper realm, many people who break through the Seal Emperor realm, an elixir, cannot completely break through Tianyang realm, the gap between it and the upper realm isn't small. My lord, can I go back to the clan first? Right at this time, Shangguan Wan'er looked at Di Jietian, even after becoming a maid, as if she was still on the same level as Di Jietian. Di Jietian didn't care. He hadn't encountered a son of Qi, so feel free to bounce around, provided that you don't go too far. Old ancestor Tianyang, looking at this woman, carried familiarity. You're the heavenly daughter of the Shangguan clan? Shangguan Wan'er. You actually know her? 3 years ago, a heavenly daughter appeared in the Shangguan clan and was brought to the upper realm, and the Shangguan clan was able to develop and grow very rapidly in strength. In the Xinqing realm, there are many forces that will give the Shangguan family a face. If Gongzi doesn't come down, we'll be going to the Shangguan clan tomorrow as well. Hearing this sentence, Di Jietian became even more curious. Shangguan Wan'er, too, was tinged with worry. Senior, I wonder what happened to the Shangguan clan. After you went up to the realm, the Shangguan family grew too quickly, and then, your sister, and the person who was previously joined in marriage, withdrew and made a pact. Tomorrow is the time to compete. After Di Jietian heard it, wasn't this the plot of the withdrawal stream? I just don't know if this son of Qi is related to Shangguan Wan'er or not. You're saying that Qing'er and brother Xiaoyu have withdrawn from their marriage. There's no mistake. It's Xiaoyu. Chapter 20. Could it be that he said something wrong? You know that young man? Di Jietian asked. Previously, our Shangguan clan had a relationship with the Xiao clan, and the two families were about the same strength. When Master took me up there, he left a lot of opportunities for our family. It looks like the strength has grown so fast that the clan has become a bit of a sight for sore eyes. Di Jietian didn't say anything as she saw a hint of complexity within Shangguan Wan'er's eyes. Looks like there's some doggone drama involved. In that case, I'll walk you through it. There's nothing to do with idleness anyway? Are you going too, my lord? Shangguan Wan'er was refusing, but Di Jietian's order couldn't be disobeyed. Go, my lord. The old slave will go as well. Although I'm not powerful, I can still run errands in the Xinqing realm. Di Jietian nodded. Looking at Di Jietian agreed. Old ancestor Tianyang, a man of several hundred years old, was happy like a child of a few years old. At this time among the Shangguan family, Shangguanjin looked at a woman not far below with a softness in his eyes, and a hint of concern. Xinger, are you really sure about this? When his own daughter came to the door to withdraw from the marriage, he knew about it, only, he didn't block it. People go up, water goes down. Besides, this is the world of cultivation. When Xiaoyu was a waste, he didn't think that after withdrawing from the marriage, he rose to prominence. Now that 3 years have passed, I wonder what level of strength it has reached. Father, don't worry. I didn't regret what happened back then, and I won't regret it even more now. He's not bad, and his daughter isn't jealous. Besides, when my sister left before, my sister's master, however, left behind a lot of resources, which are rarely seen even in the lower realms. For 3 years, I've worked my ass off every day to keep up with my sister. Hearing Shangguan Qinger's words, Shangguanjin sighed. How could he not know what his daughter was thinking? But it is said to be rebellious and defiant. The two daughters, when they were small, fought constantly, except that this kind of fighting, too, was good, until people from the upper realm showed up and took Shangguan Wan'er away. Shangguan Qinger, a change has occurred, plus the previous gossip. One is not as good as one's sister. In the future, when her own sister found a man, she would also be the pride of the heavens in the upper realm. Why was he only able to be in the lower realms, engaged to someone who was still a loser? Shangguan Qinger, filled with unwillingness. Previously, when others said that Xiaoyu was a waste, Shangguan Qinger would still retort. However, more and more people said that Xiaoyu was a waste. Shangguan Qinger couldn't see hope and was numb. Direct door-to-door withdrawal. Compensation was also given in the beginning. Then there was the 3-year engagement. During these 3 years, Shangguan Qinger had worked hard to cultivate, and it was him, as a father, who couldn't see it a few times a year. This time, if it wasn't for the fact that the 3-year period had already arrived, Shangguan Qinger wouldn't have come out. It was between father and daughter. Speaking in whispers, Shangguanjin's face suddenly changed. Shangguan Qinger looked at her father. Father, did something happen? Shangguanjin did not speak, only that a jade appeared inside his hand. Upon seeing this jade, Shangguanjin stood up excitedly. Shangguan Qinger, too, found something? Father, is it sister who has returned? There's no mistaking that Wanda is back. It didn't occur to me that Wan would come back as well. Shangguanjin brought excitement. Shangguan Qinger, also with excitement, and then, thinking of something, with complexity in her eyes. Rumble. At this very moment, the sky above the Shangguan family suddenly went dark. After seeing this scene, Shangguanjin flew out, and Shangguan Qinger followed closely behind. The void opens. A golden light appeared. The golden path appears. A dragon appeared. It reeks of destruction. Looking at the sudden turn of events, the Shangguan family was startled. Don't be afraid. This is Wan coming back. Shangguanjin looked at the fear in the eyes of the Shangguan family. A word of comfort. Hearing this sentence, the Shangguan family reacted, then got excited. Shangguan Wan'er, but the proud daughter of the Shangguan family. I didn't expect to come back after 3 years. Father, just at this time, a figure was revealed above the augur now. White dress, with a veil, so you can't see your real face. However, Shangguanjin still recognized it at a glance. After all, she is her own daughter. The bloodline is connected. After 3 years, my own daughter has changed. The temperament became noble. The strength had also gotten stronger, and he actually couldn't see through it himself. Shangguan Qinger rejoiced with jealousy. She didn't know why she was feeling this kind of emotion. It may have something to do with previous experiences. Looking at Shangguan Wan'er, riding on the augur, she was towering over the others. Shangguan Qinger hated to take her place, but one can only think about it. After 3 years of trying on my own, why is it still not working? Is it possible that I'm not as good as my sister? Shangguan Wan'er threw herself into her father's arms, then looked at Shangguan Qinger. Haru-chan, it's been a long time. Sister, congratulations on your return. When will you leave this time? Qinger, shut up. What are you talking about? This is your sister, and this is your sister's home, and your sister can come back when she wants, and leave when she wants. Hearing her father's words, Shangguan Qinger froze for a moment. Why would his own father yell at him? One merely wanted to ask, Father, there's nothing going on. My lord, this is the Shangguan family. Just at this time again, Shangguan Wanner suddenly remembered that Di Jietian was still around. The Shangguan clanspeople, who were in the midst of their pride, suddenly heard this sentence and their faces changed. Your own young lady, didn't she go to the upper world? Now it's actually called Gongzi. Could it be that the change of heart that happened a few days ago was done by this young lady's mouth? This male, Di Jietian, walked out. Looking at the Shangguan family, there wasn't a single fluctuation. Right after Emperor Jietian came, Shangguan Qinger widened her own eyes, looking at Di Jietian with incredulity. Is this his sister's man? On what grounds? At this moment, Shangguan Qinger felt that there was anger within her. Looking at Di Jietian with an inexplicable look in his eyes, this one is a wise son-in-law? Watching such a distinguished male, appearing with his own daughter, being a father and not knowing what's going on in the upper world, and then said, unbridled. Just at this time again, a raging voice appeared. The dragon transformed into a young man, looking at Shangguanjin with killing intent. The Shangguan clanspeople were also dumbfounded. Shangguanjin froze. Murphy, he said something wrong. Chapter 21, she's going to the realm, and I become a sacrifice. It was Shangguan Wanner whose face changed drastically after hearing her father's words. My lord, forgive me. My father doesn't know about the upper realm. Please bear with me. No harm done. Di Jietian smiled faintly. The woman from the Shangguan family felt drunk. It's as if you've been drinking fake wine. The prince's world is unrivaled, so it's probably the same. My lord, please. Shangguan Wanner, relieved. Daughter, did I say something wrong? Father, this male must not be messed with. Even in the upper realm, the forces behind me wouldn't dare to mess with him. In the upper realm, there just aren't many who are more honorable than him. Hearing this sentence, Shangguanjin's face changed. Daughter, why don't you hook her up and we'll be rich? Father, don't think about unrealistic things. It's easy to destroy the Qingxian realm with a word from someone else. In the upper realm, how many heavenly daughters of great clans want to become his maidservant? Begging for it. Besides, my daughter doesn't have that kind of feeling for Gongzi. Hearing this sentence, Shangguanjin's face was tinged with pity. Then think about it too. His own daughter really doesn't deserve it. When Shangguan Qinger heard this sentence, there was a thoughtful, mysterious light in her eyes. I wonder what I'm thinking. When they reached the top of the grand hall, Di Jietian sat on the main seat. Not a single person spoke. After all, behind it stood a young man with a double-horned head. Standing behind Di Jietian, he collected his aura, but eyes looked around warily. And an old man. Old man Tianyang. Shangguanjin recognized. It's even more shocking. However, after feeling old man Xuanyang's aura, his face couldn't help but change. Looking at Di Jietian, who didn't speak, the Shangguan clanspeople didn't dare to take a breath. You guys don't have to mind me. I'm just taking a break from the world this time. You guys just pretend I don't exist. Hearing Di Jietian open his mouth, these people breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Also a bit speechless. With your status there, who dares to be reckless? Qinger, you and you, shall use match. Tomorrow. Shangguan Qinger spoke directly. She knew that her sister wanted to say something. At this moment, Shangguan Qinger, with unwillingness in her eyes, the three were quite close before. And it should have been Shangguan Wanner and Xiaoyu who had a marriage. This was discussed before. It was all set. However, there was a sudden change, and that was Shangguan Wanner, who was being looked at by someone from the upper realm. And then to not ruin the relationship between the two families, let Shangguan Qinger take her place. Every time she thought of this, Shangguan Qinger felt pain. On the contrary, it's you, sister, who was on good terms with Xiaoyu before. It was purposely aggravated when he said it was a good relationship. Shangguanjin's face changed, but it didn't say much. Inside, he was filled with remorse. Di Jietian looked at this scene and didn't say anything. Shangguan Qinger looked at herself as she said this sentence, then lowered her own head. Di Jietian smiled faintly. Shangguan Qinger, her heart couldn't help but start beating faster. Blushing slightly, looking at Shangguan Qinger, Shangguan Wanner brought curiosity. However, she also knew that when she left before, she thought she would never come down to the realm again. Allowing Shangguan Qinger and Xiaoyu to be joined in marriage was still an idea she had brought up earlier. Sort of compensation for Xiaoyu. The previous Xiaoyu was a genius, and then his strength regressed. Shangguan Qinger had always had a feeling. That is, Xiaoyu will return against all odds. Watching Shangguan Qinger's strength reach the 4th Xiandan level, Shangguan Wan'er was worried. Is the Xiandan realm strong? If you're not strong, in the immortal domain, you're just like an ant. But this is the lower realm, a small world, where the strength of the void realm is nothing to sneeze at. Can't you see that your own father is only at the Dao Palace realm? Just support a family, still in the Xianqing realm, a powerful family. Qinger, it's been a long time since we sisters have spoken, and at night, I'll go find you. Hearing this sentence, Shang Qing'er's face changed. Thought of what? No, I'm going to practice at night to refresh myself. After all, there's a battle tomorrow. Hearing this sentence, Shang Wanwaner was a bit angry. After she came back, Shang Qing'er, her nose was not her nose, her eyes were not her eyes. Di Jiantian looked at this scene. The 7 hearts are insulted. Put on such a woman. However, Di Jietian had better plans. Toward the end of the night, Di Jietian looked at the door. Now that you're here, come on in. Hearing Di Jietian's words, a woman walked in. The body was clothed in a light veil. Wakey, evocative. Di Jietian glanced at it and stopped paying attention. Shang Qing'er, with disappointment in her eyes. It was the first time I wore such a dress myself. I had a reverie earlier when I changed into such a dress myself. When Di Jiantian saw himself, there was a look of amazement in his eyes, and then couldn't wait, and did something magical with myself? I didn't realize I was overthinking it. Say, what is it? Di Jietian's tone was not cold or gentle. Shang Qing'er felt a heavy pressure. I want to serve the prince. I want to go to the upper world. Di Jietian laughed. This is a thoughtful woman who knows to climb to the top. You're not qualified. There are quite a few ways to get to the upper realm. The Xianqing realm still has quite a few heavenly prides that descend from the upper realm. With your good looks and your means, you should be able to go to the upper realm. It was as if Di Jietian was speaking a fact. They don't deserve it. Hearing this sentence, Di Jietian lost his smile. Self-entitled woman. Want to replace your sister? Di Jietian spoke directly. Hearing this sentence, Shang Qing'er, her face changed. One's own thoughts were actually seen through. Think and don't think. Di Jietian didn't say anything. Thinking because, I know, she has a powerful physique and I don't. No, because I don't want to be like her. Look at a pure face, but inside you are dark and selfish. Shang Qing'er, as if she was speaking a fact. Di Jietian didn't say anything. After all, there's nothing shocking about something like this. A brother-in-law is still a brother-in-law. Not to mention both are two proud women. What's the relationship between the guy you'll be competing with tomorrow and your sister? Hearing this sentence, Shang Qing'er's face changed. Could it be that this male, who came down to the world was for his sister? Thinking of this, Shang Qing'er, her face turned white and her body shook. The two of them, childhood sweethearts. I'm just the victim. She's going up to the world, and I'm the replacement and compensation. It's just because she's going up to the realm and can't bear Xiaoyu to be sad, so she's letting me join him in marriage, saying it's for my own good. Chapter 22, once 3 years arrives, Xiaoyu comes clueless. Di Jietian looked at Shang Qing'er's bitter expression. Sigh, not to mention, your sister, it is really for your own good, but you do not compete. This is the son of Qi, the existence of the feet of the heavens in the future. However, the loved ones of those who are the sons of Qi are in danger. All are high-risk occupations, except for the protagonist himself. The villain is himself and his family in dangerous occupations. It's a potion. I'll give you a chance to replace your sister tomorrow if you win. If it fails, Di Jietian didn't say anything after that. Shang Qing'er, looking at Di Jietian, had unbelief in her eyes. Didn't you come down for my sister? Your sister was powerful to you, and that's what made her your demon. To me, it's just an ant that I can overthrow with my hand. It depends on you. If you succeed, after you go to the upper world, you'll know that your sister, too, is just a drop in the ocean. Hearing this sentence, Shang Qing'er lost her concentration. In his own eyes, the sister that he was trying to catch up with. In the eyes of this prince, I'm afraid that she was not even as good as a maid. After watching Shang Qing'er leave, Di Jietian let out a light laugh. Shang Qing'er, lost in thought, came out, and then froze. Sister, you haven't slept either. Is that what you told me about getting your strength up? It's not your turn to ask how I do it. Haruna, you've changed. Shang Wanwan sighed. Yes, I changed a long time ago. Didn't you force me? My sister, you like him? You can take him to the realm. Why sacrifice my happiness? You know what people say about me? Not as strong as you? Looks not as good as yours? In the future, the man you find is also not as good as you. It's ironic. You're guilty. What is he? An outsider? Who am I? I'm your own sister. I'm doing this for your own good. I don't need it. Shang Wanwaner, put away your false feelings. Now whatever I do, which is to kill Xiaoyu, it's because you forced me to. How dare you? If you dare, how about I just do it? You want to kill me? Go ahead. Do it. Let's see if you dare to do it. Kill your own sister for an outsider. Do it. Why don't you do it? Shang Wanwan sighed. Don't dare. Just hold it in from now on. Shang Wanwaner, you don't deserve to be my sister. Shang Qing'er left. There was a viciousness in his eyes, and a grudge. Suddenly thought of the words of Emperor Ye Duan. As long as you defeat your sister, I will give you a chance to replace your sister. Originally, Shangguan Qinger still had a little hesitation. Looking at the current Shangguan Waner, who was purposely waiting for herself in this place. Shangguan Qinger, that one hesitation dispelled. The eyes turned cold and the steps became more determined. The movement of the two people was naturally sensed by Dijian Tian. The fun begins. It's still a good way to pass the time of boredom. How's that thing you were told to investigate going? Dijietian spoke into the void. A dark shadow appeared and knelt in front of Dijietian. Divine Son, it has been investigated. That secret realm has a relationship with the upper realm. The previous speculation of the family members should be correct. Dijietian nodded. At the same time that one figure disappeared. This should be the chance of the Son of Fortune. If the Son of Fortune obtains such a chance and cultivates for a while longer, he should go to the immortal domain. By the time the next day rolled around, the Shangguan family was already buzzing. After all, a 3-year appointment is still something many people look forward to. Plus, the noble daughter of the Shangguan clan, who had come down from the upper realm. There was also a mysterious male with a frighteningly high status in the upper realm. Many forces, right now, had their attention on Dijietian's body. The delusionless gate has arrived. Just at that moment, a voice rang out. The Blade and Sword sect has arrived. The Lu family has arrived. The Wangs have arrived. A voice rang out. Not long after, the square above the Shangguan family's square was bustling with activity. Tianyang sect too. Hearing this sentence, many of the forces that came, their faces changed. The Flaming sect has arrived. The Wind God sect has arrived. Watching the several hegemonic forces of the Xianqing realm arrive, the others quieted down. However, not a moment later, the expressions of the crowd landed on top of the high platform. That one is the noble daughter of the Shangguan family, right? Yes, it's been 3 years, and at that time, when it was brought up by the great powers of the upper realms, it caused a sensation in the Xianqing realm. Unattainable to be valued by the upper realm. Awesome natural talent. I just don't know what level of strength has been reached. Just as these people were talking, a figure suddenly appeared on top of the high platform. The face was obscured by a mist. The crowd looked over. Poof! A cold humming voice rang out. You mole crickets! How dare you spy on the Divine Son? Old Ancestor Tianyang stepped forward, and his Emperor's seal aura was released. The crowd's faces changed drastically. I didn't expect this old guy to break through. It looked like that male up there had given this old guy a favor. Tianyang sect, meet the Divine Son. Old Ancestor Tianyang led the people of the Tianyang sect and knelt down. No need to be polite. Dijian Tian hadn't expected that old Ancestor Tianyang would actually come up with this. The others blushed, then looked threateningly at the others. Greetings, Divine Son. 3 years have passed and Xiaoyu has come to visit. Just at this time again, a voice rang out. Xiaoyu was confused after he arrived. Why are all these people on their knees? Do you have such a big face yourself? By the looks of it, these are kneeling down to worship one heir. It's been 3 years, how have you been? Xiaoyu looked over at the high platform. A blush. He realized that these were not kneeling to worship Shangguan Waner, but to worship the person whose real face could not be seen. Although he could not see his true face, Xiaoyu had a sense of danger, and at the same time had a strong feeling that this guy, in the future, would be his enemy. Who the hell is this guy? Forget it. After defeating Shangguan Qinger, when the time comes, find a chance to ask Waner. Looking at Shangguan Waner on top of the high platform, Xiaoyu had an infatuation in his eyes. It's been 3 years, and I finally see you again. Dijietian naturally saw it as well. Previously, when there were other men staring at Shangguan Waner carried disgust. Xiaoyu looked on with shyness. This god, it's really not fair. Everyone else is a pig of a man. Only the son of Qi Luck had admiration in his eyes. What love at first sight? It's just love at first sight. It's just that the son of God has special treatment. The two men browbeat each other a bit. Seeing Shangguan Waner, the worry in her eyes, Xiaoyu inadvertently smiled evilly. With great confidence. Chapter 23. Do you know how I've spent the last 3 years? Dijietian carried curiosity. Could this be the evil smile of the legendary crooked-mouthed Dragon King? No matter if you are a noble goddess or a fairy on top, you can't afford to fall off your pedestal with a smile. In his previous life, Dijietian saw a segment. Watch him and don't let his mouth get crooked or he'll live or die. I didn't expect to see it now. However, Dijietian had already seen the strength of this son of Qi. If it was the son of Qi before, this time Shangguan Qinger would definitely lose. But after having himself intervene, it wasn't that simple for the son of Qi to win, and besides, since Emperor Ye Duan had made his move, he wouldn't let the son of Qi win. Shangguan Waner looked at Xiaoyu's smile and, for some reason, felt her heart flustered. The heart couldn't help but start to speed up. If any other man had dared to reveal such a smile, he would have been slapped to death long ago. But this person is Xiao Yu. How one cannot get angry. Be careful. Qing'er's strength is not simple. Xiao Yu's face changed, followed by elation. Without thinking, it was actually a voice transmission. It looks like Shangguanwan'er's strength has grown quite rapidly in these 3 years. Tianyang looked at the son of Qiluk and also the female lord of Qiluk, eyeballing each other, laughed a little. You'll be crying later. Laugh all you want, or I'm afraid you won't be able to. Tianyang looked at Xiao Yu. What exactly is the golden finger of this son of Qi? Old grandpa, or system, or rebirth, or something else. Name, Xiao Yu. Identity, young master of the Xiao family in the Xinqing realm. Son of Qiluk. Destiny value, 5000. Strength, 4th Shindan. System, Vulcan body. Techniques, Fire God technique. Lotus fire ring, Fire God palm. Absolute sun leg, easy hand. This son of Qi was still good. With a Fire God physique, the destiny value was still objective. It was a lot more than Yi Chen's Qi. It should be good to kill such a son of Qi. Looking at Tianyang's gaze that was inadvertently looking at himself, Xiao Yu felt a tightness behind him. This man, I think he was male. Looking at himself, why was he so strange? Xiao Yu's gaze went to Shangguanwan'er. Wan heir, come. Just at this time, Tianyang suddenly spoke. The Shangguan family was instantly quiet. This voice didn't have a bit of aura, but the crowd felt a heavy pressure. It's as if it's draining the mountains. Xiao Yu's face changed drastically. Shangguanwan'er, her face also changed. She didn't want Xiao Yu to misunderstand. However, one could not disobey Emperor Jie Tian's orders. Shangguanwan'er, knowing that Tianyang wasn't looking at herself, but it was this that she felt the heavy pressure. In the end, Shangguanwan'er gave in. Tianyang's status was too high. There were her family members here, and she was aware of what Tianyang had done before, and what was recorded in the first place. She read. That's exactly why. He thought that Tianyang was also trying to force himself. Let Xiao Yu follow the same example as Ye Duan. Won't you get the gentleman a cup of tea? Tianyang spoke once more. Looking at the empty table in front of Tianyang, Shangguanwan'er also reacted. Then the face changed. It didn't occur to me that I was being small-minded. The Shangguan family was relieved. The others breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't know why they were so nervous. Look at the tea in front of you. Tianyang let out a light laugh. Although he couldn't see his face, everyone else knew that the young male smiled. Give the male a massage. I forgot to bring a maid this time down to the realm. Tianyang said without thinking. Hearing this sentence, Shangguanwan'er had a touching look in her eyes. After all, back then, when Tianyang had let slip that he was the maid of honor, since Emperor Tianyang was giving face so much, Shangguanwan'er is also uneducated. Glancing at Xiao Yu, there was helplessness in his eyes and a hint of explanation. Xiao Yu was filled with rage. But to think, when Shangguanwan'er left before, his master was so powerful that he was actually filled with helplessness even now. This young male should have strength and status higher than Shangguanwan'er. Xiao Yu's clenched hands relaxed a bit. The eyes met Shangguanwan'er's. Shangguanqing'er, who was next to her, watched the scene without saying anything. There was only a sneer in his eyes. The other people, too, could see that this proud daughter of heaven from the Shangguan family seemed to be different from Xiao Yu. This waste. I just don't know if there are any melons available. Shangguanqing'er, come down. Xiao Yu withdrew his own gaze. He believed Shangguanwan'er still had herself in her heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent himself a message. Then, withdrawing his own gaze, he looked at Shangguanqing'er. After Shangguanqing'er heard it, the figure flickered and disappeared to the top of the ring. Many people had shock in their eyes. Shangguanwan'er, looking at Shangguanqing'er, her eyes were also filled with incredulity. Then while massaging Tianyang's shoulders, he missed a slip. I suspect you're running people over with the ball. And remember who you are. I'm not interested in you. Tianyang looked at Shangguanwan'er who hadn't reacted yet and said. Shangguanwan'er, after hearing Tianyang's words, reacted. Then blushed. Is Gongzi giving Qing'er a chance? There's nothing wrong with that. Isn't she your own sister? Don't you want her to win? It would have been a victory for her. Only, it was easier to help her win. No need to thank me. Tianyang casually said, and then stopped talking. Shangguanwan'er looked at Tianyang. Tianyang has a bit of a conscience, but not much, more of a belly. It looked like Emperor Tian already knew about what happened to the Shangguan clan. Shangguanwan'er sighed. This time Xiao Yu was going to suffer a little. When the time comes, just give him some compensation yourself. Thinking of this, Shangguanwan'er looked at Xiao Yu with a mesmerizing look in her eyes. Tianyang wore a cold smile. What a poor woman. But what does it have to do with me? Di Jietian? Moreover, Di Jietian also had his own intentions. Really thought that he had allowed Shangguan Qinger to break through for the sake of victory. It doesn't matter if you win or not. You just want to see what the Son of Qi's methods are? The Son of Qi, but proud. When the Son of Qi said a 3-year agreement, even at the greatest cost, we must win. If it were the Shangguan Qinger from before, I'm afraid that the Son of Qi wouldn't even need to go all out. One's plans are not down the drain. Shangguan Qinger, 3 years ago, you condescendingly descended on my Shao family and directly withdrew from the marriage, causing my Shao family to lose face. I told you at the beginning, 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. Shangguan Qinger, it's been 3 years. Today I'll let you know how I've lived these 3 years. Chapter 24, is this how you've spent the last 3 years? Xiaoyu carried a powerful confidence in his eyes after he finished the sentence. At the same time Xian third and fourth heavyweight auras erupted out. The surrounding temperature began to rise rapidly. The ring had begun to blacken from the roasting of the flames, while it began to break. Haruna, why don't I do it? Just at that moment, a voice rang out. Hearing this sentence, Shangguan Qinger looked over with disgust in her eyes. No need. I won't bother young master Du with my affairs. Di Jietian glanced at it. Name Du Zitung. Identity, young master of the delusionless sect. Cannon fodder villain. Strength, 4th Xiandan. Technique, no delusion technique. Broken yang finger. It didn't occur to me that this guy was still a minor villain. By the looks of it, it should be licking dogs, but that's a no-good lickspittle. Other people are at least pursuing the female master of Qi, but this Shangguan Qinger is not a son of Qi. What are you chasing this for? It's unthinkable. But this guy, since he's the villain, help him out. Di Jietian thought of something, and a mysterious light flashed within his eyes. Next to him, Du Ziting's body shook, then sat down and quietly watched the contest above the ring. Shangguan Qinger, looking at Du Ziting in this manner, also revealed her surprise. Then there was no interest. Xiaoyu glanced at Du Ziting with disdain in his eyes. This guy, if he came up, he could take care of it with one move. Xiaoyu, let me see how much your skills have risen in these 3 years. Shangguan Qinger, reacting, looked at Xiaoyu. Vulcan Palm. The moment Xiaoyu came up, it was his own watchword. Xiaoyu also had his own intentions. End the fight as soon as possible. At the same time, make Shangguan Qinger regret it. It was a bad decision on her part to back out of the marriage in the first place. Only, the ideal is beautiful. The reality is cruel. Shangguan Qinger, her body moved and disappeared. He directly dodged Xiaoyu's palm. Xiaoyu's face changed. He hadn't expected Shangguan Qinger to be so fast. The other people who visited looked at Shangguan Qinger with incredulity, then looked to the young male above the ring. I don't know if it was this male who had made a move and allowed Shangguan Qinger to break through. Shangguan Qinger's qualifications weren't very good. There were also some forces that were aware of Shangguan Qinger's strength. Right now, Shangguan Qinger's strength was completely different from what she had shown in battle. Xiaoyu just blushed. As a son of Qi, one's mind was not comparable to others. Watching Shangguan Qinger dodge her own palm, Xiaoyu also put away his contempt. However, immediately afterward, the face changed. He found out. Shangguan Qinger actually ran behind herself. Xiaoyu turned around and threw a punch at the back. Bang! Xiaoyu gets a clinch. Is this how you spent 3 years? Shangguan Qinger, harder. Then Xiaoyu flew out and directly fell to the ground. The ring shuddered. There were cracks appearing where Xiaoyu had fallen. Many people snorted with laughter as they looked at Xiaoyu's appearance. To show you how I've spent the last 3 years, there's no mistaking that I'm in the midst of wrestling. Ha ha, this sentence that fellow Taoist said is very profound. The people watching the fight above the ring looked at Xiaoyu and mocked. Son of luck? Xiaoyu's face also changed with embarrassment. It did not occur to him that a carelessness on his part had actually disgraced him. However, how hard you guys taunt now. In a moment I'll show you how fast the punch in the face comes. Thinking of this, the flames around Xiaoyu began to gather. A fire python appeared. There was a cold light in his eyes. Xiaoyu's body moved as he stepped on the fire python and impacted towards Shangguan Qinger. At the same time, the qi in his hands began to gather. A zheng-sized giant palm appeared, surrounded by flames on it. Looking closely, at this moment, Xiaoyu was also carrying a flame in his eyes. I didn't think that it was actually a heaven and earth foreign fire. Yes, but the flame can't be seen. It's similar to beast fire. Shangguan Qinger, without a single fluctuation in her eyes, was now a bit thankful. If it wasn't for Di Jiantian helping him make a breakthrough, he would have lost today. It didn't occur to me that after working hard for more than 10 years, I was actually inferior to this guy's 3 years of cultivation. To think that, her own sister, was even more terrifying than this Xiaoyu? What level of strength had Shangguan Wana reached? No, I have to win. I have to replace her. I want her to look up to me. Shangwan Qinger's eyes changed, looking at Xiao Yu. Then the body moved and disappeared. Once again, it appeared to fall from the sky. A palm swung out, directly slapping the fire python to pieces. At the same time, an ice-sealing force appeared. It directly iced Xiao Yu. Looking at Shangwan Qinger, she suddenly shot out and directly slapped Xiao Yu's fire python to pieces. Then Xiao Yu was frozen. The rest of the group sucked in a breath of cold air. What level of strength has this guy reached? Look at the frozen Xiao Yu. Those watching the game sighed. It didn't occur to me that the 3-year engagement had become a joke. Joke? 3 years? Can you cultivate to the Xiandan realm? If it weren't for that one male, do you think this fellow would be able to win? The others fell silent. 3 years of time, 10 years of time, and they could not cultivate to the Xiandan realm. Cultivation is like rowing a boat against the current. Now they only came back to their senses. The Shangwan Qinger before, but she had been cultivating for more than 10 years. Xiao Yu had only been cultivating for 3 years. This fellow, he's actually a genius. Only that the times are not favorable. The others nodded in agreement. It was at this time that many of the people watching the match, many of them exclaimed out in shock. Dijie also carried surprise. It didn't occur to me that this Shangwan Qinger was still quite ruthless. Without seeing it, Shangwan Qinger took out a sword and stabbed it directly at the ice sculpture. There's no mistaking it. It's a stab through. Click. Then white knives in, red knives out. Watch the ice sculpture get stained red. A lot of people's scalps went numb. Shangwan Wanner's body also trembled. Feeling heartache, Shangwan Qinger, stop. Shangwan Wanner shouted angrily. Shangwan Qinger, as if she hadn't heard it. Then the stabbing continued at the ice sculpture. Thinking of this, Shangwan Wanner, with anger in her eyes. I didn't think that in 3 years' time, you've actually become so rebellious. Today I'll fight for my father. This matter, originally, is what my Shangwan clan did wrong. Shangwan Wanner, after saying this sentence, was about to strike. On your knees. But at this time, Dijie said, a great majesty, a great terror descended. Shangwan Wanner's face changed dramatically, tried to resist, but couldn't. The body fell to its knees. The others' faces changed dramatically. Duke, you don't understand men. Men fight and don't allow women to interfere. Besides, it's their feud. If you don't want that Xiao Yu to hate you, just watch quietly. Dijie said one sentence. Hearing this sentence, Shangwan Wanner originally had anger in her eyes, but after hearing this sentence from Dijie, it reacted. Yeah, Xiao Yu is a proud man. Thank you for the reminder, sir. Dijie nodded. Then the aura was collected. Something as cool as stabbing a son of Qi can't be disturbed by a boring person like you. Chapter 25, Put away your shameless face. Sword body penetrates the body. The faces of the others changed. The aura that Dijie had revealed without thinking just now. After they felt it, they had a feeling of the sky collapsing. Looking at the top of the high seat, the man whose face could not be seen, many people dared not even look at it. It was the people who had sneakily ogled earlier who had given up their minds. At this moment, the gazes of the crowd once again looked above the ring at the bloodstained ice sculpture. Shangwan Qinger not only didn't stop, and stabbed sword after sword. The others watching felt their eyes twitch. What a lot of hate this is. Enough. A cold heckle passed out from within the ice sculpture. The ice sculpture shattered. Xiao Yu's figure was revealed from it. With blood at the corners of his mouth, the eyes went completely cold. It was supposed to be his moment to act like a bully, but he didn't expect that he would be heavily injured before the battle even started. Wipe the blood from the corners of your mouth. Xiao Yu looked at Shangwan Qinger. Well, it's your current strength that will allow me to bring out my true battle prowess. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, many people had surprise in their eyes. This Xiao Yu still has a bottom card. Vulcan transformation. Xiao Yu had a domineering look in his eyes. A flame appeared and surrounded them. Then all of it is absorbed into the body. Strength instantly increased. It directly raised 4 levels, reaching the 7th level of Xiandan. It's actually a secret method? This Xiao Yu is so great that he actually possesses this kind of secret method. Only, it should only be used in the lower realms. It's a pity. What if there are others back there? Only, he didn't reveal them, or didn't find them? Some, on the other hand, are speculating. There were also quite a few people with greed in their eyes. After all, this kind of secret method, as long as it could raise strength, the grade would definitely not be low. If you can't use it yourself, you can use it on your own descendants. Now the battle begins. After Xiao Yu felt his own strength, a powerful confidence, once again, appeared. Waste. Snap. At this time, Shangwan Qinger, a powerful aura erupted. Cave Void Triple Realm. Xiao Yu hadn't reacted yet. Shangguan Qing'er slap appeared directly on his face. Xiao Yu displayed a 720-degree spin, then it smashed above the ground. At this moment, not to mention Xiao Yu was dumbfounded. It was those watching who were dumbfounded. Holy, cave realm. Too ruthless, so young, it's the cave void realm. It was Shangguanjin's face that was tinged with ecstasy. Even those who had the help of Emperor Ye Tian's breakthrough didn't care. Having broken through to this realm now, in the future, how much time could be saved? During these times, while others were cultivating, Shangguan Qing'er might, perhaps, be able to make another breakthrough. Xiao Yu came back to his senses and looked at Shangguan Qing'er with incredulity, then exclaimed, "No way! You cheated!" At this moment, Xiao Yu had unwillingness in his eyes. Looking at Shangguan Qing'er now, his 3-year agreement had become a joke. Xiao Yu was naturally unwilling. No contest. Ninja. Shangguan Qing'er, carry the sword. Coming to Xiao Yu's side, Xiao Yu had scorn in his eyes. There's nothing wrong with scruples. Xiao Yu saw killing intent in Shangguan Qing'er's eyes, and the pain that's etched in your bones. You want to kill me? A 3-year engagement. When? At first, a doorstep withdrawal. You say, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, 3 years, and you've already reached this level of strength. I'm scared. I want to live well and have no one to mention you amongst the rest of my life. Watching Shangguan Qing'er really want to make a move. Shangguan Wanner's body moved and stopped Shangguan Qing'er. Then an even more powerful aura appeared. The others are numb. Another cavernous realm, or the 8th level of cavernousness. Many of the clans of these people they came from didn't have a single cave void realm person yet. Now the Shangguan clan had already reached this level with just 2 late generations. Tell me, where can I justify this? You're going to stop me. Shangguan Qing'er said word for word. I'm not stopping you. I just don't want you to make a mistake. Error. What a crowning reason. Get out of the way. Unbridled. Shangguan Wanner, looking at Shangguan Qing'er, did not listen to her persuasion and really wanted to kill Xiao Yu. There was anger on his face. Aren't you powerful? As long as you defeat me, I'll let you pass. Otherwise you'll have to listen to me. Shangguan Wanner took out a sword and pointed it at Shangguan Qing'er. Shangguan Wanner, too, had a helplessness in her eyes. Other onlookers, watch the scene and stare at your own eyes. With curiosity. This is a good melon. It should keep ripe. Di Jietian didn't care in the slightest, and even looked like he was watching a good show. This is a good show, and it's just beginning, isn't it? As a hunter, the most important thing is patience. Are you really going to stop me? Shangguan Qing'er said word for word. I said you could pass if you beat me. Shangguan Wanner, too, said word for word. Shangguan Qing'er laughed out with a bleakness in her eyes. Then the body moved. Put. Haruna. You. Roll. At this time, Shangguan Qing'er, without making a move, looked at Shangguan Wanner when she had a sword pointing at herself. The body directly greeted the sword. Watching the sword go through his body, Shangguan Qing'er actually laughed. Shangguan Jin, who was on top of the high platform, also changed his face, followed by regret. When he looked at Shangguan Wanner, there was also anger in his eyes. But to think, the Shangguan family, now, was also fast growing because of this daughter of his. Shangguan Jin fell silent inside, his body becoming all a bit hunched over. What a ruthless Shangguan Qing'er. Shangguan Wanner, this being a sister is somewhat of a failure. The others watched this scene, looking at the helplessness in Shangguan Qing'er's eyes. There was also a sigh of relief. They didn't know, among other things, what had been discovered, but they looked at the 2 sisters now above the ring. Quite a few people had a mind to do the same. It's better to have one dead, or both. After all, such a Shangguan family was a bit frightening. Why? Of course I have to ask you, my good sister, didn't you try to stop me before when I was going to make a move? And now you've succeeded. Aren't you in the process of stopping me? It's not that, I just want you to stop. I wasn't thinking about hurting you. Shangguan Wanner, put away your shameless face. I'm sick of seeing you right now. When she thought of this, Shangguan Qing'er's footsteps, once again, took a step forward. Her long sword stained with red blood. It emitted a demonic glow. The current Shangguan Qing'er and Shangguan Wanner were facing each other. There was only a distance of a sword hilt between them. Do you want to continue to move your hand? As long as your hand, in a slight movement, Shangguan family, no one can resist you anymore. Shangguan Wanner, do you want to try it? You've also been to the upper world. I'm sure it's even more brutal there than in this lower world. You're the daughter of heaven. Shouldn't those who disobey you atone for their sins? Shangguan Qing'er, with a demonic red color at the corner of her mouth. Even if the pain is all over your body, you don't blink an eye. It's as if they're unconscious. Chapter 26 Shangguan Qing'er scheming. True or false? The people on top of the high platform looked at Shangwan Qinger with scorn in their eyes. They didn't know why they were scornful. It might have come from instinct. What an interesting woman. Di Jietian lightly laughed and recited a sentence that only he could hear. Qinger, don't call me Qinger, the Qinger from before, is already dead. Didn't you force her to die? Shangwan Waner, in the beginning, our relationship with the Shao family was good, and the two of you were in love. I've been supporting you guys too, but what did you do? You're well qualified, and have been seen by the strongest of the upper realms. In the eye of the beholder, the family is also growing rapidly. But, you're not unaware, Xiaoyu has already become a waste, right? I was not meant to look down on him, but why are you making my choices for me? You're just my sister too, because of your help. Others are saying that the Shangwan clan has seen the emergence of a heavenly daughter. The entire Shangwan family is under your aura. It's the dominant forces of the Xinqing realm that have to give a face when they see our Shangwan family. This is your Shangwan Wan heirs family. You're powerful. You have high abilities. You like Xiaoyu. You can take him away. Why? You're going to give father advice to let me marry her. Do you know how desperate I was when I found out about this? What I despair of is not that you asked me to fix a marriage for Xiaoyu. Desperately, you're making it up to him. Compensation. My own sister. You made up for it with your own sister. Remember what my mother said before, when she died, asking you to take care of me. You took care of me so well. Your qualifications are high, and the great power that took you away left a lot of resources for our Shangwan clan. Watching my father break into a smile. At that moment, I felt pretty good. Mother's gone, there's only father. Before father's hair turned gray with worry over the family's development, I feel quite thankful to see my father finally smile with relief. Though you're not doing a very good job of being a sister, you're a proud daughter of heaven. Cultivate well. I'm not well qualified and strong. I also chose to compromise in order to reassure you and father. You know my character. I've never been one to compromise, and for the sake of the family, and for you, I compromised, even if Xiaoyu is a waste. When he became a loser, people were abusing him, and I never looked down on him, even had resources sent to him. These are the resources you left behind. I'm not helping at all. Just because I compromised doesn't mean I don't hate you, but do you know what he did? Let's not talk about how over the top things are done. I'm not well qualified and I'm not strong, but I'm also helping him in the face of ridicule from others. When I'm taunted, what's he doing? Go to an auction every day. There is an unspoken relationship with the auctioneer. Saw him once and didn't even say hello. He's got his arm around another woman and he's showing off for me. I've thought about it too. Even if my own man is a loser even. But it's important to have an upwardly mobile heart. 2. How ironic. Xiaoyu, who was in the back, had a face with embarrassment. In this moment, actually don't know what to say? You made it up to him? Who made it up to me? Why? I have to suffer this, even if, for example, the object of my own union was a loser. I tried to compromise. I also know that I'm not well qualified. Big deal. Live a mediocre life from now on. But what woman doesn't want a man to protect her, even if it's a loser? Stand in front of me when I'm being taunted and defend me a few times. Can't even do that. If we say we don't have the strength. But did he ever show up? How much have I done for him and what has he done? Unrepentant himself. After withdrawing from the marriage, his strength broke through. But, at that moment, I really wanted to kill him. This kind of person, when they have a little bit of strength, will cause trouble. How powerful is your own family? Don't you know? You are opportunistic and have a base. But messing with someone stronger than you is just stupid. If I hadn't stopped them in the first place, their Shao family would have been overthrown. The most powerful person in the family is only at the Cave Void realm, and they have a powerful king sealer in attendance, so they actually still mess with them, just for a woman. That's ridiculous. This is the person you look up to. That is, with strength, but also a negative and selfish person. Proud and arrogant, with no one in sight. You really think that you can do whatever you want just because you have a bit of strength? That's ridiculous. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. When you said that line in the first place, if I had paid the price, do you think you would still have a chance to stand here? A punk, even with strength, is still a punk. A loser at heart. A humble man. Always thinking, how about being strong? If you don't have strength, can't you live well? Aren't you going to kill me again? Do it. My words are finished. Shangwan Wan heir, this is your vision. Shangwan Waner, the hand holding the sword, was trembling. She didn't know that so much had happened, and why things are the way they are. Looking at Shangwan Qinger, there was a deadly intent in her eyes. She knew that Shangwan Qinger hadn't lied to herself. Did you really do wrong? Ugh. So that's what happened. If my family had such a proud daughter of heaven, I would have slapped her to death. Stop it. The Shangguan family. It's not something we can mess with. Shangguan Qinger. Before we thought she was a little cutie. It didn't occur to us that we were the cuties. What an interesting woman. Tian could see that Shangguan Qinger, but a proud person, said these, true or false. In this way, it is shown to be true. On the one hand, it would guilt his own family, his father. Shangguan Wan heir guilt. On the other hand, got a good persona myself. Doing all of this was forced upon me. Even if they killed Shangguan Waner, the crowd could understand. A woman's heart, a needle in the bottom of the sea. Didn't you see that the current son of Qi was also dumbfounded? It was also doubting whether what Shangguan Qinger said was true or not. Shangguan Qinger turned to leave. Wait, we fight. It's not over yet. Xiao Yu was suddenly in a hurry. Shangguan Qinger doing what she did. He had a slight suspicion. Chapter 27 The Gas-sick son of Qi. Why do people grow up? Shangguan Qinger. If she really did so many things, there was no way she wouldn't know. Either Shangguan Qinger did it secretly enough, or Shangguan Qinger had another purpose. No matter how you say it, this time, one has to win the battle. Otherwise, one's family is insulted beyond redemption. Are you still stopping me? Shangguan Qinger looked at Shangguan Waner and asked, Wan heir, step aside first. Don't worry, I won't hurt her. Xiao Yu spoke up. Hearing this sentence, Shangguan Waner looked at Xiao Yu with a strange look in her eyes. Then, looking at the firmness in Xiao Yu's eyes, sigh. For some reason, Shangguan Waner felt a little lost. At this time, Xiao Yu looked at Shangguan Waner after she left. Looking at Shangguan Qinger, take a deep breath. This time, the aura grew once more. Vulcan palm. This time, Xiao Yu's strike was a masterstroke. A sea of fire appeared in the sky, surrounding Xiao Yu. And, Xiao Yu's eyes changed. Obviously young, but actually with a sense of vicissitude. Tianyang glanced at it without thinking. And then, oh ho, it turned out to be a soul. That's funny. When he thought of this, a faint golden glow appeared within Tianyang's eyes. Shangguan Qinger, her body shook inadvertently. At this time, Xiao Yu's fire god palm had already been brewed. A fire shadow the size of tens of feet appeared in the sky. Reach out your own giant palm. A slap was slapped at Shangguan Qinger. Shangguan Qinger, within her eyes, did not change. Chop! A powerful sword intent appeared, directly decapitating Naruto. At the same time the sword chi impacted in all directions. The sea of fire dispersed. Many people's pupils contracted. At this moment, Xiao Yu was kneeling on one knee, with his cape spread out. There was surprise in his eyes. Tianyang saw this scene with scorn. This is the son of Qi. It's ridiculous. You win. Just at this time, Shangguan Qinger put her sword back. Looking at Xiao Yu, taking Xiao Yu's weapon, he stabbed himself, spit out a mouthful of blood. Pale. The body shook. Turn around and leave. Xiao Yu's eyes changed and at the same time, a sighing voice rang out. Xiao Yu was dumbfounded. You beat me to the punch, or my master came on to me. I suspected that this old man did not use his strength, but there was no proof, and my own meridians were aching. After watching Shangguan Qinger leave, Xiao Yu felt insulted. You beat me to the punch, then take my weapon, give yourself a cut, and say you lost. So angry, looking at the top of the ring, the infuriated Xiao Yu. Many people gloated. Shangguan Waner, with a complexity in her eyes, looking at Shangguan Qinger, he made a move to hold on. Don't touch me. Don't get your hands dirty. I'm not worthy. Shangguan Qinger, enduring the pain, left. Shangguan Jin, looking at Shangguan Waner. I kind of regret that I let you go up to the realm. Shangguan Jin said and left, chasing after Shangguan Qinger. Shangguan Waner's face went white. Did you really do wrong? Shangguan Waner wants others to affirm her, but the people on top of the high platform looked at her, wary and at the same time, with dislike. Then he looked at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu vomited blood and fell unconscious. Turning his head, he looked at Tianyang. Can't see the face. Shangguan Waner's face went white. Surprisingly, it's a bit aggravating. Tianyang couldn't care less. Ding! The son of the Qi, the heart of the Tao has been insulted. The value of the heavenly destiny has dropped by 200, and the master has gained 200 villainous values. Ding! The son of fortune suffered a blow, injured and unconscious. The value of heavenly destiny dropped by 300. The master gained 300 villainous values. Tianyang didn't think about it, and only gleaned 500 wool. But there's no rush. Looking at Shangguan Waner with confusion, Tianyang was unmoved. A 7-lettered, dirty heart. It looks like it's time to give her a different owner. However, there is one more thing, and that is the sons of the air. Looking at the son of luck, still unconscious on top of the ring. Di Jietian gave an order. Looking at Xiao Yu's sudden disappearance, the others did not dare to say anything more. The person who appeared, carrying Xiao Yu, looked to be an order from Emperor Jie Tian. Duke, you, don't worry, he won't die. Hearing this sentence, Shangguan Wan'er nodded her head. Di Jietian shouldn't have lied to herself, but then he thought of his sister, and sighed. Thinking about it again, Shang Guanjin's words were even more tinged with pain. It looked like he was going to have to investigate the truth of this for himself. After thinking about this, Shang Guanqinger was suddenly in a difficult position. The family, after all, looked at themselves with disdain, even a little distant. Shangguan Wan'er couldn't help it. Once again, it hurt. One can only investigate for oneself. Di Jietian watched after the battle was over. It just disappeared. Others who come to visit don't mention the day's events. Gorged himself on the Shangguan family. There are even some people who can't finish it and take it with them. For those who don't know, they'd think the hungry ghosts have been reincarnated. However, there are extenuating circumstances. Because of Emperor Jie Tian, eat a meal made by Seat, take out a lot of spiritual materials. Some of the smaller families were not ashamed. Boosting strength after all? Only, there were some that ate faster. There were even a couple that threw up and were still eating. In no time, the Shangguan family was in a mess. Watching Shangguanjin not come out, these people were content to leave. Eating a seat? How refreshing. When Shangguanqinger returned to her own place, she couldn't help but have a smile in her eyes. His own plan worked. My good sister, making the family people dislike you is only the first step. While watching Shangguanjin appear in the doorway, Shangguanqinger has already changed her look. It's as if he's in a trance. Then above his forehead, with cold sweat, from time to time, blood dripped down from his body. Put. A mouthful of hot blood was spat out. His face went white and his body swayed. Both eyes closed and he passed out. Haru-chan. Shangguanjin's face changed. After feeling Shangguanqinger's depressed aura, her face changed drastically. Then using his spiritual energy, he began to heal Shangguanqinger's injuries. Not long after, it was felt that Shangguanqinger's situation had stabilized. Shangguanjin was also relieved. Wipe the sweat from the top of your forehead. Shangguanqinger woke up quietly. Look at your own father later. A smile appeared, plus the pale face. Shangguanjin, only his heart aches. Qinger, where are you still not feeling well? You must give father a word. Father, I've disappointed you. Originally I didn't want to. Silly child. It's father who is sorry for you, letting you suffer. Didn't think that it would be difficult for you for the sake of the family. Father was wrong. Father apologizes to you. Father, it's good that you don't blame Haru-chan. Just now, Qinger had a dream. Haruna, dreaming. Yes, dreaming of when I was a child. When my mother was holding me and my father was making faces and teasing me. Father, why do you think people grow up? Chapter 28. He's from that family. The emperor of the great emperor. At this moment, Shangguanqinger's eyes were filled with confusion. When Shangguanjin saw it, he felt his heart involuntarily throbbing for a moment. Father, Haruna. Shangguan Wan'er came in. After hearing Shangguan Wan'er's voice, Shangguanqinger closed her own eyes, turned his head away. Shangguanjin sighed. Go out. Let Qinger have a good rest. She hasn't rested all these years, and every time she cultivates, she just bruises herself all over. Now let go of one thing too. Shangguanjin left. Shangguan Wan'er, mumbling her mouth. He wanted to say something, but when he looked at Shangguanqinger's back, he sighed, with remorse in his eyes, and then left. At this moment, Di Jietian was sitting in a gazebo, admiring the moon in the middle of the sky. The body seemed to be shrouded in one with the night. Come on over here, Di Jietian said without twisting his head. Shangguan Wan'er, looking at Di Jietian. My lord, have I really done wrong? Di Jietian inwardly sneered. Don't you have any idea whether it's wrong or not? If you really knew that you were doing wrong, you wouldn't be asking me in this place. However, this matter also has something to do with himself. You're not wrong. Hearing this sentence, Shangguan Wan'er froze for a moment, then looked at Di Jietian after he stopped talking. Shangguan Wan'er was a bit anxious in her heart. What do you mean by half? But looking at Di Jietian not wanting to speak, Shangguan Wan'er was also too embarrassed to ask. Gongzi, you're helping Qinger, not just for me. Hearing this sentence, Di Jietian would have felt that Shangguan Wan'er, and a bit of use, his own plans have not been implemented. Slap her to death. You don't have to worry about what I do. Don't forget. What are you? Di Jietian really didn't want to talk to this Chi-Luck heroine, because Shangguanqinger is coming. You go back. Tomorrow, I'll leave. Di Jietian finished this sentence and stopped looking at Shangguan Wan'er. Shang Wanwaner's face went white. Yes, my lord. After Shang Wanwaner left, Shang Wanqinger came over. Looking at Di Jietian, there was gratitude in his eyes, as well as some inexplicable look. Thank you, sir. Di Jietian shook his head. Shang Wanqinger, a bit confused. What happened today was the result of your efforts, and even if I hadn't helped you, you would have won. Hearing Di Jietian's words, Shang Wanqinger's face was delighted. I wonder if the next plan of the Gongzi is ready to be implemented. The time is not ripe. As Di Jietian's voice fell, his body had already disappeared. Shang Wanqinger, with a complexity in her eyes, and a hint of disappointment, she craved Emperor Jitian. Di Jietian had no interest in her. However, thinking about the next plan, Shang Wanqinger carried complexity along with delight. At this moment, in a small town 100 miles away from the Shangguan family, this town, full of poetry. Here you can see the falling sun and the lonely ducks flying together, the autumn water and the long sky. That's why this town, it's called colorblind. This is because the founder of this town had a slight problem with his eyes. Inside a restaurant room, a young man with confusion in his eyes. Looking closely, a hint of demonic aura appeared on his body from time to time. Wake up, a cold voice rang out. Master. Xiao Yu was also awakened from his demonic state. A look of heart palpitations. Ugh. An old man appeared inside as he looked at Xiao Yu. This time, failing is also a good thing. The previous you, it was too smooth. Since you could cultivate again, you forgot about the time before when you were a waste. People look down on you and you're still holding on desperately. And look at you now, where you were before. Forget what you said before. Didn't you want to stand at the pinnacle of the world? Didn't you want to refine a physical body for master? Master, I was wrong. Xiao Yu reacted and took a deep breath, his face calming down. Master, you say, that young male, why did he let us go? Could it be that he is eyeing some treasure on me? When the old man heard this sentence, there was disdain in his eyes. Kid, you don't know about the present. You'll be able to find out about the situation in the upper world later. I smell a familiar scent on him. If I'm not wrong, it should be someone from that family. Which family? Emperor. Ground? The emperor of the great emperor. The old man covered his body as he said this one word. Master, there's no need to be so cautious. You kid, no. That kind of family, there are powerful cultivators, as long as the meditation, chanting their family, can be detected. Hearing this sentence, Xiao Yu also sucked in a breath of cool air. By the way, Master, that young man, is his strength known to you? Didn't you feel it? Me? When did I feel it? When you asked me to borrow your power. That Shang Wanqinger, with the help of that young man's power. So, I lost to that imperial family. It wasn't defeated to Shang Wanqinger. When you first borrowed my power, you were facing Shang Wanqinger. The old man looked at Xiao Yu and a little relaxed look appeared on his face. I don't know why, but I'm angry. Hearing the old man's words, Xiao Yu fell silent. Don't be presumptuous, but you have a fire god body, and with my assistance, in the future, you won't be inferior to that young man. Xiao Yu fell silent. No worse than that young man. Just saying so, he knew that his master meant it. By the way, Master, what did that young man, who took you away, tell you to do? As he thought about it, the old man was also tinged with doubt. The young man's guardian appeared, took himself away, and then after an hour, let himself back in. Even now the old man was confused. Nothing? The old man spoke up. Hearing this sentence, Xiao Yu did not move and looked carefully with disbelief in his eyes. It's best if nothing happens. Xiao Yu followed up and spoke. The old man was at least a saint in his previous life, and when he looked at Xiao Yu, he didn't know what this little guy had in mind. However, the old man ignored it. After all, the current Xiao Yu had still experienced too few things, not mature enough to realize, later on, that he's doing it for his own good. Master, that chance you spoke of, is it still there? For some reason, Xiao Yu suddenly became nervous. Who knows if that young male has colluded for the master or not? It's still there. Don't worry. That place, I didn't tell anyone, but think about it. That place, but it has something to do with demons. Master, demon or human, as long as there is justice in the heart, it is the right way. Xiao Yu said this sentence with determination in his eyes. Chapter 29, Suspicion Rises. Chicken and Egg. After seeing Xiao Yu's performance, the old man nodded. This was the Xiao Yu he knew. I'm a hard-working person with my own ideas. After seeing the old man's satisfied expression, Xiao Yu was also relieved. After all, his current self was not powerful. Xiao Yu could also see that after his failure this time, something had changed when the master looked at his gaze. He wondered if the mysterious gentleman had said something to the master. It gave the master something else to think about. Therefore, Xiao Yu was also nervous, listening to his own master. That young male. The strength is not to be underestimated and has a strong background. There were many ways to restore master's physical body that could be easily done. That wouldn't do much for him. So, Xiao Yu would be nervous. However, after watching the old man not leave, Xiao Yu relaxed with tension. He didn't know why he had this one thought. Originally, before he wanted to ask why he couldn't win if his master made a move. But thinking about it, Xiao Yu still did not ask. There is no need to ask again. The result has come out. One is to argue with the master to come out right or wrong does not matter. If he forced himself, the master would be even more disappointed in himself. Now it would be better to ask out more chances to strengthen himself while the old man was still around. Even if the master has left by then, his own chance has already been taken. Don't get to the point where you fall out and the chickens come home to roost. Xiao Yu was suspicious when the old man was taken away. Before the old man, is what strength? The old man did not say. He did not ask. However, Xiao Yu was still quite curious. Right now, the highest realm that Xiao Yu knew of was the Sealed Emperor Powerhouse. It was already the peak of the Xianqing realm. After the old man watched Xiao Yu quiet down, he was also surprised inwardly. This was a little bit unlike Xiao Yu's style anymore. However, the old man suspected that there was a relationship with this battle, and by the looks of it, Xiao Yu had grown quite a bit from this battle. After having the strength and having his own help before, Xiao Yu drifted a bit. It was only now that Xiao Yu had a little bit of his previous appearance. You know, why I let you come to this town? Looking at Xiao Yu after he quieted down and did not speak, the old man was also silent for a while. I don't know. Why? It felt like this disciple wasn't as affectionate with himself as he was before. However, the old man didn't care. It's good to have some extra defense in the future. Master, could it be that the chance you mentioned before is in this place? Good. This is the place. However, I don't know the exact location, but it's in the neighborhood of this town. Colorblind town. It was created by a colorblind man. But specifically, this man is a blind man. Only, powerful. At the same time, it's also someone who has practiced magic. Saying that, I wonder if they are practicing magic, or if they are demons. It's reasonable to say that if he's strong enough to stay in the Xianqing realm, he'll stay for a long time. The Xianqing realm can't withstand it and will be destroyed. Since the Xianqing realm is still fine now, there's only one possibility. That's right. When this person came down to the realm, his strength had already been greatly damaged, and he landed in the Xianqing realm to be able to accommodate it. Hearing the master's analysis, Xiao Yu also nodded. This was the benefit of having a master. If the average uninformed person would not have thought of this possibility. Master, when do you think that chance will appear? It doesn't matter when you show up. Besides, we don't want to be the lead. You also know about the commotion in the Xianqing realm before. That's people from the upper realm coming down. However, they should all be of the younger generation. So, Master, these people, can they rival that imperial family's son? I don't know. There are some people who like to keep a low profile. This gentleman, I don't know if it's the inheritance sequence of that family, or something else. If it's a legacy sequence, the status is awfully high too. The inheritance sequence, isn't the heir apparent to those families anymore? Pretty much, but not a specific heir. But they inherit something that people have been begging for tens of thousands of years. The old man hadn't spoken yet, and it would be even more terrifying if that person was the divine son of that clan. However, the old man didn't bother to be suspicious. After all, the godchildren of a family like this kind would be diving within the family or in the secret realm of the immortal realm. What was the point of coming to this hole of a place? What the old man didn't realize was that while the two were talking, a figure, hidden in the void, staring at two people, this person was Tianyang. As for grabbing the chance, don't kid yourself. It's something for the sons of Qi. That's why the only way to grab the son of Qi is to be the fastest. It might be dangerous when you go by yourself. Although, Tianyang is not afraid. But isn't it good to have free labor? Maybe this is a state of lying down and winning. Time passes in an instant. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Tianyang was hidden in the void. Looks like it's about time. It should be opening soon. The exact location, southeast of this town. 30 miles away, a small mound with a wordless monument. The time is about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Tianyang murmured to himself. If Xiao Yu's master had heard this sentence, he would have been even more shocked. The exact address, the likeness, the time of day, it's all known. That's too shocking. It looked like some of those people from the lower realms should have moved as well. Tianyang knew that there were some clans that could still project places, but there was no telling what the chances were inside. As for what was inside, Tianyang didn't know. He knew. His own family knew. But the family didn't give themselves away either. However, Tianyang had been here since. a familiar scent was felt. He knew that it was the breath of the 8 ancestors. The 8 ancestors had already secretly sealed the Xinqing realm, and the others shouldn't know about it. The 8 ancestors, after all, were also a formation master, or that kind of ridiculously powerful array maker. The family's 10-square immortal band was one of the formations that the old ancestor had researched. It was made a top 10 killing formation in the immortal realm by the immortal realm. Only, no one knew that it was researched by the old ancestor. There is another kind of formation that is the most terrifying of all. That is, the heaven and earth branding formation, naturally occurring. The imperial family has one, but how long has it been since it was used? This formation, Tianyang knew that this divine domain was all within this formation. This was one of the hidden secrets of the imperial family. If it weren't for the fact that Tianyang was the divine son of the D family, he wouldn't have known about this. It was some of the elders that didn't even know that the divine realm was enveloped by the entire array. It's not true that the 10-square immortal ban is powerful. It's just a blindfold. Chapter 30 Wordless Tablet. Avatar of the branding of heaven and earth. By mid-afternoon, the colorblind town was buzzing with activity. One after another, young disciples appeared. Many people had never seen it before, but with the powerful aura, they knew that these young people were not to be messed with. Tianyang was hidden in the void, not caring at all. After all, it was best to follow the sons of Qi, and one is putting on a good show for the son of Qi. I hope that when the time comes, I won't forget my disappointment. Tianyang with anticipation. Rumble, a thunderous voice rang out. A purple thunderbolt descended from the sky and ran through the entire sky. The pillar of purple thunder light continued to expand. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 miles in every direction were enveloped, and this colorblind town, too, was in the pillar of light. The people before them, when they saw the pillar of light expanding towards them, startled, he blushed and was about to escape. But watch as these pillars of light do no harm to themselves. Relief. At the same time, a small creature transformed into thunder was wearing a mischievous look. Quite a few teased. Then, it turned into an exploding head. There were also some women who couldn't have seen their faces if they hadn't been blown black on their bodies. Probably don't even have the face to see anyone. At this moment, the son of Qi stared at his own eyes wide open, straight from the inside. It was a real eye-opener. It was Xiaoyu's master who was also hidden in the void. Every now and then he shook his head and then showed his excitement. Fortunately, Xiaoyu did not see it. Otherwise, he must have suspected that his master was a fake, where there was still a serious look before. Watching the column of light disappear afterward, a small mound in the distance suddenly exploded. Seeing the wordless monument, Tianyang froze for a moment. It always feels a little familiar, but there's something about it that I can't quite put my finger on. Unexpectedly, the wordless tablet charged at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu froze. There were quite a few others, looking at a wordless monument with cracks in it, then shaking his head in disgust. He looked at the small mound in the distance. There were also quite a few people with their gazes firmly fixed on the wordless monument. After all, it was something that blew up at the location of the chance, just in case it was something good. As for Xiaoyu, a Xiandan realm person, they did not care at all. It's just an ant that can be destroyed at will. The wordless steel fell down in front of Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was also startled. Snap! The wordless tablet shattered. Then, with everyone's eyes, they looked towards the place where the chance appeared in the distance. Wouldn't it be a shame to stare at a broken rock by yourself without averting your gaze? Some of the dukes from the upper realm also retracted their gaze. These natives, they don't care. Their own upper realm's noble dukes are still inferior to the natives? Xiaoyu watched the wordless monument shatter, and took a deep breath, looked at the one piece that wasn't broken, went up and kicked it. After all, he was scared to death just now. Then, Xiaoyu's face changed and his feet hurt. The stone didn't break. Many people saw Xiaoyu's abnormality. Every now and then, you look at the place. Just now, Xiaoyu's face was pained and then tinged with joy. Look at everyone looking at themselves. Xiaoyu didn't know what was under his feet. There is no way. The fire god technique activated. A voice rang out. A black smoke appeared. Quite a few people looked at it. Cover your nose. Vomit. Others dry retched. I'm such a ing. Why am I curious about this? It's time to say no. The natives are just different. Straight up black smoke. Awesome. And I don't know. Eaten. It should be that there are too many impurities in the body. And some speculation. At this time, it was Xiaoyu's master who was not judging. Brat. You ungrateful disciple. The fire god technique. That's how you use it. If the fire god, his old man, knows about this, he won't rattle you. After watching Xiaoyu's tawdry maneuver, the old man was really stunned. It was Tianyang who was dumbfounded. This son of Qi has a little something. This kind of approach can be thought of. What a talent! Looking at the son of Qi, this shameless look, Tian was even more convinced that no one could snatch the son of Qi's chance this time around. After Xiao Yu had experienced half an hour of destruction, he inadvertently picked up the chance, then throw it out of the ring. Xiao Yu's master, too, carried curiosity. However, after seeing the stone look, laughing out loud, "You brat, you're lucky. By the looks of it, this thing should be a key, but there's also a familiar scent inside. Let's see. What is this thing? What the hell is it?" At this time, Xiao Yu also did not break the old man's meditation. "I know." Snap. Xiao Yu's master was too excited. Then a big pocket hit Xiao Yu above the back of his head. Watching Xiao Yu suddenly one comic choke, lying on the ground. Quite a few people moved further away from this guy. This guy seems to be a little off in the head. It's supposed to be the cerebellum that's not working. You can't even stand up. Xiao Yu also had a happy face. No one notices that they're better off. Look, the chance has appeared. The moment he saw a portal that was not far away, emitting a haze of light, many people took a deep breath with excitement in their eyes. Then, as if locusts were moving in, Xiao Yu was in no hurry to leave. The chances were all for the fated, and it was useless to go early. However, Xiao Yu's two legs could only be seen as remnants. Watching Xiao Yu take the lead, quite a few people were dumbfounded. Whoever said this guy had a bad cerebellum ran really fast. Tian was in the void, smiling faintly, followed, because he already knew that wordless monument had something. I have to say, this transitional chance of the son of Qi is really powerful. Wordless tablet. This is something from the immortal realm. 100,000 years ago, a strong man appeared in the immortal region and obtained the wordless tablet in his secret realm, and a mysterious weapon. This powerful man is being hunted. The imperial family also stepped in. Moreover, there was also an old ancestor of the D clan who had struck out. And which one exactly? Tian did not know. But inside the wordless tablet, there was the divine ability to brand heaven and earth. Avatars, except for the ones you started yourself. Special environments can also brew up divine powers. Some heaven and earth branded divine abilities were strong, and some were weaker. Only, that was branded by heaven and earth. It was weak. How weak could it be? Tian was in no hurry. The wordless monument, presumably, is also in a special case. Only then can it be turned on. However, it was good that such an opportunity had arisen. The back of your own program, the chances of success are much greater. At this time, Xiao Yu hid himself. Relief, because it's so exciting. He hadn't thought that his master would give himself the word that wordless steel, which had the divine ability of branding heaven and earth within it. However, divine powers could only be cultivated at the divine power realm. But what was different about the heaven and earth branding was that it could be cultivated without reaching this realm. Only that it was difficult to cultivate successfully. Chapter 31 2 Destroyed. Killing intent rises. Xiao Yu also felt that heaven and earth were favoring him. Suddenly in his mind, he thought of Tian's lofty appearance. Didn't think about it. You just don't have access to this kind of divine ability even if your status is high. It looks like God is on my side. Xiao Yu did not know why he had this kind of thought. It was probably because he had made a move to help Shangguan Qinger and failed himself, as well as discussing something with his master. Master, this thing, can it be cracked now? Looking at the others, Xiao Yu was not nervous when he entered the secret realm. He felt that he had obtained this thing, the chance inside. It was the same if he wanted it or not, but in his heart he felt that there was another important thing inside. However, Xiao Yu still felt that it was better to get his hands on the opportunity as soon as possible. If it had been before, he wouldn't have been so nervous. But after Tian took his master away, Xiao Yu's mindset changed. It can't be cracked. This kind of thing is something that master has only heard of before? I didn't think. You brat, you'd be so lucky to meet one just by walking. Xiao Yu also laughed a little, his back teeth showing, like a hippopotamus with its mouth wide open. The old man didn't mind. After all, it was the old man who was excited. This is to be happy for Xiao Yu. By the way, this thing, later in the study. Now, there should be other chances inside. Is no more. This monolith, it is not bad, but it is better to get more resources. Hearing the old man say that, Xiao Yu nodded. By the way, if there's something you call me, I'll see if there's anything I can do. Being able to quickly open this stone monument, old me would also like to see what kind of divine power the heaven and earth branding is. Hearing this sentence, Xiao Yu nodded his head. In the eyes, there was a strange look. Then, towards the middle of the secret realm, Brother Xiao Yu, a voice rang out. Xiao Yu turned his head and saw Shangguan Wan'er. Wan Air, it's really you. There's no mistake. Brother Xiao Yu, you also came. I thought you wouldn't come. Originally, there was a chance here. I wanted to inform you, but you disappeared. I don't know. You went somewhere. Fortunately, brother Xiao Yu, you didn't miss this chance. Shangguan Wan'er, looking at Xiao Yu, breathed a sigh of relief and revealed a heartfelt smile. After looking at Shangguan Wan'er's smile, Xiao Yu felt his heart being scratched by something. It tickles. It's really pretty, Xiao Yu chanted. Hearing this sentence, Shangguan Wan'er, with joy, at the same time shyly lowered her own head. By the way, that young gentleman, didn't he give you a piece of his mind? No. He left 3 days ago. I wonder where it went. What's his status? The divine son of the immortal domain imperial family? Son of God. It's not simple once you hear it. Of course, this kind of identity of his, in the immortal domain, it's the family heads of many forces that have to bow and curtsy after seeing it. But he's too high up to have anything to do with us. How did you meet him? This fellow, before, overthrew a holy land and a family. And then, the powers behind me, to ask for the crime. As a result, the Inquisition was unsuccessful and an apology was made. Hearing this sentence, Xiao Yu froze. How are the forces behind you? It's very powerful. And it's also prestigious in the immortal domain, known as the Immortal Domain Law Enforcement Sacred Sect. If it's so powerful, why is this kind of thing still happening? I don't know. Maybe some kind of deal was struck. And then what? Then that divine son. He left me behind and made me his consort. Hearing this sentence, Xiao Yu's face changed. That him. Brother Xiao Yu. Don't think too much. I don't deserve him. Besides, that man is a murderer. You know that holy place? 100,000 people. It's a straight-up annihilation. Hearing this sentence, Xiao Yu sucked in a breath of cool air. It hadn't occurred to me that the high and mighty young male he had seen that day was actually so vicious. This is the kind of person who, without dying, will only cause more harm. However, when he thought of this, Xiao Yu's face changed. Since this guy, with his ruthless heart, his own master was taken away. Previously, Xiao Yu had also heard that some powerful souls could help one cultivate. His own master had spoken to him. It is the people of the upper realms who are moved by the sight of their souls. In that case, that young man would not be unmoved by his own master. Why he survived. Watching Xiao Yu's face change, Shangguan Wan'er, with a nervous face. Brother Xiao Yu, don't worry. I didn't do anything out of the ordinary. I know. Xiao Yu also laughed out. Tianyang looked at what Shangguan Wan'er and Xiao Yu said and laughed out. What a great teammate. Did himself a favor. The son of Qi, doubting his master. The son of Qi drops by 200. And the master's villain value increases by 200. What a money-giving boy. Tianyang sighed with emotion. Sure enough, the son of Qi Luck plus the heroine of Qi Luck was truly extraordinary. The two managed to be hunted down by the people inside the secret realm. Both knew that these two had been given great opportunities. Pills, feats. The two people at this moment were hiding in a cave. It's not very large inside. The cave has been sealed. Tianyang finally believed it. The son of Qi's fortune looking for a cave. That was really powerful. Once he found a hidden place. The cave was closed and it was dark. It was just dark, though, and it didn't have the slightest effect on those who practiced. There was a bit of a mess for the two men at this point. It was Shangguan Qinger, who was also covered in color. Two people sitting on the floor. Take a big breath of fresh air. Brother Feather, when is this going to end? Let's see. These days, the opportunity has been swept away. However, it's impossible for these chances to support such a large secret realm. It looks like the greatest chance has not yet appeared. Wan Air, help me watch a little. I'm going to break through. Hearing this sentence, Shangguan Wan'er, with incredulity in her eyes. It had only been a few days and Xiao Yu was about to make another breakthrough. When he came into the secret realm, he was at the 4th level of Xiandan. It was now about to break through the 8th level of Xiandan. The distance to the cave void realm was fast approaching. At this moment, Shangguan Wan'er suddenly remembered. Earlier, he himself asked Tianyang if he had done anything wrong. Tianyang only said no. Could it be that Tianyang had seen before that brother Xiao Yu was not simple? At this moment, Shangguan Wan'er looked at Xiao Yu with infatuation in her eyes. At the same time, glad that his sisters and Xiao Yu had withdrawn from the marriage. Tianyang was hidden in the middle of the void, watching the sons of Qi, breaking through, and not caring. It is only necessary to leave a little means behind. When he thought of this, there was a light that appeared within Tianyang's eyes. Xiao Yu's body shook. Then a mouthful of blood was spat out. Shangguan Wan'er's face changed. Brother Yu, what's wrong with you? Aren't you about to make a breakthrough? Why are you vomiting blood? Xiao Yu's face was ugly. Originally, he wanted to directly break through the cave void realm, but he suddenly felt palpitations. Inside his head, a face appeared. That's Tianyang's. Although he couldn't see his face, This guy had become his own demon. Di Jietian looked at Xiao Yu's appearance and didn't care. After all, he was a chaotic demon body, and with the chaotic demon skill, creating a mind demon illusion realm was a small matter. Brother Yu, this is the dragon power pill. This is the triple harmony Dan. It's the leg stretching and staring Dan. These are all healing elixirs. Take a look and see which one is suitable for you. Shangwan Wan Air. Take out the bottles and jars. Nervously, while his hands were busy, looking at Shangwan Wan'er's appearance, Xiao Yu laughed out, taking Shangwan Wan'er's hand. Wan Air, there's nothing wrong with me. That's just impurities from the breakthrough spit out. If you don't believe me, look at my strength. Xiao Yu released his Xian Dan 9th level aura. After seeing this, Shangwan Wan Air breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Feather, you scared me to death. Looking at Shangwan Wan'er, pear-shaped, Xiao Yu was also a man of years ago, and could not help but put his head over. Shangwan Wan Air, blushing, lowered her head, and then, slightly raised it, closed his eyes. Boom! The door collapsed. Found you guys. Upon hearing this arrival, the two men's faces changed. Then there was extreme anger. The man who had spoken suddenly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. The body shuddered involuntarily. Two people, inside his eyes, had turned into demons that wanted to eat people. The body grew larger and stared at itself. Chapter 32, since you're here, why don't you show yourself? Then a figure flew straight out. Di Jiantian was in the void, stroking his forehead. One would have thought that one would have been able to watch a good show. Didn't expect to be disturbed. Brother Feather, is there anything you want to tell me? There, later, now is not the time. Hearing this sentence, Shangwan Wan'er, her face was like dripping blood. Really, that's not very nice. There's nothing wrong with it, but why are you blushing so red? Looking at Xiao Yu's appearance, Shangwan Wan'er, whose face changed, did not think that it was she who had thought too much. Nothing, by the way. Is what Haruna said before true? Shangwan Wan'er still didn't believe it. Xiao Yu is such a person. Wan'er, haven't you noticed that after you came back, together with that mysterious male, it's as if the two of us have been counted? If your sister, in fact, did what she says she did, there's no way I wouldn't have noticed. And, giving away resources, this is something that I really didn't know about. And, what I utilized could be my hard-earned resources. After all, I am an alchemist. Hearing this sentence, Shangwan Wan'er had surprise in her eyes. I didn't realize that I hadn't seen it in 3 years. Xiao Yu had actually become an alchemist. It looked like he hadn't made a wrong choice. He himself was doing it for Haru's sake. When I see Chinger again later, I'll give him a talk about how the current Xiao Yu is not the same Xiao Yu as before. Right, brother Xiao Yu, what is your next plan? The greatest chance now should not have appeared yet. However, Wan'er, when the secret realm is over, I have a gift that I will give you. Hearing this sentence, Shangwan Wan'er's eyes lit up. I don't know. What is the thing that brother Xiao Yu sent me? Can you tell me about it? This thing? All I can say is that even Emperor Jin Tian doesn't have it. Something branded by heaven and earth. At this moment, Xiao Yu could not help but show off the branding of heaven and earth. Avatar? Xiao Yu did not speak. Just what a smile. Brother Xiao Yu, it's really great luck. This is something that Emperor Jietian still might not really have. Shangwan Wan'er also made an emotional remark. Di Jietian, who was in the void, let out a cold laugh. The frog at the bottom of the well. I didn't, but the family did. The imperial family had existed for such a long time. It's still a good idea to grab a few. Only, before, Di Jietian had divine abilities given by the system, and these divine abilities were exceptionally powerful. There would be no cultivation of the family's aptitude, but it doesn't matter. Next, start your own program. Di Jietian's eyes carried something of a gaze within them. After thinking about this, a figure appeared beside Di Jietian. Looking closely, it's Du Zitong. Go on, don't let me down. Di Jietian spoke up. Hearing this sentence, Du Zitong fell to his knees. Yes, master. The two men, at that moment, were thinking of ways to close the hole once more. After all, the two had been chased along the way and hadn't recovered by now. A figure suddenly appeared in front of the two. The two tensed for a moment, but upon seeing that it was Du Zitong, relief. Neither one of them is taking it to heart. It's just a pride of the lower realms, or the family pampered kind. Found you guys. Du Zitong laughed out with an evil look in his eyes. The two frowned, feeling that Du Zitong had changed a bit, but they couldn't tell exactly. Shangwan Wan'er, you made Shangwan Chinger sad. I wonder, killing that man next to you, will you be sad? How dare you? If you dare to touch a single hair on brother Xiao Yu, I will kill you even if you go to heaven or earth. Hearing Shangwan Wan'er's words, Du Zitong laughed a little. Wan'er, I'll do it. In the future, I'll protect you, even though you're stronger than me right now, but I'm also a man, and this is a fight between men. A pampered heavenly pride is just that, living in his own world all the time. Hearing Xiao Yu's arrogant words, Shangwan without speaking, frowned. Then, relax. His own sister was able to win because, with the help of Di Jietian, a Du Zitung should not be able to fight brother Xiao Yu. Besides, when other situations arise, aren't you there yourself? Xiao Yu got up and made seals with both hands. A lotus seal appeared. One move to finish you off. Xiao Yu carried a powerful confidence. His previous self had lost to Shangwan, and this person was a follower of Shangwan. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu was a bellyful of anger. Look at the lotus fire seal. Shangwan, in her eyes, also carried scorn. It had not occurred to him that Xiao Yu actually had such a powerful move. But, immediately afterward, the two men's pupils contracted. There was horror in his eyes. Du Ziting looked at the lotus fire seal, extended his own two fingers, and actually directly crushed the lotus fire seal. You look down on me. Du Ziting idly walked towards the two men. No, it can't be. You're not Du Zitung, Xiao Yu said with certainty. If I'm not Du Zitang, then who am I? Shangwan, looking at Du Zitung, look again at the void around you. Gongzi, since you're here, why don't you show yourself? Shangwan, word for word, said. At the same time, his face hardened. That's interesting, not bad for a seven-knuckle mind with good perception. Di Jietian with a cold smile. If it wasn't for the fact that you intentionally revealed your breath, you think you would be able to detect me. Looking at Di Jietian in the void, the two people's pupils contracted. My lord, I wonder what this means. What do you mean? If I'm not mistaken, you should be my maid of honor. Getting involved with other people, become my consort and your life is mine. After watching Di Jietian appear, Du Ziting fell to his knees. Xiao Yu's brows frowned inadvertently. Come on out. Just at this time again, Di Jietian spoke. Upon hearing this sentence, the two men looked to the side. A woman appeared there. It was no one else but none other than Shangwan. Sister, I haven't seen you in a few days. While looking at this kind of scene, Shangwan suddenly had a premonition of don't. She didn't know why, but she always felt like she was being watched by some great terror. Haruna, I didn't expect you to come. Yeah, I'm coming too. Brother Xiao Yu. In a moment, you leave first. Xiao Yu's face changed when he heard this sentence. He was a man. In the face of a strong enemy, one could not let his favorite woman stand in his way. To go piece by piece, it's a teleportation charm. Brother Xiao Yu, you don't have to care about me. They won't hurt me. The male won't do anything. If the prince doesn't do it, the two of them, they're no match for me. Chapter 33, Sister. Look, your heart has 7 mind's eyes. Xiao Yu's face was ugly. Although Shangwan did not say it explicitly, Xiao Yu also knew that he was dragging his feet in this place. Looking at the teleportation charm inside his hand, I think it's just for one person. Brother Xiao Yu, hurry up and go. When the time comes, I'll look for you. After hearing this sentence, Xiao Yu clenched his hands and then crushed the talisman. A golden light disappeared from the soles of his feet. Xiao Yu disappeared. After watching Xiao Yu leave, Shangwan was also relieved. Shangwan realized that Shangwan was looking at herself with a cold smile. Good sister, you still love him. Me, Haruna, I was going to tell you, I've never done you any harm. The current Xiao Yu is already an alchemist. Yeah, that's got nothing to do with me. Sister, you're the one I'm aiming for. Hearing this sentence, Shangwan's face changed. Haruna, you're trying to kill me. Shangwan, with an ugly face. No, I'm just replacing you. And there are many ways to replace you, such as making your physique mine. Hearing this sentence, Shangwan, with horror in her eyes, really panicked at this moment. She hadn't thought that her sister's goal was actually this one. Unbridled. I think you're crazy. But immediately afterward, Shangwan's face changed dramatically. She realized that the aura in her body had disappeared. Then the body collapsed to the floor. There's not a bit of strength. You, Shangwan, looking at Shangwan. Then, it looked towards Di Jietian. Why? Di Jietian didn't say anything. Good sister. 7 hearts. It's an insult to put it on you. Put it down. In the future, I will take your physique and live well. Shangwan, with madness in her eyes, then take out a dagger. Split Shangwan's chest open gently. Only, Shangwan, it was as if she did it on purpose. The knife gently cuts, deepens, and becomes lighter again. And then, again. Within moments, a special heart was revealed. Shangwan, with amazement in her eyes, and greed. Good sister, Look at your heart, how beautiful it is, with 7 eyes of the heart. Shangguan Qinger finished the sentence and stood up, hands stained with blood. Then, laughing maniacally, Shangguan Wan'er, in the future I'll be famous in thousands of worlds and you'll only be able to look up to me. Shangguan Wan'er's breathing had weakened. The eyes were calm and unruffled, with a hint of a sneer and disdain. Duke, Shangguan Qinger, looking at Di Jietian, it's a potion. Du Zi Tung, you go and protect the magic. The next step is up to you. After hearing this sentence, Shangguan Qinger smiled. There's a little bit of mania in the look. Willingly? Watching 2 people leave, Di Jietian gently asked, why are you doing this, my lord? This you need not know. After finishing this sentence, Di Jietian moved his fingers. An immortal spirit chi appeared. You now have 3 days to live. Let's see if the person you like is worth the effort. Di Jietian left. Shangguan Wan'er, her face is ugly. I didn't realize there were 3 more days of torture. Di Jietian, hidden in the void, eyes coldly watching the scene. Next, it's time for the next step in the program. Not a moment too soon. In the secret realm, there is a news that Shangguan Wan'er's 7 exquisite hearts have been dug out, still gutted by his own sister. Everyone was shocked when they heard this piece of news. It was those people in the upper realm whose faces changed when they heard this sentence. Many, however, with greed. However, a day later, looking at Shangguan Qinger who appeared once again, everyone fell silent. They saw with their own eyes Shangguan Qinger crush a person at the 3rd level of void with her own hands. And, now Shangguan Wan'er, her hair had covered her face. There are also rags on the body, as if he were a beggar. Without looking closely, it was hard to realize that this was the Shangguan Wan'er from before. At this moment, Shangguan Wan'er is like a walking corpse. It went all the way to the center of the secret world. She didn't know why she had thought that, but she just wanted to go towards that place. In the center ground, a man with a disguised face listened to the murmurs. The face hardened. Yeah, the current Shangguan Wan'er is a waste. Quite a few people, looking for Shangguan Wan'er again, although she's turned into a loser. Well, at least she's a beautiful woman. Yeah, I've seen it before. Only, there's no sign of her. But what about the male who went down to the realm with him before? Don't think about it much. Maybe, someone else has already left. Just this one kind of secret realm. Put it on that person, and no one else will even look at it. The others wanted to retort, but when they felt that aura, they knew that these people were from the upper realm. The 7-knuckle heart was probably dug up by that guy. Xiaoyu spoke up as changed his face. Couldn't see what he really looked like. Ridiculous. The 7 knowledge's Linglong heart, in your eyes is a powerful physique, but in the eyes of that male son, it's just like an ordinary waste physique. Do you know that when that male was born, the upper realm, a region of land that tops hundreds of millions of your Xianqing realm is more than enough. The vision appeared for a month. When the 7 orifices appeared, it was estimated that the anomaly, in front of that anomaly, was just like a fart. If you give it to someone, they'll hate it, and they'll hate their hands getting dirty. Hearing this sentence, many people fell silent. It was unlikely that someone from the upper realm would swindle themselves with this kind of thing. It would be horrible if that were true. Nine Yang sacred body no. It's just a little bit weaker than Linglong heart. People make a move, and they are directly overthrown. Really think, people care. Hearing these taunts, Xiaoyu's face turned ugly. Now, he wanted to kill Di Jietian. I wonder why. Master, has the avatar not been researched yet? Soon. There's still some time left. If what that man says is true, don't mess with that young man. We can't afford to. Master, didn't you say that you are an invincible existence in the upper realms as well? Hearing this sentence, the old man coughed and stopped making a sound. Xiaoyu skimmed his mouth. Look who that is. Just at this time again, someone suddenly exclaimed. The crowd looked over, saw a figure that stumbled over, the face that reveals itself from time to time. Let one see her face. Asterisk isn't this Shangguan Wan'er? Didn't think that it really turned out to be so wretched. Yeah, it's really 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. There was also a sentimental remark. The young girl Rio. The current Xiaoyu had an ugly face when he heard this sentence. However, this is not the time to expose yourself. When he thought of this, Xiaoyu did not move and went over to Shangguan Wan'er. But just at this time again, a ghostly light appeared. Chapter 34, Thank you for bringing me to this place. Silence. Only a passageway appeared. Watch as this channel appears. Many people breathed heavily. Countless pills were revealed before his eyes, as well as feats, weapons. That's still just the outside. If it were the inside. Thinking about it, a lot of people are ecstatic. Xiaoyu's face was also pleased. This time, no one noticed themselves. I guess. Silly boy. What are you doing in that place? Hurry up and go in. The avatar is about to be cracked. It's missing the last thing. I've already felt that aura. Hearing this sentence, Xiao Yu's face changed. But master, silly boy, what kind of woman does not have? And, this woman, turned into a waste. You are the one who has the fire god body. No, Wan Air was trying to save me. She gave me the teleportation charm and that's how he became like this. You're still really stupid. Usually quite a shrewd person. Why have you become like this? Xiao Yu's face changed when he heard this sentence. However, the footsteps were still directed towards Shangguan Waner. The old man's face was also anxious. You've forgotten that the current Shangguan Qinger had her 7 hearts dug out, so why is she still alive? However, she came from the upper realm, so she should have a special elixir, but her life won't last long. The person you were before would be no match for Shangguan Qinger, now that you have a physique. If your physique doesn't metamorphose, you're still no match for her. It has the aura of heaven and earth's foreign flames inside, as well as the last thing this divine ability is missing. Stupid boy, are you going to really regret your whole life for a woman? Besides, in the upper realm, her vision has become very high. Looking at you, perhaps, for your chance. The physique is tapped, perhaps, and a bitter trick. Brat, don't fall for it. Hearing these words, Xiao Yu's footsteps stopped. It suddenly occurred to me that Shangguan Waner, who had given the teleportation talisman to herself, was valued by the great powers of the upper realms. No way. There's only one teleportation charm. Now that he's turned into a loser. Maybe, what his master said is true. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu's face turned ugly. Just at this time, Shangguan Qinger flew over from the distance. Didn't care about these people in the slightest. After having a physique, Shangguan Qinger had drifted. An offhand glance at the two men tinged with disdain. Only, when he saw Shangguan Waner, he froze for a moment, and then with mockery, the figure moved and disappeared once more. Xiao Yu's face became completely ugly. He saw that Shangguan Qinger's strength had turned into the 8th level of Cave Void. He himself was only in the Xiandan realm. Looking at Shangguan Waner, then, with a cruel heart, he laughed, his figure transforming into a residual shadow and disappearing. Not far away, Shangguan Waner's face changed. With a bitter smile, she recognized him. He was Brother Xiao Yu, even though he was disguised. See, that's the kind of man you like. No, he saw Shangguan Qinger. That must be it. I'm too much of a loser to deserve him now. Really, let's show you what you like in a man. Di Jietian wore a smile as he disappeared into thin air, and at the same time disappeared into thin air was Shangguan Waner. At this time in the middle of the underground palace, Xiao Yu took a deep breath with excitement in his eyes. With the help of his own master's powerful soul, the chance, of course, became his. Looking at the heaven and earth exotic flame inside his hand, there was also a small piece of stone tablet. Laughing, thoroughly laughed, even Shangguan Waner was left behind. Master, get rich, Xiao Yu with excitement. As he left, he looked at the people. At the look of hatred and resignation, Xiao Yu really laughed out loud. He didn't think that his master, who still had this hand, had directly used the formation inside to trap those people. However, just at this time, a voice came from within Xiao Yu's mind. Careful. Hearing this sentence, Xiao Yu's face also changed. Then, the body was wrapped in a mysterious black light. The face changed dramatically when it appeared again. In front of himself, there was a huge tomb, as if all the worlds of this heaven and earth had been buried in it. What is this place? Xiao Yu's face changed, but no one responded to him. Rumble. The grave shook. It directly exploded. And then, a demonic spear that emanated coldness and killing appeared. The only word on it is silence. It's silence. A voice suddenly came from within Xiao Yu's mind. Master, you know this magic gun. Know that it's not your time to know. If those people in the immortal realm knew that this spear was in this place, I'm afraid there would be great powers that would not hesitate to destroy the Xinqing realm. After hearing his master's words, Xiao Yu also sucked in a breath of cool air. So powerful. It's more powerful than you think. This demonic spear, it also has a relationship with a taboo. Previously, the people of the immortal region have been searching for this gun, and it didn't occur to them that it has appeared here. Master, you said that this is a devil's gun. Could it be that this is the weapon of a great devil? Yes and no. Hearing this sentence, Xiao Yu's face carried curiosity. This gun is not man-made, nor devil-made, nor demon-made. Xiao Yu's face changed. Heaven and earth. There's no mistaking this one weapon. It's a natural formation. Only, the first person to use him was a great demon, or the kind that causes panic in the immortal realm. I didn't think that it would actually be mine. Master, it looks like I'm in luck. The old man also laughed out, not thinking that this disciple of his was really deeply blessed. Finally, a cold voice rang out. After hearing this sentence, the two men's faces changed, but at this moment, Tianyang didn't pay any attention to the two people. The sight of this magic gun, in his eyes, there were also fluctuations. It looked like his own family hadn't speculated on what this one gun actually was. Otherwise, it's not yourself that's coming. However, the 8 ancestors had already spied on this world, so could it be that the old ancestor was also suspicious? After looking at Tianyang's appearance, the demonic gun actually appeared to be trembling, as if it was afraid. Xiao Yu and also Xiao Yu's master had shock in their eyes. Tianyang, why have you appeared in this place? Xiao Yu is sure no one was following him, but now this guy appeared in front of himself. And thanks for bringing me to this place. Tianyang revealed a mysterious smile. Xiao Yu panicked when he saw this smile. One didn't have any socialization with this guy. Looking at Tianyang with a mysterious smile, Xiao Yu's face changed. Tianyang left. If the previous Emperor Ye Duan had come, I'm afraid it would have ended. This thing, it must be the son of Qi. But, one has the system. With the help of the system, just pack it up and go. Just as Tianyang left, in the middle of his mind, he thought up the system's beep. Master robbed the chances of the Son of Fortune. The Son of Fortune, the value of heavenly destiny decreased by 2,000, and the Master's villain value increased by 2,000. The Son of Qi doubts his Master. The value of heavenly destiny decreases by 100, and the Master's villainous value increases by 100. Chapter 35, from now on, you and I are done with each other. Do you see? Hearing the system's voice, Tianyang didn't care. This secret realm was the burial place of the Sons of Qi. Next, the program continues. Tianyang was hidden in the void. At this moment, the old man and also Xiao Yu were silent. Master, is it you? No. Master, what time is it? Are you still deceiving me? If I cheated you, you would still be alive now. Before, you were a poor boy with nothing. And now, you've become an alchemist. His identity is too noble, so I guess there is someone behind it. Presumably. Xiao Yu didn't say anything. Eyes wavered. I'm sorry, Master. I misunderstood you. But, Master, how are things with the avatar? Soon. I guess we'll wait one more day, and then we'll be ready. Hearing this sentence, Xiao Yu's ugly face finally revealed a trace of a smile. Only, it was very faint. The current Xiao Yu was in a somewhat difficult mood. He didn't know what was wrong with him. His emotions right now, they were so easily changed. Fortunately, he still had a strain of heaven and earth flame. Tianyang, one day, I will personally kill you and take back what is mine. Back. Xiao Yu took a deep breath. He knew that his current self was not an opponent of Tianyang. Had to force myself to calm down. Just at this time, Xiao Yu's footsteps trembled. No good. This place is collapsing. Come on. A voice came from within Xiao Yu's mind. Hearing this one voice, Xiao Yu's face was also tinged with tension. An hour later, Xiao Yu was a bit gray. It didn't occur to me that this place where the magic gun was stored directly collapsed. Luckily, this secret realm didn't collapse. Immediately afterward, Xiao Yu's face changed. He saw a figure. That figure was Shangguan. The look on Xiao Yu's face was tinged with shame. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. Xiao Yu, I'm borrowing this from you. Seeing you in a sorry state right now, I'm still really comfortable. Shangguan, I didn't think that you wouldn't even spare your own sister. Are you still a human being? I'm not human. There's nothing wrong with that. But so what? I have great strength now. Look at my current strength. The 8th level of Cave Void, and then look at you. Still in the Xiandan realm. How humble. But I'm happier when you're dead. When she thought of this, Shangguan, carrying a powerful aura, impacted towards Xiao Yu. Vulcan palm. Xiao Yu's face changed. And immediately afterward, a powerful energy directly entered his body. Many of the meridians were damaged. Xiao Yu's face changed. Master, the body is in my control. However, this female doll, whose strength has just broken through and your meridians have suffered a loss, can only leave first. Take over the body later. Xiao Yu transformed into a black shadow and disappeared. Shangguan wanted to chase. You forgot my orders. A cold voice rang out. Hearing this sentence, Shangguan, her face changed. Yes, Your Excellency. But, Your Excellency, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Shangguan, without waiting for that one voice, disappeared. Tianyang appeared from the void and didn't care, even with a sneer. After all, one was only doing it for the divine order value. It's just a mole. After Xiao Yu left, he was relieved to see no figure behind him. Find a hidden cave. Suddenly, Xiao Yu's face changed. He saw a figure, lying down inside the cave, as if asleep, not breathing. Xiao Yu felt his heart involuntarily tremble. It was as if it had been saved by a large invisible hand. The woman heard footsteps and felt a familiar scent. The woman tried to open her own eyes, but she was too tired and her life was coming to an end. The hair is turning white. The delicate skin, too, had become like dead tree bark. Wainer, hear the call. The woman, moving her fingers. Xiao Yu's eyes reddened. Master, is there any way to be able to save her? She's already a wreck. Her life is at an end, turning into a skeleton. It's too hard to save. Too difficult means there is still a way. Xiao Yu's eyes lit up when he heard this sentence. Watching the master's words come out half-heartedly, Xiao Yu was also anxious. What method? Master, you tell me. You tell me? You can't do that now, unless you're a saint. Hearing this sentence, Xiao Yu's face turned ugly. Is there anything else that can be done? Can only a saint save her? This is her origin being tapped. There's another way, and that's the foreign fire. The foreign fire, it can save one heir. You can, but with your strength, it will be impossible for you to break through. Why? When I fell, I only knew that this Xinqing realm had a foreign fire. The appearance of a plant in this secret realm should be an accident. That is to say, if you give her this foreign fire, you won't be able to go to other worlds and look for it until you break through the Seal Emperor realm. At the same time, you must also guard against Shangguan Qinger's pursuit. It's not true that the fire god body is powerful, but there's still a gap between it and the seven-knuckle heart. And she is now at the 8th level of K-Void, and you are at the Xiandan realm. It's with my help, and without the foreign fire, the fastest you can do is 2 years. If you fuse this strain of foreign fire, your fire god skill can evolve, and your physique will change once again, become the Vulcan's sacred body. Your cultivation speed is able to increase drastically. Prepare yourself. I'm just your master. In the future, you still have to walk on your own. And, don't you think, too coincidental? When Xiao Yu heard the previous words, he just had an ugly face. The heart to save Shangguan Wanner is still there, but hearing it at the end was too much of a coincidence. Xiao Yu's face changed drastically. Suddenly it comes to mind. Previously, when Shangguan Wanner left, she had Shangguan Qinger set up a marriage with herself. Then forced withdrawal. Set your own promises and put out bold words. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. It didn't occur to me that after 3 years, I'd become a joke. He would have been able to triumph on his own. Except that she came back and brought back a mysterious male. Emperor Jiantian, the man who was like a god arriving, defeated himself, became a smile that his own family has become a joke. Then, in the middle of the secret realm, he gained the chance to have that gun as his own, but he showed up. His own chance was taken away from him. Now that she was dying, she could only pay for the foreign fire herself in order to save her. He himself had become a joke from start to finish, all because of her. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu's face suddenly became ugly. Thanks for bringing me to this place. Xiao Yu once again thought of this sentence that Di Jietian had said. Either his own master did it or Shangguan Wan'er. Only Shangguan Wan'er was in contact with herself. Why was the physique tapped after he left? When he was there, it wasn't. Xiao Yu stepped forward and looked at Shangguan Wan'er. Before, inside his eyes, she was a perfect woman. One dreams of being with her. Now look at her gray hair and weak breathing. For a while, Xiao Yu felt confused. What's going on with yourself? Maybe it wasn't her I used to love? Just yearning for that kind of love. Yeah, she's been to the upper world and her eyes are higher. And look at yourself? Maybe it's just your own wishful thinking. Thinking about this, Xiao Yu's mood was a little difficult. Fingers clenched, eyes shifting. There is happiness, tenderness and sadness. Finally, a deep breath was taken and the clenched hands were loosened. In the future, you and I will break our love. Xiao Yu said word for word. After saying that, he turned around and left. There's not a trace of it left. Shangguan Wan'er opened her own eyes, which were bloodshot, and looked at Xiao Yu. Then, a drop of blood and tears appeared, and at the same time, fading away like Shangguan Wan'er's life. Do you see it? A grand, cold voice rang out. Chapter 36. What if I give you another chance? I'll destroy him with my own hands. After hearing this one voice, Shangguan Wan'er's closed wanted to open. She found that what had been the simplest of movements before was now so difficult. She was so tired that her vitality had been completely destroyed. What sustained her now was the last vestige of resignation within her. She wanted to see him. This him, not Xiao Yu, but Emperor Jietian. She struggled to open her own eyes once more. And finally, she opened them a fraction of an inch. For there was blood in them. A mysterious color hung over her even as she looked at the figure in the void that was like a divine arrival. Why? Nothing, it's just to show you something. Hearing this sentence, Shangguan Wan'er smiled. It was as if they were mocking, and they didn't know if they were mocking themselves, or Di Jietian, or the man who had once made them unforgettable. Yeah, I was really wrong. You didn't give me an answer before, my lord, and now you have. But I haven't got a chance anymore. Shangguan Air closed her eyes. She now felt that the last trace of power in her body had disappeared. She thought of her childhood, playing behind Xiaoyu, then a scene of two people in love. Later, the master appeared and took her to the realm. He said he'd go to her, but meet again. He's changed himself, and he's changed. Ha! Shangguan Wan'er laughed to herself. What if I could give you a chance? Hearing this sentence, Shangguan Wan'er's eyes, which were closed, opened once again, and she didn't know where she got the strength. Perhaps her heart was not willing. If I get the chance, I'll kill him myself, by any means necessary. Di Jietian laughed. Previously, he had forced the son of Qi to kill the female lord, and now the female lord of Qi was killing the son of Qi. Not bad. After thinking of this, a light appeared in Di Jietian's eyes. At the same time a figure appeared. At this moment, Shangguan Qinger had panic in her eyes. She had been practicing and suddenly appeared in this place. However, it froze for a moment when he saw that it was Di Jietian. I don't know what it is that your excellency has asked me to do. Good thing. Hearing this sentence, Shangguan Qinger laughed out. It should be that Di Jietian was going back to the upper realm and bringing himself there. Thinking of this, Shangguan Qinger looked at Di Jietian's eyes even more fiery. Di Jietian let out a light laugh. Fingers moving, only a heart appeared. Shangguan Qinger's breath plummeted. The face changed dramatically. My lord. Why? Why? Because you don't deserve it, and you're not qualified, so you can experience it. Haven't you already felt it? That feeling of being high above and mastering everything? Di Jietian didn't even look at Shangguan Qinger. Go ahead and find the confidence that belongs to you. Di Jietian let out a cold laugh. Afterwards, only the heart was seen returning to Shangguan Wan'er's body once more. At the same time, Di Jietian made a seal with both hands and a talisman appeared. Up. As Di Jietian completed his seal formation, Shangguan Wan'er's hair turned black. Only, the aura once again skyrocketed, turning into the 9th level of Cave Void, half-step avatar realm. Shangguan Qinger's face changed dramatically. Gongzi, you lied to me. Di Jietian didn't bother with Shangguan Qinger. Shangguan Wan'er stood up, glowing, powerful aura, uncontrolled. Everything around us is annihilating. Good sister, I was merciful before. There is nothing wrong with what you say. Anyone who disobeys me will die, with the exception of the male. Di Jietian didn't care in the slightest. Such a maid was what he wanted. Only, after watching Shangguan Wan'er trying to kill Shangguan Qinger, Di Jietian stopped it. She's still of some use to me. After hearing Di Jietian's words, Shangguan Wan'er brought her hand movements to a halt. You only have 3 days. At that time, I will go back to the upper world. Exactly how to do it. It depends on you. If it makes me satisfied, you can go back with me. If not, Di Jietian didn't say the latter words, but Shangguan Wan'er already knew what it meant. To your satisfaction, my lord? Wani can do it then. Within Shangguan Wan'er's eyes, there was a black light that appeared. The chirography heroine is blackened, and the master increases the villain value by 2000. The heroine of Qi and the son of Qi turn against each other. The son of Qi's heavenly destiny value falls by 500, and the master's villain value increases by 500. After Emperor Zetian and the Void heard this voice, didn't care. The 5000 heavenly fate values of the son of Qi were almost gone. Think about it later. That old man can end it too. Otherwise, this blackened maid might be in trouble. Thinking of this, a void channel appeared around Di Jietian. You can have your wish. As I said before, I will help you once. Du Ziting's eyes lit up. The miserable Shangguan Qinger was now even more fascinating among his eyes. Di Jietian let out a cold laugh. Leaving. Lickspittle villain. What a disgrace to villainy. At this moment, Xiaoyu was waiting anxiously. After all, his own master said that this divine ability was on the verge of being cracked. Well, cracked. There was weariness in the old man's voice. Only the tone was tinged with elation. Xiaoyu also laughed out after hearing this sentence. Regardless of how it was said, the avatar was in hand, and one's base could be increased once more. Not bad. Cracked. And by the looks of it, I'm just in time. A cold voice rang out. The two men's faces changed dramatically. Come out. Senior, thanks for your help on this journey. Di Jietian appeared and looked at the old man, said a word. Hearing this sentence, Xiaoyu's face changed drastically. It didn't occur to me that things were still going in the direction that I wanted them to go. His own master, indeed, had mutinied. Young man, what do you mean by that phrase? Alright, senior, don't put on a show. You stupid disciple. That's all. As long as you help me obtain the opportunity, I'll let the clan refine your flesh. Is this something that is not negotiable? Hearing this sentence, The old man's face changed drastically as he knew that Tian was provoking the two. Sure enough, it's you, master. Why? Feather, calm down. Don't let him fool you. Shut up, you're the liar. I suspected it before when he showed up at the secret realm. His identity, as you said, is frighteningly high, and there are powerful cultivators in the family. So helping you refine your physical body would be a breeze. You don't have to be this soulful anymore. If I wait for me to refine your flesh, I might have to wait for a long time. Now that he's spoken, you're still playing me here. All that to say, leaning on the old man. It's true. Why did you let me get to know you? Why did you absorb my spiritual energy? Otherwise, none of this would have happened. I hate you. Off. Xiao Yu finished the sentence inside his neck. Yank out a necklace. Threw it straight out. Brat. I would have left you a long time ago if I could. It's the Avatar. I'll stop him. You. The old man's face changed drastically before he could finish that sentence. An inexplicable pressure appeared. If he moves again, ashes fly. And, now his own body, completely out of control. Tian wore a cold smile. Do you really think you have the time to listen to this nonsense? As he thought of this, a light appeared within Tian's eyes. The old man's face changed drastically. And then, in the soul space, a heaven-destroying great demonic shadow appeared, looking down at the old man. On your knees, devil. Didn't think. Before the old man could say this sentence, a shock was delivered to his mind. Then, he knelt down towards Tian. Greetings, Your Excellency. Ha, 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 ha. Xiao Yu suddenly laughed out. Then a mouthful of blood was spat out. That's sad. Ha ha ha. Looking at the old man, he handed the avatar to Tian. Kill me. Someone will kill you yet. Go home and hope you're not too late. Tian disappeared. After watching Tian disappear, Xiao Yu's face changed drastically. Shangguan Qinger, if you dare to strike at my family, I will destroy your 9 clans even if I go to heaven or earth. At this moment, Xiao Yu's teeth were bared. Tian let out a cold smile after watching Xiao Yu leave. Looking at the old man's soul later, a saintly soul of no use. After Tian finished the sentence, the old man's soul disappeared into thin air. Chapter 37, The Son of Luck dies. Your value ends here. The son of Qi turns against his own master. The destiny value decreases by 500, and the master's villain value increases by 500. Master kills the master of the son of Qi. The son of Qi's heavenly fate value decreases by 100, and the master's villainy value increases by 100. Tian hadn't expected that after killing this old man, the heavenly fate value of the son of Qi would only drop so little. It looks like one should plot, but there's no need. It looks like Shangguan Wanner has already made her move. Tian's figure disappeared once more. At this moment in time, when he appeared, he came within a family, and bloodlight filled the sky. A woman with a sword in her hand, as if she were a god of killing, slaughtering one life after another. The people of the Shao family had panic in their eyes. Before, when Shangguan Wanner came, they were quite happy. Without thinking, without saying a word, he took out a sword and started killing. The Shao family had a few hundred people, but now there were only a few more. Stop. An anxious voice carried over. The sound comes before the person arrives. Shangguan Qinger, if you dare. Wan Air, why you? Yeah, why can't it be me? Why? Get down on your knees and beg me. Shangguan Wanner, in her tone, did not have the slightest bit of temperature. Tian, I'm going to kill you. At this moment, Xiao Yu, where did he not know that all of this was a ghost of Tian? But why did Tian do that? Not on your knees. Shangguan Wanner, a sword blade chopped over. Only, the opposite was the direction of the Shao family. A dozen people died in an instant, eyes wide and wide with pre-death terror. Stop. I'm sorry. How could Xiao Yu not know that it was his own failure to save Shangguan Wanner that caused all of this, and it was all revenge? Only, one believes one's own master's bull ********. Wanner, I'm sorry, all of this, it's all a trick by Tian. Don't be fooled by him. He set me up with a master who wouldn't let me save you. So you're a good boy. Then, really listen to your master. Get on your knees and talk. Shangguan Wanner spoke once more. Me, go, and later, take revenge for us. Just at this time, a voice rang out from behind Shangguan Wanner. Then, a palm to his forehead was about to be slapped. Immediately afterward, the face changed dramatically. This palm, how it could not be slapped down. At the same time, the spiritual energy in his body disappeared. Trying to kill yourself. You can't do that. Shangguan Wanner didn't know when to show up. Get on your knees. Shangguan Wanner looked at Xiao Yu. No, I'll kneel. Xiao Yu watched his father after he was coerced. The face became ugly, more than anything else. But there's nothing you can do if you're not willing to do it. People are the chopping block. I'm the fish. After watching Xiao Yu kneel down, Shangguan Wan'er laughed out, and in her eyes, there were tears. Xiao Yu, you also have today before in order to compensate you. Let my sister marry you. You do not compete. But I'm actually stupid enough to believe your bull asterisk. That's pretty selfish of you. The life-preserving teleportation talisman. I gave it to you without blinking an eye. And for the sake of a strain of foreign fire, you gave up my life. Come on, tell me how you feel. What have I done to wrong you? I'm, sorry. What do you need strength for if being sorry helps? You kill yourself. Or else. You know. Hearing this sentence, Xiao Yu's face changed. He didn't want to die. He hadn't found his mother yet. And he hadn't defeated Shangguan Qinger yet. The shame of the family had not yet been cleared. And his own ambitions had not yet been realized. But, looking at his father, a line of blood appeared above his neck, pulling Xiao Yu back from his fantasies. Yeah, so what if you have too many ideas yourself? Xiao Yu smiled. It's a mockery of yourself. Then, a mouthful of blood was spat out. His aura slumped, and he just looked at Shangguan Wan'er. Dijie wore a cold smile. The masters made forced the death of the son of Qi. The son of Qi, and the value of heavenly destiny is 0. Congratulations to the master for killing the son of Qi, Xiao Yu, and obtaining a heavenly destiny treasure chest with a villain value of 50,000. Hearing this sentence, Dijie didn't care in the slightest. Who is it that kills my son? However, at this very moment, only a shadow suddenly appeared within Xiao Yu's body. Old ancestor. Dijie didn't care in the slightest. This world, after all, was under the watchful eye of the 8 ancestors. Roll. A cold voice rang out. Immediately afterward, the entire Xianqing realm went dark, and a large hand passed through the clouds, directly crushing this shadowy figure. People of the emperor family. Good. Actually killing my son. You wait for me. Looking at this one after the shadow disappeared, Dijie secretly said, sure enough, this son of Qi's mother isn't simple. It's that kind of dog blood plot again. Therefore, this was the reason why Dijie had allowed Shangguan Wan'er to make a move. Shangguan Wan'er also lowered her own sword. After watching Xiao Yu die, for some reason, it felt like his heart was still clogged. My lord, things are done. Dijie nodded his head as he heard this sentence. Then Shangguan Wan'er widened her own eyes with incredulity, then fell to the ground. You are not yet qualified to be my consort. A task well accomplished, and that is all you are worth. Old ancestor, leave. Don't let anyone know about what happened here. As Dijie left, he said at the same time. Hearing this sentence, the 8 ancestors nodded. A large hand appeared in the void, directly crushing the Xianqing realm. At this moment, quite a few people in the immortal region also sensed the commotion. Couldn't help but blush dramatically. What is the imperial family doing? I don't know. I guess some affiliated forces have provoked it. After all, overthrowing a small world was not a great thing in the immortal domain. Every family is in control of countless resources. There were clans before that easily overthrew a great 1,000 worlds. They looked at it and stopped paying attention. Billions of miles away from the imperial family, within an immortal palace, a woman, whose face could not be seen, sat inside a cold cave. Imperial family, I want you all to die. After the woman finished the sentence, a powerful aura appeared, but countless chains appeared around her, sealing the woman. Get the hell out of here. As I said before, if they survive peacefully, I imprison them for 10,000 years. Now that they're dead, you're going to stop me. The woman finished the sentence and extended her own 2 jade hands. Straight away, the chains ripped up. Boom boom boom. The chains exploded. How dare you? What are you going to do? After more than 10 years, you still don't know how to repent. My son is dead. My husband is dead. All the more reason not to let you out. Why? Can't beat it. The old man sighed. The woman went quiet. For a moment, the face was ashen. What a horrible phrase. Can't beat it. Is it so hard for my son, my husband, to die like this? No, I want to go out. That is, I will override the one who killed my son even at the risk of military disintegration. You're going to kill my emperor family's divine son. A cold voice rang out. The woman's face changed dramatically. The entire Mo family panicked. Chapter 38. Hand over the person who said he killed my imperial family's divine son. Otherwise, it's war. Only to see that the entire Mo plan's billions of miles of land was instantly devoid of light. Turned dark. A golden dot appeared in the void, ever expanding. In the blink of an eye, it turned into billions of miles, and the speed of expansion increased. Soon, the entire Mo family was enveloped by this golden light. A silhouette emerged from the golden light. revealing itself with a divine will behind it. In a slow flow, the eyes were as if they were white moons, staring at the Mo family. The people of the Mo clan felt their scalps tingle as they looked at this figure in the void. It was too powerful. The oppressive force was too strong. And many of the Mo clan disciples fell to their knees, blood spurting out, and fainted. It was the Mo clan's backyard forbidden land that was constantly buzzing. Who was raving and killing my imperial family's divine son? The voice rang out once more, and the entire Maja family trembled even more. At the same time, some of the palaces floating in the void crashed down. After looking at the Mo family's vision, the gazes of the entire immortal region looked over. Many people bloated as they watched the imperial family and the Mo family face off. After all, it's a pleasure to see someone else's bad luck. The imperial family. Over. Again, a figure appeared. The body was as tall as the old ancestor of the D clan. Looking at the old ancestor of the D clan, there was scorn in his eyes. At their level, fights wouldn't happen easily. The damage would be too horrible. Not until the family is in a life and death situation. It won't use such an underpinning. Mo Yang, you're not dead yet? Hand over the person who spoke out of turn to kill the divine son of my imperial family, or else, go to war. As the old ancestor of the D clan finished the sentence, the divine will behind him began to emit light. You, why bother? How dare you? Are you handing it over or not? The old ancestor of the D clan asked once more, his tone even more majestic and terrifying compared to the previous one. Turn in. Mo Yang was silent for a moment, but still said it. Yes, the Mo family was no match for the imperial family, and the one who spoke was powerful, no doubt, but he was not yet the family's base, and besides, he was originally the family's sinner. Mochizuki's face changed dramatically. She hadn't expected the family to actually give her up. At the same time, the chains on her body disappeared. The restraints are lifted, but the next thing she faced was death. After thinking about the deaths of her husband and her son, there was no heart left to live. This time, she spelled out her self-destruction and made the imperial family pay the price. You're the one who's going to kill me. At this time, a cold voice rang out. A handsome figure appeared, suspended in the void. Look at Ink Moon. The eyes were calm and unperturbed. You're the one who killed my son, and my husband. I didn't kill him, but it doesn't matter if you say I did. Since you have the heart to kill me, then you must be prepared to die as well. Old ancestor, do it. Originally, Tianyang thought that this guy was still a son of Qi, or whatever, but he didn't think that it was just an ordinary woman. A woman with a strong and ordinary strength. After hearing Tianyang finish the sentence, the faces of the Mo clan's people changed drastically, but none of them dared to speak. After all, the aura of the D clan's oldest ancestor pressed them down to their knees and they couldn't stand up. Want to kill me? I'll kill you first. Mochizuki's face changed with a wild fury. Then a huge immortal spirit Qi appeared around Mou. At the same time, the body became larger, as if it were a giant, but compared to the emperor family's ancestor, it was quite a bit worse. At this time, Tianyang looked at the woman's figure. Suddenly a phrase came to mind internally. The peaks, perhaps, are like that. Unbridled. After finishing this sentence, the old ancestor of the D clan directly extended his own hand and crushed Mou. There was no need for her to blow herself up at all. At the same time, a void channel appeared. Throw in the aftermath of the explosion directly. You, the old ancestor of the Mo clan. His face as black as the bottom of a pot. That was their Mo clan's sphere of influence. However, after looking at the emperor family's old ancestor's unkind gaze, he swallowed the words he was about to say. Go. After finishing this sentence, Tianyang and the old ancestor's figures disappeared into thin air. At this time, Tianyang returned to the middle of the D family. Without seeing anyone, it's closed. After all, this time, in the lower realm, there were still quite a few good things obtained. And that divine power, Emperor Jin Tian was still fighting for it. Master, Tianyang. Identity, divine son of the imperial family. Physique, chaos demon body. Space god eyes, supreme Dao bone. Heavenly destiny villain aura. Strength, third level of the Dao palace. Techniques, chaos demon scripture. Heavenly emperor scripture. Emperor god palm. Easy travel. Xintian sword technique. Human emperor finger. Avatar, chaotic demon heavenly palm. Space transfer, heavenly seal of interception. Space cutting. Villain value, 59800. Backpack, spirit devouring god ring. Silence, wordless tablet. Mystic treasure chest. Personal situation at a glance. Tianyang looked towards silence. Previously, this devil gun was not called a devil gun, simply because the person who used him was a great devil, the possessor of the chaotic devil body, and the same great devil who caused the emperor's fall day. When that demon died, the weapon disappeared. Later on, there was a man who obtained this item and a wordless tablet, and the immortal region sent out quite a few people. Only, this guy disappeared into obscurity under the pursuit of a powerful man. No thought of going to the lower world. As for being alive or not, I don't think so. If this fellow was a son of Qi, it was estimated that this secret realm would not be for Xiao Yu. Open the treasure chest. Di Jietian looked at the mysterious treasure chest. Congratulations, Master, on obtaining the Great Space Ruling Technique. Level 1. Hearing this sentence, Di Jietian's eyes lit up. It looked like not letting himself expose his demonic body and letting his space god's eyes get more and more powerful. This is something beyond the avatar. Di Jietian looked at the system mall, and for the first level, 1 billion villain values were needed. Sure enough, the sons of Qi are all blessings in their own right. For the sake of the future, my own will be able to cultivate quickly. I will definitely squeeze you sons of Qi dry. Let me see what this avatar really is. This divine ability, although it was branded by heaven and earth, but in front of the system, it was easily cracked. Looking at the divine abilities inside, Di Jietian froze for a moment. Treading heaven. 1 step, and the gods and ghosts are terrified. 2 steps, immortal kneel. 3 steps, extinction. What a big mouth. Worthy of the avatar of the branding of heaven and earth, but now it was his own. Di Jietian knew that the immortal beheading sword skill he cultivated was the evolution of an old ancestor's divine ability of obtaining the imprint of heaven and earth. As he thought of this, Di Jietian sat in the void. A short while later, a special wave appeared. Di Jietian gently moved and took a step out. Thousands of thunders landed, surrounding Di Jietian. It radiated out in all directions. After looking at the scene that caused the destruction, Di Jietian laughed softly. Not bad, it works well. The emperor family's old ancestor couldn't help his eyes from twitching. He had just come in, and thunder had struck across the room at him. This ungrateful scion. However, when he felt the aura of heaven and earth in it, his face changed, followed by a smile. This little guy's chi is good. It hadn't occurred to me that the avatar of the branding of heaven and earth had been obtained. That's a lot of added substance for a little guy. As he thought of this, the old ancestor came in and looked at Di Jietian, nodding in satisfaction, followed by yanking his beard off. Unexpectedly, Di Jietian's aura directly skyrocketed. From the 3rd level of the Dao Palace, it directly became the 5th level, and then it didn't stop until the 6th. Wait, Lao Zhu thought better of it and left. It's too much of a blow. Chapter 39, Heading to the Gong family. Later you'll know that your man will stand in all the worlds. After watching the 16th ancestor leave, Di Jietian carried doubts. Wasn't he quite happy when he watched his old ancestor come in? Why did he leave? However, Di Jietian didn't think much about it. This time the villain value. There's no more there's not enough sons of Qi. Why not come with an awesome chiropractor? Tianyang, come to me. A voice carried over. Hearing these words, Di Jietian's figure disappeared. Father. After arriving at the heavenly palace and looking at the man in front of him, Di Jietian bowed. Well, brat, give me a break. Your mother will see it and get me in trouble again. After hearing Di Wushan's words, a figure came to mind in Di Jietian's mind and he smiled faintly. Father, let me come. Is to go to grandpa's house, right? There's no mistake. That Tianyang divine tree in your grandpa's house has finally grown fruit after millions of years. Only 3. Although you are deep enough, this cultivation world is full of unknowns, and being able to add a little bit of depth may, in the future, save your life. Hearing this sentence, Di Jietian didn't object and nodded his head. If not for the fact that he had a system, he would have been overtaken by those sons of Qi even if he had added more to his base. By the way, father, I don't think mother went back to her grandfather's house for this little matter. Hearing this sentence, Di Wushan's face was tinged with embarrassment. Look at the embarrassed look on his father's face. It was as if Di Jietian understood something. Father, as good as things are, don't be greedy. Brat, I think you're looking for a fight. Well, when the time comes, I'll bring my mother back. After hearing Di Jietian's words, Di Wushan laughed out. Sure enough, the parents were true love and they were an accident. The reason why Di Jietian cultivated at the old ancestor was his parents, who were always spreading dogs and wolves. In that case, you leave. Di Jietian looked at his father. Sure enough, it was for his own mother. I just don't know what, if anything, happened to separate two people who would not be separated. What a weird thing to do. At least he was the one with the system, and at this moment he actually couldn't see through how his father and mother were thinking. By the time the next day rolled around, Emperor Jiantian was riding in his own exclusive chauffeured vehicle. The Gong family, too, was an extremely powerful force in the immortal domain. The Gong family likewise occupied a state. The immortal region's 3,000 states, and other hidden places, were so large that they had no boundaries. There had been a great emperor powerhouse before who had failed to finish the immortal domain's walk even after a lifetime of exhaustion. Probably got killed halfway through. The place where the Gong family is located is called Gongzhou, representing the Miyagi family's sphere of influence. At this moment, Di Jietian was looking at the message his mother had sent him. Yang divine fruit. Is there 3 more days to ripen? Di Jietian murmured. However, Di Jietian was in no hurry. By the time Di Jietian arrived, he had already experienced 2 days. These were still 9 Saint Realm Augur dragons, constantly traveling through the void. Can't you see that the 9 dragons are already humming and hawing? In fact, Di Jietian could have let himself be guarded and brought himself there. However, the 9 augurs of his seat, it was time to lose weight. Di Jietian looked at the 9 scaly dragons, all already feeling that these 9 scaly dragons were a bit fat. At this moment in the Gong family, in the middle of the great hall, sitting there was the handsome-faced man, without a trace of aura emanating from him. The people in the middle of the hall, too, did not speak. Only, every now and then, he looked over to the outside. Among them was a woman in a palace dress with a cool, lofty face, as if it were a queen. Eyes glanced outward every now and then, revealing that the woman's mind was not so calm. This woman is Gong Xinu. It was also Di Jietian's mother. Previously, Emperor Wuxian had said that his son's physique could be controlled, but he could only rest assured if he saw it himself. The matter of Di Jietian being a chaotic demon body was something that even his father, Gong Jiolong, didn't know. The boy, when is he coming? A woman next to the man on top of the main seat spoke up. The face is similar to Gong Xinu, only, with the sedimentation of years, with the vicissitudes of life. Mother, it's almost time. Gong Xinu was in a hurry though, knowing that her child should be arriving soon. After all, the echo of the bloodline was getting closer. At this moment, it was in the middle of one of the palace family's great halls. A laugh like a silver bell was delivered. Looking closely, there was a man and a woman in the middle of the room. The woman had bright eyes and white teeth, and her 3,000 green silk was tied up utilizing a hairband, not losing its softness, but also having a rigidity. Next to a man, compared to the woman, the man's face, not so handsome, but also belongs to the durable type. Most importantly, the man's aura was as if the heavens and the worlds were within his grasp. Wuji, I didn't expect you to be so interesting after being so mute before. Hearing this from the woman, the man smiled faintly, clearly happy as well. Only, on closer inspection, looking at the woman, there was pity in her eyes, and heartache, and celebration. It was obviously a complex emotion, but it showed inside this man's eyes. By the way, a cousin is coming over today, so I'm going to go ahead. Hearing this sentence, Zhao Wuji froze for a moment, however, didn't think much about it. By the way, Grandpa asked you to go there as well. Hearing this sentence, Zhao Wuji also froze for a moment. Since Grandpa ordered it, I can't be unkind. Let's go then. Also, don't pay any attention to what the people of the family said. I don't mean to look down on you. I know. Don't worry. If I cared, I'd be pissed off at them already. That's good. Zhao Wuji looked at the woman's back with nostalgia in his eyes. It didn't occur to me to live another life, the man murmured, and then there was a gleam in his eyes. However, as he looked at the people of the Gong family, his eyes once again returned to a bland state. Stop. There's a big hall ahead. What are you doing over there? Gong Wang, what are you going to do? This is Grandpa's intention. Also, no matter how to say it, he is my man after all. In the future, if you use this kind of attitude towards him again, I'll give you no end. You, Gong Xin, it didn't occur to me that you've actually fallen. Fallen or not has nothing to do with you. Don't forget, you are inferior to me. Gong Wang's face reddened with anger when he heard this sentence. Looking at Gong Xin blocking in front of him, Zhao Wuji laughed out with a gentle smile. Xin, you're still the same as in your previous life. In this life, I won't let the tragedy repeat itself. In the future, you will know that your man is the master standing in this world of heavens and earth. Zhao Wuji rose up with a powerful bravado. Come on, let's leave first. Gong Xin ignored Gong Wang and led Zhao Wuji towards the main hall. Chapter 40. A woman will only affect the speed at which he draws his sword? Many of the people in the great hall looked at Gong Xin with smiles after she came over. With a turn of his eyes, he saw Zhao Wuji behind Gong Xin and let out a cold snort. Obviously, not treating this Zhao Wuji was no longer hidden at all. Gong Jiolong, as the head of the Gong family, nodded tenderly. After all, it was his own hand that dug the hole and put his granddaughter in it. It doesn't help to think about it and regret it. Sit down since you're here. That cousin of yours is here today. Before, you used to hold him and play with him. In Gong Xin's mind, thinking for a moment, there was the figure of a little kid, Only, after just a few days in the Gong family, that little kid had disappeared. I don't know. What has become of my cousin? Mayashin was also with curiosity. After looking at Gong Xian's smile, Zhao Wuji's face was a bit ugly. I don't know why, but after watching Gong Xian show such emotions, it was still to another man. He then felt a blockage in his heart. Coming. Just at this time, Gong Xian spoke up, then stood up and looked outside. Roar! 9 Saint Realm Augur dragons appeared in the void, each one 10,000 feet long. The white air that came out from inside his nostrils quickly obscured the luxurious palace behind him. The people of the Gong family, seeing this scene, were shocked for a while and came back to their senses with curiosity and envy at the same time. I didn't think that the imperial family would be so generous. Gong Jiulong spoke up. It wasn't even the old ancestor who came up with this. When Tianyang mentioned it, the 16 ancestors, one by one, killed and then brought back 9. It was only that the dragon clan was hiding too deeply, and the imperial family didn't want to cross swords with the dragon clan in a non-essential situation. One can only retreat to the next best thing. Otherwise, I'm afraid the old man. Gong Xian's following words were not said, but the people of the Gong family knew what they meant. Now they were looking forward to it even more. The figure inside. Tap. The footsteps sounded. A golden lotus flower appeared in the void and bloomed around the palace. It emanated a million rays of haze. Watching this scene, the people of the Gong family stared at their own eyes wide open. Especially some of the female disciples didn't bat an eye. Pretend. Zhao Wuji gave a dark cry. A figure appeared from the mist. A white dress with unicorn embellishments. A handsome and majestic appearance. A pair of deep to the extreme black eyes that flowed with an impenetrable divine light. It was as if the gods resisted from on high. Not like people in reality. As if they were dreams and bubbles. But the hint of a hidden smile hanging at the corner of the man's mouth pulled the man back from the god's end as if it were reality. But such a man was even more fascinating. The people of the Gong family, looking at the man, were stunned. Mayashin widened her own eyes. One hand covered her mouth, as if she was afraid she would exclaim and disturb the beautiful moment. The men watched. So damn handsome. If they didn't take gender into account, they felt they could too. Grandpa, Grandma, Mother. Dijietian's figure moved and disappeared. And when he appeared once more, he had already arrived in front of a few people. Gong Jiulong's pupils contracted for a moment as he looked at Dijietian, and in his eyes, there was an air of incredulity. Previously, when Dijietian was born, it was he who didn't know what kind of physique he had. But now, it was as if he knew something. Gong Xian was shocked a bit inside, but didn't show it, as if her son was the way he should be. Good son, did you miss your mother? Gong Xian stepped forward and held her son in her arms. Before, when Dijietian was still small, he still let her hold him, but when he could walk, he didn't let her hold him, and he was wearing 2 panda eyes all day. Before that, they were worried for a long time. Thought it was the aftermath of the demonic body. At that time, they were so scared that they dug up their old ancestors. After the old ancestor took a look at it, just a word to her and also to Emperor Wushan, the two of you do one. Then he took Dijietian and left. Later on, Dijietian's nature became colder and colder, and looking at them, although they tried their best to hide it, they could see the exhaustion in their eyes. Only, they had no better way. At that time, Dijietian was more like a murderous devil, his body filled with ice and coldness, making it difficult for people to get close to him. Now looking at Dijietian, who carried a gentle aura, Gong Xian's heart broke. Mother, the child has missed you. By the way, why didn't your father come? After seeing that there was no sign of Emperor Wushan, Gong Xian asked curiously, if the main body doesn't come, it's okay to have a bilocation. Father said that he has to practice, and that a woman would only affect the speed at which he draws his sword. But, every time, it's a monkey wrench. Of course, this sentence was not said by Gong Xian. After all, it's crowded. Sorry, but your father, did he really say that? Gong Xian with skepticism. Well, the elder ancestor can testify to that. Dijietian said without a blush on his face or a skip in his heart. It's so anticlimactic. Well, can I see my grandson? It was at this time that the old lady looked away. After all, who wouldn't love such a good-looking grandson? Grandmother, before, Jietian was too busy cultivating and didn't come to visit. Please forgive me. Out of the way. Out of the way. I didn't expect it. My grandson is so handsome. That's it. That's it. Our Gong family genes are just fine. Gong Jiulong chimed in. Gong Xian's face darkened. No talking. However, Dijietian looked towards a woman. Cousin, long time no see. Cousin, it's really you. A little beaner from before. Actually so big. Gong Xian looked at Dijietian. and there was also delight in her eyes. When I held it myself before, it was a very small one, but I didn't think that it would be so big. Cousin, meeting again, there's nothing to give you, let's give you a divine power. Using his remaining villain value, Tian picked a divine ability. Then, with his fingers together, he pointed at the top of Miyoshi's head. This divine ability was not particularly powerful, but it was particularly suitable for Gong Xin. Get your filthy hands off me. At this time, a cold voice rang out. Looking at Tian, his eyes wanted to eat people. Behave yourself and admit your mistake. A number of people reacted to that one statement and yelled at the man. Only Tian didn't care at all. However, Tian smiled faintly and left with a movement of his feet. Without speaking, he waited until Gong Xin opened her eyes and then smiled slightly. Thank you, cousin. Tian, have you already broken through the Avatar realm? At this time, Gong Jiolong brought curiosity. Asked. After all, it was he who couldn't see through Tian. Breakthrough. Not only did he break through, he directly crossed over and became the 6th level of the Dao Palace. Of course, the latter was not said. In the immortal realm, this kind of man-eating world, it was still good to have some cards. Hearing this sentence, Zhao Wuji quieted down and looked at Tian with incredulity as well. Nowadays, many of the younger generation of the immortal region's strengths were at the cave void realm, and the reason they didn't break through was because they wanted to polish their physique. If you want to break through, it's easy, just not a great fight. This young man in front of him, by the looks of it, had already polished his realm before he dared to break through. Tian didn't know what Zhao Wuji was thinking. Sanding, don't mean, I'm hung over. Cousin, won't you introduce me? Tian looked at Zhao Wuji, then looked at Gong Xin and said. Hearing this sentence, Gong Xin also carried embarrassment. Gong Jiolong's face was also a little unsightly. After all, this one thing is not honorable. Chapter 41 The Son of Luck turns back, either to pay back favor or to take revenge. This one thing is still me. When he said this sentence, Gong Jiolong's eyes contained complexity, as well as guilt, and annoyance. An old friend of mine earlier said that he has a disciple, a dragon among men. That one time, didn't think, got drunk and then fell for that guy, and then the betrothal was made. Before, I thought he was joking, but I didn't think that it was actually true. I'm the head of the Gong family. Since I've already made the decision, there's no way to change it. Only, it's difficult for Xin. Grandpa, I'm not embarrassed. Isn't it fine now? And I don't have to leave the Gong family. From now on, I'll be able to stay by your side. Shiner, ugh, Gong Jiolong, and the old lady sighed. Tian inwardly sneered. This one thing, I'm afraid, is not simple. After all, when he saw Zhao Wuji himself, the system's voice rang out. This was a son of good fortune. Name, Zhao Wuji. Identity, son-in-law of the Gong family. Son of fortune. Strength, none, in soul fusion. Feats, none. Destiny value, 20,000. Looking at this son of fortune with a destiny value of 20,000, it would be a lie for Tian not to be greedy. However, after Tian looked at the state of this son of Qi, he also carried curiosity. In the midst of the soul fusion, I don't know if it's a crossover, or a rebirth of a strong man, or something else. When a son of Qi is reborn, he is either repaying a favor or taking revenge. Looking at Zhao Wuji's eyes as he looked at Gong Xin, among other things, there should be a dogged plot. However, the current Emperor Tian did not place his mind on the son of Qi. At this time, Gong Jiolong had taken out a jade disc, the Yin Yang divine fruit. It's ripe for picking. After 1,000,000 years, there are only 3. Hearing this sentence, Tian also carried curiosity. After all, the Yin Yang divine fruit, after being transplanted by the Gong clan, formed a secret realm of its own. Of course, Tian wasn't curious about the Yin Yang divine fruit. What he was curious about was the secret realm. It's also called the secret world of Yin and Yang, the Yin Yang divine fruit, which had the effect of nourishing the soul, as well as the physical body, was looking at the current state of the son of Qi. Obviously, this thing is the transition of the son of Qi. Get in. Gong Jiolong spoke up. Go. Gong Xin chimed in. After all, the family had promised themselves that they would give one to Zhao Wuji before. After watching the 3 people go in, Gong Jiolong sighed. Now I don't know if anything special has appeared inside. It always feels like this secret realm has changed. I just don't know. What exactly is this change? Gong Jiolong, the heart has a bad feeling, but cannot say. After the 3 men came in, after looking at the demonic beasts that appeared in his surroundings, froze. Then, Tian stretched out his own foot. Zhao Wuji had no defense and was kicked straight out. It landed in the middle of the group of demonic beasts. Gong Xian's face changed and she reacted. Looking at Tian when she was about to question him, suddenly his face changed. At this moment, Zhao Wuji actually had a bit of strength. Tian wore a cold smile after seeing it. I didn't think that it would be the same as what I had imagined. That when encountering danger, the soul state of the Son of Luck would merge very quickly. If you don't break it, this thing is suitable for the Son of Qi. If you're a villain, you'll go off the rails and die for sure. Zhao Wuji's face changed as he was kicked off without defense. He didn't know if Tian did it on purpose or without thinking, but the demonic beast in front of him, he really couldn't block it, and he looked at Tian with anger. This old six really convinced him. Looking at the demonic beasts that were pounding against him, Zhao Wuji's face changed. Gong Xian has struck out. You can practice? Looking at Zhao Wuji, who suddenly had a bit of strength, Gong Xian was shocked for a moment and asked with a smile on her face. This guy, after all, has always been a loser. Before, he couldn't cultivate and wanted to rely on the yin-yang divine fruit. Zhao Wuji had said that his soul was damaged, which was why he couldn't cultivate. Although that reasoning is a bit of a stretch. After all, a little cutie, and you can sharpen your guns, too. As I said before, my soul is damaged. One thing that Tian discovered was that Zhao Wuji came to the secret realm with a nostalgic look. It was as if there was a slight familiarity with this secret realm. A strong man reborn? Tian's eyes held a thoughtfulness within them. Cousin, you go ahead first. I see something a little off about his state. Hearing this sentence, Gong Xian's face held worry. However, when he thought that Tian was stronger than himself, and moreover, just now, he had kicked Zhao Wuji as if he had done it on purpose. Thinking of this, Gong Xian looked at Zhao Wuji with embarrassment. If Tian could see that Zhao Wuji was in a good condition, it wouldn't be bad. His grandfather had said that in your generation, the absolute sky would be a target that would be difficult for you to surpass. Zhao Wuji reacted and looked at Zhao Wuji, his eyes fluctuating inadvertently. Then, without moving, he glanced at Gong Xian and gave him a reassuring look. Don't worry, I think he can see that my soul is damaged. Just now he kicked me. I think he has some way that can help me to solve it quickly. But, cousin, you don't trust me yet. Tian wore a gentle smile. It looked like the son of Qi Fortune and his cousin, the Qi Fortune heroine, had formed a bond. In this way, the son of Qi has a soft spot. As for Gong Xian, Tian didn't care in the slightest. After all, it was the son of Qi that was the biggest threat. If he hadn't crossed over, I'm afraid, by then, this cousin of his would have gone against the imperial family. When the time comes, Gong Xian will give the family a hard time. Or, there was also the possibility that because of the help of the son of fortune, the Gong family would end up on the opposite side of the emperor family. However, I'm afraid that at that time, the one who would be in charge of the Gong family would be this Gong Xian, who had previously rebelled. Or so it was said. The son of Qi created his own force, surrounded by a group of great powers to help him, and became one of the dominant forces in the immortal region. The underpinnings are strong. However, knowing all of this myself would nip it in the bud. Gong Xian walked in front of her, looking back without thinking. None of these demonic beasts were powerful, or rather, they hadn't reached that place yet. It looked like if the previous Emperor Ye Duan had come over, he might have returned empty-handed. Looking at the two people, talking and laughing, Gong Xian also put her heart down. Besides, his own cousin, who was more powerful than himself, should be able to easily protect Zhao Wuji if any accidents occurred. Watch as Miyoshi stops paying attention. Zhao Wuji's eyes didn't fluctuate as he looked at Tian. Duke T, letting me come over alone. It wouldn't be just to nag me alone, would it? Can you tell me a little bit about where you came from? Hearing this sentence, Zhao Wuji's face stiffened for a moment, looking at Tian with incredulity. The inside still fluctuated, then laughed a little. Duke D, it didn't occur to me that you would be curious about my identity. It's not too embarrassing to say it. Before that, I was an orphan who was fortunate enough to know a master. I didn't expect to become a son-in-law of the Gong family by mistake. Duke D, being a man as well, knows how helpless a man would be if he didn't have strength, right? This time, just as dangerous as it is, I will still seize a yin-yang divine fruit. Chapter 42, you know, I'm not talking about you now. Looking at the son of Qi Luck, here with the look of a determined teenager, Tian wanted to laugh. I don't know, has anyone talked to this guy? This guy's acting skills are a little bit bad, I guess in the previous life. It's just a runner. 1. I think you want to have all three. After all, that little bit of greed inside your eyes is still there. Really thought? He was a young heavenly pride. By the looks of it, this should be a strong rebirth stream. still maintaining the confidence of his previous life. Through his demeanor just now, he should have been a marvelous existence in his previous life as well, carrying a strong self-confidence even as a waste. Otherwise it wouldn't have looked like it was a sure thing. This guy, a strong reborn stream, became a flunky, and by the looks of it, he should have lost both his parents. After all, the parents of the children of Qi are in high-risk occupations. Just now, Tianyang noticed that when this son of Qi mentioned his parents, there was a coldness in his eyes, as if he was a stranger without a trace of emotion. Since the parents are gone, then there's only one handle left. Looking ahead at Gong Xin, Tianyang's eyes held a glow in them. Looking at Zhao Wuji still acting here, Tianyang smiled faintly. The eyes didn't meet Zhao Wuji's, but rather a tone of disinterest. You know, I'm not talking about the person you are now, but the person you were before. Your soul isn't damaged now either. It's fused. I wonder if I'm right. At this moment, Zhao Wuji's face stiffened. Fingers trembled inadvertently. Then it turns to confusion. Looking at Tianyang, as if wondering, what did Tianyang mean when he said this sentence? Then looked around. Duke D, are you saying this line to me? Tianyang turned his head and locked eyes with Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji felt a light shine within him. A powerful soul, instinctively inspired. Then he looked at Tianyang with a guarded face. I didn't think that I would be seen by you. There is no mistake. I was given a chance to obtain an inheritance. It's not some kind of reclaiming. It's just that inheritance has made my soul power too strong, and now I can't even cultivate. Looking at the self-deprecation in Zhao Wuji's eyes, Tianyang didn't say anything. Still not telling the truth? You don't want my cousin to have any accidents, do you? You should know what I mean, right? Tianyang glanced at Gong Xin without thinking. In a flat tone, he spoke to Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji's face changed. Duke D, what do you mean by this sentence? What do you mean? Don't you know? You've been nervous ever since I showed up. Naturally nervous about me being a man. You like my cousin, and you want to be honest if she doesn't want any accidents. Zhao Wuji's face finally changed. He hadn't expected that Tianyang had seen his state. However, when did he expose himself? After all, in his previous life, his strength was considered to be standing at the top of the immortal domain. So why is it that he can't see through this young man now? He himself couldn't see through Tianyang, but Tianyang easily saw through him. What do you want to know? I want to know where you're coming from. I'm sorry, I can't answer that. Right now my soul isn't fused together, and there are a lot of things that I don't remember about myself. I just remember getting a legacy. When he said this sentence, Zhao Wuji carried a sense of confusion. Yeah, Tianyang didn't care. This previous son of Qi had lived for an unknown number of years in his previous life, doing things with their own rules. It looks like you can't get any information out of your own set. If pushed, Tianyang didn't believe that this son of Qi didn't have the means. And the son of Qi, below his own eyes. It's what reassures you the most. After watching Tianyang stop pursuing the question, Zhao Wuji's body also relaxed. Now this young man, Tianyang, was categorized as an enemy within his eyes. This guy is scary. It's just a short trike though. He also didn't expect that Tianyang directly threatened. But why did this guy give up again? Zhao Wuji was a little confused. Watching the two men end their chat, Gong Xion's footsteps also stopped. Looking at Zhao Wuji with worry. How? I have to say, Duke D is truly a dragon and phoenix among men. Looking at people differently, this time, it's really beneficial. There was admiration in his eyes when he said this sentence. Tianyang realized that while saying this sentence, Zhao Wuji's aura had changed. There was none of the vicissitudes of the previous one, only the vigor of youth. That's interesting. After watching Zhao Wuji's state transform, Gong Xian also froze for a moment, then laughed out loud. It's the current you that has the look of a young man. Before that, those who didn't know would have thought you were an old demon who had weathered the storm. Before, Grandpa was curious and wondered what you had gone through to actually have eyes that see through the world. It's almost like being an old man more than my grandfather. Gong Xian laughed out, revealing two nice dimples. After Zhao Wuji saw it, there was nostalgia in his eyes. Only, it flickered away. Boring. This is too much trouble. Tianyang looked at the surrounding demonic beasts. Sigh. Then, there was thunder power appearing around them. When this force appeared, Zhao Wuji froze for a moment. Was this Tianyang a thunder type of physique? Mayashan also brought curiosity. Tianyang's footsteps lightly stepped, just as the soles of the feet made contact with the ground. Above the 9 heavens of the secret realm, there was a sudden change. Extreme black. At the same time a vortex appeared. Not long after, a huge tornado rose up, 100 feet thick. A huge dragon transformed into thunder opened its own eyes, cold and full of judgment. Then, thousands of thunder dragons came down around the stormy light pillar and impacted at those demonic beasts above the ground. Those demonic beasts ran away out of instinct when they sensed Di Jietian's aura. Zhao Wuji's face was ugly while he was scornful. He hadn't thought that Di Jietian's methods were actually so ruthless. Looking at a harmless, handsome young man, I can't believe I'm so murderous. A demonic beast exploded into the thunder. Well, the road is cleared, Di Jietian said without thinking, and then walked towards the front, where others couldn't see. Di Jietian wore a cold smile. Zhao Wuji, who was in the back, looked at Di Jietian's back and clenched his hands. Then looked at Gong Xian's eyes. Without speaking, he took a deep breath. Then with reverent eyes, Gong Xian looked at Zhao Wuji's eyes and didn't say anything. This kind of strength, a young man would envy it. Zhao Wuji was at the back, his eyes never leaving Di Jietian. What the hell is this guy's purpose? At this time, Zhao Wuji, I don't know why, always feel a bad premonition. But this kind of feeling can't be said by himself, since he came to life again. It's the first time that he has this kind of feeling. Watching Di Jietian comfortably kill demonic beasts in front of him, Zhao Wuji was also a little confused. Could it be that he was overthinking it? Chapter 43, Pit the son of Qiluk. Double hatred with one arrow. Di Jietian didn't know that because of his inquiry. Zhao Wuji's heart was already in a bit of a panic. However, Di Jietian just did it on purpose, knowing that this guy was reborn, and that this person wouldn't reveal his fox tail if he didn't startle the snake. And, with his own knock, the son of Qi would be terrified. It's a joy to have the sons of the air terrified as villains. After a short while, as he watched a divine tree appear in front of him, the three men's eyes lit up. Di Jietian actually didn't particularly care about this yin yang fruit, only that the Son of Fortune has been acquired, and I'm afraid, the bottom line will increase quite a bit. Compared to this fruit, Di Jietian was more curious about the Son of Qi, his previous identity. It looked like, when they went out, they still had to ask Gong Jiulong. After seeing the three yin yang divine fruits, Di Jietian discovered something strange. The yin yang divine fruit has changed. Di Jietian wore a cold smile. It looked like this was paved for the Son of Qi, and it didn't occur to me that the yin yang divine tree, invisibly, was also affected. The three fruits are not false. They look like full fruits. After Di Jietian had the void god's eyes, he saw through that two of the fruits, most of the energy inside had already been absorbed. The unassuming divine fruit next to it, whose color was not as bright as the other two, had already undergone a metamorphosis with the energy inside. By the looks of it, this was the real yin yang divine fruit, and the two yin yang divine fruits in front of it could only be called yin yang sacred fruits. Di Jietian noticed that Zhao Wuji's eyes at the back fluctuated. Gong Xian smiled inadvertently after seeing it. Then, a jade box was brought out, and there were also Dao rhythms appearing on the outside of the box. Seeing Gong Xian picking the fruit off, both of them didn't say anything. Now there are three fruits. I'll take the one that's a little darker in color. At this moment, Zhao Wuji had an idea within his heart. The previous Di Jietian suspected himself, and now he has an idea that can break Di Jietian's suspicion. At the same time, you can kill two birds with one stone. Gong Xian looked at Zhao Wuji with disbelief in her eyes. I don't know yet. If this kind of fruit can heal me, just to be on the safe side, I'll use the one that looks like it has less energy. If it's therapeutic, then it's fine, and one's purpose is accomplished. And if it's not, one doesn't have to maximize one's losses. When Zhao Wuji said this sentence, there was also worry in his eyes, as well as joy. Gong Xian's face changed. He knew that if Zhao Wuji didn't succeed, his own pressure would become greater. Perhaps, he was thinking of me. But, at that very moment, the dark one, the fruit, was taken away by a pair of hands. Di Jietian took a direct bite, then looked at the two men. Needless to say, I can't afford to lose that person yet. If something goes wrong, I'll take the blame. Don't need you to worry. Zhao Wuji's body trembled and his hands clenched. The eyes are bloodshot. Internally, I want to curse. How can you be so fast? You old six. Who told you to eat that one? Gong Xian looked at Di Jietian as if she had been touched in her eyes. This cousin of his own. It's really hard for him, since that bad one has been eaten by a cousin. You're welcome to it, in case it does work. Gong Xian gleefully handed Zhao Wuji a yin yang divine fruit. After Zhao Wuji received the yin yang divine fruit inside his hand, the corners of his mouth twitched, feeling the flesh ache. At this moment, he didn't raise his head to look at Di Jietian. He pondered whether Di Jietian had done it on purpose or what he had done. Or rather, he also saw the difference between that yin yang divine fruit. Murphy was acting in too much of a hurry. When he thought of this, Zhao Wuji raised his head and looked at Emperor Jientian. Looking at Di Jientian, who had already finished eating a yin yang fruit, within his body, A powerful energy erupted out and then disappeared without disappearing. It was useless for Zhao Wuji to regret at this point. However, after Zhao Wuji sat down, his face changed. He realized that after he ate the yin-yang divine fruit, his body actually did not change a bit. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Could it be that this yin-yang divine fruit is a fake? Zhao Wuji's face changed. After all, he had the memories of his past life. The yin-yang divine fruit. It still helped his soul a lot. Why? It doesn't help you in any way. It suddenly occurred to him that the Dijetian from before had touched that box. Sir T, this joke isn't funny at all. Zhao Wuji looked at Dijetian with a calm expression. But inwardly, he was already roaring to kill Dijetian. What do you mean? Looking at Zhao Wuji, who had eaten the yin-yang divine fruit without even letting out a single fart, he actually began to question Emperor Jiantian. Gong Xian said she couldn't read it anymore. What do you mean, Mr. Zhao? How much longer do we have to act? Mr. Emperor? Zhao Wuji, what does this matter have to do with cousin? At this moment, Gong Xian also reacted and looked at Zhao Wuji to ask. After all, his own cousin. Enough of a loss. Before the grandfather had already said that the yin-yang divine fruit, the most powerful one, was given to Dijetian, and now Dijetian was at a loss. It was also rhetorically asked by Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji reacted and looked at the mockery that Dijetian revealed as he looked at himself. Zhao Wuji's anger skyrocketed. Unbridled. Zhao Wuji let out a cold snort. But the only thing that answered him was Dijetian's back. What the hell happened? He should have switched the yin-yang divine fruit when he took that one fruit just now. Hearing this sentence, Gong Xian's eyes held incredulity in them. No way. There's no way cousin could have done such a thing. Gong Xian retorted. Zhao Wuji didn't say anything. Dijetian used you to threaten me with his words and said it all, and still wouldn't do such a thing. Shin L, you know, I don't lie. Gong Xian's face changed. Then he looked at Dijetian who was walking towards the outside. At this moment, Gong Xian felt like one of her heads had become two big ones. And don't you speculate. This one thing? Asked Grandpa. If, indeed, he did it, there's nothing we can do about it, but I'll give you an account. Hearing this sentence, Zhao Wuji reacted and knew that he had been too hasty just now. However, thinking back to his own performance just now, Zhao Wuji also reacted. Dijetian ignored himself, surely thinking that he was annoyed, which was in line with a young man's mindset. It didn't occur to me that, invariably, it would save myself a possible problem. As for the yin-yang divine fruit, we'll figure it out later. I'm sorry, maybe I'm too eager. I just want to be strong and then stand in front of you and protect you. If it's hard for you, you don't have to do it. Go out there and say that it's just me. Zhao Wuji had wanted to plan to leave it at that. However, in case Dijetian said something he shouldn't have. After all, the words that Dijetian had asked himself earlier were still fresh in his mind. He didn't know that the current Emperor Jietian still doubted that he wasn't. For the sake of your own plans behind you, and the fact that you can't be exposed, he himself could only use Xiner for a bit, but then make it up to Xiner later. The current Zhao Wuji had changed and began to think of himself as a real young man. Earlier, Gong Xian had said that his grandfather had said that he had the feeling of vicissitudes in his body. It was a little more intense than his grandfather's feeling. In case Emperor Jietian said something, it's a young man, and even more juvenile. Some of the qualities of youth still don't go away. It can also be impulsive and aggravating. Therefore, he also wanted this sentence from Gong Xian to dispel the doubts of a Gong Jiolong. Even if it was that Dijetian didn't say anything, he himself had to be prepared, not fearing the worst. Chapter 44, Are you suspecting Emperor Jietian of swapping your yin-yang divine fruit? Although this plan of his own would affect his image in the minds of the palace 9 dragons amongst them. No, it seemed like he just didn't have a good impression of himself since he came to the Miyagi family. When Jietian knew about this, according to his status, he would probably look down on himself. After all, it was unlikely that a strong person taking over a body would do something so stupid. It didn't occur to me that, invisibly, I had actually promoted something in my favor. In this way, one's plan was successfully accomplished. When he thought of this, Zhao Wuji carried a sense of unwillingness. But, when he saw Gong Xian's eyes, he revealed mildness. Mayahin with heartache. Could it be that this cousin of his really did something? By the way, what did your cousin say to you today? He asked me who I was. Identity. What's he curious about that for? Didn't Grandpa tell him? I don't know. He said something inexplicable, that I was a soul fusion, or a takeover or something. I don't know. What exactly did he say? Gong Xian heard this sentence and didn't know what to say. Take over a waste. It would be better to die. Looking at Zhao Wuji, a look of incomprehension still appeared within his eyes now. Gong Xian sighed. It looked like this cousin had a lot of doubts. It shouldn't be all bad people in the sky. Maybe I'm too old-fashioned to be a young man. At this moment, Zhao Wuji was wearing a self-deprecating look. Hearing this sentence, Gong Xian also brought heartache. Didn't say much though. After all, Zhao Wuji couldn't cultivate, and faced with all sorts of verbal insults, as well as the torment of his mood, there was nothing wrong with acting more mature. The two men walked towards the outside. At this moment, Di Jietian's mind thought up the system's beep, intercepting the chances of the Son of Qi. The Son of Qi's heavenly fate value decreases by 500, Master's villain value increases by 500. It looked like this Yin-Yang divine fruit was not a small help to the Son of Qi. When Di Jietian came out, he looked at the people outside and nodded without speaking. How? Gong Xian Yu looked at her precious son and asked. Not bad. Hearing this sentence, Gong Xian Yu's face was delighted. Gong Jiulong also nodded. The people of the Gong family, as they watched the two figures appear once more, their faces changed, especially when he looked at Zhao Wuji. There was a look of disgust in his eyes. Gong Jiulong's brows also furrowed down. Watch the faces of the people at the end of the Great Hall change. Zhao Wuji, his heart was happy. It looked like he had made those preparations before, but it was still good. It didn't occur to me that trash is trash. Rotten. It didn't occur to me that the body refinement realm had only just broken through. The Yin-Yang divine fruit. I don't know how the family considered it. That's right. If I use it, I'll be able to break through to the cave realm directly and have a solid foundation. I feel like feeding a pig would be better than him eating it. The other Gong clan members looked at Zhao Wuji with jealousy and at the same time with gloating. Ugh. Gong Jiulong sighed and his heart faded. It looked like he was overthinking it. Grandpa, here's another Yin-Yang divine fruit. Take a look. Hearing this sentence, Gong Jiulong froze for a moment, then straightened up. This granddaughter is a little cutie. Is that so? The other members of the Gong clan froze for a moment as they looked at this Yin-Yang divine fruit. With greed. Family master. Now that the two of them, husband and wife, have occupied one, now this one Yin-Yang divine fruit, how will it be distributed? That's right. It's useless to give him a chance. One divine fruit. One level of body refining. Truly a waste amongst wastes. Zhao Wuji's face changed. After all, he didn't eat the Yin-Yang divine fruit. Girl, how do you think? You didn't eat this one divine fruit? When she heard this voice transmission, Gong Xian froze for a moment, then shook his head and said nothing more. Looking at the people in the middle of the great hall, they kept mocking. Gong Xian's face changed. A powerful aura erupted. Then, there was a threat in his eyes. The others fell silent. However, there were also a few young men who looked at Gong Xian provocatively. If Gong Xian's grandfather hadn't been the head of the family and their grandfather an elder, they would have had their chance. However, there was only one divine fruit left now. They want to compete too. Looking into the eyes of these people, Gong Xian sighed. Then he looked towards Di Jietian who was contemplating with his eyes closed. Couldn't see through Di Jietian's thoughts. Gong Jiulong's face changed. His own granddaughter wouldn't be looking at this grandson of his. That's not allowed. Shin L, do you have anything to say? Cousin, I want to ask, did you just take a fruit? Didn't do anything else? Looking at Di Jietian's appearance, Gong Xian originally didn't want to ask, but, for some unknown reason, she asked. After hearing this sentence, silence fell in the great hall. The others looked at Di Jietian and closed their mouths as well. Zhao Wuji wore a cold smile. Shinchan, what are you babbling about? Gong Jiulong's face changed. Gong Xian Yu smiled back. I don't know what's going on in there, but let alone taking one. Even if all three are taken. So what? Gong Xian Yu's aura changed. As if she was a high and mighty empress. A single word could easily determine the life and death of others. Gong Jiulong's face didn't look too good. Me, Xianer also didn't expect that her aunt, who had been pleasant before, now had a sudden change in temperament. Di Jietian looked at his mother and revealed a gentle smile. Mother, calm down. Since cousin asked out this sentence, I'm sure she suspects something too. There are 3 divine fruits inside. I ate one. And then, this Mr. Zhao ate one. I wonder what cousin means by asking this sentence. The crowd was puzzled. Shinchan, what's going on? I'll do the talking. At this time, after looking at Gong Xian who had been shocked, her words were not clear. Zhao Wuji stepped forward. Many people's faces were tinged with surprise. This son seemed to be a little different, but they couldn't tell. Gong Xian Yu also froze for a moment, but didn't care. After I ate that fruit, it was like drinking a glass of water. The Yin-Yang divine fruit, a great role, is to heal the soul. Earlier, the clan also probed that I was soul damaged because of a powerful inheritance. Shin'er, being my wife, of course she wishes me well. Zhao Wuji originally didn't want to say these words, but, with a little drumming inside, he could only present himself as an aggrieved young man. Otherwise, one's doubts are still not dispelled. Moreover, restoring the soul was not the only way to recover the yin yang divine fruit. Only, it took a little longer. Now I can't get away. As long as I can get away, it won't take long. My strength will be able to rise rapidly. Now, Zhao Wuji's purpose, to dispel Emperor Jiantian's suspicions. Let the Miyagi family be disappointed in themselves and let their guard down. That way, one has a chance. Watch Zhao Wuji stop talking after he finished the matter. There was silence in the Great Hall. Gong Xianyu rose up with murderous intent. The faces of the people in the Great Hall changed drastically. At that moment, the sky above the palace was beginning to darken. An oppressive aura continued to spread. The others in the Great Hall didn't dare to take a breath. Gong Jiulong's face turned ugly. At the same time, also with shock, did not want their own daughter. Strength actually even their own cannot see through. You suspect that my son dropped your yin-yang divine fruit? Chapter 45, a willing willow fails to turn into a willow, but an unwilling willow becomes a shade. When Gong Xianyu said this sentence, in her tone, there was no longer any temperature, only killing intent. He was aware of Di Jiantian's character, and truly thought that Di Jiantian had come over for a yin-yang divine fruit. Only, as the daughter of the Gong family, she also knew that among the Gong family's descendants, there were no outstanding ones. Then, letting his own son also be the inheritor of the upper Gong family, in the future, his own son's heritage will also increase a lot. It didn't occur to me that this time, it was actually suspected. I didn't say that. Maybe I'm just not up for it. When he felt this powerful aura pressing down on him, Zhao Wuji's face also changed. The pride of being a strong man before had risen. If the Zhao Wuji from before had said this sentence, many people would have doubted Emperor Jiantian. This was due to the influence of the aura of luck. But Di Jietian, a big villain, was sitting in this place, and the villain aura was on. It would be unlikely for others to believe Zhao Wuji. Auntie, it's not appropriate to bully a latecomer. Gong Xian reacted and looked at Gong Xianyu. And we're all family. I'm just asking. Yes, mother is all family. There is no need to go to so much trouble. Hearing Di Jietian open his mouth, Gong Xianyu sighed. Di Jiantian moved his fingers and 10 yin-yang divine fruits appeared. The faces of those in the Great Hall changed. Gong Xian's face changed. The things they cherished were actually just things that could be taken out at random in Di Jietian's eyes. Gong Xianyu sighed. She knew her son's temper. I'm afraid that if it wasn't for himself, this moment, the old ancestor of the imperial family would already be on his way here. Perhaps, it was Di Jietian who had blocked it. After all, the old ancestor loved Di Jietian very much. Grandpa, it didn't occur to me that Tianyang had actually caused trouble this time he came over. This time, it's me who didn't think it through. Cousin-in-law. I'm sorry. Di Jietian apologized. Gong Xianyu looked at her son's appearance. Then a wave of extreme anger rose up and looked at Gong Xian with killing intent. At this moment, the Gong family's people also panicked. They knew that they might actually be doing something wrong. Cousin, don't you still have a divine fruit inside your hand? You try. When Gong Xian heard this sentence, she subconsciously ate the divine fruit directly without knowing why. Then a powerful aura erupted. Strength breakthrough. Di Jietian laughed. Mother, I have things to do, so I'll leave first. Grandpa, Grandma, when there is time, I will come to see you again. Old ancestor. As Di Jietian finished this sentence, a void passage appeared behind him. Di Jietian's figure disappeared. Watch your son after he leaves. Gong Xianyu looked at her father and her mother with disappointment. The two old men, from start to finish, didn't say much. Father, mother, in a moment my daughter will leave. Here are some things I brought for the family. Gong Xianyu once again took out 10 yin-yang divine fruits. The young generation of the Gong family. What realm is their strength only? Just she should be the highest. Only the 8th level of cave void, or they have taken the yin-yang divine fruit. The family has been going downhill. I'm thinking of having Tianyang make a trip back to deepen the connection with the Gong family. The younger generation. There is a fault line. You should know what this represents? I didn't expect it to be challenged now. Did you guys forget? What kind of existence is the imperial family? Yin-yang divine fruit. This kind of thing, Tianyang didn't even eat it a few years ago. It's just a crap fruit. She's not only my son, she's also the divine son of the imperial family, and the next helmsman of the imperial family. If it wasn't for Tianyang stopping me, I wouldn't have been able to stop the old ancestor of the D family. You all felt that aura just now. Gong Xianyu was about to leave after saying this sentence. A figure suddenly appeared. While looking at this one figure, Gong Jiulong bowed. Old ancestor. Girl, have a heart. This time the Gong family did wrong. No need. I have things to do. Old ancestor. Father, mother, take care. Gong xin you left. The old ancestor sighed. You go to the back of the mountain and cultivate. The old ancestor looked at Gong Jiulong and spoke. Hearing this sentence, Gong Jiulong's face changed. He knew what that phrase meant. From now on, the family will let Gong Yilong take over. The 10 dragons of the Gong family, also 10 brothers. Gong Yilong's face was delighted when he heard this sentence. The moon girl came back. Or I begged her to come back. Otherwise, why would the titular imperial family's main mother still survive in the Gong family for such a long time? It didn't occur to me that I just divinely traveled for a while, and something like this actually happened. The old ancestor looked at these juniors and shook his head in disappointment without saying anything more. The rest of the Gong clan, after watching the old ancestor leave, had happy faces. However, there were some disappointments. At this moment, Gong Xin looked back at her grandfather and wanted to say something. Maybe it was because of guilt. After all, Grandpa only had one son and one daughter. The female was Gong Xinu, and there was also a Gong Ru drunk, who was also Gong Xin's father. Only, it has passed away. Because of his guilt, Grandpa did everything by himself. Ugh. Gong Jiulong left, glancing at his granddaughter. Wanted to say something and then stopped. Wanted to say something, and I don't know what to say. Gong Xin looked at her grandfather's complexion, and her face was tinged with remorse, not thinking that she had just asked one more question, and that such a big thing had actually occurred. Gong Xin felt aggrieved. Gong Xin, Zhao Wuji has committed a major transgression and is leaving the main Gong family home. Gong Yilong came up with a sentence that directly convicted Gong Xin. On what grounds? Just because I'm the head of the family. Your grandfather isn't the head of the family anymore. Also, is it true that you have no brain? Can't you see? The imperial family is already angry, and your grandfather is implicated because of it. This is showing an attitude to the imperial family. It's your grandfather who comes and has nothing to say. Gong Yilong said it directly, not even hiding it. Gong Xin blanched. Suddenly it occurred to him that when his grandfather left, he looked at himself with a lustful look in his gaze. Maybe Grandpa knew that he'd done wrong before, and just stood by his side. Zhao Wuji was originally filled with unwillingness as well, but when he heard about leaving the Gong family's main house, for a moment, it felt like my soul leapt for joy. It did not occur to me that the intentionality of the Willows would not be realized, but the unintentionality of the Willows would be realized. 1 hour later, Gong Xin looked at the great hall in the distance. Sigh, Xin, don't worry, soon I'll bring you back, and by then, the Gong family will regret the decision he made. Gong Xin glanced at Zhao Wuji and shook her head. Zhao Wuji looked at Gong Xin's disbelief and didn't explain. You seem happy, Maishan asked. It feels a lot more relaxed. Does being in the Miyagi family make you feel depressed? Not really, it just feels a little out of place. Fruit? Really? There is. I'm sure of it, though I don't know what he plotted. Chapter 46. Don't worry, following me will promote you faster than you can in the clan. At this moment, in the back of the Gong family's mountain, if Gong Xin and Zhao Wuji were in this place, must be shocking. The grandfather who was disappointed before, and Gong Yilong, the oldest ancestor, were all in this place, and Tianyang was also there, as was Gong Xinyue. Grandson, the plan has now begun. Is that thing you said true or false? Grandpa, a young man who has obtained an inheritance is even more powerful, and it's impossible for the Yin-Yang divine fruit to be useless. The only thing that doesn't work is that soul is a takeover. The Zhao Wuji from before. What was it like to come to the Gong family? Look at it. What does it look like now? A waste, only at the first level of body refining realm. A feeling of vicissitude emanates from his body, a sense that the world's power is all within his grasp. As you can see, there are a few people in the younger generation of the immortal domain who can do this. After finishing this sentence, Tianyang stopped speaking. The Gong family's faces turned ugly. They had been concerned about Zhao Wuji's difference before. Now that he heard Tianyang's words, his face turned ugly. Why don't we just kill him, no matter who he was in his previous life? But now it's a waste. Hearing this sentence, Tianyang didn't say anything, he just shook his head. Making a move now was just giving away experience to the sons of Qi. 20,000 heavenly fate values. It was just 500 less. It was harmless to the sons of Qi. It didn't occur to me that a carelessness on my part in the first place had actually caused this situation. Gong Jiulong also sighed. As a powerful force in the immortal domain family, competition definitely existed. It was just an act. If a family was such a child's play, it would have been annihilated long ago. And is it true that Shiner is being controlled? Gong Jiulong asked once more. Almost. That's what the old man told me. Upon hearing this sentence, the Gong family's people were no longer skeptical. After all, The old ancestor that guarded Emperor Ye Duan was that one old ancestor. If he said that, he must not be wrong. The old ancestor in the void looked at Ye Duan with disbelief. This brat, taking the blame on himself again. But I wonder what this boy is plotting? It's not like that guy to look like that. Earlier, Ye Duan had given him a word that still shocked him to this day. Old ancestor, there are some people that you can't kill no matter how you kill them. For example, the one whose bones were dug up is definitely still alive. However, when he thought that he had killed and resurrected once again before, the old ancestor was also beating the drum. These are people with great fortune, like the sons of God. A person of great fortune, the old ancestor knows, but such an evil person of great fortune, the old ancestor is also unimaginable after hearing it. Forget it, since this kid has a plan, let him take care of things in the future. In the middle of the Gong family's back mountain, Ye Duan asked to Gong Jiulong, "Grandpa, remember that friend of yours?" "I remember. But it's been a long time since he disappeared, and the last time I contacted him, I didn't hear back for a long time." Old ancestor, make contact once again and say that something has happened to Zhao Wuji. After hearing Ye Duan's words, Gong Jiulong didn't suspect anything and took out a jade pendant. Then a message was delivered. At this time in a hidden place, a white-haired old man, breathing like an ox. Above his forehead was a fine sweat. Feeling what? Then take out a jade pendant. "Old friend, come to the Miyagi family. Something has happened to that disciple of yours." Hearing this sentence, the old man's face changed drastically, then walked out to the outside. "You crossed the void and spanned billions of miles just for this minute." A disgruntled voice rang out. After hearing this sentence, the old man's face changed. There was embarrassment in his expression. "Today is more urgent. When I settle things, I'll come back to fight you for 300 rounds. You can pull it off. Every time you say that. And what happens? Just this one time. It takes the longest." The old man left in a hurry. Watching the old man leave, a woman came out and a jade appeared inside her hand. Then a message passed through. Not long after, 3 figures appeared. "Come on in, the guy's gone. Let's plot and communicate." Yes. Hearing this sentence, the 3 figures let out their voices. While their voices were tinged with dissimilarity, the old man, at this time, did not know what things awaited him. However, Gong Xin, who had already left by this time, and Zhao Wuji, the two of them wandered aimlessly. "What is this place you're taking me to? When you arrive, you'll know. Don't worry, follow me. You'll be able to increase your strength faster than you would in the clan. Maybe, your physique will undergo a metamorphosis as well." Hearing this sentence, Gong Xin stroked Zhao Wuji's forehead. "It's not even dark yet, and I'm actually starting to daydream. The Gong family is powerful enough, right? Before her grandfather or the head of the family, there is no way to make their own physique to undergo metamorphosis again." She realized that the Zhao Wuji at this moment had changed greatly since she left the Gong family, completely like a different person. Such a Zhao Wuji, she had never seen before. "This is the first time I've seen it." At this time, in the middle of the Gong family, after Qiantang came to the Gong family, there was anxiety in his eyes. "Brother 9 Dragons," a voice called out. After hearing this one voice, Gong Jiulong's face was delighted. "It didn't occur to me that this guy had actually come. It doesn't look like this is going to be easy. Grandson, he's already here." "Okay, Grandpa, this matter, I'll take care of it, so you guys don't have to worry about it. When the time comes, I'll have the imperial family step in." Hearing this sentence, the Gong clan ancestor nodded his head. "If it doesn't work, just kill it. We can't bury the family for him." Gong Jiulong spoke, and when he said this sentence, there was heartache in his tone. Ye Duan nodded and didn't say anything. "Father, don't worry, leave it to Tianyang." Gong Xin, you also spoke up. Looking at the figure outside, Ye Duan looked over. Name, Qiantang. Status, former war general of Wuji Temple. Strength, Sage Triple. Physique, Earth Spirit Sacred Body. Technique, Earthly You Divine Skill. Earthly Dragon Suppressor. After looking at this person's information, Ye Duan's eyes lit up. "It's like you know something remarkable about yourself. What a way to get there." The old man's face changed dramatically after he arrived. "Find yourself surrounded by a blockade." And all the strength of the Saint Realm disappeared. The immortal spirit chi in his body was like a stone sinking into the sea, and could not be mobilized at all. "Brother 9 Dragons, your joke isn't funny at all." Qiantang thought that he had gotten Gong Jiulong drunk before, and now Gong Jiulong wanted to get back at himself for not replying to the message before. "It didn't occur to me that I cared. Master, what kind of existence was it in the past life? It's impossible for something like this to happen, unless it is." Thinking of another possibility, Qiantang shook his head. That idea, after all, was a bit of a wild goose chase. Chapter 47, Impossible. I saw him die with my own eyes. You're the one guarding behind Zhao Wuji, right? A young figure appeared. When he looked at this figure, Qian Tang's face changed. Who are you? And where is Gong Jiulong? I am the divine son of the emperor family. Emperor Jian Tian. Qian Tang's face changed when he heard this sentence. Could it be that the reason something happened to his own hall master was because of this divine son of the imperial family? I wonder, what is the matter that the divine son of the imperial family is looking for me because of? Nothing, just want to use you a little. Di Jietian didn't hide his purpose in the slightest. Hearing this sentence, the dark old ancestor was silent, and Qian Tang was silent as well. Only Di Jietian didn't care. Di Jietian's eyes suddenly became deep. At the same time, in the middle of the eyes, golden and also red intertwined circles of light appeared. Wait until after the aperture disappears. Di Jietian's face paled. I didn't think that condensing the devil's seed, controlling a saint, almost drained the energy from my own body, but now it has also disappeared. 8089. Master. The old ancestor also sucked in a breath of cool air when he saw this, looking at Di Jietian with incredulity. It hadn't occurred to me that the chaotic demon body actually had such a bottom. It was unheard of before. Since Di Jientian could do this kind of thing now, the old ancestor doubted that the chaos demon body controlled powerhouse from the previous life was still around. Sky. There are no drawbacks to you condensing magic seeds and controlling people. Yes. Hearing this sentence, the old ancestor's face changed with tension. Don't worry, old ancestor, the drawbacks can be said to be none. It's that if I die, the people controlled by the demon seed will die with me. Once they're controlled by the demon seed, they can't be undone unless I undo it. Hearing this sentence, the old ancestor's eyes carried shock. The more he understood this kind of physique, the more he felt that this kind of physique was terrifying. Luckily, this demonic body was from his own family. The old ancestor actually felt grateful at this moment. Tell me about what happened before. About Zhao Wuji. Yes, master. Zhao Wuji's original name was also Zhao Wuji before. It's just that his previous identity was the temple master of the Wuji Divine Hall in the Wuji Prefecture. A powerhouse on the verge of reaching the half-step Great Emperor realm. About to make a breakthrough. I don't know what happened and then fell. In the back, the temple master's wife took the seat of the temple master. I left because I couldn't stand the sight of that woman. How did you discover Zhao Wuji? It's still something the old man came across during one of his flower hunts. When I first saw that figure, I sensed familiarity. It didn't occur to me that when Zhao Wuji saw me, he directly shouted out my name. What I didn't expect was that he was the hall master who had died earlier. The hall master had been dead for 30,000 years, and it hadn't occurred to him that he had come back to life. Then I asked Zhao Wuji where he wanted to go. Zhao Wuji just talked about the Gong family and had him have a relationship with Gong Xin. The latter should be known to the eunuch. Do you know how Zhao Wuji fell? I don't know. Before he closed down and said he was going to make a breakthrough, there was no sound. Then, once again, he was found dead, or by Zhao Wuji's wife. Although we all had our suspicions, we didn't say anything. It's just that some of the skeptics have dispelled their doubts. After all, what the lady gave was just too much. It's just that I feel that the atmosphere of the Wuji Palace has changed, and the palace master's wife has demonstrated great strength, as well as ambition. And, before, Zhao Wuji's brother, and Zhao Wuji's wife, seemed to have some kind of unknown relationship. The old man left without wanting to pay attention to their nastiness. Wuji Hall, right, not bad. I know. You leave first. Zhao Wuji will contact you later for something. Don't let him find out. And in the meantime, what's going on that you should know how to do? Watch the money after the soup leaves. Di Jietian thought for a moment. Old ancestor, let's go. Let's see what kind of existence the peerless hall is. Hearing this sentence, the old ancestor nodded and led Di Jietian away. At this time, the Wuji Palace was in the back palace hall. Di Jietian directly appeared here, looked at the scene behind the beaded curtain and was not alarmed. Found a place and sat down. Drink your tea while you enjoy it. Morong Hongyan and Li Xiaoyun suddenly felt strange. It always feels like you're being watched by a pair of eyes. Then the two men turned around as soon as they could, seeing a handsome young man drinking tea while admiring two people, only with contempt in his eyes. Li Xiaoyun's face changed. Then a mist appeared, obscuring the two. Once again, he appeared in front of Di Jietian. Two men with rage. On your knees. Di Jietian spoke softly. A terrifying pressure, just like a mountain pressing down on the top of the mountain. The two men spat out a mouthful of blood. There was horror in his eyes. Then in unison, they fell to their knees in front of Di Jietian. Di Jientian looked at the two without the slightest interest. You are Zhao Wuji's wife, and you are his brother. Hearing this sentence, the two men's faces turned pale. and cold sweat appeared above their foreheads. Looking at Tian, he opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. You guys were quite good just now, gobbling up clouds. Can't you even talk for a while now? Hearing this sentence from Tian, the two men took a deep breath, finally reacted. I wonder who your predecessor is. The two were now easily suppressed, just knowing that Tian was stronger than her. I'm Tian, the divine son of the D family, not some senior. Hearing this sentence, the two men looked at each other the same way, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. The peerless divine hall, when compared to a power like the imperial family, was far too different. I don't know what the divine son has come to this place to command. Nothing? You killed him. I was looking at him in the way. Tian spoke to Morong Hongyan. After Li Xiaoyun heard this sentence, his pupils contracted. God's son, spare your life. I don't know where I offended God's son. Please forgive me. Morong Hongyan's face also changed, but immediately after, she took out a sword and stabbed it at Li Xiaoyun. Wait, just when the tip of the sword was almost 10,000 next to Li Xiaoyun's heart, stopping, Li Xiaoyun looked at Tian with gratitude in his eyes. Old ancestor, lend me some power. Tian secretly transmitted a voice to his old ancestor. The old ancestor nodded. Within Tian's eyes, golden and red rays of light intertwined and appeared. The two men's bodies shook. Master, nice, and I don't know what came to mind. Tian spoke up. I have something arranged for you too. Do it right and you will be rewarded. Fail to accomplish it and die. The two heads fell to their knees without speaking. Zhao Wuji is still alive. Next, Tian's words were like a heavy hammer that exploded in the hearts of the two men. Zhao Wuji, it's impossible. At first, I watched him die with my own eyes. Morong Hongyan said. Li Xiaoyun also nodded. Chapter 48. The son of fortune was actually bullied by a mouse. After all, it was the two who cooperated and killed Zhao Wuji in the first place. Now the master tells them that it's actually not dead. You'll know it when you see it. Next, follow my plan. And if anything goes wrong, you don't need me to tell you. Hearing that one, the two men nodded. You guys go ahead. Also, the poses are too one-dimensional. When the time comes, I'll have something to arrange for you. After seeing Tian leave, the two took a deep breath. Then look at each other. Rouge, did you really have to do it just now? Yeah, do it. Li Xiaoyun's face changed. But I'll go along with you. Morong Hongyan said. Li Xiaoyun's face was tinged with delight. Shall we control them all? In case something happens to the master's plan? May, but we'll do the rest later. Now let's get on with it. That was a shock. Are you okay? Morong Hongyan asked. Li Xiaoyun tried. Alas, the controller went. This is the place you brought me to. At this moment, Gong Xian followed Zhao Wuji and came to the edge of a cliff. I think this is the place I remember. At this moment, Zhao Wuji murmured to himself. Gong Xian looked at Zhao Wuji with doubt in her eyes. In a moment, you'll know, but it's too dangerous for the two of us to go down there now. Wait for one to come. At this moment, Zhao Wuji didn't know what he was thinking. Only a jade talisman appeared inside Zhao Wuji's hand, straight up crushing. After a while, the void opened and Qiantang's figure appeared. Your Highness. Looking at the person who had suddenly appeared, Gong Xian's face changed, and then looked at this strong person as he respectfully bowed to Zhao Wuji. At this moment, Gong Xian realized that she actually couldn't see through Zhao Wuji. He is? I'll get back to you on that later. Right now the most important resource. This place had resources I buried before. However, there isn't much, and it's enough for us to practice. We just don't know if there will be any damage if it takes too long. The Emperor Ye Duan in the void had a systematic shielding that no one could discover. Then the void god eyes looked through the void. Tian appeared once more. Look at the resources on the top of the shelf in front of you. There's really quite a lot of precious stuff. After a while, Tian left. Qiantang came down with Gong Xian and also Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji's face wore elation. Gong Xian was also curious. Looking around. Crunch, the portal opens. Zhao Wuji's footsteps couldn't help but start to quicken. After all, he remembered that he had placed a divine elixir in this place before, and although the effect was not as good as the Yin-Yang divine fruit, it was still possible to speed up the fusion of his soul. As long as the souls are fused, many things can be unsealed, and the strength is able to increase rapidly. Then the three men who came in, dumbfounded, the eyes are empty. No, there's a mouse. Why is this a rat? Before, he himself had set up quite a few means in this place. There were even some formations inside that could suppress saints. Why the breath can't be felt either? Zhao Wuji, look, what's that rat eating? At this moment, Gong Xian looked at the remaining half of something inside the rat's mouth. There was an exclamation of surprise. Zhao Wuji looked over. My divine soul Dan. Zhao Wuji was infuriated. Whisked at the rat. The mouse saw it and took a flying kick. Bang! Zhao Wuji covered his bottom and fell to the ground. Qiantang blushed and clenched his legs. And it was pretty good for a minute. Just don't scrap it. I just don't know if Zhao Wuji is still okay. At this moment, Zhao Wuji's veins were all over the place from the pain. Haven't reacted yet. The rat walked over to Zhao Wuji, put up a middle finger, chewed the elixir, and spit it out on the ground, twisting it twice with his foot. It merged with the dust and turned into a ball of black mud. The mouse strutted away. Nong mother **********, Zhao Wuji said word for word. After hearing this sentence, Gong Xian reacted with embarrassment. It didn't occur to me that the previously confident Zhao Wuji was actually bullied by a rat. After looking at Zhao Wuji's painful appearance, Gong Xian also sighed with disappointment in her eyes. Only money soup with a realization in his eyes. A rat's mother. Isn't it still a rat? So, Zhao Wuji likes this tune. If Zhao Wuji knew what Qiantang was thinking, he didn't know if he would storm out. Get up. Gong Xian shook her head and pulled Zhao Wuji up. Emperor Ye Duan in the void looked at this scene and smiled faintly. It's a beautiful sight. It was a stark contrast to the Son of Qi. Master robs the Son of Fortune of its own chance. The Son of Fortune's heavenly fate value decreases by 500, and Master's villainy value increases by 500. The empathic heroine is a bit disappointed with the Son of Fortune. The Son of Fortune's heavenly fate value decreases by 1000, and the Master's villainy value increases by 1000. Unexpectedly, the heavenly fate value of the Son of Qi once again lost 1005. Together with the previous one, it was already 2000. Zhao Wuji's legs trembled after he stood up. The top of his forehead was tinged with cold sweat. A little swollen. If I'm not feeling wrong. But it's such a big place. It's not like there's a hidden place where you can't take a look at it yourself. One can only stand awkwardly like this. Since there are no resources here, I'll wait for you at the door. You're faster. Hearing this sentence, Zhao Wuji's face turned red with embarrassment. Not as glowing as before. Is that the only place to go? Looking at the departing Gong Xian, Zhao Wuji murmured. No, I need strength now. But that place. When he thought of this, Zhao Wuji also carried a difficult situation. Could it be that it's going to be the same as the previous life? No, this one's a gamble. Thinking about it, and looking around briefly, there was nothing going on. Walked towards the outside. There's nothing going on. Gong Xian asked nervously. Nothing's wrong. 2 days of recuperation and I'll be fine. It's a good thing that rat wasn't powerful. Zhao Wuji wanted to slap himself twice after finishing that sentence. It would have been humiliating enough on its own. Right, take us to the Wuji state. At this moment, Zhao Wuji had a serious face. Qiantang nodded without asking any more questions, and a void channel appeared. After Jiantian watched them leave, the same figure followed. After all, inside the cave, the words of the Son of Qi had been heard, and it looked like this chance would change the Son of Qi. If he were to recultivate, he would definitely be able to quickly reach the realm of his previous life. But that's all, maybe one step closer. The Sons of the Air, however, should be displeased. Jiantian also saw that Zhao Wuji was tangled up. He just didn't know. What kind of chance was it that made even the Son of Qi turn tangled up? At the same time, a message from Jiantian was transmitted. The program begins. Chapter 49, You're here? I'm here. I'm here. At this time in the Great Hall of Infinity, after looking at the message that came out from inside the talisman, Morong Hongyan froze for a moment, not thinking that the plan would start so soon. Now that the plan has begun, it's time to get ready. I'm going to get ready. Hearing this sentence, Li Xiaoyun nodded. After all, there was still his own appearance in the next plan. Jiantian hid in the void and just followed the Son of Qi. Immediately after that, following the Son of Qi came to a place filled with array patterns. Jiantian realized that these formations, all of them, were as if they were naturally formed. Looking at the natural formation formed by the 100,000 mountains, Jiantian also carried a sense of amazement. Old ancestor, this place is good. We'll move straight away in a while. When the old ancestor heard this sentence, he froze for a moment, and after he reacted, he was also with joy. After all, he also saw that these formations were not weak, and when the time came, strengthened, it would once again become the place of the bottom. Jiantian carried curiosity. If there were no accidents, this would be the place where the power of the Sons of Qi would be established. After all, a natural formation is something anyone would be tempted by. The chances of the Sons of Qi were truly powerful. Zhao Wuji, what is this place? At this moment, Gong Xian looked at this place with curiosity. After all, the immortal spirit Qi here was actually a bit denser than the families. A place of inheritance. Zhao Wuji said word for word. At the same time, the place was scrutinized. He still found this place in his previous life, but at that time, his own realm was already so powerful that it was impossible to push it back, so he hid this place, just to prevent any accidents that would occur later. And it's a scary amount of resources. When he thought of this, Zhao Wuji had a divine light appearing in his eyes, and his strength was not strong, but he still formed a special seal. Then, an arcane runic gate appeared. Let's go. Hurry up and go inside to prevent any accidents. Zhao Wuji also had a bad premonition. That nasty face always appeared in his mind. That's Di Jietian. After entering, there would also be demonic beasts appearing from time to time. But with the Sage Realm's Qiantang, these demonic beasts, naturally, disappeared. Zhao Wuji didn't care. After all, the place where the chance was located was shrouded by himself using a special means. It was a safe place to be in there. The three of them had been walking for nearly a day, and when they came to a large tree, Zhao Wuji wore a look of joy. Then, biting his finger, he drew a special spell on top of the ground. A golden light appeared, only to see the large tree dissolve into nothingness. And then, a portal appeared once more. After looking at Zhao Wuji's means, Gong Xian's face changed. It didn't occur to me that Zhao Wuji actually had these means. Maybe, by following this guy, his physique might actually change. Only Di Jietian revealed a puzzled expression. It was too simple, not like the style of the Son of Qi. The Son of Luck had 20,000 heavenly fate values, and after harvesting 2,000 heavenly fate values by himself, there was no way that the Son of Luck would be careless. Or rather, he's trying. When he thought of this, Di Jietian laughed a little. By the looks of it, there was only one person that this Son of Qi didn't believe in, and that was Qiantang. He only utilized Qiantang's means to come in, deterring the other demonic beasts and ensuring his safety to this place. Zhao Wuji took a deep breath. Then the portal opened. The void that Di Jietian was hidden in didn't go in anymore. However, he had left a magic seed on Qiantang, so he could still see what was going on inside. Since you're going to try, surely you must be satisfied. I just don't know if the price is something you can afford. Upon entering, a mysterious altar, filled with the smell of death, decay, Zhao Wuji dripped his blood on top of the ground. Within a few moments, a thin line appeared. Then, in the middle of the altar in the center, a change occurred. A white bone appeared, emitting a golden glow. Di Jietian hadn't expected that in this place. He could actually see the bones of a Saint King realm. However, Di Jietian wasn't particularly concerned. Only Gong Xian stared at her own eyes. Then, only a jade slip emerged from the bones. Temple Master. It's dangerous. I'll go first. Looking at Zhao Wuji about to go forward, Qiantang took the initiative to step forward and stop Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji froze for a moment, reacted, and then nodded. Trouble. It's an honor to share your worries for your highness. After watching Qiantang come forward, Zhao Wuji's expression did not move as he looked closely, and within his eyes, a strange light emanated. It wasn't until Qiantang took the jade slip out that he breathed a sigh of relief. When he was about to walk to Zhao Wuji's side, his body moved and he slapped his palm at Zhao Wuji. I knew that you should have defected, or rather, without the intimidating power you had before. Now you, a little saint, dare to provoke my authority. Di Jietian laughed coldly in the void, still thinking, he was his former self, still a tiny saint. However, it was good to let him behead it. A waste saint was just a waste saint, and Di Jietian cared even less. Take a good look. What the hell is that thing you're holding? Hearing this sentence, Qiantang lowered his head and his face changed. Then a wave of cool air went straight to his head, only to see that inside the hand the golden jade slip has changed and transformed into a skeleton human head. Only, the skeleton was black. The dark one. In the blink of an eye, the money soup was devoured. There's nothing left at all. At this moment, Gong Xian's face also changed drastically as she looked at Zhao Wuji with unbelief. A person at the first level of body refinement had counted on a saint. Who would dare to believe it when it was said? If Gong Xian hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it herself, but the truth was happening in front of her eyes. Zhao Wuji, you, don't worry. In the future, I'll explain it to you. This guy deserves to die. Was never a good person in the first place, didn't think of it, but still defected. What a white-eyed wolf. Did you forget that before? Alas, forget it. When he thought of this, Zhao Wuji sighed. Rumble. Suddenly, the ground trembled. Gong Xian looked at Zhao Wuji's calm demeanor and couldn't help but move closer. At this moment, Gong Xian had the strength of the cave void realm, but she found peace of mind around someone who was only in the refined body realm, or the first layer of the refined body realm, only to see that the altar in the center had changed, and the golden bones had disappeared. At the same time, the blood from the previous saint realm swirled around the altar. A black mist began to appear. Jia, I didn't think that you'd still come. There's no mistaking it. I'm coming. Not bad. It looks like you've already figured it out. I told you before, to give up your strength and retrain. You didn't listen. I didn't think that in the end, you'd still come to this point. Chapter 50, He's my favorite woman. Hand through the heart. After hearing this sentence, Zhao Wuji didn't say anything. At this moment, Di Jietian looked at this figure that spoke with incredulity in his eyes. It didn't occur to me that this was actually feats that could speak. Di Jietian took a closer look before realizing that, by the looks of it, it should have been some of the means left behind from his predecessor's cultivation, and then the feats were engraved into this figure's body. Shocking myself, I almost thought that the feats could actually talk. Since you're already here, it means you're already connected. In that case, start accepting the inheritance. After hearing this sentence, Zhao Wuji took a deep breath, then glanced at Gong Xin. Go ahead. Since it's your choice, I support you. Gong Xin had a touching look in her eyes. Although Zhao Wuji couldn't be poor in strength, he was, however, good to himself. After hearing Gong Xin's words, Zhao Wuji nodded. There was no way. He could not go the old way once again. Even if he walked with confidence to surpass himself in his previous life. Also just surpass, want to reach that kind of invincible realm, it is estimated to be a little difficult. Zhao Wuji had relived his life. So naturally he wasn't willing to be like this. Zhao Wuji's body moved and walked towards the altar. Suddenly, Zhao Wuji's footsteps lurched and stopped. He heard a voice. Not bad. It didn't occur to me that there is actually such a place of opportunity. Di Jietian's figure appeared from the void and looked at the two people. As they watched Di Jietian appear, Gong Xin and also Zhao Wuji's faces changed. You followed me? Zhao Wuji questioned in a cold voice. There was anger in his eyes. When he looked at Di Jietian, he became angry and wanted to kill Di Jietian. It's just that strength doesn't allow it. The immortal realm is so big. What am I following you for? It's just the thought of the opportunity here for me to have a destiny. It didn't occur to me that there actually is an inheritance. After hearing this sentence, Zhao Wuji and also Gong Xin didn't say anything and looked at each other. On guard. From the looks of it, the yin yang divine fruit. It really is you who are behind this. Why did you do that? We're family. You're doing this. And even grandpa is implicated. Di Jietian. Why are you doing this? At this moment, Gong Xin was carrying anger. It's not your turn to ask how I do it. Zhao Wuji, hand over the chance, or else Gong Xin dies. Now for your two choices. Hearing this sentence, Zhao Wuji's face changed. You should have a way to stop him, right? Zhao Wuji reacted by looking towards the back. After all, he himself had no strength right now, and Gong Xin was no match for Di Jietian. Zhao Wuji looked at the silhouette behind him and asked. Right now, Zhao Wuji could only hope for the imaginary shadow behind him. This guy had waited 2 lifetimes for himself to get his inheritance. However, the Void Shadow's words were like a pot of cold water in winter. I'm sorry, that's not in my line of business. After Zhao Wuji heard it, he froze for a moment. There was still this kind of operation. You're a real showman. I do thank you. Just like you. What's the point of waiting for me for 2 lifetimes? Don't you want me to obtain the inheritance? What if I refuse to accept it? I'm sure you won't be able to explain it. Zhao Wuji was also a smart man. Hearing this sentence, the Void Shadow's face froze. Then there was silence. There was nothing wrong with what Zhao Wuji said. The chance belonged to Zhao Wuji. This was the karma of the underworld. The silhouette looked at Di Jietian. What a strength. Looking at me and actually getting hit hard. You can only rely on yourself now. After watching the manifestation of the Void Shadow, Di Jietian was also dumbfounded. This Gong method, the owner of the previous world. In the end, what kind of person is it? It doesn't feel very reliable. Zhao Wuji was also dumbfounded. Gong Xin, it's the first time I've seen something so shameless. I'll stop him. You go ahead. Gong Xin spoke up. In fact, Gong Xin was also betting that she knew that she was not a match for Di Jietian. She was betting that she had a relationship with Di Jietian and that Di Jietian wouldn't kill her. Hearing this sentence, Zhao Wuji's face turned ugly. Letting a woman stand in her way. Where's your face? Luckily, he was thick-skinned enough. Be careful. When I obtain the inheritance, he's not enough to fear. Zhao Wuji took a deep breath and looked at the chance that was close at hand. The heart is also a bit excited. You still want to stop me? At this time, Di Jietian spoke. With a movement of his figure, he pierced through the void and arrived directly in front of Gong Xin, holding Miyoshi's neck. Who gave you the courage? Di Jietian said word for word. Looking at Gong Xin with disdain in his eyes, Gong Xin's face changed. He knew that Di Jietian's strength was powerful. but he didn't think that the gap was actually so big. She suddenly remembered the one her own grandfather had said earlier. At that time, Ye Duan had just left the Gong family. Grandpa, what kind of strength and what kind of physique is my cousin? I can't actually see through it? Good granddaughter, Ye Duan, will become a nightmare for your younger generation in the future? Work hard, or else, you won't even see him. The previous Gong Xian was not yet convinced. Space? At this time, Zhao Wuji watched as Ye Duan appeared to directly hold Gong Xian Destiny's throat. Startled with shock, looking at Ye Duan's handsome face, he said word for word filled with jealousy. Gong Xian hearing Zhao Wuji's words, she also froze, even if it was already difficult to breathe. There was still shock in his eyes as he looked at Ye Duan. Space physique, as long as you don't die, you will definitely be the top strength of the immortal domain in the future. He hadn't expected that Ye Duan was actually this type of physique. It turned out that one was really a joke. It's only been a few years, and already I can't see Ye Duan's figure. Ye Duan's eyes fluctuated for a moment, and Gong Xian's strength in the cave void realm directly disappeared. With a wave of Ye Duan's hand, Gong Xian flew directly to Zhao Wuji's side. Zhao Wuji stretched out his own hands, trying to catch it. A great power was transmitted from Gong Xian's body. The place where the two were was directly reduced to rubble. Ye Duan looked at the two people without the slightest bit of sympathy. Ahem. Gong Xian coughed out a mouthful of blood, her breath weak, pale, trying to get up after feeling the softness underneath his body. Found it difficult to do so on my own. The silhouette in the void wanted to make a move, and Ye Duan looked at him. Then he stood in the void as if he were a javelin, treating it as if he hadn't seen Zhao Wuji's miserable appearance. But, before, his own master, the one who picked the successor, was this little guy. Now the void was also in a difficult position. He felt that it was his master who had been resurrected, and it was useless. The void is blocked. There was only one way to break the blockade of the void. However, he couldn't do it himself. Only Zhao Wuji could do it. Right now, Zhao Wuji was in a state where he had taken a heavy blow. Would have been a rookie. You said, you gave up in your previous life? How good it is to directly obtain the inheritance. You have to find excitement. The two men struggled to battle up and looked at Ye Duan. Gong Xian finally believed that Ye Duan really wanted to kill her. Is there no kinship to be found within your eyes? Yes, or no? You're not qualified to know. Yet, Ye Duan looked at Zhao Wuji. I hadn't thought that the Hall Master of the Hall of Limitless Divine Hall had actually come back to life. Ye Duan looked at Zhao Wuji and spoke. I see. It looks like Chen has become your person, right? Killing him? I really didn't make a mistake. Gong Xian also froze when she heard this sentence. If I remember correctly, the Temple Master of the Peerless Divine Hall died 30,000 years ago. If it's not dead, something happened in it. You really are? That's a thing of the past, and as to why it's alive, I don't know. Ye Duan didn't say anything. The son of the Heavenly Tao. How the Heavenly Tao would arrange it, no one knew. However, one's mission is to kill you leaks. Zhao Wuji, did you do well with the choice I gave you before? Do you want this inheritance or this woman? The hallowed Hall Master of the Peerless Divine Hall, after coming to life, just to enter the Gong family, I think something special must have happened. How's this for a good choice? I'm still quite sincere. So you choose, right? Ye Duan looked at Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji's face was ugly as he glanced at the figure in the void once more. The figure in the void was treated as if he hadn't seen it. At this time, Zhao Wuji stepped forward. Look at Gong Xian. There was a softness in his eyes, caressing Miyoshi's face. Gong Xian is my woman, my favorite woman. Although I'm a loser now, I'm still a man. Hearing this sentence, Gong Xian laughed out loud. Only, the smile hadn't fully blossomed when his face changed dramatically. Zhao Wuji's hand had penetrated Gong Xian's heart. Chapter 51 Achievement. No, the immortal realm is too calm. Subversion. The great devil appears. After seeing this scene, Ye Duan also froze. My wife. The regret of the last life. Yes, the last life she died for me. In this life I said I would guard her. Now that she's dead inside my hands, it's a different kind of guardianship. It's my regret, but it's also a demon. In that case, why don't I aggravate my heart and relive my life? I have too much unwillingness. So what if I am a devil? Shiner, I'm sorry. Zhao Wuji laughed out, a laugh that was still of the happy variety. One hand penetrated Gong Xian's heart, and the other caressed Gong Xian's face. Mayashan smiled back. How foolish of me to die for the likes of you. 2 lifetimes, dying for you. God has treated me so miserably. Mayashan's eyes closed and her body collapsed. Zhao Wuji lowered his head, looked at his hands, blood on it, dripping down the arm. falling above the ground. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Zhao Wuji threw back his head and laughed. You were my regret and my weakness. And now you've become my demon. But, I'm going to become a devil. What can immortals and Buddhas do to me? The sky and the earth are as big as they are. And from now on I'm free to do as I please. Zhao Wuji had a maniacal look in his eyes. Then he looked at Di Jietian. You missed the mark. I figured it out the first time you threatened me. Never could get off the ground before. Thanks for pushing. Zhao Wuji laughed and laughed heartily. Di Jietian didn't say anything. He had indeed miscalculated. Who would have thought that the son of Qi would kill his wife to prove that kind of thing? Looking at the current Zhao Wuji, Di Jietian didn't say anything. In the middle of his mind, there was a system beep. The son of chakra, killing the chakra heroine, the value of heavenly destiny decreases by 5,000, and the value of the master's villainy increases by 5,000. The son of chakra is blackened, the heavenly fate value decreases by 2,000, and the master's villainy value increases by 2,000. The son of luck is freed from one of his bonds, and his heavenly fate value is increased by 3,000. Of the first two voices, Di Jietian didn't care. However, when he heard a voice behind him, Di Jietian froze for a moment. The heavenly fate value of the son of Qi actually increased. System, will the heavenly fate value of the son of Qi still increase? It will, only it's hard. He's pushing his boundaries here. Di Jietian looked at a message in the back as the son of Qi freed a bond. It looked like he had accomplished the son of Qi. But no matter, the son of Qi still had 14,000 heavenly fate values remaining. The other bondage is not so easy to free. Luckily for my previous self, I was prepared. Di Jietian, I'll come find you. Zhao Wuji finished this sentence. Something suddenly appeared inside his hand. Then, the void constantly fluctuated. The next time we meet, I will kill you. As Zhao Wuji finished the sentence, the object inside his hand emitted light. Old ancestor, there's no need to block. Di Jietian smiled inadvertently as he watched the son of Qi Luck leave. Really think that you can live so simply? Why let him go? How I died in a previous life. This one, even more miserable than the last. At the same time, I want to give Grandpa an explanation. A jade appeared inside Di Jietian's hand. Only, the contents inside had been changed by Di Jietian using the system. Old ancestor, go back to the Gong family. As Di Jietian's words fell, his body disappeared. At the same time, in the middle of his mind, a voice came once more. The sons of Qi obtained the inheritance of the evil god, and the sons of Qi increased by 2,000. There were no fluctuations within Di Jietian. Old ancestor, do you think that the immortal region is too calm? Hearing this sentence, the old ancestor in the shadows inwardly thumped, looking at Di Jietian's smile. What are your plans? Immortal domain. I want him to be in chaos this life. Devil, it's time to show up. Di Jietian wore a gentle smile, and deep within his eyes, there was calculation. The old ancestor was silent. Do you want it? Come to think of it, I've made my plans. Right now, a lot of people's eyes are on me, and since that's the case, might as well attract them once again. As he thought of this, Di Jietian looked at the sky above the immortal domain. Chaotic demon body, open. Di Jietian let out a cold snort. Just as Di Jietian's voice fell, the entire immortal world suddenly trembled. Then, a terrifying demonic light appeared, straight up into the sky. Rumble, the fairy realm blacked out. At this moment, the 3,000 states of the immortal domain looked at the void with fear in their eyes. A silent, devilish aura appeared, and, very pure demonic aura. This is demonic Qi, chaotic demon body. Among them were the silhouettes of great powers that appeared in the void. In his eyes, with a divine light, he looked this way, tried to see through it, but it was obscured by a layer of fog. Tianji state, Tianji sacred sect. In the middle of the forbidden land in the back of the mountain, a shadow appeared, and upon closer inspection, this person seemed to be standing in the center of the great power of heaven and earth. The circumference conforms to the 8 trigrams of the circumference. Raising his head, he looked into the void. Then a gossip appeared behind it, slowly rotating. The old man closed his eyes. Put. After a while, the old man opened his eyes with horror. A mouthful of blood spurted out. His face was pale, and a thunder power appeared on his body from time to time. The old man, apparently, had suffered a backlash. Unable to deduce. Impossible. This is impossible. Before, when there was a chaotic demon body appearing, my Tianji clan could also deduce the clues. Who is it? Who is it? Is this the devil? The real devil? The chaotic demon body, once again, has appeared, and the taboo has been resurrected, or reincarnated, or replaced. Many great powers murmured to themselves. A closer look, with panic in his eyes. Rumble, above the 9 heavens of the immortal realm. Thunder appears. Purple thunder that turned into chaotic demonic thunder. Suddenly a shadow appeared in the void. The figure was boundless, looking down on the immortal region. The eyes were filled with killing intent. It's really the chaotic demon body. The great demon has appeared. Why? Why did it have to show up in this life? Who? Exactly? The immortal region's 3,000 states. Many people exclaimed in shock. And in their eyes, there was horror. Some hidden place. A powerful heaven and earth prohibition appeared. At the same time, a huge eye locked eyes with the great demon in the void. How dare you? A shadow. How dare you show off? A cold voice rang out. Then, a terrifying fluctuation from within the eyes emanated out and impacted towards the demonic shadow. I evolved from the chaos, the supreme of the heavens. You ants dare to be reckless. Kneel down. A grand voice thought up. At the same time, chaotic demonic thunder kept landing. The bodies of those people who had stared at the chaos demon before were constantly annihilating, and itself received a heavy blow. Old ancestor, let's begin. After watching his plan almost complete, Ye Duan spoke to the old ancestor. The old ancestor sighed, and then a huge figure appeared. A huge golden figure appeared in the immortal realm. Many people in the immortal region were startled. Feeling this breath of air, the face changed dramatically. Imperial family ancestor. Many people exclaimed, the sword comes. At the same time, the old ancestor said something and extreme anger appeared. Chapter 52. The ring has been set up. How do you act behind it? 100,000,000-foot sword uncut through the void, slashed at a spot, in the middle of the 100,000 mountains. Ye Duan watched as it was almost time. Then, force your own blood out. His face was pale and his aura shriveled down. The people of the immortal domain, looking at the emperor family ancestor, thought that the emperor family ancestor was slashing over at the demonic shadow in the void. As it turned out, they realized that they thought wrong. Dare to harm my divine son of the imperial family, seeking death. Hearing this sentence, many people had shock in their eyes. Hurting the divine son of the imperial family. At this time of the year, the younger generation, aren't most of them in cultivation? Murphy, looking at the demonic shadow in the void. Jia, not bad. If you didn't kill him this time, you won't be so lucky next time. Imperial family. Ha, don't forget the revenge from before. Hearing this sentence, many people's faces changed, as if they had thought of something. There were others who didn't know the secret story with confusion in their eyes. Unbridled. In your last life, you wouldn't even dare to speak so boldly. Looking for trouble from my imperial family, looking for death. The old ancestor's figure, once again, grew larger, and the divine wheel behind him spun. At the same time, a golden battle armor appeared. Chopper. A sword cuts through the sky. The void was directly chopped out in a billion-foot-sized ruin. At the same time, the 100,000 mountains disappeared into thin air. Billions of miles in every direction were transformed into a ghostly underworld. The old ancestor of the D clan appeared, holding a figure in his hands. It was none other than Emperor Tianyang. At this moment, Ye Duan's aura shriveled, breathing weakly, as if life was dying. The old ancestor of the D family. His figure quickly disappeared into thin air. The immortal domain's great powers' faces changed as they looked at Ye Duan's state. Ye Duan was someone who was known as an immortal's talent by the D clan, but he had actually suffered such a heavy blow. It's just that quite a few people have noticed that Emperor Ye Duan is holding a jade stone inside his hand. Senpai. Roll. A holy king powerhouse. Appearing in front of the emperor family's old ancestor. He wanted to inquire about it. The old ancestor of the D clan roared, only to see this one Saint King powerhouse's body directly explode into a bloody mist, disappearing into the void. Many people's scalps went numb after seeing it. A Saint King powerhouse is no cabbage. Which families? Investigate. Whether you're a forbidden land, or an abyssal lord, push straight across. Dare to delay the treatment of my emperor family's divine son. Die. The old ancestor spoke once more, his voice carrying through the immortal realm. Many people's faces changed drastically. At this moment, in the East Extreme Prefecture, the faces of everyone in the Zhang family changed drastically. Unbridled. Who let that guy out? In the middle of the Zhang family's forbidden land in the back of the mountain, a voice roared. Old ancestor. I don't know. No one knows. When did he run out? If the old ancestor of the D clan at this moment had heard this sentence, he would have absolutely brought a cold smile to his face. You have to sacrifice something for the sake of acting realistically. The guy who died was someone that the imperial family had secretly cultivated before. However, it was a pity that a Saint King powerhouse. The crowd hasn't reacted yet. Seeing three silhouettes appear in the imperial family, feet stepping on the void, not a single bit of aura appeared on his body. East Extreme Prefecture, Zhang family. One of the figures spoke up. After saying these words, the three figures disappeared. If there's a force behind it, just overthrow it. The old ancestor spoke again. Yes, old ancestor. Three figures, their words carried out in the void. 10 immortal prohibitions. Rise. Three figures that appeared after the Dongji Zheng family. The hands made seals and mirrored each other. A palm-sized wheel appeared. It carried an endless power of killing and sealing. Many great powers in the immortal region saw this scene with scorn. It didn't occur to me that the imperial family actually took their own clan protection formation and altered it so that it can actually be directly engraved. It's horrible. 3 people in a formation. Don't think too much. The imperial family has a powerful formation master. And I'm afraid that Guy's formation attainments have become even more terrifying. The imperial family. Could it really be difficult to overthrow? Some hidden places looked at the imperial family with resentment in their eyes. But the sight of the formation was tinged with scorn. The Zheng family, overthrown. One of the figures appeared. Look at the Zheng family. At this point in time, the territory of the Zheng family was completely enveloped. 3 people, with indifference in their eyes. The Zheng family's old ancestors' face changed drastically. I also asked the imperial family to rest their anger. How dare you? My imperial family strikes and you don't kneel down and wait for death. You actually want to resist. Hearing this sentence, quite a few people didn't say anything. The imperial family was used to being overbearing in the immortal region. However, it did not occur to me that the dominance was to this extent. Some of the figures in the hidden places had ugly faces when they heard this sentence, as if there were some bad memories, looking at the imperial family with murderous intent. However, when I think of the condition of the divine son of the imperial family before, I gloat again. I really hope that the divine son of the imperial family will simply fall. That sentence finished. An even more terrifying aura appeared from the imperial family. A huge coffin that spanned billions of miles of emptiness. In it, the coffin lifts off a corner. A withered hand came out of it, and dares to curse the divine son of my imperial family. Death is not enough. A cold voice resounded throughout the heavens and the worlds. What is this? What kind of breath? Half-step great emperor. Many people's faces changed drastically after they felt this aura. In the eyes, there was horror. A withered thinness, from amongst the billions of clouds in the sky, fell down and slapped at a hidden place. Don't! We're behind. Sparing you in the first place was just letting you live on. Really thinking that my imperial family wouldn't dare to kill you? A chess piece like an ant. How dare you bark? Big hands fall. The entire immortal realm trembled, looking at billions of miles of ruins. Many people gulped. Is this the imperial family? It's too terrifying. Not the imperial family terror. There are just some people who have touched the anger of the imperial family. However, it should be a force that has a grudge against the imperial family. Or rather, it's a test of the strength of the imperial family. But this is too big a price to pay. Big, not big, if we can try it out. It's just a little bit more costly. It's acceptable. The Zheng family, just a pawn. That's right. I wonder who's going to test the imperial family. Forget it, the immortal realm isn't peaceful anymore. The chaotic demon body has appeared. It looks like a trip to the imperial family is in order. I think that the divine son of the imperial family should have seen the face of a devil. These people too. The divine son of the imperial family has suffered a heavy blow. There are others that want to fish in troubled waters. You don't know. Back then, there were some people that hated the imperial family, but they hated it more than they hated the devil. However, with the chaos demon body appearing, it's about time for whichever power to make a move. An eventful day. Others, who were older and knew some of the secrets, sighed. After all, the more you know, the more scrupulous you are. Looking at the 3 figures, they easily wiped out the Zheng family. And there was a hidden place where billions of miles were turned into scorched meditation. The people of the immortal domain couldn't calm down for a long time. Quite a few people, who had never seen such a scene before. This was still just the emperor family striking out. Millions of years ago, on the day of the emperor's fall. What a terrifying scene it would have been. And before that, the war of the immortal families, and how horrible it was. It's chilling to think about. At this moment, the imperial family's backyard forbidden land was in the middle of the mountain. The 8 ancestors looked at Di Jietian. Little fellow, the imperial family has already set up the ring. How do we act back there? Chapter 52 The clueless son of Qi. Obtaining the inheritance by himself actually? Back, etc. There was calmness within Di Jietian's eyes. Hearing this sentence, the emperor family's ancestor carried surprise. Things aren't there yet, but I can't show up now. Have the imperial family blocked the news from any news of me? And I will appear when it's time to appear. You're talking about your bar mitzvah? The 8 ancestors asked. He who knows me. The 8 ancestors also. However, the attitude of the imperial family must also be shown. What do you want? The Wuji Palace, which previously befriended this power, is going to be secretly overthrown. But it was befriended 30,000 years ago. The old ancestor nodded even though he didn't know what Ye Duan was planning. These are not difficult things for the imperial family. You're leaving the imperial family next? Yeah, there's a missing piece to the plan. I'm worried about any accidents. The only way to do this is to be dead or alive. Ye Duan smiled faintly. The old ancestor nodded. A void channel appeared. Ye Duan stepped inside. Right after Ye Duan left the family, the entire imperial family went on alert. Many people in the immortal region felt the terrifying aura that the imperial family exposed from time to time with scorn. However, they were more curious about Ye Duan, wondering if the person had died. At this time, a hidden place, Zhao Wuji opened his eyes and a powerful aura erupted. The strength came directly to the avatar realm. And that's just getting the legacy. Ye Duan. Soon we'll be meeting. Zhao Wuji's fingers were clenched tightly, and his body exuded an evil aura. Now you should think about your situation. A shadow appeared. The same shadow that had allowed Zhao Wuji to obtain the inheritance before. What do you mean by that sentence? Just go to the outside world and see for yourself. Now you won't believe what I say. The one you resented was heavily injured while the imperial family stepped in. The void shadow said this sentence with gloating and even a bit of excitement. Zhao Wuji froze, not knowing what this sentence meant. After thinking of this, Zhao Wuji walked from his place of seclusion to the outside world. Not long after, Zhao Wuji's face changed. There was incredulity in his eyes. The devil appeared. Really? Emperor Jin Tian almost died. An old ancestor of the emperor family who was a half-step great emperor has struck out and overthrown a hidden place. When he heard these news, Zhao Wuji was a bit confused even if he had relived 2 lifetimes. What the hell happened? This thing still has something to do with you. Hearing this sentence, Zhao Wuji froze for a moment. What's it got to do with me? Haven't you already obtained the inheritance now? Only that the inheritance is still incomplete. Zhao Wuji's body trembled. Then look at this one vista. Who the hell are you? The emperor's fallen day, but my main body made it in the first place. You said, what kind of inheritance did you obtain? The silhouette looked at Zhao Wuji with a cold smile. You're lying to me? Zhao Wuji asked in a cold voice. After all, he had obtained the inheritance and practiced this technique. It didn't look like a demonic technique. I told you, the legacy you acquired is incomplete. Look at the second half of it. The silhouette moved its finger and a message was transmitted into Zhao Wuji's mind. Zhao Wuji froze, looking at the center of his mind. That magnificent Gongfu. It was his own soul power that had been fused together after living 2 lives that had no way of peering into that Gongfu. Now, your physique is the evil god body? However, it's only a fake evil god body. Sort of a beginner's version of the chaos demon body. But, it's also much more powerful than other holy bodies. When your strength improves a bit more, you'll be able to obtain the inheritance. And at that time, you'll obtain the inheritance of the completed chaotic demon body. You're the next demon. The silhouette looked at Zhao Wuji and hadn't returned to his senses. It was also quiet. Give him some time to digest. After all, Zhao Wuji, to this day, was still in the dark. Should one believe it or not? Don't believe it. See the feats. It's awesome. Never seen it before. Believe it. There's always a faint sadness. It did not occur to me that the inheritance that I was unwilling to accept in my previous life. In this life, I accepted it, only to realize that it was a huge pit-ah. However, it was impossible to say what was going on with this strange feeling. Ye Duan was in the void, with a systematic hiding, indifferently watching all of this. Really think, you don't have a plan. At that time, when he saw this shadow, Ye Duan had already secretly controlled this fellow. Everything now is to be done on your own orders. Next, it's also time for the next step in the program. Heroic rescue seems to be a power unique to the Sons of Qi, right? Thinking of this, Ye Duan smiled. Zhao Wuji still couldn't calm down inside. When you go out, find a random tavern. Sir, staying or? Have some of your store's specialties. Zhao Wuji waved his hand and took out some spirit stones. After Xiao saw it, there was joy in his eyes. Your Excellency, this way please. Seeing that it was a window seat, Zhao Wuji nodded. After looking at Zhao Wuji who didn't give a reward, Xiao skimmed his mouth. Didn't say much though. Left. I want to become a devil. What can Buddha do to me? I didn't expect that to come true. Zhao Wuji finally managed to accept it after some time of self-soothing. Fear is tinged with surprise. After all, in his previous life, he had seen traces of that period of history among the books. In the immortal domain, everyone was afraid of the chaotic demon body. But who didn't want to have it? It hadn't occurred to me that in his own life, he would actually obtain this inheritance. God forbid. Zhao Wuji laughed at himself. Go, Hurry up and go. Just at this time, Xiao Er's voice rang out. Zhao Wuji didn't care. Then he looked at Xiao Er. Directly after sending that one figure flying, Zhao Wuji frowned. If I'm not mistaken, this little man also has the Qi High realm. The person who had been sent flying could not see his face. However, upon closer inspection, it could be recognized that it was a woman. Get lost. You stink. If you don't leave, I'll beat you to death. Hurry back to your doghouse. This is where you can come too. Xiao Er because Zhao Wuji did not reward. There is depression in his heart. Looking at the woman did not leave. He was about to strike again, but the palm of his hand, which was about to fall, was held. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Let go of me. You know it hurts. You're still a cultivator. She's an ordinary person. Don't think that. Just because you're a cultivator, you're above it all. Xiao Er looked at the fact that it was Zhao Wuji and knew that such a person was not someone he could mess with. Come in. Zhao Wuji looked at the woman and spoke. The woman lowered her head. No words were spoken, and there was a timid look in his eyes. But when he looked at the food, there was a longing in his eyes. My lord, this is out of order. Xiao Er watched Zhao Wuji pull the woman in and spoke. The money is on me. Zhao Wuji took out a handful of spirit stones, and Xiao Er smiled. Could be. Well, come on in. I can't eat just enough for one person. You don't have to be afraid. I'm not a bad person. Zhao Wuji looked at the woman, although he couldn't see her face, but from the body movements, he could tell that the woman was afraid of herself. Zhao Wuji sighed. People who can't cultivate are like this. Sometimes, they can't even eat a full meal. The woman followed anyway. When you sit down, it's still with restraint. Zhao Wuji smiled faintly. Push the dish over to the woman. Zhao Wuji looked out the window, not looking at the woman. The woman peeled back her stray hair and wolfed it down. Zhao Wuji glanced at it without thinking, and then, the wine glass that was passed to his mouth stopped. Chapter 54 follow. Sting. Who are you? When he saw the woman's face clearly, Zhao Wuji let out a cold snort. A powerful aura appeared. Before the woman could react, her body flew out backwards and hit the top of a pillar. A mouthful of blood was spat out and he passed out. The faces of the people in the hall changed after they sensed Zhao Wuji's strength. Then, a look of watching the show. Before that, he had invited others to dine with him, but he did not expect that he would now take direct action against them. Xiao Er looked at Zhao Wuji with disdain in his eyes. Zhao Wuji froze in place. In his mind, a memory swept over like a flood. There was a face in his head. The face was cold, but it carried a softness when he looked at himself. Originally, the two people just met in passing, did not think, encountered a few times. The encounter is fate. Later, the two met and got to know each other. Set for life. The twos cultivated together and their strength grew rapidly. Men have even created their own forces. The woman became the mistress of this power. After the marriage, the two honored each other. Carry yourself in each other's hearts. The man felt happy. Unfortunately, there are no children. Later the man's strength is about to break through. To be in seclusion. It did not occur to me that this seclusion was a conspiracy. Two figures appeared in a hidden hall. The woman was cool, looking at herself with a softness. Only, the woman was accompanied by a man. A man he knew was still his best buddy. The man had a bad feeling as he watched the two appear together. The strength of the two men, because they had their own help, was not much worse than the men. What he hadn't expected was that this great hall had been enveloped by a formation. Even if he knew, he didn't think much of it. For, of the two, one was her favorite wife, and the other was his hand in life and death. The two men looked at the man as if they were strangers. In his eyes, there is only killing intent, not the friendship he had before. The two men looked at themselves with sneers. He got a bad feeling inside. Trying to resist, his face changed. The power in his body had disappeared. Empty. Just as the two were about to strike, a figure appeared. Got in front of him. He froze. He knew that she liked him, but in his heart, he only had his wife. She wasn't particularly strong, and there was still a huge gap between her and them, but she still stopped in front of him. He watched her, collapsing into his side, her eyes looking into his with a softness and relief. He felt the heartache. In that moment, he felt guilty. He just stood still, watching his once favorite wife stab herself with the love token she gave him. The woman she had previously rejected died in front of her to save herself. The man's heart ached. He hadn't expected the years of affection and dedication. It was actually a joke. As he was dying, he watched the woman and the man after they were intertwined in front of his face. He was filled with rage and wanted to kill these two men, but his own life, it had come to an end. There was nothing to do but watch. At that moment, he woke up, but the price of awakening was his life. It didn't occur to me that after 30,000 years, he was once again alive. In this life, he decided that he would personally kill this pair of dogs. And, guarding the woman he had previously rejected earlier, it hadn't occurred to me that because of Di Jietian's persecution, she had died again. Only, it was by her own hand. Zhao Wuji realized that he was really a devil. Thinking back to the woman's face just now, Zhao Wuji's heart couldn't calm down for a long time. The face of this woman just now, he was too familiar with it, and would never dream of forgetting the indifference he felt when he stabbed himself with the token of love he had given her. Just as Zhao Wuji was still contemplating, the woman snapped out of it. Looking at Zhao Wuji, with fear, his body staggered and stood up, although he was injured, but after seeing the food on the ground, he revealed a smile. Not caring about the strange gazes of the others, he picked up the food that had fallen on the ground and ran towards the outside. Zhao Wuji took a deep breath. She's not her. He hadn't thought that this woman and in his mind, that one figure, were so similar. One is reckless after all, thinking that the woman is just an ordinary person. He himself just randomly exploded his chi. Look at the puddle of blood on the ground. Zhao Wuji calmed down inwardly, then to the outside, with the trail of the woman from earlier. Not long after arriving at a place, Zhao Wuji frowned. It's like a slum here. There's a stench everywhere. It was the same scent that the woman had on her before. Zhao Wuji took a deep breath and went in. A bad smell that went straight to his nose. But Zhao Wuji didn't care. He wanted to find that one figure. After a while, Zhao Wuji's brows furrowed together. I can't believe he didn't find any sign of her. Zhao Wuji was an anomaly when he walked in this place. Many people looked at Zhao Wuji with fear. After all, a lot of people, who came to this place before, killed a lot of people. Zhao Wuji ignored these people, go all the way to the far end. Among them, there were a few weak figures running out with anxious faces. When he saw Zhao Wuji, he froze for a moment, tinged with fear. But think of something. The face tangled. Then he walked directly to Zhao Wuji, kneeling down. Please, save my sister. Zhao Wuji froze for a moment. He had felt the woman's aura. She's your sister? Zhao Wuji asked. Yes, it's my sister. You're lying. No, we're not lying. Just this moment again, two more figures appeared, kneeling down in front of Zhao Wuji. It's not our real sister, but she's been taking care of us, so she's our real sister. It's my fault. I shouldn't have said I was hungry. I don't know which one injured my sister. If I knew, I would have bitten her to death. And me. Yeah, and me. Zhao Wuji's face wore embarrassment. Can't even look these little kids in the eye. Will you take me in and see if, perhaps, I can save your sister? Hearing this sentence, several small children, with unbelief in their eyes. You really do have a way to save my sister. I just can't save it, or I can make her injuries less severe. Good. A few small children, who had no choice but to look at Zhao Wuji, could only believe it. Still, in the dark, they picked up a stone and hid it inside their hands. Zhao Wuji naturally noticed it, but didn't care. After entering the room, Zhao Wuji frowned once more. 3 of the walls had broken down, and the ghastly wind from outside blew right through. Above the weeds on the ground lay a figure, lying peacefully on the ground. The body was covered with some tattered cloth. All should be wrapped. The woman was breathing weakly, a smile on her lips. Looking at the food on the floor that the woman had picked up earlier, Zhao Wuji actually felt a tingling pain. Chapter 55, Big Brother. You're a good man. Conspiracy or coincidence? He was the one who invited her over. And in the end, it was because of him that she got hurt. If he hadn't come over himself, with this woman, who was just an ordinary person, I'm afraid he wouldn't have lasted 3 hours. The 3 small children followed suit, looking at the woman, tears in their eyes, once again, coming to their eyes. Sister, 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 open your eyes. Someone is coming to save you. You won't die. Open your eyes. You guys get out first. After hearing the voices of several small children, Zhao Wuji spoke. 3 small children, looking at each other. One of them looked at Zhao Wuji. I'm counting on you to save my sister, but if you do anything to her, don't blame us. Zhao Wuji almost laughed out loud, looking at a few little kids and not caring. It looked like this woman, in the hearts of these 3 little children, was very important. Watching the 3 little kids after they go out, an aura appeared within Zhao Wuji's fingers. Dissolve the aura you left in the woman's body. Then, the aura was utilized to heal the woman's meridians, her injured internal organs. Another elixir was brought out. Look at the woman's face. Zhao Wuji's hand stiffened. Even though he knew she wasn't her, he was a little confused in this moment. Looking back, he shook his head and smiled to himself. After feeding the elixir down, the woman's breath stabilized, and her pale, bloodless face flushed. Looking at the woman's face, Zhao Wuji sighed. Turn around. After Zhao Wuji came out, he saw 3 small children surrounding him with an expectant gaze. Zhao Wuji laughed. So what if it's a devil? So what if it's an immortal? In with people. Thinking of this, Zhao Wuji's thoughts were a bit clearer. How is my sister? One of the little children, cautiously, asked out. Fortunately, your sister is no longer in trouble, but is going to sleep for a while. Hearing this sentence, the 3 small children, the stones inside their hands fell above the ground. The eyes had tears and surprise, then looked at Zhao Wuji. Kneel down. Thank you, big brother, for saving my sister. Big brother, you are a good person. Yes, big brother is a good man. The other 2 chimed in. Hearing this sentence, Zhao Wuji also smiled, not having thought that he would also be called a good person. I'm not a nice person. Zhao Wuji was embarrassed for a moment. His own words hadn't even done finished yet. The 3 small children had already run inside the broken room. After Zhao Wuji felt the aura inside, he knew that the woman had awakened. Zhao Wuji is about to leave. He injured this woman, and now he has cured her. He is also at peace. Thanks. A melodious voice rang out, timid in tone, and grateful. Zhao Wuji stopped in his tracks, not expecting that the voices were also so similar. Zhao Wuji turned back, looking at the woman standing in the wind, her thin body shaking. You're welcome, it was my fault in the first place. Zhao Wuji turned to leave. At that moment, 3 small children came to the woman. Sister, aren't you looking for your husband again? Or else, don't look for him. This big brother is not bad, alas. One of the childish voices rang out. Zhao Wuji, who was about to leave, paused in his steps. Coincidence? Or conspiracy? Zhao Wuji murmured a sentence with killing intent in his eyes. Only, very quickly, Zhao Wuji had dispelled it. When his wife killed herself, her strength had already reached the Saint Emperor realm, and after so many years, he didn't know if her strength had broken through. However, this woman, he had sensed, did not have the slightest bit of strength. If a person has strength, even if they hide it well, it will be exposed a little. This woman, just an ordinary person. After watching Zhao Wuji leave, the woman turned towards the inside of the broken room. Not long after, a figure appeared. Master, the plan has begun. What's the next step? Di Jietian shook his head. A chance encounter. I'm sure you know better than me what happened between you before. Now, wait for the movements of the imperial family. After finishing his sentence, Di Jietian disappeared into the void. Old ancestor, let's begin. A message from Di Jietian was transmitted. Tianyang, already will start the layout. Follow the plan. This is the power that befriended the Peerless Hall 30,000 years ago. Send a few strong people to sit in the Peerless Hall and overthrow those forces. The old ancestor's tone was filled with indifference. Inside the jade slip, there were densely labeled forces. However, the old ancestor of the D family, after receiving the news from Di Jietian, directly let his people take action, not caring in the slightest how many people would have to die, as long as they could complete Emperor Jietian's mission. Rumble. The sound of a war drum rang out from the imperial family. After hearing this voice, many people's faces changed drastically. In the immortal realm, a single gaze looked over at the imperial family, only to observe in secret. It hadn't dared to provoke the imperial family to their faces. War, war, war. After the sound of the war drums, black vortexes appeared in a 100-mile radius above the imperial family. A killing intent was passed out through the void. The imperial family has actually sent out an army. What is this about? The emperor family's divine son. He's been hurt, and his injuries aren't light. The imperial family won't be indifferent. Alas, how long has the imperial family been quiet? Looking at the movement coming from the imperial family, in some of the forbidden places, a gaze awakens and gazes at the imperial family. Who messed with the imperial family again? Old ancestor. There were a few hidden places that were invoked earlier, but we didn't do it. Now is not the time. The chaos demon body has appeared. Find that demon body. Work with him. The imperial family. Don't mess with them now. They're angry. Yes, old ancestor. The Miyagi family. What the hell happened? Why is Tianyang injured? Haven't you inquired about it yet? The imperial family doesn't say anything about the situation either. I don't know, but Gong Xin's fate card is shattered. Hearing this sentence, Gong Jiolong, his body shook a little, eyes dull. After a moment, the response came. Maybe that's her life. However, the imperial family is making quite a commotion right now, so we're going to have to make a move or not. No need. It's the same with or without us. As the in-laws of the emperor family, do you think you really understand the emperor family? There was an old ancestor's voice transmitted in it, and Gong Jiolong fell silent. Kill, kill, kill. A soldier holding a spear and wearing armor that only revealed 2 eyes came out of the void. The man at the head of the group, wearing red battle armor, could likewise only see two eyes. Standing in the void, a banner behind them, a single word Emperor, as if engraved by heaven and earth. It exuded an aura that suppressed the heavens. Pro Guard, at your service. 100,000 people, kneeling in the void. Chapter 56, the game has been laid. Dragon Slayer, son of luck, how will you turn the tables? All skeptical forces, push across. If you dare to obstruct, kill without pardon. A cold voice rang out. As you wish. The leader, a man in red battle armor, gave a respectful salute and disappeared with the soldier armor behind him. The Immortal Region understood some of the Emperor family's people and felt their scalps go numb. The Imperial family, with its 9 guards, all those who are fighting in front of the army are in formation. 9 guards. Strength, too, was growing stronger from the trip. Just now, they had seen that the strength of those soldiers, most of them, were at the Seal King realm. The red-armored soldier at the head was even a Saint Emperor powerhouse. Moreover, it was still a powerhouse no lower than the 3rd level of Saint Emperor. The Imperial family, truly furious. It's not anger, the object of suspicion. It shouldn't be particularly powerful. Otherwise, it wouldn't be pro-guard. Ha, do you look down on Proteus? At an unknown time, a cold voice sounded in the ears of the crowd. Many people looked left and right, wondering who was talking, and the more they did, the more scandalized they became. Don't look for it, you're not qualified to know who I am. This is just a reserve battalion for the Imperial family's Protean guards. Moreover, that red-armored man was also the deputy commander of the reserve battalion. Hearing this sentence, many people's bodies trembled. There was horror in his eyes. Oh, you know my Imperial family very well. Do you want, my Imperial family, to take a walk to your hidden place? I really thought I couldn't find you. Come out, rat. A cold voice, resounding through the void. 10,000 miles of void directly collapsed under the single voice. A black hole appeared. One of the figures came out of the void. Man, with demonic runes on his face and an evil aura. There was horror in his eyes. The crowd looked at this one person with suspicion in their eyes. The aura was that of the demon race. However, the exact race was unknown. A large hand appeared from the void. Emperor family, isn't it too arrogant to have driven us to the endless sea in the first place? Really thinking, we fear you, by joining forces with some shrimp soldiers and crab generals. You think you can provoke my Imperial family? Chop! Just the sound was delivered and a blade on appeared. The void trembled continuously. A black blade appeared in the void. It was clear that there wasn't any aura, but the immortal spirit chi was avoiding it. Now that you're here, stay. A voice came out of the knife. The knife breaks through the void. The demonic man, after seeing it, leapt to his feet. Roar! A figure that covered the sky appeared, with a body of 1,000,000 feet, and the void trembled continuously underneath the body. This is the Purple Demon Eagle clan. Looking at this figure, many people let out a gasp of surprise. No wonder, it was the Imperial family that made the move in the first place. If it wasn't for this race running fast, I'm afraid it would have been overthrown. I didn't think that it would still dare to show its head. Griffin, how dare you let your light shine? Knife, fall, only to see the Purple Demon Eagle turn into 2 halves. The blade didn't completely disappear and slashed at the endless sea. The Imperial family. Over. The Purple Demon Eagles are a force that my clan shelters. A grand, cold voice carried over. Oh, in that case, my divine son of the Imperial family was injured. And you had a hand in it? Don't spit blood at me. Tick hen, don't think I don't know what you're up to? Hey, don't be mad. The 16 ancestors of the Imperial family laughed. Men, drive out the Purple Demon Eagle clan. After hearing the laughter, this one voice gave a direct order. In the middle of the ocean, the void suddenly opened and thousands of figures appeared. There was panic in his eyes. Give it back to you, when we agreed to keep it, as food for the bar mitzvah of your divine son of the D family. Now I'm giving it back to you in advance. With those words, it disappeared. What's the point of running so fast? The 16th ancestor had depression in his eyes. The Immortal Region's people, hearing this sentence, had their brains not turned around until now. If they hadn't heard correctly, the Purple Demon Eagle clan was the food for the bar mitzvah of the Emperor family's divine son. Looking at the thousands of Purple Demon Eagles, among them, there were more than a dozen Saint Emperor powerhouses. At this moment, the people of the Immortal Domain felt their scalps go numb. Let's go. Foodies, really thought I'd let you off the hook. Only, let's fatten you up a bit, or else, there won't be enough to eat. A large hand appeared, covering the sky and the sun, and the Saint Emperor powerhouse, the Purple Demon Eagle, with its 1,000,000-foot body, was like a small chicken in front of this large hand. Looking at the large hand, Directly even the void grabbed through, bringing the purple demon eagle after disappearing. The many great powers of the 3,000 states of the immortal region were unable to calm down for a long time after seeing it. It looks like the crisis of the divine son of the imperial family has been lifted. Why do you say that? The food has all been prepared, and by the looks of it, the bar mitzvah of the divine son of the imperial family will be soon. There's no need to make such an announcement when the bar mitzvah of the emperor family's divine son is about to begin. That's the way people like it. At the same time, it's also a declaration to the outside world that, firstly, there's nothing wrong with the divine son of the imperial family. Secondly, it's a deterrent warning. And thirdly, it should be a chaotic demon body. Be prepared. The divine son of the imperial family has seen the chaotic demon body. A message went out. At the same time, the immortal region's Wuji state, as well as the several states next to it, began to continuously have forces overthrown. Previously, there were quite a few forces staring at the movements of the imperial family. However, after feeling the bodies of the emperor's family killed into the sea, with fear, afraid that he appeared to have a demon in his heart, did not dare to pay attention to it again. The imperial family, too ruthless, wherever it passes, life is annihilated. In the past few days, Zhao Wuji, too, noticed the commotion. His face is ugly, but he should not be exposed yet. Right now, Zhao Wuji was also a little nervous. After all, Ye Duan was still alive. Previously, that one shadowy figure had said that it was his main body, the means left behind. However, Ye Duan was too smart to doubt himself at the first sight. Other than Xiantang having defected, Zhao Wuji couldn't think of any other reason. As for, Ye Duan looked at it and knew that his identity was really a little bit unbelievable. Immediately afterward, Zhao Wuji's expression changed. He saw a figure. When he looked at that figure, Zhao Wuji lowered his own head, his fingers clenched tightly, and his nails directly cut through his own fingers, with blood dripping down. The woman in the void glanced toward this place and disappeared. After watching the woman leave, Zhao Wuji raised his head, and the killing intent in his eyes was about to coalesce into substance. He didn't expect that in this place, he would see her, his previous wife. Morong Hongyan, you seem to hate me a lot? Immediately afterward, Zhao Wuji's pupils contracted together. The woman in his mind, the woman he had dreamed of killing, appeared in front of him. She is still as beautiful and charming as before. Zhao Wuji knew that he couldn't be exposed. I don't hate you. I hate myself for not having the strength to take revenge. Hearing this sentence, Morong Hongyan froze for a moment. Acting? Who wouldn't? Family destroyed. Loved ones betrayed. No strength for revenge. Zhao Wuji looked at Morong Hongyan and said word for word. Killing intent erupted. Morong Hongyan frowned a little. Zhao Wuji knew that his killing intent had been exposed. Wanting to hide, it was impossible. So it would be better to just explode a bit more completely. Trying to get revenge. Nice and ambitious. You look a lot like someone I knew back in the day. Only, he died a comfortable death. There were no fluctuations in Morong Hongyan's eyes when she said these words. Zhao Wuji's eyes had a confused look in them, and his heart was dripping blood. Came to me and said, to my face, kill me in my previous life, and a comfortable death. What? Visual comfort? If it weren't for the fact that your strength is too weak, I'd really be interested in cultivating you a bit. Speaking of this, Morong Hongyan frowned, then the face took on an anxious look. Turning his head, he gave a gentle smile. May your dreams come true. You're not dying. It's been a long time since I've found someone so interesting. I'll be coming for you. Morning redhead disappeared. Zhao Wuji didn't relax his mind. He knew Morong Hongyan delicately. Therefore, he dared not be reckless. If only I were as powerful as her. Zhao Wuji also murmured. At the same time, internally, she was on guard. What else was she doing here to see herself? What's next, master? It's time for the other one to come out. For 100 miles around. Kill. However, there is no need to send out powerful cultivators. Focus on taking care of that place. Besides, that old guy could come in handy for a layout. Yes, master. Morong Hongyan disappeared. Ye Duan looked at Zhao Wuji's figure with a cold smile. Son of Qi, the pieces have fallen. Dragon Slayer, how will you turn the tables? Chapter 57, the Son of Fortune's confusion since 2 lives. Why is it like this? Zhao Wuji looked at Morong Hongyan, and after she didn't appear, her spirit relaxed. After a while, Zhao Wuji's brows furrowed together. He noticed that a group of people had come and looked at them as if they were looking for something. Zhao Wuji hid himself. After all, one had obtained the inheritance. The men, having searched and found nothing, frowned together. Where did that old man run off to? Asterisk 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 asterisk. These people cursed. Look at these people in the ghetto. Straight to the point. These people who had stepped in were not particularly powerful. Zhao Wuji originally didn't want to pay attention. But watch the horror that is carried in the eyes of people after they die. Zhao Wuji sighed. Run. Just at this time, a delicate voice came over. A woman, leading 3 small children, with terror in her eyes, and confusion, the unknown. A few men were about to leave as they watched everyone around them get killed by themselves. It didn't occur to me that a woman, with 3 small children, had run out. Here are 4 more. However, the woman's posture is just not known how. Before in this place, found a woman with a good face, sold for a good price, and this one looks good for the body. Among them were 2 men in black with lewdness in their eyes. Zhao Wuji looked at the woman, stopped, without moving. Zhao Wuji was jealous in his heart. It's just too much of a coincidence. Like a conspiracy, Zhao Wuji hid in the shadows and watched what happened. The 2 men, to the woman they had saved earlier, walked over. There was a teasing look in his eyes. Please, I'll give you the go-ahead. But, can you spare my brother and sister? Hey, I heard that your sister cries night after night. Do you want a little help from your brother? One of the men, looking at the woman, had an evil look in his eyes. Zhao Wuji frowned after seeing this scene in the dark. But, just at this time, the necks of the 2 men suddenly had blood dripping down. 2 men tried to turn back, and their heads fell to the ground. The excitement before death was still in his eyes. An old man appeared, his face pale and his breathing disordered. There was anxiety in his eyes. When he saw this old man, Zhao Wuji's eyes contracted for a moment. This old man, he recognized, after he saved his life in his previous life. This old man followed him. This old man was also a Saint Emperor powerhouse. However, his current strength was only at the Seal Emperor realm. Could it be that Morong Hongyan and also Li Xiaoyun had struck out against this old man as well? However, the old man could still defend himself. So why was he so miserable now? Master Mother, come on. The old man, looking at the woman, spoke. Gramps, I told you, I'm really not your dominatrix? Thank you for saving us. You run away too. After the woman thanked the old man, she took the 3 small children and ran towards the outside. The old man sighed when he heard this sentence. There was a complexity in his eyes. Your Highness, how wonderful it would be if you were still alive. Master Mother, she's really pitiful. If you were alive. Before the old man could finish his murmured words, his face changed. A large hand, through the clouds, it directly slapped at the old man. I didn't think that you old fart hadn't died yet. Morong Hongyan appeared once more. Looking at the old man, there was a coldness in his eyes, and killing intent. Oh, you're not dead yet. How could I be? The old man took a deep breath and looked at Morong Hongyan in the sky with indifference in his eyes. And killing intent. Where's that got you guys running in the first place? Morong Hongyan's voice was icy cold. Looking at the old man, he asked. Just you. You want to know too. However, if the Master Mother ever wakes up, it will be the end of you. And your biggest mistake was not killing us. After the old man finished the sentence, his hands formed a seal. Zhao Wuji panicked. What the hell is going on? This old man, who would only call one person Master Mother, was his own wife. Morong Hongyan, the woman in the void now. Wasn't she also Morong Hongyan? What had happened in it? Also, the woman from before. Who the hell is she? Zhao Wuji felt like his mind was going to explode. At this moment, Zhao Wuji was a little confused. Hydrolysis, the seal of transmigration. There was a ferocious light in the old man's eyes, and the killing intent on his body gathered into substance. It was as if this was what he looked like, only, the way he looked before, when he was facing the woman, converged. Oh, a waste even after the military disintegration. Morong Hongyan had disdain in her eyes. Looking at this old man, his fingers moved. A binding force appeared. Your strength? The old man had shock in his eyes. Do you really think that there is nothing I can do? You're pretty pathetic. The one who guarded you is long gone. I asked you to give us cooperation in the first place, but you actually resisted. Die. A large hand fell. It was slapped at the old man. 10,000 miles of emptiness fluctuated. Zhao Wuji's face changed. Is there anything you can do? Zhao Wuji communicated with the virtual shadow in his sea of consciousness. Are you really going to make a move? This old guy, you just can't live long even if you save him? The void sighed. Saved. Zhao Wuji roared. After all, the huge palm in the sky was about to fall. Ugh. The void sighed. A magnificent, cold one. The devilish aura appeared. Zhao Wuji's pupils also contracted. If he had been skeptical before, Zhao Wuji had already dispelled his doubts now. The previous void shadow had only said that he had obtained the inheritance of the chaotic demon body. However, one is always a bit skeptical. It's so fake. Looking at a shadow, it appeared in the void, billions of feet tall. Kill. There was no temperature in the voice. Morong Hongyan's face changed. Magic. Morong Hongyan's face changed. A gasp of surprise. The void opens up and turns and runs. Where to run? The void spoke once more. A large hand directly penetrated the void. Put. A blood jetted out from the void. Pity. The silhouette sighed. It was just an alter ego. Not even 100,000th of its power could be utilized. Kid, stop looking. If you look again, you won't be able to run away. The silhouette looked at Zhao Wuji standing here dumbfounded. In truth, Zhao Wuji was shocked. A doppelganger, without even using 100,000th of its power, made a peak Saint Emperor powerhouse. Flee, is this the chaos demon body? Zhao Wuji had excitement in his eyes. The old man was startled when he looked at the demonic shadow. The eyes were losing focus. Then the breath shriveled. It's not good, Mother-in-Chief. The old man's face changed dramatically, forcibly lifting up his immortal spirit chi. It shot off in one direction. The figure was halfway there, and the rumbling choked. However, there was only anxiety on the old man's face. You seek death. The old man's face changed drastically when he reached the place. 3 small children, who had collapsed on top of the ground. The woman had a sword stuck above her chest. The blood on the floor continued to flow. After seeing this scene, Zhao Wuji's face also changed. Looking for death, the old man transformed into a residual shadow, overpowering the few people who had struck out, picked up the woman and disappeared into the night. Follow it up, quickly. Zhao Wuji's current strength still couldn't keep up with the injured old man. Plus the old man knew that there was a demonic aura appearing here and that he was about to die. So he had to leave this place of wrongdoing and, then, burned his essence blood. Chapter 58 I have wine. Do you have a story? Zhao Wuji's insides also fluctuated. It was clear that this could be a conspiracy. But still, I couldn't help but want to get up there. Di Jietian, who was in the void, looked at this scene with a cold smile in his eyes. Ah, the son of luck. Just too confident. Oftentimes, you know it's a conspiracy and you have to dive into it. And in the end, it turns out to be a good thing. It's ridiculous. Di Jietian also followed. After all, he had arranged it himself. In case something went wrong, this was something Di Jietian did not want to see. The old man, at this time, came to a broken temple. Set the woman down. The face came closer to the woman. After Zhao Wuji arrived, his face turned ugly. The old man was guarding this woman so well. Now, Murphy took advantage of the fact that he was about to die. Then, a closer look reveals that the woman's mouth is mumbling. Brother, sister. The old man sighed when he heard it. Sunga. No, extreme. The old man's face was tinged with shock when he heard the last sentence, then thought about it for a moment. Putting his hand in the middle of his chest, a light appeared. The old man's face became even paler, and his hair, which was still black before, had now turned completely white. The old man fed the essence blood into the woman's mouth. Watching the woman's breathing stabilize, the old man smiled inadvertently. No pull. The woman murmured once more. The old man sighed and fell silent. Bring out a jug of wine. Find a place and sit down. If you haven't died yet, I'm afraid, you should be able to reach the realm of a great emperor by now. But before, you said that you would find a good wine for old me. But you didn't think of it. Alas, the world is unpredictable. Perhaps this is fate. I hope you don't resent the main mother. If it wasn't for the fact that the old man had to investigate, I'm afraid I would have made a serious mistake as well. Zhao Wuji, the previous you, saved the old man's life, accompanied by 18,300 years, conquered 2,600 times, among the gods of death, took the life of dozens of times. After your death, guarding the main mother, 30,000 years, the old man went down, and also dared to face you. The old man didn't know what came to his mind as he raised his head and took a sip of wine. Look at the moon in the middle of the sky. There were crystals among the eyes. Zhao Wuji didn't know why, but he felt tangled up inside. It was as if it was held tightly in a large hand. Zhao Wuji thought for a moment. Then, let the vapors stop obscuring themselves. The figure came towards the broken temple without haste. The old man's sleeping eyes opened with difficulty. Then, standing up, with a lurch of the feet and a paralyzed body, the old man supported himself with his hands and rose once more. Then walked over to the woman and held her back. Looking over to the side of the gate, there was a wary look in his eyes. At the same time, the faint aura on his body, once again, appeared, and it looked like the old man was burning his essence blood again. Originally, the old man didn't have much life left, and if he kept burning, his life would be gone. After seeing a young male come over, the old man's eyes were like poisonous snakes as he stared at Zhao Wuji in death. Zhao Wuji wore a bitter smile. That look, it was all too familiar. Get out or die. The old man spoke up. Hearing this sentence, Zhao Wuji didn't say anything, The old men before him were all killing and never spoke much. By the looks of it, now it was burning essence blood that was not enough to sustain the fight. Coupled with his own strength, with a special means of concealment, the old man should not be able to see it. I can keep you alive. Only alive. Zhao Wuji looked at the old man and said word for word. The old man's eyes were wary, as if he hadn't heard. It was the dead stare at Zhao Wuji. This is one, the life soul pill. Zhao Wuji took out an elixir. Conditions. The old man, looking at Zhao Wuji, asked. Zhao Wuji pointed at the woman behind the old man. No need to hit on her. You don't deserve it. Hearing this sentence, Zhao Wuji shook his head. I wonder who she is. She's my daughter, the old man said without thinking. Zhao Wuji was silent. I've called him 6 before, and it's not a lie. Right now, Zhao Wuji didn't dare to say anything about himself. After all, when he did, the old man would definitely slap himself. Looking at Zhao Wuji was silent. The old man also quieted down. Only, with the passage of time, the old man's breath has fluctuated, as if it is about to go out at any time like a lamp. Ahem! A voice came from behind him, and there was joy in the old man's eyes. Look at the woman. Master Mother, you're awake. After seeing the old man, the woman froze for a moment, and then, too, sensed that something was wrong with the old man. Gramps, you. Then he turned his head to look at Zhao Wuji. My lord, it's you? Check it out. What's wrong with Grandpa? Woman, with anxiety. What's your name? You say your name and I can let her live. Hearing that, the woman was also a little confused. I don't have a name for it. I've given myself a nice name. Though, as she thought of this, the woman gave a gentle smile, as if she was also a bit embarrassed and shy. See Wuji. Hearing this sentence, the old man's body shook with heartache and regret at the same time. Zhao Wuji's body shook. Just now, the woman was chanting her own name. But this woman, now that I know your name, I'll keep my promise. Zhao Wuji suppressed the shock in his heart and handed the life soul pill to the old man. You keep it. It didn't occur to you that you actually know the main mother? This gentleman saved my life? Si Wuji spoke up. Thank you, the old man sighed. Then, with a movement of his fingers, a light appeared. It was projected directly into Zhao Wuji's body. This is a part of the old man's inheritance, a sort of repayment. Old me has run out of gas. Someone who's about to die. So there's no need to waste the elixir. The old man with a sprinkle. After looking at the old man's smile, Zhao Wuji's heart seized with panic. Can you drink, young man? A little. But, elder, I have good wine. Zhao Wuji took out a wine pot. The old man's eyes lit up a bit after he smelled the fragrance. Laughing out loud. God has treated me well. Before you die, there's still good wine to drink. Good, good. The old man revealed a heartfelt smile at this moment. Zhao Wuji smiled back. The old man thought of this and came to see Wuji's side. Then a psychic wave appeared, and the woman passed out. Zhao Wuji froze, only to see the old man's hands forming a seal, a special fluctuation, printed on top of the woman's head. A seal flashed. Zhao Wuji didn't say anything, estimating that the mark left by the old man should be able to protect the woman when she was in danger. Come on, let her rest for a while. I'm going to savor your wine today. Ha ha, elder, I have wine. I wonder if you have a story. The old man froze for a moment and looked at Zhao Wuji. Brat, not a big man, but with a lot of heart. As long as the old man is happy, I'll give you a lecture. Zhao Wuji also heard it, the hidden meaning, and didn't even let out a single fart if he wasn't happy. Chapter 59, I lost someone important and I still haven't found him? The two men sat outside and looked up at the sky. There was greed in the old man's eyes as he looked at the wine inside Zhao Wuji's hand. Zhao Wuji laughed a little, then took out 2 wine glasses, poured a glass, and handed it to the old man. Elder, come, I'll give you a toast. Hearing Zhao Wuji's words, the old man laughed out. Not bad, lad, with an eye for a clever man. Hearing this sentence, Zhao Wuji didn't retort. He had already sensed that the vitality within the old man's body was already slowly draining away. You resemble someone I know? After taking a few sips, the old man looked at Zhao Wuji with nostalgia in his eyes. Oh, it didn't occur to me that I would actually resemble one of Senior's friends? Zhao Wuji had surprise in his eyes. Yes, it's very similar. You have the same eyes. And just now, at the first sight of you, I thought he was back. There was a sigh in the old man's tone. He's a smart guy, but unfortunately it's just a bad life. The old man lamented once more, dead and still unaware that it was not his wife who was the one who was really going to kill him, except that it was a fake one. The old man finished the sentence and stopped speaking, looking at Zhao Wuji. Forget it, there's no use talking to you about this. What's your name, young man? Zhao Wuji. The old man stood up violently when he heard this sentence, then sat down again. I didn't think that you were also called by this name. It's really fate. Perhaps this is destined by heaven in the underworld. Young man, can you promise me one condition? Sort of the old man's last words before I die. Zhao Wuji didn't rush to answer. Instead, he thought for a moment, his eyes glancing inward. I'm sure you know what I mean, and you're a smart man, so you know what to do? When the old man looked at Zhao Wuji's eyes, he knew that Zhao Wuji had already understood what he meant. Elder, can you tell me about her identity? Her, you don't need to know too clearly, and it's useless. Unfortunately, has already lost her memory before in order to take revenge. I don't know if it will come back to me. I do hope she won't come to her senses, so that there will be no pain. Lad, make sure you look after him. If I'm not around anymore, take me to the Wuji state and bury me near the Wuji Divine Hall. The old man, after saying this sentence, he knelt down and kowtowed to Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji's face changed. Elder, don't be like this. Zhao Wuji hurriedly went to help the old man, but his body trembled as his fingers touched him. The old man is dead. He ended up dying or kneeling in front of Zhao Wuji. Go in peace, old friend. I can't tell you who I am. Not that I don't trust you, but I don't know what happened. But seeing you like this now, I think there must be a hidden meaning in what happened before. I will take revenge for you, no matter who he is. Zhao Wuji raised his head and looked at the sky. It was dark and gloomy without a single bit of light. At the same time, Zhao Wuji's heart had a layer of gloom. Zhao Wuji, put the old man's body away. Don't worry, old friend, the peerless divine hall is still ours. No one can snatch it away. Zhao Wuji said silently. Ding! One of the master's helpers controlling the son of Qi commits suicide. The son of Qi loses his helpers and his heavenly fate value drops by 1000. Master gains 1000 villain values. After Dijietian heard the voice, he nodded. This layer of the layout had already fallen. The rest of the program can go on. But, by this time, it should be about time. At this time, Dijietian, watching a number of people rush in that direction. After all, the demonic aura appeared here before. With all the commotion, it's impossible for the immortal realm to be unaware of it. But the more you know, the more you are afraid. Does Dijietian know what these people are up to? It should be in fear. The chaotic demon body, the existence that created the emperor's fallen son, leaving behind a bit of means, was not something that could be messed with by ordinary people. Earlier, when Dijietian had asked the old ancestor to make a move, it was out of this kind of consideration. Morong Hongyan, the next step of the plan can begin. Dijietian sent out a message. At this time, in the middle of the broken temple, Si Wuji woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Zhao Wuji, looking at himself with a complex expression. My lord, where is old grandpa? He left on business. Hearing those words, Si Wuji let out an "Oh." Obviously knows something. Why would you give yourself a name like that? Si Wuji's brows furrowed together. I don't know. Like, I lost someone important. I want to find him. But, so far, I haven't heard from him. Si Wuji's eyes held doubt in them. Zhao Wuji nodded. By the way, I don't know if your injuries are healed. Let me show you. Zhao Wuji spoke up. Hearing this sentence, Si Wuji was tense. His footsteps stepped back a little, looking at Zhao Wuji with scorn in his eyes. After all, Zhao Wuji's eyes were now filled with aggression. Zhao Wuji frowned. Don't think much about it. That old man told me to take care of you. Hearing this sentence, Si Wuji relaxed. Put your hand out. Si Wuji held out his arm. After seeing Si Wuji's arms that were as if they were white jade, Zhao Wuji's pupils contracted. This wound of yours, where did it come from? Looking at the top of Si Wuji's arm, there was a shallow wound. Zhao Wuji made a surprised sound. After all, this was the time in his last life when he was in danger and her wife injected his blood into her body to save him. The wound, then, has remained. Said it was a testament to their love. Well, I don't know. It seems like it's always been there. What the hell is this? After Si Wuji looked at the scar above his arm, there was contemplation in his eyes. Then, covering his head, he collapsed directly above the ground. It hurts. Who the hell am I? Who am I? A powerful aura erupted from Si Wuji's body. Zhao Wuji's body flew directly backwards. There was horror in his eyes. At another glance, Si Wuji had already passed out. Zhao Wuji stood up and walked over to Si Wuji, then grabbed up Si Wuji's hand. The body shook a little. Looking at Si Wuji, who was as if she was a young girl, it didn't occur to him that she was already so old. Isn't it just the same age as his wife, in his previous life? And who is Morong Hongyan? I didn't think we'd meet again. While Zhao Wuji was pondering, a voice rang out. Hearing this sentence, Zhao Wuji's face changed drastically, turned and looked over, eyes on guard. It's Morong Rouge, Dijietian. who was in the void, looked at this scene with a cold smile. Don't you still have doubts? I'll put them to rest for you now. With the help of the system, using Morong Hongyan's essence blood to create a doppelganger. Was it difficult? When the system produces, it's a fine product. Chapter 60, take one last look at her. So it's you. Zhao Wuji inwardly told himself that he couldn't panic. After all, this person in front of him might not be Morong Hongyan. And who is she? Elder. So elegant. Actually coming to such a shabby place as well. Oh, back in the day, I was living in this kind of place too. Morong Rouge lamented inadvertently. Zhao Wuji was shocked inwardly when he heard this sentence, and his surface didn't move. In his memory, the real Morong Hongyan had never lived in this kind of place. By the looks of it, this Morong Hongyan was indeed a fake. Tick-tock, tick-tock. At this time, Zhao Wuji realized that Morong Hongyan had blood on her body, dripping down her arm. Can you kill her now? Zhao Wuji asked the imaginary figure in his mind. Can't. Hearing this sentence, Zhao Wuji froze. Why? When the old man strikes, heaven and earth are shocked. The movement here will soon be noticed. Zhao Wuji looked at the state of the silhouette and froze for a moment as the silhouette was about to disappear. You are? Nothing's going on. Just a little weak. Wasn't out before. Zhao Wuji already had a guess. This old man was just a doppelganger, and he didn't know how many years he had lived. And he was afraid that the mission was only to allow himself to obtain the inheritance. Looking at the old man's current weak state, Zhao Wuji didn't communicate with this shadow. After all, the next inheritance was still in the shadow's hands. If the shadow was gone, his own inheritance would be gone, and his chances of revenge would become slim. Little one, help your sister with her protection. Morong Hongyan walked in and ignored Zhao Wuji. The clothes on his body were already soaked with blood, then looked at a woman lying on the ground and didn't care. But the stench passed into her nose. An aura blew over the body that was lying, and it had been thrown outside. After Zhao Wuji saw it, anger rose within him. What are you doing? A beggar. And you care. That's my sister. Zhao Wuji said word for word. Hearing this sentence, Morong Hongyan froze for a moment. Then, lifting the back of Si Wuji's neck, he appeared once more. Zhao Wuji panicked after seeing it. This one's broken. Before, he didn't know that this Morong Hongyan in front of him was a fake. But now that he knew, wasn't she searching for Si Wuji's whereabouts? Morong Hongyan glanced at it without thinking. Then, laughed out loud. You're lying to me. What a great courage. Did not think, have been looking for this, actually in this place. No wonder, there has been no trace of her for so many years. Morong Hongyan with joy, looking at Zhao Wuji. It looks like you're hiding a lot of things from me. Buzz off. The void suddenly fluctuated. A handsome figure emerged from the void with a powerful aura. Relieved to see Morong Hongyan. Is it not over yet? Zhao Wuji's fingers clenched. This man, he wouldn't forget even in his dreams. It looked like the man who had planned everything. After all, Zhao Wuji still knew that this brother of his was particularly calculating. It looks like this guy, the wolf, his previous life self, was really blind and would recognize him as a brother. Xiao Yun. This found it. Morong Hongyan lifted the Si Wuji inside her own hand with excitement in her eyes. Hearing this sentence, Li Xiaoyun froze after seeing it. Then he looked at Zhao Wuji. I didn't realize that you were back. After Li Xiaoyun finished the sentence, he directly blocked the surrounding void. Zhao Wuji's face changed. Why did Li Xiaoyun know his identity? When he returned from rebirth, there was only one Dijia Tian who knew about it, and Qian Tang, but that guy was already dead. Xiao Yun, what are you talking about? Look at this young man in front of you. But he's the original temple master of the Peerless Divine Hall. He's the dead Zhao Wuji. You said, there's no mistake, it's the same Zhao Wuji that we killed. Morong Hongyan's face changed drastically when she heard the sentence. Hurry up and block off the surrounding void. Immediately afterward, Zhao Wuji's pupils contracted. Li Xiaoyun appeared in front of him. Zhao Wuji, want to know all about it? Zhao Wuji had a confused look in his eyes. What did you say? Are you still pretending? We had someone project it before. After 30,000 years, returning against the heavens, with his feet in the heavens, his red face will be solved, and he will follow him for the rest of his life. The people from the Tianyang sacred sect shouldn't be able to deceive us. Otherwise, we would have killed Morong Hongyan in the first place. Look at that. Aren't you alive now? And now you've met up with her. When Zhao Wuji heard this sentence, the innocence on his face could no longer be feigned. He hadn't expected that these two people actually went out to the Tianyang sacred sect. By the looks of it, his identity is no longer a secret. Xiao Yun, if you hadn't said it, I would have forgotten. However, this fellow, it didn't occur to me that after 30,000 years, he could actually be resurrected. By the looks of it, with a huge chance. But it's laughable to think of a previous life. Utilizing Charmed. Watching him alone, hanging around the bed. Morong Hongyan suddenly laughed out, as if she had thought of something interesting. Li Xiaoyun laughed out loud as well. Zhao Wuji was carrying anger and hadn't reacted yet. He was directly kicked down above the ground by Li Xiaoyun. Li Xiaoyun had one foot and placed it on Zhao Wuji's chest. Stomp harder. The ground collapsed, and Zhao Wuji's figure was directly buried in the ground. Li Xiaoyun moved his finger and a ray of light appeared, directly piercing through Zhao Wuji. Then, he plucked Zhao Wuji out of the ground. TSK, TSK, TSK. I didn't think that the unrivaled temple master of the peerless divine hall in his previous life would actually be in such a sorry state. Zhao Wuji, look, this is your woman. That's the real Mullen Red. Morong Hongyan looked at Zhao Wuji and laughed out. That's who you are? Me? Ha ha. I'm also just Morong Hongyan who has the same name and doesn't have the same fate. Morong Hongyan said this sentence with a weirdness. Only, we made it. You have failed. TSK, TSK, a little trash of the Avatar realm. Do you still want to turn over a new leaf? Seeing Zhao Wuji struggling, Morong Hongyan threw Si Wuji on top of the ground. Li Xiaoyun's lightsaber similarly disappeared. Zhao Wuji dropped above the ground. Next to Si Wuji. Admire your wife, who actually got rid of the suppression and burned her own soul after knowing of your death in the first place. I didn't think that I would actually lose my memory. 30,000 years and turned into a beggar. Not bad, really her. Take a good look at her again. And then, you can say goodbye to the world once and for all. Chapter 61. Kneel down and beg me. Say you're not as good as me. Li Xiaoyun and Morong Hongyan laughed, looking at Zhao Wuji with killing intent and teasing. Zhao Wuji felt that the tenderness within himself was touched. So you misunderstood? This woman has indeed suffered a loss of soul. Probably, much more horrific than you can imagine. A voice rang out in Zhao Wuji's mind. By the way, Zhao Wuji, would you like to enjoy something? In your previous life, you died without seeing the last scene. But now that your wife has become a beggar, it's not too much for me to find an old man and irritate her. How dare you, Li Xiaoyun? I will kill you. Kill me. Do you have the power to do that? You're only in the Avatar realm now. Here, I'll let you have both hands, both feet, and if you touch me once, I'll let you all go. Zhao Wuji's face was ugly. Get on your knees and beg me. Li Xiaoyun spoke once more. Zhao Wuji fell silent and didn't say anything. Ha! I could have killed the woman who died for me in my previous life. You think I would care about a woman? Want me to kneel? No way. Zhao Wuji said word for word. Oh, you mean me? Morong Hongyan's face changed into Gong Xian's. Zhao Wuji was scared and directly took 2 steps back. Looking at Gong Xian, her face was unbelievable. You're not dead? Yes, if I can't have you, I'll ruin you, and your happiness. Look, I'm now the temple master of the infinite divine hall. Do you think that I've succeeded? Tianyang nodded as he watched Morong Hongyan turn into Gong Xian. The system? Nice. And this feature? So it was a scam to begin with. 2. Zhao Wuji asked out. You don't think I really like you guy, right? And before that it was just to move up. Only, inside your eyes, there is only this woman. If you don't give me a chance, I'll create my own. So it is. So it is. Zhao Wuji looked up to the sky and laughed. Put. The 2 sword awnings entered the body. Gong Xian once again turned into Morong Hongyan's appearance and struck out together with Li Xiaoyun. Did I make you laugh? The 2 said at the same time, and Zhao Wuji looked at the 2 extra holes in his body. Wuji. At this time, Si Wuji, who was lying on the ground, woke up. It turned out that it was Zhao Wuji's blood that dripped onto her face just now. Opening his eyes, he looked at Zhao Wuji. Wuji. Hiss. Do it. She got her memory back. Li Xiaoyun's face changed drastically. Morong Hongyan's face was ugly. Who told you to wake up? Die and never wake up for the rest of your life. Being a beggar, a slave, is what suits you best. After saying this sentence, a sword stabbed at Si Wuji. Zhao Wuji's teeth were bared, but his body was still being suppressed and he didn't have any strength at all. Si Wuji ignored the damage he had received. Tears came out of his eyes as he looked at Zhao Wuji. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Blood and tears merged together. Wuji, is that you? Is that you? Zhao Wuji froze for a moment after hearing Si Wuji's words. Rouge. Wuji, it's really you. Si Wuji, his face carried a great joy. Reaching out his hand, he wanted to touch Zhao Wuji's face. However, after seeing the damage Zhao Wuji had received, hands, stop. Anger was on his face. A powerful aura erupted. The aura of a half-step great emperor was revealed. Hidden in the void, Tianyang laughed. That's funny. Master, it's okay. Look, I've helped Master so much. Do you want to satisfy me too? Just praise the system. Nice. Di Jietian spoke up. No more? Don't give an inch. Dare to harm Wuji. Die. See Wuji, with an aura that suppressed the heavens, loomed over the two. Don't think that you are the only one who has reached this realm. Li Xiao's equally powerful aura appeared, and it was actually exactly the same as Si Wuji's aura. Zhao Wuji's insides fluctuated. This fellow actually broke through as well. It looks like he has a long way to go on the road to revenge. Die. Si Wuji, with a huge aura, slapped at Li Xiaoyun. 10,000 miles of emptiness directly collapsed, and a destructive force appeared. Kill. As Li Xiaoyun's words fell, he spat out words to form a sword, and a gigantic sword the size of 10,000 feet appeared, and the void was slashed. It chopped at Si Wuji. Stop. A cold voice rang out. Zhao Wuji's face turned ugly. Turns out, 2 fights. Morong Hongyan, this old six, directly sneak attack, hold himself hostage. After seeing Zhao Wuji being held hostage, Si Wuji's face changed. Let go of Wuji, or I'll die with you. Si Wuji said word for word, and at the same time, the aura on his body was even more powerful than just now. Li Xiaoyun, you've just broken through as well. It's still more than enough for me to kill one of you two if I put up a fight to disintegrate. Yeah, go ahead and kill. Go ahead and kill. As long as the aura in your body fluctuates a bit, I'll stab Zhao Wuji to death. Zhao Wuji's face changed drastically. The fake Morong Hongyan, with a sword, stabbed herself in the waist, and where the heart is. Si Wuji's face changed. At first, she couldn't look at me. Now, make him beg me on his knees. Morong Hongyan said with mockery. No way. Put. Morong Hongyan made a direct move, and Zhao Wuji's face changed drastically. His own loins, actually injured. Ding. The son of Qi is damaged. His vitality is injured. His heavenly destiny value drops by 2,000, and his master's villainous value increases by 2,000. Di Jientian froze when he heard this sentence, as if something unimaginable had happened to him. You, if you say one word about it, he won't be able to be humanized, and he can still be salvaged a bit now. Get down on your knees, beg me, and say you're not as good as me. At this moment, Morong Hongyan was carrying a seizure. Look at Si Wuji. No, don't save me, kill them and avenge me. Zhao Wuji spoke in a panic. However, Si Wuji directly knelt down. You get down on your knees too, or I'll make her kill herself. Morong Hongyan looked at Zhao Wuji and said with an icy voice. Don't. Zhao Wuji panicked and knelt down at this moment. Kid, why don't you let me take a shot? No, you can't make another move. A gentleman's revenge is not too late. There's a gap between the two of them. There's still a way. At this moment, Zhao Wuji's heart was in turmoil. Ahaha Zhao Wuji, I didn't think that you would also have today. In the beginning, you didn't want me to send you to the door, and now you are also kneeling in front of me. Even your woman, she knelt before me. You're all inferior to me, all of you. That's enough. Let them go. Just at this time again, Li Xiaoyun's face changed and said, no, I'm going to watch them kill each other. I said enough. Li Xiaoyun, with an ugly face, looked carefully and looked at Morong Hongyan with disappointment in his eyes. At this time, Zhao Wuji woke up to the fact that the previous Li Xiaoyun should have liked this fake Morong Hongyan, but the woman he killed, who was she? Zhao Wuji was a little confused. Chapter 62 Plot deepens. Son of Qi is a demon body? Exposed. Seeing Li Xiaoyun's face turn ugly, Morong Hongyan's face also changed slightly. Xiaoyun, why are you angry too? I said let them go. Li Xiaoyun's face was cold. But, no buts. Just kill them and I'll do anything you say. No, let them go. I'm tired. That's all. Li Xiaoyun looked at Morong Hongyan. Morong Hongyan's eyes changed. Then, he stabbed at Zhao Wuji once more. This time, letting you off the hook. Next time, not so lucky. Zhao Wuji smiled. By the looks of it, this woman, who liked herself before, now hated her out of love. Men have competitive hearts. Li Xiaoyun definitely didn't want to lose. After figuring it out, Zhao Wuji sucked in a breath of cool air. After all, the loins hurt too much. After seeing Li Xiaoyun and also Morong Hongyan leave, Zhao Wuji let out a sigh of relief. Then he looked at Si Wuji. At this moment, Zhao Wuji actually didn't know what to say. However, Si Wuji, his body went limp and collapsed to the ground, his face pale. Zhao Wuji was startled. Void appeared. Don't worry, just now the memory was only briefly restored, and seeing you injured, I guess I was stimulated. You're a ravishing kid, the woman before, who hated you out of love, and now this woman, who burned her own soul for your sake, causing her memories to be lacking, but the only memories retained are those about you. Hearing the Void Shadow's words, Zhao Wuji breathed a sigh of relief while smiling bitterly. He didn't expect that in the end, everything would be because of himself. At this time, Li Xiaoyun and also Morong Hongyan after leaving, coming into the void, he knelt down in front of Emperor Ye Duan. Master, what to do next? Make your move. Those who befriended this Zhao Wuji before, kill them. There was indifference in Di Jietian's tone. Yes, master. After seeing two people leave, Di Jietian had a contemplative look in his eyes. After Zhao Wuji returns, he'll definitely have help. Only, who exactly were there? Di Jietian was too lazy to investigate, but it was just more deaths. Let the imperial family make their move. It's time for the previous skirmishes to end. Di Jietian took out a transmitting note and a message was transmitted. Right after Di Jietian's message was delivered, in the Wuji state, a powerful aura appeared, and a strong person, standing in the void, slapped directly at a single power. The void trembled continuously. The great powers of the immortal region, listening to the Wuji state as if it were a cannon, didn't dare to say a word. Without seeing it, there was a huge flag in the void. Emperor, what is the imperial family doing? I don't know, but the forces that overthrew it are truly strange. Right after the destruction of these forces, a voice rang out in Di Jietian's mind. Master sends out his family forces to overthrow the Son of Qi's helpers, the Zhou family. The Son of Qi's heavenly fate value drops by 1000, and the Master's villainous value increases by 1000. Master sends out forces to overthrow the helpers of the Son of Qi. The Feng family, the Son of Qi's heavenly fate value decreases by 1000, and the Master's villainous value increases by 1000. Master sends out forces to overthrow the Son of Qi's helper, the Sacred Sky sect. The Son of Qi's heavenly fate value decreases by 2000, and the Master's villainous value increases by 2000. A voice carried over. However, when Di Jietian heard the end, he was satisfied with just deducting 7000 heavenly fate values from the Son of Qi. You resurrected, don't you have the bottom? Directly give you overthrow. However, there is one last step. At this moment, Di Jietian looked at the heavenly fate value of the Son of Qi, Zhao Wuji, which was only 7000 left, thought for a moment. In that case, it's better to let it out. And next, it's good to detonate out something. After thinking of this, Di Jietian took out a shadow retaining stone. After seeing the picture inside, Di Jietian let out a cold smile. Son of Qi, it's nice to be missed by the immortal domain. Ancestor, this thing, pass it on. Di Jietian spoke into the void. Di Jietian knew that the old ancestor was still secretly guarding him. The old ancestor looked inside his hand and then opened it. Froze. Your boy's scheming isn't small, and it looks like you're even counting some people for your own bar mitzvah. Old ancestor saw what was inside and thought a lot. But aren't you afraid that the Miyagi family will be implicated? This jade slip, give it to the Gong family, I'm sure they know what they'll do. Di Jietian wore a gentle smile. No harm to humans or animals. The old ancestor looked at Di Jietian's appearance. Whoever is going to trust this guy is really out of luck. To make up an old ancestor really doesn't take one's breath away. One should not be working for this grandson. This is a pit for the old man. However, after thinking about Di Jietian's scheming, the old ancestor also wanted to see how far the future Di Jietian would go, and to what extent would the people of the immortal domain be counted? At this moment, it was as if Di Jietian was poison, mesmerizing the old ancestor. Zhao Wuji, not bad, this kid has a future. What a good chess piece. Every step he designed for him by himself went down. Di Jietian looked at Zhao Wuji. At this moment, Zhao Wuji, for some reason, felt that something important had left him. However, after seeing Si Wuji, who was still unconscious, he suppressed the uneasiness in his heart. At this time in the immortal domain, a message went out. Have you heard? That flunky from the Gong family before actually obtained the chaotic demon body inheritance. Really? A loser that is a chaotic demon body? Aren't you rubbing my intelligence on the ground? A waste? Listening to others? This guy, he has been holding back before. There's a message from the imperial family. That guy, who grew 8 kidneys, was a bit weak before, so he's a loser. Now the energy is replenished. How is it made up? I don't know. It seems like hundreds of small children in one meal. When this guy mutated, 2 kidneys, paired with 1. Now, 8. Wouldn't that be 4? Yeah, someone over in the Wuji state said one time in 4. Hiss, chaotic demon body. It's actually this powerful. I'm actually a bit envious. I'm envious too. This guy, though, has another identity. It's the Wuji state that died 30,000 years ago. The Wuji Divine Hall Master, counted to death by his own woman, in conjunction with his own brother. Oh, this woman, actually has such great ambition. That's what you don't understand. People have power. Life has gotten boring. Surely we need to find something to do? Then you can't play with your own little life. You don't understand. I asked around. That brother of his. Small stomach. Small stomach? What kind of talk is that? Alas, we really aren't above a realm. Chapter 63, Death of the Sons of Qi. Pawns, your value has been realized. The son of Qi is disliked and resented by the people of the immortal realm and hates to get rid of him. Destiny value decreases by 5,000. Master's villain value increases by 5,000. Oh ho, isn't this coming? At this moment, Zhao Wuji was getting more and more annoyed. However, after watching the woman open her eyes, Zhao Wuji's eyes lit up. You're awake. You're here too, my lord. Ah, Zhao Wuji remembered that his wife, before, was injured because of himself. To think that a half-step great emperor powerhouse would not even give up his dignity for the sake of himself. Zhao Wuji with a touch. I didn't realize that it was a misunderstanding after all these years. I can't believe I misunderstood my wife. Think of your wife for yourself. Soul damage. 30,000 years of suffering like a beggar. Zhao Wuji felt his heart aching. Thinking of this, Zhao Wuji directly held Si Wuji in his arms. Gongzi, you, let go of me. I'll shout if you keep this up. No need to shout. We're here to save you. Several figures appeared outside the door, looking at Si Wuji with a look of greed. There was a man among them, looking at Zhao Wuji. Brothers, a waste, all gone. Still good. If not, get out of the way. Zhao Wuji's face turned ugly. There was a black aura appearing on his body. This is demonic energy. At this moment, Zhao Wuji's face was ugly. You're Zhao Wuji with 8 kidneys. One of the figures, looking at Zhao Wuji, had panic in his eyes. So did a few others. Zhao Wuji's brows furrowed together. Di Jietian, who was in the void, also froze. Is this how one delivers a message? Di Jietian took out a shadow retaining stone. I realized that I didn't say that Zhao Wuji has 8 kidneys. Then, Di Jietian figured it out. These people are awesome in the head. Di Jietian was already admiring it. 8 kidneys? As expected, Zhao Wuji's large eyes were filled with confusion. Run. This guy, 8 kidneys. Powerful as hell. We're no match. A few figures, falling away. At this moment, Zhao Wuji didn't know what had happened. Don't worry, even though you've been injured, your physique has been strengthened, so you'll be able to obtain the inheritance soon. I didn't think that I would be blessed with a heavy blow this time. Hearing the Void Shadow's words, Zhao Wuji nodded. The current Zhao Wuji felt muddled. Right, better get out of this place. I have a feeling that divine son of the emperor family has awakened, and the news of you obtaining the inheritance has been known by the people of the immortal region. At this moment, Zhao Wuji finally felt what was meant by collapse. He felt aggrieved. At this moment, Di Jietian, hidden in the void, wore a smile. After all, these days, Di Jietian controlled some people who were stronger than Zhao Wuji. No matter what Zhao Wuji was doing, he would be discovered. When you eat, when you sleep, the spirit is clearly tired. There is also the blow to the heart, gaining opportunities and being robbed by others. The remaining 2,000 heavenly destiny values disappeared by 1,000 once again. These people stared at Zhao Wuji as they appeared. After all, it was controlled by Di Jietian using the demon seed. These people, coming to Zhao Wuji's side, stared at him every time. Big brother, you give you the divine elixir, and you show me your 8 kidneys. I see your 8 grandmothers. At this moment, Zhao Wuji was as if he was crazy. After all, there are people, every day, with stuff, and even more outrageously, people with dirty, smelly stuff, trying to get themselves a kidney. Looking at Zhao Wuji's mental state, he was dying. Di Jietian also stopped. Just one last step. The plan is on once more. Zhao Wuji, finding something to eat, returned to the hidden place he had found. At this time, Si Wuji had not recovered his memories, or an ordinary person, and to eat. After coming in, Zhao Wuji's face changed. Help! Help! No! A strange voice was transmitted to Zhao Wuji's ears. Zhao Wuji's face changed. Back at the cave, eyes bloodshot. Inside, there was a man and a woman, and the woman was full of humiliation. When she looked at Zhao Wuji, it was with brimming tears. I'm going to kill you. Kill, kill, I don't want to live anyway. You're Li Xiaoyun. See the man later. Zhao Wuji froze for a moment. Li Xiaoyun looked at Zhao Wuji. Oh, it's all because of you. That woman, actually counting even me. It wouldn't have been like this if you hadn't come back to life. You really deserve to die. After thinking about this, Li Xiaoyun's body, once again, moved a few times. Don't, help, Gongzi, help me, Li Xiaoyun, I'll kill you. Zhao Wuji's aura of the Avatar realm erupted and charged at Li Xiaoyun. Li Xiaoyun with panic. His body trembled a few times. Then with teasing, Zhao Wuji's face changed. Zhao Wuji, do you still think that you are the same person you were back then? Zhao Wuji's face changed. He was suppressed. In your previous life, you didn't appreciate it, now you can. Isn't that right? Moulin Rouge. Si Wuji, who had been aggrieved before, wore a smile. At the same time, Morong Hongyan's figure appeared in the void. Morong Hongyan's figure disappeared into smoke. At this moment, Zhao Wuji felt like his mind had exploded. You, 2 lifetimes and you're still so stupid. Do you know why I'm called Si Wuji? Si, it's also death. See if you like it. This was one of your favorite Zishur in your previous life. Morong Hongyan, with a teasing look on her face. Zhao Wuji's eyes were red and bloodshot. A devilish aura that appeared from the body. At this moment, Zhao Wuji, of course, understood that he was being counted. That's ridiculous. Kill them. Zhao Wuji, with indifference in his eyes, communicated with the void. Good. Go on. After the vapors appeared, the reviews were reviewed, then fell to his knees in the void. Greetings, master. Morong Hongyan and Li Xiaoyun also stood up in a panic, breathing a little sharply. Greetings, master. Zhao Wuji, long time no see. Di Jietian's figure appeared from the void. Zhao Wuji's pupils contracted. It's you. Is it you? So that's how it is. So that's how it is. Ha, it's really ridiculous. 2 lifetimes ago, same ending, only, this one is even more miserable. Emperor Ye Duan. You won. The son of Qi destroys his Taoist heart, and his heavenly fate value is zeroed out, so he can be killed. Di Jientian looked at Zhao Wuji. No, no. At this time, Zhao Wuji suddenly woke up. You're the devil. You're the one with the chaotic devil body. Zhao Wuji lost his voice in surprise. Congratulations. You got it right. Reward you for dying. Congratulations to the master for killing the son of Qi, and obtaining a mysterious treasure chest with a villainous value of 100,000. Di Jientian was in a happy mood when he heard this one voice. After counting so much, this son of Qi is finally dead. Next one's own plans can be put into motion. Thinking of this, the demonic light appeared within Di Jietian's eyes. Only Morong Hongyan, Li Xiaoyun, the void shadow, and those who were previously controlled by Di Jietian disappeared. Ashes to ashes. Pawns, your value has been realized. Chapter 64. Whoever beats my son, I'll beat his son. Thank you for warming the seasons. Di Jietian left, back in the middle of the imperial family, looking at the old ancestor, looking at himself strangely. Di Jietian carried himself uncomfortably. You kid, you have a bad stomach. I didn't think that guy, after dying for 30,000 years could still be reborn, but dying is almost as bad as the last one, and you're a talented person to think of such a solution. Isn't that good old ancestral genetics? Nonsense. Our old ancestors of the D family are all upright. That's nothing you guys can't solve with one punch, and if that doesn't work, one more. There was contempt in Di Jietian's eyes. Tianyang, pay no attention. Little 16. This little brat, when he was a child, he also had a belly full of bad water. Hearing this one voice, Di Jientian knew that it was the 8 ancestors who had come, and only this old ancestor, called the 16th ancestor, is called Little 16, Little Pomegranate. Nice. Di Jietian made a rare joke. The 16th ancestor's face darkened. The 8 ancestors also laughed out, looking at Di Jietian with relief in their eyes. By saying this, Di Jientian was also dispelling his own doubts. After all, the demonic body can change at any time. The 16th ancestor laughed out loud as well. But your boy's bar mitzvah is about to begin. It shouldn't be peaceful. No peace. What does it have to do with me? Emperor Ye Duan. That was done by the chaotic demon body. Di Jietian spoke up. Hearing this sentence, the old ancestor froze for a moment, then snapped out of it. So that's how it is. You brat, playing this idea. Nice. The 16th ancestor complimented. That's right. Old ancestor, find me a retreat. I'm going to make a breakthrough. It's been a long time since I've made a breakthrough. I feel like my body is itching. The 16th ancestor's face darkened. Go out the door and turn left. Di Jietian found a place to retreat. System, open up my panel a bit. Master, Di Jietian. Identity, divine son of the imperial family. Physique, chaos demon body. Space god eyes, supreme Dao bone, heavenly destiny villain aura. Strength, 6th level of the Dao palace. Techniques, chaos demon scripture. Heavenly emperor scripture. Emperor god palm. Easy travel. Xintian sword technique. Human emperor finger. Aptitude, chaotic demonic heavenly palm. Space transfer, great space ruling art, first time. Heavenly seal. Space cutting, Treading heaven, 1 step to frighten the gods and ghosts, 2 steps to kneel down the immortals, 3 steps to destroy the world. Villain value, 120, 000. Backpack, Spirit Devourer's Ring, 1 mystery treasure chest. Di Jietian looked at his message. Don't say much. Directly opened the treasure chest. This treasure chest was Di Jietian's favorite. Ding! The mysterious treasure chest opens and the owner obtains the time god's eyes. Whether or not master let the space god's eye and the space god's eye merge together to become the space-time god's eye. Di Jietian's face was calm. Inside. Asterisk. This system. It's something. This way one's own cards. Some more Fusion. Di Jietian felt his eye sting while a huge energy converged into Di Jietian's body. After the fusion of the two qualities, Di Jietian's strength had become the first level of King Seal. Di Jietian smiled faintly. However, looking at the 120,000 villain values he still had remaining. System, add points. After all, one's divine ability was also there. And strength, adding a little more didn't matter. Di Jietian's strength came to a halt after coming to the 5th level of Seal King. Di Jietian hadn't thought that one weight would now require 40,000 villain values. Master, Seal King powerful? Each layer is required 40,000 villain value. Will not increase with the strength breakthrough. Unless, Master's strength breaks through the next big realm. Di Jietian looked at the system with relief. This kid, good, promising. In the middle of the imperial family's heavenly palace, in the great hall, a look of anxiety filled the room. Family Master, how is the divine son doing? What other forces have struck out? Quickly say it, there aren't enough kills. Some of the elders, looking at Emperor Godless. The emperor was godless, holding his forehead. He knew that there was nothing wrong with his son, but he couldn't say it, and now he was looking for the boy himself. A woman only affects the speed at which I draw my sword. The sentence can pit Emperor Wushan. Originally, he was quite happy to have his daughter-in-law back. Didn't expect a single good look these days. Every day, when Gong Xin saw him, it was, yo, isn't this the D family's family head? Why don't you go and cultivate? A woman will only affect the speed at which you draw your sword. Little woman, I wouldn't dare to delay Imperial Family Master's cultivation. Thinking about this pitiful son, Di Wushan felt his hands itching to punch someone. However, it occurred to him that, if he made a move, the old ancestor would beat himself up. Emperor Godless was filled with helplessness. Looking at Emperor Godless' helpless eyes, the elder of the D family, his face changed. Damn, it looks like the son of God is really up to something. Let's go. Follow me and kill. From the Wuji state, radiate around, kill, and push everything that stands in the way horizontally. A few of the elders, their murderous auras suddenly rose. In the sky above the imperial family, the wind and clouds suddenly changed. Well, sky, there's nothing going on. Emperor Godless sighed as he looked at these people. Hearing this sentence, these elders sat down, then sipped the tea inside their mouths. Family Master, I'm going to have to say a few words about you on this one. The 6th elder, looking at Emperor Godless. Emperor Godless froze for a moment. Tianyang, but my emperor family's divine son. Before you said you didn't need us to worry. This time when Tianyang is hurt, you as a father will be half responsible. Not bad. That's a good line from old 6. Family head, this is one thing you've done wrong. The other elders, too, chimed in. Emperor Godless felt a headache. Almost forgot that this brat, inside the family, was spoiled. Family head, you can't be filled with that matter. You need to pay more attention to Tianyang as well. Tianyang is the unicorn son of my D family, and when he's wronged, how can you, as a father, be embarrassed if you don't step in? Di Wushan didn't say anything. I wanted to intervene. An old een, with a small een, who could make them suffer? Yes, father, the elders are right. A voice rang out. After hearing this one voice, the elder of the D family stood up excitedly. With a movement of his figure, he arrived in front of Di Jietian. Godson, are you alright? Where are you hurt? Thanks to all the uncles for their concern. Tianyang is already fine. Di Jietian looked at these elders and smiled out. After all, these elders, they really loved themselves. It's best if nothing happens. Brat, you finally came out. Emperor Godless violently stood up as a powerful aura appeared. Di Jietian had a bad premonition. Suddenly thinking that when he had his mouth shut, it seemed like he had punked his father once. Family Master, it's too much. Tianyang is just right. So you have a nose that isn't a nose and eyes that aren't eyes. If you keep this up, we'll go dig up our ancestors' graves and say you bullied Tianyang. Emperor Godless deflated. No, I was too excited to see Tianyang. Just in time, we father and son have something to talk about. About Tianyang's cultivation. Upon hearing this sentence, The imperial family elders, with skeptical gazes, left, looking at Di Wuxian's unkind appearance. Mother, someone hit your son. Unbridled. Whoever hits my son, I'll hit his son. Gong Xinu appeared. The elders had been slow, but after seeing Gong Xinu, one after another turned into black smoke and disappeared. Di Jietian, mother, thank you so much for warming the seasons with you. Chapter 65, Plotting Again. Bar mitzvah begins. Hearing that the Gong Xinu person hadn't arrived yet, the voice was transmitted over, and Di Jietian had a hard time. It's true. The parents are true love and you are an accident. Hearing this sentence, Emperor Godless looked at his son with a teasing expression. See, my daughter-in-law still loves me. Di Jietian saw the look in his father's eyes. A light appeared in his eyes. Then after seeing Gong Xinu appear, Mother, father said that you agreed to his taking a concubine and that he would find me a little maiden. There was still unbelief in Di Jietian's eyes. Asterisk. You puddlehead. When did I say that? As expected, Gong Xinu's face changed. Looking at Emperor Godless, there was killing intent in his eyes. You want a concubine? No, I didn't. Don't be ridiculous. I didn't say that. Since it wasn't you who said it, it's you who had this one thought. Seeing Di Wuxian's eyes begging for help, Di Jietian gave a look of love. Then, sneak away. Prevent drawing fire. Hearing the movement coming from inside, Di Jietian was even more satisfied. The people of the Di family, looking at Di Jietian, revealed smiles. One after another also showed a smile. After all, the godson is so good looking, he wants to pack it up and take it with him. It's time to plan for the bar mitzvah in a month. Di Jietian raised his head and looked at the sky. Thinking of this, Di Jietian headed towards the middle of the Forbidden Land in the back of the emperor family's mountain. After seeing the grave with the 16th ancestor written on it, Di Jietian knocked on the grave. Old ancestor, get up and do your job. You brat. Old ancestor, I've just been quiet for a while. What do you want to do again? Nothing, just want you to go out for me. It's okay for you to let old Lin go out. Your old ancestor, I'm getting older. You don't know how to feel sorry for me. You can't stare at me alone in Hokia. Old ancestor, but I'm going to lay out? Hearing this sentence, the figure of the 16th ancestor appeared. Yawned, looking at this unworthy son or grandson of Di Jietian. Let's go. Di Jietian took the old ancestor and left in peace. What do you want? Didn't the chaotic demon body appear? Since it appeared, there has to be some movement. The 16th ancestor nodded. There had already been movement from the Wuji state before. This time, go to a state that's a little farther away. A void channel appeared in front of the old ancestor as well as Di Jietian. Di Jietian looked at this place. It was still good. Then a figure appeared beside him, wearing a black cloak. The old ancestor's eyes fluctuated for a moment. Many times, he couldn't see through Di Jietian's methods. It was also unknown what kind of chance Di Jietian had obtained. However, the old ancestor didn't ask much. Go forth, here, and make the terror that belongs. Di Jietian looked at the figure next to him, which was a controlled devil seed. The strength isn't particularly strong either. Still, it's not the usual. Within a month thereafter, the immortal region was finally no longer calm. If before, a random force in the immortal domain had been destroyed, they wouldn't have cared. However, among those who died, they were filled with demonic aura. It was still that very pure demonic aura, sometimes miles apart. Others, across the state, were mighty powerhouses of the Saint Realm. It would take half a month to cross that distance without food or drink. At this moment, quite a few people in the immortal region panicked. However, what they were more curious about now was the bar mitzvah of the divine son of the imperial family. Although it was still news from the imperial family that Zhao Wuji was that chaotic demon body, it was just that, news, and they needed exact information. If it really was Zhao Wuji, when the time came, just keep an eye on this one person. In the middle of the imperial family, in the middle of Emperor Ye Duan's palace. At this moment, Di Jietian looked at the sky outside, eyes distant. It's almost time. The Tianyang clan should be coming as well. It's funny, you guys, trying to project my message. You really don't know what you're talking about, but it's also up to them to surmise some clues. When the time comes, count them out again, and let them know the price of projection. By the time the Tianyang family is angry, this matter, it will be almost half successful. Di Jietian had a thoughtful look in his eyes. Gongzi, it's time to get changed. The bar mitzvah is about to begin. A maid, kneeling down in front of Di Jietian. I know. Di Jietian turned around. Just as he turned around, his face paled. The breathing had stabilized, but when I felt it carefully, it still wasn't as smooth as before. At this time, the imperial family was already buzzing with activity. one force after another, came to the imperial family. They also wanted to take a look at the current state of the emperor family's divine son. The Miyagi family has arrived. The Morong family has arrived. The Shangguan family has arrived. The sacred sect of the 10,000 laws has arrived. A message went out. The people who came, looking at the imperial family, also lamented the luxury of the imperial family. The Tianyang sacred sect has arrived. After hearing this piece of news, many people fell silent. Sure enough, he saw a Bagua diagram appear in the void. There were only 3 vapors on it. Many people were shocked after seeing the old man who appeared. There was no mistaking it. That fellow, but the Tianyang family, the previous head of the family. Right. I didn't think that he would actually come. Zhuge counted on me. Watching others greet him with a soft smile, a harmless look. The others, looking at the old man, had only scorn. After all, this family was a special family. Their family also had people who were able to project, but compared to the Tianyang family, it was much worse. The Excalibur sect has arrived. The Undying Blade sect has arrived. Moon Palace, here. The Everlasting Sacred sect has arrived. Watching one power after another arrive. These people, watching and coveted the strength of the imperial family. After all, the emperor family was super powerful, and many people, all of them, had to give the emperor family a face. The Taoist heavenly immortal mansion has arrived. After this one voice passed over, many people's faces changed, looking out into the void. At some point, an old man had appeared in the void. The old man was calm and unperturbed, looking at the imperial family with curiosity. It didn't occur to me that you old man actually came. Right at this time again, in the forbidden land at the back of the imperial family's mountain, a figure appeared, looking at this old man with joy in his eyes. Chen, isn't this the bar mitzvah of your divine son of the D clan? So I've come to take a look and also to invite him to join our Daotian immortal mansion. Shu Shao, I told you before, let my family's divine son join in. Don't need to give any status, just give an heir position. It's too high, I'm afraid he'll drift. The 16th ancestor, with a sigh. Many people's faces changed when they heard this sentence. Looking at the 16 ancestors of the imperial family, their gazes now carried surprise. Good fellow, the position of heir, the position is not too high? A little bit higher. It would be enough to directly become the Daotian Immortal Mansion's mansion master. Shu Shao, looking at the 16 ancestors of the D family. You're still so shameless. I suppose something's happened to you? The 16 ancestors of the imperial family, in their eyes, had already seen through everything. Looking at Shu Shao, I knew I couldn't hide it from you old man, but this is something that can't be said now. Nothing but, it's all that backsliding, it's really getting back to life. Your Daotian Immortal Mansion. You found quite a few geniuses over the years, so when the time comes, it's fine to let my family's divine son take a look. If you defeat them all, you old man, don't come looking for trouble. Don't worry, it won't. Chapter 66 A Luxurious Bar Mitzvah. 10 half-step great emperors invite the divine son. Tikhan wasn't talking. The two men spoke, looking as if they were old friends, but in reality they were testing the waters. Only, this old guy's condition is not known to do anything? Thinking of this, Chen thought for a moment before agreeing, knowing that Tian was full of calculations. However, this old guy is not a good calculator either. After all, this old man, he had been the position of the Daotian Immortal Mansion's Grand Elder for more than 100,000 years, right? Other people are doing a few tens of thousands of years on the top. This old man, just think, Daotian Xianfu development. Undeniably, the Dao Heavenly Immortal Mansion was, indeed, powerful. The powerful person who established the Dao Heavenly Immortal Mansion was rumored to be an immortal. However, the imperial family knew some secrets. It wasn't an immortal, but it was beyond a great emperor. So, the Dao Heavenly Immortal Mansion inspired another person like that to appear. It looked like there were changes inside that secret realm, or maybe something else has changed. It was reasonable to say that the Dao Heavenly Immortal Mansion, with some of its underpinnings, could also be resolved. At this moment, the 16th ancestor actually couldn't see through this fellow. Looking at the Emperor Minister, Shu Shao nodded and found a position. In fact, the Grand Elder, inwardly, was also beating his drum a bit. After all, it's really hard to tell about that one. If the Imperial family knew about this, they would definitely start a war for the Daotian Immortal Mansion. However, thinking about the explanation of the House Master, the Grand Elder, there was no way out. And what the Lord of the House said struck him. As long as that plan was completed, their Daotian Immortal Mansion's plan might actually be accomplished. The Grand Elder, too, was looking forward to it. After seeing the people from the Daotian Immortal Mansion coming, these people, too, exchanged words. Sure enough, it's still the imperial family that has a big face. Yes, when the holy daughter of the 10,000 laws sacred sex bat mitzvah was held previously, the forces that came to this half of the imperial family didn't even exist. However, I've heard that, previously, the divine son of the emperor family overthrew a holy land, and then the 10,000 laws sacred sect came to ask for forgiveness, and as a result, hitched their own saintly daughter to them. The people from the manifestation sacred sect's faces darkened when they heard this sentence. At this time, the great elder who came, his face was ugly. After all, he did not want to come, but he could only come himself. As for the patriarch, let's not talk about it. Now still recuperating from his injuries, when the emperor family's ancestor, almost a slap, will be his sole shot without. The great elder knows that is scared no more. However, before, the holy daughter of the manifestation sacred sect herself, her fate card had been shattered. Inside the clan, some old guy asked himself to come and ask. Thinking of this, the great elder of the manifestation sacred sect beat his drum. However, now that we're here, we'll just have to take it on the chin. The bar mitzvah of the Son of God begins. Greetings to the divine son, the great elder of the D family. Watching the people come was almost here, and the time had come. For crying out loud, this one voice resounded through the imperial family. Buzz off. A voice from the distant past rang out. Hearing this one voice, many people's faces changed. Only a few horns appeared in the void. Among them stood rows and rows of saints, blowing and shouting their saints, actually all saints. Seeing that those who blew the trumpets were at the saint realm, many people's eyes were almost red. Saints, when placed amongst their forces, were also existences like the bottom. Now at the bar mitzvah of the imperial family, it's actually just blowing the horn. After the horn is sounded, serve the sacrifice. Knock knock. The sound of a heavy footstep sounded. Then, a military armor appeared. Every one of them was in the saint realm. 4 saints, carrying a demonic beast. The demonic beast figures covered the sky. At the same time, a flooding aura came to the surface. Many people, seeing the bodies, felt their hearts racing. A demonic beast sacrifice of the Saint Emperor realm. The Emperor family is really big. The Emperor family's divine son, by the looks of it, has been enshrined by the Emperor family as the next heir of the Emperor family. There were also some forces that looked at the Emperor family's divine son with grudges. You need to be so rolled up for the bar mitzvah of a son of God. How else are we going to do it since you're like this? The Tianyang mortal mansion heaved inwardly. The 8 ancestors of the imperial family, looking on in the shadows. It looks like the Tianyang mortal mansion has turned its attention to our imperial family. Bazoo. You mean? It's so uninformed. Why don't we just hit them directly after the divine son's bar mitzvah today and teach them a lesson? The 13th ancestor spoke up. No, Tianyang can do it well. It looks like Tianyang was making plans even after so many movements before. The math. It's ridiculous. The 8 ancestors fell silent. Chu Xiao didn't know why, but he felt himself panicking inside for a moment. However, it was only a momentary feeling. After watching the tributes from the Saint Emperor realm being set up, please Godson, as the words fell, only a haze of light appeared in the imperial family. A figure that was 100 million feet tall covered the sky. A total of 10 courses. Behind his back, a divine wheel rotated. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 10 half-step great emperors. Someone at the 3rd level or above of the half-step great emperor realm. Others exclaimed. After all, between the sacred emperor realm and the great emperor realm, there was also the half-step great emperor level. A level that was similarly divided into 9 classes. The bar mitzvah of the emperor family's divine son. I've already imagined it to be luxurious enough, and I didn't think that it would directly open my eyes. It's too curly to compare. The more he saw this scene, the more the great elder of the manifestation sacred sect panicked. If he asked, would the divine son of the imperial family slap himself to death if he was unhappy? Chu Xiao was also shocked. Even he hadn't expected such a large gesture for the bar mitzvah of the divine son of the imperial family. At this moment, the eyes of the entire immortal region looked over. After all, 10 figures that covered the sky. It would be false not to be afraid. Please Godson. 10 voices like the flood bells of the great Tao resounded through the void. 10 figures, hands to the sky. Directly, a golden light appeared in the state where the imperial family was located. A huge chopping rack appeared, by 10 pairs of huge hands, carrying. Seeing this scene, the crowd raised their heads and stared with wide eyes, not daring to breathe heavily. The 16th ancestor of the emperor family, seeing this scene, nodded in satisfaction. This is the elegance of my emperor family's divine son. A king's driver appeared. On it sat a figure. The man's chuffing frame thus descends. The figure above, reflected. Many people hadn't seen the face of the divine son of the imperial family. and saw it at this moment, plus the backdrop of divine light. A gasp of surprise. The Tianyang Immortal Mansion's Grand Elder looked at the imperial family's divine son's appearance, as well as his aura. It also froze. At the same time, he discovered one thing: Tianyang. He couldn't see through it. After thinking about it, he was even more shocked. A white xian clothes with Kirin embellishments, which was imprinted with a kind of ancient divine text. If you look closely, it should be the character for Emperor. Like the Avenue's manicured face, it carries the coldness of a man who refuses to be seen, like an immortal descending from the sky. However, after the man flashed a smile, it seemed to bring one back to reality. The stranger is like jade, and the gentleman is worldly. Chu Xiao also murmured, the divine son of the imperial family. He is worthy of having the qualifications of an immortal. Chu Xiao's eyes carried a complexity in them. Chapter 67, Heaven and Earth Engraving, celebrating the bar mitzvah of the emperor family's divine son. Many thanks to all of you for attending the bar mitzvah of this divine son. Please understand the poor greeting. Hearing Tianyang's words, quite a few people felt like a spring breeze. Some of the women, looking at Tianyang, were already drunk. And then there are those that just pass out. Right of the divine son. Done. The grand elder of the imperial family opened his mouth and spoke. Quite a few people, hearing that one sentence, relaxed. Truly, the imperial family's methods were too terrifying. Right after the people who came to the imperial family relaxed, a thunderous voice rang out from the sky. Many people's faces changed, raised their heads, and looked at the sky. The gaze of the emperor family's oldest ancestor also looked over. The sky blossomed with light. A golden light appeared and ran through the sky. A golden lotus flower fell from the void, surrounding Tianyang's side. Tianyang's figure took the initiative to come into the sky. Eyes closed. The others were a little confused at the sight. I don't know. What happened? What's happening here? The emperor family divine son bar mitzvah. Isn't it a done deal? Why is there still movement? I don't know. I don't know what's going on. But looking at the imperial family, I'm also a bit confused. Look again. Old ancestor. Is this something you've arranged? And exchanges have been made amongst the imperial family. No, I don't know what happened. The 8 ancestors of the emperor family, too, had doubts in their eyes. Just as these people, speculating, the scene in the sky had changed once more. Only to see, in the void, an immortal palace emerged, with only one corner. Even if it was only a corner, it covered up countless emptiness. Seeing this scene, many people's scalps went numb. There are still some scary words that can't even be said. Roar. A beastly roar sounded. Immediately afterward, a golden light appeared. Each figure was several 100 million feet tall, suspended in the air above the imperial family. At this time, it was among some forbidden places. After feeling this aura that didn't seem earthly, his face changed. This is the imperial family. What is the imperial family doing? A golden light, a lotus in the void. What has changed at the emperor family's divine son's bar mitzvah? However, previously, the divine son of the emperor family was referred to by the emperor family as having the qualifications of an immortal. Could it be that this is the emperor family's way of building up momentum for him? Not like that. Let's see it again. It always feels like something big is going on. In the middle of the endless sea, an eye that looked over at the imperial family. However, it was obscured by the golden light. Is this the commotion created by the divine son of the emperor family? These old men of the emperor family, aren't they afraid of cupping? The people of the imperial family, too, stared at their own eyes wide open. Thereafter, 4 figures were revealed. Green dragon, white tiger, Shu bird, Xian Wu. Every divine beast, looking at Tianyang, had respect in their eyes. Divine son of the imperial family, bar mitzvah. Congratulations. Seeing the 4 divine beasts' silhouettes open their mouths. For a moment, the crowd was dumbfounded. It felt like I was dreaming. After the 4 great divine beasts finished the sentence, a golden light appeared on their bodies and connected with Tianyang. At this moment, Tianyang was shrouded in golden light, making him impenetrable. At the same time, the 4 divine beasts' silhouettes coalesced into runes. It landed on top of Tianyang's forehead. Hiss, heaven and earth engraving. The Tianyang Immortal Mansion's Grand Elder directly stood up. A gasp of surprise. There was incredulity in his eyes. On closer inspection, the body was trembling. Those who had come to the imperial family also reacted. Seeing Tianyang in the void, in his eyes, there was shock and envy at the same time. In the Forbidden Land, those gazes also carried shock. Heaven and earth engraving. It's actually heaven and earth engraving. In the middle of the endless sea. Damn. It's actually the creation of heaven and earth. How demonic is this Tianyang? Heaven and earth are celebrating. This family, What a marvelous divine son. Heaven and earth celebrate. Engraving the Jedi to celebrate the bar mitzvah of the divine son of my imperial family. Ha ha, worthy of being the divine son of my imperial family. A voice came from the forbidden land in the back of the imperial family's mountain. There was pride in his voice. And smug. After half a day, the scene in the sky disappeared. At this moment, above Di Jietian's forehead, there was a mysterious rune. However, it was fleeting. Many people, looking at Di Jietian, carried greed and pity. After all, heaven and earth engraved the Jedi. You just killed Di Jietian. You can't get your hands on it. It disappeared along with the disappearance of Di Jietian's life. It's just handed to you and you can't learn it. I just don't know what kind of Jedi. Di Jietian's figure, falling from the void. Open your own eyes. Open the feast. Hearing the calm words of the divine son of the imperial family, many people rifled their eyes. Acquired the mastery of heaven and earth engraving. Aren't you excited? Looking at Di Jientian not being excited. These people felt that they should be excited for Di Jientian. I can't. I'm envious. I'll be a while. I must have a big meal. It hurts too much. Seeing the calmness of the emperor family's divine son, who would be a member of the emperor family, wouldn't be whole. Okay, feast. Seeing a huge corpse of a demonic beast, the purple demon eagles, the crowd felt their scalps numb, not thinking that it was really the ingredients for the bar mitzvah of the divine son of the emperor's family. It's horrible. Di Jientian watched this scene with an inner calm. After all, creating such a commotion was something that one had discussed with the system. If it is not with the help of the system, but also heaven and earth engraving, the heavenly Tao will be good if it does not shoot itself to death. If not, how does one's plan work? Thinking of this, Di Jietian's gaze flickered. A demonic aura appeared on his body. Originally, these people were venting their envy. Then, after feeling the demonic aura, straight to his feet. For a time, the imperial family was silent. However, after seeing the source of the demonic aura, the chopsticks fell straight to the floor. Frozenly, he looked at Di Jietian. This is demonic energy. Why would a demonic aura appear on the divine son of the imperial family? I don't know. What's going on here? After seeing a demonic aura appear on Di Jietian's body, the 8 ancestors of the imperial family, too, were startled and directly kicked their coffin boards to pieces, crawled out in a hurry. At the same time, a weapon appeared inside his hand. Only, it was being suppressed and not blooming with light. The people of the imperial family, silent. The people who came were silent. For a moment, the entire imperial family was silent. The atmosphere thickened. Ahem. Di Jietian coughed. Pale up. Not caring in the slightest about the demonic aura around him. If you're here, why hide? Many people froze when they heard this sentence. Immediately afterward, the void opened and a figure walked out from within. Can't see the face. Looking at Di Jietian. It's worthy of being the opponent I'm looking at. Actually being able to obtain the heaven and earth engraving. If you haven't removed the demonic aura yet, you're just observing my arrival through the fluctuation of the demonic aura, right? How ruthless. The demonic chi is in the body and has to be suppressed at any time, as well as suffering all sorts of pain. Di Jietian. Not bad. Hearing this sentence, the crowd finally reacted. Looking at the scene in the void. You're a projection and you dare to come over. Your demonic chi, obviously, can be weeded out. You stay in your body. What am I afraid of? Yeah, if you're not scared, why wouldn't your real body dare to come? You, chaotic demon body. Ha, what a joke. Di Jientian removed the demonic chi from his body directly and guided it in the void. Give it back, but don't let me down. Projection. Looking at Di Jietian. Fine, Empyrean Jetty, but do you think that by obtaining the heaven and earth engraving, you'll be able to fend me off? No, you're wrong. You're just a pawn too, perhaps, and you're not able to receive the full inheritance? Humph. We'll see. These ants of your immortal region will become my food sooner or later. Chapter 68 Di Jietian's 2 Speculations. Crowd panic. The devil's shadow looked at the Tianyang sacred sex people. Old man, you don't need to count. You won't be able to. And also, since you dare to project me, you, Tianyang sacred sect, be careful. It's dark and slippery. As long as I'm still alive, your immortal region won't be at peace for many years, and the nightmare will descend on your immortal region once again. The projection disappeared and only the voice echoed through the void. The Tianyang sacred sex people's faces changed, especially after hearing the last sentence. In the middle of his eyes, there was actually fear. Godson, I wonder, what did you mean by that line? The Daotian Immortal Mansion's Grand Elder, Chu Shao, looked at Di Jietian. What do you think? What does a demon look like? Di Jietian weeded out the demonic chi and his face regained its rosy color. Looking at the Grand Elder, he asked, "Demons, cruel, inhuman, like to be straight, a single word to overthrow countless lives." The Grand Elder didn't answer. The others answered, "Yeah, and demons, they're all tyrannical, and not only that, demons are all that kind of straight. When I say I'm going to kill you, I'm going to go straight for it." Hearing this sentence, many people, thinking about the ancient books they had seen, were really like this. "Son of God, by saying this sentence, you must have discovered something, right?" Tianyang nodded, a sigh of relief. The frown carried a tangle. "Actually, I don't know whether this thing is true or not. It's just my guess. However, after seeing that guy just now, I now have two more guesses." Hearing this sentence, many people's faces changed. Emperor's Fall Day, everyone should have heard of it. Chu Shao nodded his head. The chaotic demon body at the time was powerful, only that it couldn't raise its strength anymore and began to sacrifice the beings of the immortal domain. As a way to improve yourself, the worlds of the heavens have suffered the hand of the devil. At first, it was some powerful small worlds, medium worlds, and large worlds around the immortal realm that were hit hard. However, the possessor of the chaotic demonic body still hadn't seen much of an increase in strength. Then the idea hit the fairy realm. No one had thought that the strength of that fellow, so powerful that a low-ranked great emperor, could be directly pinched to death. The immortal realm had existed for countless years, and there could be a few great emperors. Later on, dozens of great emperors appeared, and the highest, reached the peak of the 9th level of great emperor. Those are the hidden underpinnings of the immortal domain. In that battle, the immortal domain, several states, were directly sunk. Still, those people had joined forces, and among them, 10 great emperors had utilized their own essence blood to set up great formations as the eyes of the formation. The devil was only blocked. In the end, the demon was killed, and it took so many years of recuperation to recover. The Grand Elder paused as he spoke, but that was all he knew. This kind of thing is not something that can be carried by ancient books. These things, they can't be recorded. It's just recorded, and it's only in 3 words. This is still the Great Elder, who has been searching for countless years, and then, projecting for tens of thousands of years, only to know this. There was silence at those words. Some of those who didn't know, were silent. After all, with that kind of heritage, I don't know if the immortal domain can still take it out. If you can get it out, fine. If you can't, it's dangerous. No wonder, the chaotic demon body, would be a taboo in the immortal region. What the Grand Elder said is good. However, the late generation also has some other views. Hearing this sentence, Chu Shao felt a bit more favorable towards Tianyang. It hadn't occurred to me that this young man, who had just been congratulated by heaven and earth, was actually not arrogant or impatient. I wonder, what does the godson think? That man just now, you saw him. He is a chaos demon body, and he is not a chaos demon body. Hearing this sentence, the crowd looked at Tianyang. It feels weird. Are you here to bore us? What you're saying is that he received an incomplete inheritance? Chu Shao pondered for a moment and asked. Yeah, incomplete. If it was complete I wouldn't be sitting in this place. Tianyang brought a self-deprecating smile to his face. The crowd brought curiosity. As we said before, demons are straightforward and don't like all the twists and turns. But after this guy showed up, I changed my mind. I've got 2 guesses. First, there is no record in the ancient texts that the original chaotic demon body has died. And, all of those powerful people have already fallen in that battle. History we no longer have a way to track. If the demon hadn't died, he would have been heavily injured, and then, hidden away, waiting to recover themselves. Then, create some fake inheritance to make people think that they have obtained the inheritance of the chaotic demon body already, while arranging the means, knowing that they are chaos demon body these people, with trepidation, but also with elation. And then, to improve themselves, they kill. If the chaos demon body from before hadn't died, then these people, they would be pawns for him to regain his strength. After these people know that theirs is a chaotic demon body, they will definitely feel that the people of the immortal region, all of them, will kill them, and can only quickly improve their strength. Killing, and utilizing the blood of living beings is the best. Therefore, these people who have received the inheritance are incomplete. If these people, their strength becomes strong, and the chaotic demon body from before didn't die, he'll have henchmen, no longer alone. And if these people are cultivated to a certain realm, the immortal realm will really be subverted. Or, he uses these people to collect the blood of the living beings in these heavens and worlds to help him recover. The chaos demon body is all about utilizing the hearts and minds of gamblers. These people who have not obtained the complete inheritance are also betting that they can obtain the complete inheritance. The heart, sometimes, is worse than the devil. Tianyang sighed as he said this. There was a complexity in his eyes. The others were silent when they heard it. After all, what Tianyang said was not false at all, and they put themselves in his shoes for a moment. If he had obtained the inheritance himself, even if it was incomplete, he would have taken a gamble. There's another possible one. Xu Xiao looked at Tianyang with complexity, but, in the blink of an eye, put his emotions back. Previously, Tianyang had said that there were two guesses, and only now had he said one. The one above could be that the chaos demon body isn't dead. If he dies, things are even more horrible than the first. Actually, relatively speaking, I'd rather be first. If it's the second one. Thinking about his second day of speculation, there was also fear in Tianyang's eyes. Xu Xiao also thought of something. Yes, the inheritance is incomplete, and all want to obtain the complete inheritance. When these people seek each other out, they will also be afraid that they will not be strong enough to be devoured by each other. So, they tried to do everything they could, devouring everything in the immortal domain and then enhancing their strength. And, the strength of these people will increase quite rapidly. Perhaps this chaotic demon body is even more terrifying than the last chaotic demon body. Stronger. Hearing what Xu Xiao said, the faces of the crowd were ugly. And, the inheritance was divided into as many parts as we don't know. The chaotic demon body from before, which wasn't exposed, had a special means of concealment. Now these people who think they have obtained the inheritance should also have special means of concealment. Chapter 69. Have you ever thought about the span of time? It's frightening. If only that were true. It's the first result that's much better. Hearing this sentence, many people felt strange. When the chaotic demonic body, which did not die, was actually still the best. Grand Elder, if this is all there is, I still feel it's not the most terrifying. These people can hide, and as long as the immortal regions unite, they can still kill most of the inheritors. Great Elder, ever thought about the span of time? Are there some that gained their inheritance after the death of the chaos demon body and then hit it? Also, we can only rely on the demonic aura, or the active exposure of the demonic body, plus projections, to find these people, but it shouldn't be projected now. After finishing this sentence, Tianyang glanced at the people from the Tianji sacred sect. There's also the fact that many powerful clans, cultivators, will make use of the demon clan's Gong methods to mend the loopholes in their own Gong methods, and their bodies will be tainted with some demonic chi as well. So, horrible? The Grand Elder, straight away, stood up in fear. Suddenly, it sat down again. There was some trembling in his lips. I have to say, the more I think about it, the scarier it gets. The divine son of the imperial family, worthy of having the qualifications of an immortal, heaven and earth engraved. Perhaps, the heavens have the intention of making you the archenemy of the chaotic demon body. Xu Xiao looked at Tianyang with complexity. The others, seeing Tianyang, also had their eyes light up. After all, Tianyang obtained heaven and earth to celebrate. This kind of person, the future strength, to go well, who does not know? At the same time, it was impossible for Tianyang to be a chaotic demon body. If it were a chaotic demonic body, it would be impossible to obtain the heaven and earth engraving. This is recognized in the fairy realm. After the beings of the immortal realm were destroyed, the chaotic demonic body, too, was suppressed by the heavenly Tao. At this moment, the things that happened in the imperial family, and the things that were talked about, were all passed on. Divine Son, the Tao Heavenly Immortal Mansion, invites you to join. I wonder if Divine Son agrees. The Grand Elder retrieved his emotions and looked at Tianyang. He had changed his mind, and when he returned, he must persuade the Holy Lord. After what happened today, for the sake of the immortal domain in the future, the Grand Elder, too, sighed helplessly. Tianyang didn't look at the Grand Elder, trying to hit on me. Tianyang carried a cold smile inside. These old foxes, they always feel they can calculate everything. However, one's doubts, plucked from the past, changed after today's events. In the future, it will be much easier to do it yourself. At the same time, Tianyang was also laying out a layout. He didn't want to be like the chaotic demon body of his last life. The bar mitzvah of the emperor family's divine son passed, come with anticipation. When he went back, he was sad and had a cloud over his face, especially when coupled with some of the previous overthrown forces. Those places, it was exactly the same as the demon race utilizing the blood of living beings. Tianyang, come here. The voice of the 8 ancestors of the Empyrean family was transmitted. Tianyang passed towards the back of the D family's mountain. The eyes of the 8 ancestors, 13 ancestors, and 16 ancestors looked at Tianyang with relief. Well done. It didn't occur to me that your scheming is actually so great. If we didn't know that you are a chaotic demon body, I'm afraid we would have believed your words. Old ancestor, there's no need to praise me. Actually, there's something you haven't said yet, isn't there? The old ancestor of the D clan looked at Tianyang with teasing. It can't be hidden from the old ancestor. Don't forget. What kind of world is the immortal realm? In a world where people eat people, there are some powerful people who might hit these inheritors. Wanted to get the legacy too. This way, the immortal region will only become more and more chaotic. And there are some other groups that are very hateful to the human race. Plus, some of the forces in the outer regions hate the immortal region. So yeah, it's only going to get messy, only by muddying the waters of the immortal domain. Will I be safe? It didn't occur to me that you, this brat, without realizing it, have actually played such a big game. Not really. By the way, Tianyang Immortal Mansion. It doesn't matter if you just don't go. Go, why not? Dao Heavenly Immortal Mansion. There are some things that I am also coveting. Ha, it looks like you've hit on the Tianyang Immortal Mansion as well. However, you should also be more careful. The Dao Heavenly Immortal Mansion. It's not that simple. Oh, old ancestor, what would happen if our imperial family and the Tianyang Immortal Mansion went to war? Upon hearing this sentence, the 8 ancestors laughed out. All I can say is that you can do anything you want. There are forces that our imperial family is afraid of, but they are not undestroyable. Hearing this sentence from the 8 ancestors, Tianyang nodded his head, though the old ancestor didn't say so. However, Tianyang knew that there were some other enemies, but they were more than the Dao Heavenly Immortal Mansion that made the D family scornful. Everything now. Look at the wind and the waves. There's a dark current going on. Master, did the system do a satisfactory job at the bar mitzvah today? Not bad. I didn't expect it, but it actually gave me another mastery. Today was a horrible scene created by Tianyang using the system. It's just to assuage some people's doubts. After all, no one else is a cutie pie. Only, the more one's doubts are dispelled, the better it is for him. Today, Emperor Jetty had acquired an item that was a spacetime stasis field. One type of field. However, only within 100 meters of himself. As long as one casts it, time and space will stand still. Time is not out. Space is king. Now that one has mastered space, time, king of kings, ham, grass, what the hell? Tianyang threw his thoughts away. Master, Tianyang. Identity, divine son of the imperial family. Physique, chaos demon body. Time and space god eyes. Supreme Dao bone. Heavenly destiny villain aura. Strength, 5th level of king seal. Techniques, chaos demon scripture. Heavenly emperor scripture. Emperor god poem. Easy travel. Xintian sword technique. Human emperor finger. Avatar, chaotic demonic heavenly poem. Great space ruling technique, 1st level, space transfer. Heavenly seal of interception. Space cutting, treading heaven, 1 step. Ghosts and gods are shocked. 2 steps. Immortals kneeling. 3 steps. Extermination. Domain, spacetime static, 100 meters around. Villain value, 100. 000. Backpack. Spirit Eater's ring. Looking at his personal information, there was an extra field. Tianyang didn't care, but there was an extra 100. 000 villain value. This one was something that Emperor Tianyang was satisfied with. It's the system. Congratulating yourself on your bar mitzvah gift. Tianyang. When are you going to the Tianyang Immortal Mansion? At this time, a figure appeared beside Tianyang. It was none other than Tianyang's father. Wuxin. Father, when do we go? Just the next 2 days. Tianyang thought for a moment. Just in time. Your mother made your favorite. Emperor Godless sighed. Good job on today. Hearing this word of praise, Tianyang smiled a bit. After coming to the place where Emperor Godless and his mother lived, see the table full of dishes. Father, are you sure? This is all my favorite food. You don't like your mother's cooking. Wuxin froze for a moment, then looked at Tianyang with curiosity. At this time, Gong Xinu happened to come over. Hearing the words of 2 men. Brat, your wings have hardened and you don't like mother's cooking. Gong Xinu looked at Tianyang. Emperor Tianyang looked at Emperor Wuxin. Chapter 70, Destruction. No chance to push back, especially seeing Wuxin's smug look. This guy, he must have done it on purpose. Mother, let go of my ears. My son is older. You can't pull my ears anymore. As big as you are, you're still my son. Don't worry, with this strength of my mother, it's still easy to manage you for hundreds of thousands of years. Hearing this sentence, Tianyang was actually speechless. One can only sit down in silence, watching my father and my mother, the 2 of them feeding each other. Tianyang, why don't you eat? Gong Xinu looked at Tianyang. I'm full. Gong Xinu looked at the dishes inside Tianyang's bowl without moving. It was clearly not eaten. You're not even eating here. Gong Xian you looked at Di Jietian as tears snapped down her face. Alas, the son resents his mother. I didn't. Di Jietian swept across the room as he thought of this. Looking at Di Jietian's appearance, Gong Xian you laughed out. Nice. Eat up. Eat up. What's the point of staying here when you're full? Hearing this sentence, Di Jietian silently got up, glancing back at his smug father. Mother, father. Gong Xian you froze, then looked at Di Jietian. Forget it. Di Jietian shook his head. Leaving. Emperor Godless panicked. Brat, come back quickly. You explain it clearly. Godless. What else are you hiding from me? Moon, let me explain. Well, I'd like to see how you can explain that. But what am I explaining? Emperor Godless panicked. However, as Di Jietian was walking, he was directly pulled into a void channel. Di Jietian knew that this was the aura of an old ancestor. That's right, Tianyang. When you had your bar mitzvah, exposed the demonic aura, scared the old man out of me, all at once, and kicked the coffin through. You fix it. Looking at the broken coffin in front of him, Di Jietian was silent. Old ancestor, why don't I change it for you? No, old age, nostalgia. Bazu sighs. Di Jietian looked at the coffin, and some wooden boards that had broken into slags. Di Jietian was in a difficult position. Old ancestor, you're making this difficult for me. Brat, I'm not giving you a hard time. Fix it. Can't fix it. Spank your ass. The 8 ancestors looked at Di Jietian and spoke. Di Jietian's face was ugly. Looking at Di Jietian, mending the place in that one, the 8 ancestors nodded in relief. But after a while, Di Jietian was in trouble. The coffin. A small piece is missing. Old ancestor, there's another piece that should be gone by your kick. This is what I made up for you. Bazu looked at it for a moment and laughed out loud. Tianyang, you are the unicorn son of my D family. You have the talent of an immortal, and you are also very smart. However, you must be careful in everything. Look at this coffin. Even if you patch him up, at first glance you can't see it, but patched up, it's just perfect. It's still a bust. After the 8 ancestors finished the sentence, they made a slight point at the place where Di Jietian had just patched up, and the coffin collapsed once more. The immortal region has existed for countless years now. How many wonderful and colorful people are there? There will always be smart people that will find traces. Then, a slight movement, a previously unconcerned point, would cause the entire coffin to collapse. All the previous efforts have been in vain. Hearing the words of the 8 ancestors, Di Jietian laughed out. Then the coffin was put together once more. Bazu, bring that piece out. Bazu smiled back. Then, the small piece was handed to Di Jietian. Old ancestor, I understand what you mean. However, old ancestor, there is another way. What way? That is, destroy him. Di Jietian moved his finger and the coffin disappeared. Di Jietian left. The brat. Bazu laughed a little. Turn back. Brat, stop right there. You pay for my coffin. Bazu, this brat, by the looks of it, is a bit smarter than we thought. Yes. Ah, the unicorn son of my emperor family. The immortal's talent, you think, is fake. The 8 ancestors looked at the 16 ancestors. By the way, Tianyang is going to scourge the Dao Tian immortal mansion. That Chu Shao has nothing? However, that sovereign of theirs, pay no attention. The 8 ancestors let out a laugh. Then, take out a jade pendant. When he saw this jade pendant, the 16th ancestor was shocked. If we're leaning on the old man, we'll let the 6th ancestor pass. That violent temper of the 6th ancestor. If he knew that Tianyang was bullied, he. After returning from beyond the extra-dimensional void, when the time comes, the Dao Heavenly Immortal Mansion, there will be something to play with. The 8 ancestors had a playful look in their eyes. 8 ancestors, the way you are now, you don't look like a formation master, but rather like an old 6. The 16th ancestor spoke heartily. Fight, just fight fear, resuscitate some of the underpinnings. This kid, if he's not satisfied, he'll just destroy it, and there's no chance of pushing it back. Not bad. That's my imperial family. At this time, Di Jietian had already left. Since it was already time to go to the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion, there was nothing to be gained by going there faster. Di Jietian, as a big villain, wouldn't say that he didn't want to eat dog food and compensate his old ancestor's coffin to leave. 9 Saint Realm augurs sliced through the void. At this moment in the Dao Heavenly Immortal Mansion, master of the house. That's it. Chu Shao told the figure above the main seat what had happened in the D family. Great elder. Hard work. A beautiful voice rang out. It's what I'm supposed to do. I didn't think that the divine son of the emperor family, on top of the bar mitzvah, had obtained the heaven and earth engraving. Although, knowing that, it still feels incredible to hear you say it again now. The immortal's capital. It's just that if you push upwards by 100,000 years, you haven't heard of any young man who can make heaven and earth engraved. Prefect, that plan of ours, is it possible to abandon it? No, can't give it up. Hearing this sentence from the housemaster, the Grand Elder sighed. If we don't give up, when the time comes, we'll be discovered by the imperial family. There are some things that we can't afford either. No harm done. Don't worry. Do you remember a saying passed down from the first elder ancestor? Hearing this sentence, the Grand Elder stood up. Look at the Lord of the house. No wonder. You've refused to change your mind. The Grand Elder murmured. So, it's just that it's useless even if he obtains the heaven and earth engraving. The Lord of the house carried a powerful confidence. Look how much he's changed now. In just a few years. Thinking of that one figure, the Grand Elder also nodded. Even after living for countless years, he was impeccable in the face of that young man. Perhaps, in this life, my Dao Tian immortal mansion will surpass its most glorious time. There was a powerful confidence in the eyes of the housemaster. Ha! The Grand Elder suddenly froze. I didn't think that the divine son of the imperial family had already come over. The Grand Elder suddenly spoke. The housemaster's eyes looked over. This young man, I can't actually see through him. The Lord of the house gave a surprised cry. It looks like the imperial family's protection of him is not shallow. Chapter 71. Your bones have been dug out twice. Is it cool? Hearing the prefectural lord say this, Chu Xiao was not the slightest bit surprised. After all, he could not even see through it. The prefectural lord's strength was a little weaker than his own, but his age was too much younger than his own. If it wasn't for that, it wouldn't be sitting in the position of the housemaster. Since this little guy is here, Great Elder, please greet him. Isn't there a fight going on outside right now? Let them meet. Isn't it fun? The Grand Elder, hearing this sentence, thought for a moment and nodded, showing a look of interest. And Gu Xiuji is also in that place, instructing his own senior brothers and sisters. Right. The Grand Elder left. The woman's eyes looked out through the void. Divine son of the imperial family, with the qualifications of an immortal. Rhetoric, the path has been paved for you. Next, it's up to you to get that far. The housemaster finished the sentence and disappeared. At this time, Dijietian arrived at the Dao Heavenly Immortal Mansion. Looking at the architecture of the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion, not to mention, it really had the flavor of an immortal's residence. However, Dijietian quickly shifted his gaze. I didn't think that the Divine Son would come so soon. I have admired the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion for a long time, and I have come here without notice this time, so I begged the Great Elder to bear with me. No harm, no foul, but what a time for the Divine Son to come. Now is the time for my Dao Heavenly Immortal Mansion's competition, so the Divine Son can give some pointers to our uncontested disciples. The Grand Elder had a smile on his face. Dao Heavenly Immortal Mansion's disciple, where to use my three-footed kung fu instruction, with a strong person like the Grand Elder. The disciple who was taught is not comparable to an ordinary person. Dijietian looked at this old fox and knew what this old fox was planning. I can't believe you're trying to count me out. Dijietian carried a cold smile inside. In that case, Divine Son, please. At this moment in the Dao Heavenly Immortal Mansion, martial arts arena, an enthusiastic voice rang out. Li Maniac, go on, stab him in the back. Ouch, why so stupid? That's it, make it hard. Alright, you guys, don't influence Li Maniac. A young voice rang out. The voice was clearly not loud, but the people in the martial arts arena all heard it. After hearing this voice, the crowd quieted down. Looking at a man on top of a high platform, there was adoration in his eyes, the kind of adoration that comes from the heart. The field of view closes in. The man was plump and handsome, with steely eyes beneath a pair of sword brows. It carries a special aura, like that of a leader, which makes people admire it at the first glance. Beside the man, there were two other women. The two women, looking at the man, had a look of infatuation in their eyes. Meanwhile, glancing at each other, there was some more jockeying for position. The man, seeing the woman, shook his head. Click, the void opens. The people in the martial arts arena looked over when they saw the sudden change of heart. However, the sight of the old man, bow, greetings to the Grand Elder. No need to be polite. Godson, please. At this time, the crowd saw the Grand Elder, followed by a figure. When he saw the man appear, the handsome man on top of the ring's face changed. The women on both sides naturally noticed the change in the man. Then, raising their heads, looked at Dijietian with disgust in their eyes. Dijietian made his rounds, and the man on top of the high platform locked eyes. Dijietian revealed a smile. The man flashed a smile as well. Name, Gu Xiuji. Identity, Daotian Immortal Mansion Grand Master. Son of Qi Luck. Destiny value, 100. 000. Strength, first level of King Seal. Physique, Supreme Dao Bone, 3 times growth. Technique, Supreme Secret, Palm Heavenly Seal. Heavenly Saber Breaking Technique. Avatar, Supreme Divine Light, Wheel of Life and Death. Rhetoric, this one is the divine son of the imperial family, and from now on, he will also become a disciple of our Dao Tian immortal mansion. You must live in harmony. If there's nothing else, you can spar with each other. The God's son is the one who received the heaven and earth engraving at the bar mitzvah, the Grand Elder said without a care in the world. It didn't occur to me that he's the emperor family's divine son. I only heard about it before. This is the first time I've seen it. Yes, it's worthy of having the talent of an immortal. Looking a bit better looking than the eldest senior brother. Nymphomaniac. What do you know? What's the use of being good looking? Don't forget that eldest brother also has a bottom card. Yes, otherwise, it wouldn't be, to be our big brother. If I had to choose, I would definitely choose eldest brother. Seeing Dijietian, quite a few people shifted their gazes and looked at their eldest senior brother with admiration in their eyes. Dijietian looked at the man and inwardly sighed. No wonder, to count himself. I'm afraid there is also the influence of this one. Now, Dijietian came with a hint of interest. Just wondering, how did this guy survive? When the old ancestor struck, it was like destroying the sky and the earth. And this guy, he actually managed to come back to life. $100,000 worth of providence is really not to be underestimated. If Dijietian didn't have the help of the system, his strength wouldn't have been able to break through the Seal King realm so quickly. Now this son of Qi has broken through. Moreover, the aura that was revealed on the outside was only the Dao Palace realm. It's so deeply hidden, I'm afraid the Grand Elder doesn't even know about it. Well, you young people have more to talk about. So I, an old man, won't be a pain in the ass in this place. The Grand Elder left. The elders above the square, after seeing the Grand Elder leave, watched the ring. Go on. Dijietian's figure moved and came directly to Gu Xiuji's side. Find a seat and sit on it. After seeing this scene, many people, in their eyes, carried shock. Then, with a pitiful look, the two women next to him, too, were startled. That seat, it's not for ordinary people. Senior brother, I'm afraid you'll be in trouble if you sit here? Really? But I have a feeling there's a trouble that's bigger than that. The divine son of the hallowed emperor family will also run into trouble? Gu Xiuji asked carelessly. Senior brother Gu, don't you know about this matter? Senior brother Gu's bones, they've been dug up twice already, right? I wonder if that feels good. Gu Xiuji's pupils contracted. The fingers couldn't help but clench a little. Why doesn't this guy follow the rules? Come up here and say you've been boned. Not the slightest attempt to hide your family's misdeeds? This time, Gu Xiuji really won't be able to do it. He had thought that he had already died for the second time. No one would recognize him, and his breath had changed. So why did this guy still recognize him at a glance? I don't know. What are you talking about? Yeah, you don't know what I'm talking about. Some guy with 2 Deadstrokes nose? Gu Xiuji smiled slightly. That's funny. Dying twice. Just as the two were talking, a cold voice rang out. You're sitting in my seat. Dijietian looked over. A woman with cold eyes, like a mountain snow lotus, walked over. It was as if there was a pile of 10,000-year-old ice around them. After seeing this woman, Gu Xiuji gave a greeting. Dijietian noticed that Gu Xiuji was looking at this woman differently. The eyes, which were like an abyss, fluctuated. Name Mang Yunxi. Identity, second sister of the Daotian Immortal Mansion. Little princess of the Dream Family. Female master of Qi Fortune. Physique, indestructible phoenix body. Strength, 9th level of the Dao Palace. Destiny value, 50,000. Cultivation technique, indestructible heavenly phoenix technique. Creation reversal technique. Avatar, undying phoenix breath. Dijietian looked at the indifferent Mang Yunxi, and adoring Gu rhetoric, an unintentional smile, then held out his hand. Chapter 72 Son of Fortune's Plan. Hard work. Emperor Ye Duan unpopularity. Before Mang Yunxi could react, she was directly pulled into Dijietian's arms. At the same time, a force of suppression appeared. Mang Yunxi's face changed dramatically. He didn't think that a man he hadn't seen before would actually take his place. Then, speaking for himself, he now sat directly on the man's arms. Dream Yunxi. When had she ever been hugged by a man like this? Inside the body, there was a strange feeling coming from it. A tingling sensation came. React. Seeing Dijietian with a strange smile, her face flushed and she wanted to resist. A force of suppression appeared. His own strength, as if it were a stone sinking into the sea. Mang Yunxi's face changed. Unbridled. At this time, Gu Xiuji suddenly slapped the table and stood up. The table collapsed in response, and at the same time, A powerful aura crushed in the direction of Dijietian. Because of the anger, the aura fluctuation was affected. The two women next to him were pushed right out. At this moment, those disciples in the square, too, were quiet, looking at Gu Xiuji with anger. Seeing Dijietian's teasing expression again, dumbfounded. They also did not expect that this Dijietian, who had just arrived, would actually be so. You let go of me. Meng Yunxi looked at Dijietian with anger in her eyes. The body was constantly struggling, but the struggle stops. She sensed something different. She's not a little girl who doesn't know anything. The face was so flushed that he didn't even dare to raise his head. Why don't you struggle? Isn't it quite cheerful? There was gentleness in Dijietian's tone. The aura emanating from Gu Xiuji came to Dijietian's side and disappeared. Gu Xiuji was shocked for a moment. Just now, it was he himself who had emitted the pressure with anger. Senior brother Gu, it's not your turn to meddle in how I do it, is it? Emperor Godson, you just arrived. Don't you know that senior sister Yinxi can only be senior brother Gu's? The woman beside Gu Xiuji looked back at Dijietian. Dijietian, looking at the two women. If I'm not mistaken, the two of you should like senior brother Gu as well. But then, you guys are willing to be juniors. Hearing Dijietian's calm tone, the two men were filled with rage. At this moment, those people above the square also quieted down. Looking at Dijietian, he finally came back to his senses. With fury, let go of sister. That's right, it's really unknown that the Daotian Immortal Mansion actually lets this kind of person in. Elder, don't you care either? Many disciples, looking at Meng Yunxi's aggrieved appearance, were looking at Dijietian with eyes that wanted to kill. We don't need you to mind our business. Let her go. Ji Rui and Feng Chu looked at Dijietian, not hiding the dislike in his eyes at all. It's pathetic. Dijietian suddenly spoke. However, Dijietian suddenly extended his own hand, caressing Meng Yunxi's cheek. The slender index finger reached out and made a curl on top of Meng Yunxi's hair. Do you think it's not good for such a beautiful one to be as if she were cold as ice? What do you say, woman? Dijietian asked gently. Meng Yunxi couldn't even speak. Looking at Dijietian, he actually carried terror and a hint of alienation. That's enough. If you've got something going on, come at me. Let go of Yunxi. There's something that rushes at you. Senior brother Gu, don't you think too highly of yourself? Dijietian did not look at Gu Xiuji. You, Dijietian, you're really good. Now, I order you to let go. On what grounds? Dijietian asked. Just by virtue of the fact that I'm the Daotian Immortal Mansion's Grandmaster. Gu Xiuji, looking at Dijietian, said word for word. Oh, eldest brother. Could be. Dijietian let go of Meng Yunxi. You be a good boy and sit here. You're going to move and something bad is going to happen. Dijietian set Meng Yunxi down. Looking at Gu Xiuji, Grand Elder, stop watching the show and come out. An embarrassed coughing sound came from the void. Chu Zhao's figure appeared, with depression in his eyes. This little guy, why didn't he follow the routine? Isn't it true that all disciples, all of them, have to listen to eldest brother? Dijietian asked directly. Hearing this sentence, Gu Xiuji's face changed. The Grand Elder, his face also changed. Yes, we all listen to eldest brother. Some of these disciples came out and looked at Dijietian. The eyes were undaunted. Moreover, there was no aura emanating from Dijietian's body right now. The corners of Gu Xiuji's mouth rose. In the beginning, his own supreme bone was dug up, twice in a row. It was filled with unwillingness. Its own family died. Even that small world of its own died. All of this was because his own family was weak and he wasn't strong enough. Later, he did not expect that his supreme bone origin would grow out once again. And he mastered the meaning of life and death. That's what brought it back to life. However, it was also heavily damaged. Later, he was found by the master of the Daotian Immortal Mansion. Brought it straight back. Repair your injuries. Then, starting to secretly investigate, together with the master's match, and he finally knew his enemy, the Imperial family. That dominant powerhouse family that spanned the immortal region. The Imperial family. Knowing this, he had his master make preparations. In the meantime, he's slogging away. It was to one day face the Emperor's family directly. Even if they knew they were their enemies, there was nothing they could do about it. Then, he himself used this fellow as a stepping stone to become the immortal domain supreme. The first step he had to take, running his own pedestal. The second step was to pull Emperor Jietian into the Dao Heavenly Immortal Mansion. Dijietian, with the qualifications of an immortal, had never been defeated before, and if he were to lose at his own hands, he would surely be devastated. A pride that relies on the bones of others is no different than a waste of space. Hearing these words, Dijietian let out a cold laugh. In that case, Grand Elder, how does one become a Grand Master? The Grand Elder was also in a difficult position. First, to the Dao Tian immortal mansion, there is a contribution. Second, strength convinces. At this moment, the Grand Elder knew that this guy's idea was hitting Gu Xiuji's body. The Grand Elder brought with him a difficult situation. I don't know what it's like to contribute to the Dao Heavenly Immortal Mansion. Resources are fine, right? How many resources did you put out? I can double that. Di Jietian waved his hand and said without a care in the world. Hearing this sentence, the Grand Elder was in a difficult position. The imperial family, by casually taking out some resources, could crush Gu Xiuji to the point of not being able to find the edge. Eldest senior brother. It can only be Gu Xiuju's, as well as my Daotian Immortal Mansion's inheritor. Just at this time again, a cold voice was transmitted out. Hearing this sentence, Di Jietian smiled. The other disciples, too, laughed. There's nothing wrong with that. The position of eldest senior brother can only be eldest senior brother Gu's. Not bad. The divine son of the imperial family is amazing. If you, the imperial family, take out resources, we'll have the forces behind us take out resources as well. Many disciples, one after another, shouted. Seeing this scene, Di Jietian didn't say anything. Gu Xiuji, looking at Di Jietian, had a hint of smugness in his eyes. Di Jietian also couldn't help but feel that this son of Qi was, well, good. It actually connects the hearts of these disciples. Being a villain yourself, you're not being treated well anymore. Prefect, since you've already spoken, why don't you show yourself? Di Jietian spoke into the void. There's no need to see me. What can you tell me straight? Since the prefect has made a decision, Jietian will naturally abide by it. However, I hope that the prefect will not regret it. This seat will not regret it. Young man, without growing up, keep a low profile. Thanks for the advice, House Master. Di Jietian finished the sentence. Turning around, he picked up Meng Yunqi and directly turned around to leave. One and done. Chapter 73. Di Jietian comes to the door at night. You should be thankful to me. Seeing that Di Jietian was almost walking away, the others finally reacted. Looking at Di Jietian's figure, it carried incredulity and shock. This young man doesn't play by the rules. Stop. Di Jietian, you stop. You stop right there. Unbridled. Emperor Jiantian. A voice rang out. Di Jietian didn't care at all. What? This woman, too, you've internalized for you. Di Jietian turned around and asked. Me. Gu Xiuji followed up, and when he heard Di Jietian's words, he actually didn't know how to retort. There's no mistaking it. I'm her woman. Meng Yunqi spoke directly. Hearing this sentence, many people froze, and then, with ecstasy, I knew it. Senior brother Gu and senior sister Meng are the pair. Yeah, it didn't occur to me that eldest brother isn't as domineering as eldest sister. Hear that? Emperor Jitian. She's my woman. So what if you hear it? Di Jietian looked at Gu Xiuji. You're despicable. Thanks for the compliment. Gu Xiuji felt his hairs explode. Since it's your woman, give it back. Di Jietian's hands loosened. And at this time, Meng Yunqi was still under suppression and directly fell down. Gu Xiuji's face changed as his body moved and went over in the direction where Meng Yunqi had fallen. Di Jientian saw this scene. With the same movement of his body, he directly stopped Gu Xiuji. Bang! The two men clashed their fists together. A powerful wave appeared. Gu Xiuji took 3 steps back and his face changed. Di Jietian didn't move at all. Many people, with amazement in their eyes. The Grand Elder's eyes were also filled with incredulity. Gu Xiuji, suppressing the shock in his heart, returning to his senses, he was about to once again go over in the direction of Meng Yunqi. Di Jietian didn't block it this time. Gu Xiuji's speed was fast, but it was already too late, and Meng Yunqi had already fallen on top of the ground. Meng Yunqi looked at Di Jietian with resentment. She is at least a beautiful woman. Are you good like this? Your strength? No. With disappointment, Di Jietian left, not paying the slightest attention to these people. What is this Di Jietian up to? Some disciples, unable to read it, had doubts in their eyes. It was the Grand Elder who shook his head, not knowing what this Di Jietian was up to. The Dark Lord of the mansion, looking at Di Jietian's departing figure, pondered. Gu Xiuji reacted and hurriedly helped Meng Yunqi up. Yunqi, are you alright? Gu Xiuji, with tension in his tone. Elder brother, there's nothing wrong with me. Meng Yunqi, reacting, inadvertently left Gu Xiuji's side. What you say, is it true? Will you be my woman? Gu Xiuji, with tension in his tone. It was only expedient just now. Me. After finishing this sentence, Meng Yunqi ran and left. Gu Xiuji's body shook, and there was disappointment in his eyes. Seeing Gu Xiuji in this state, the crowd held their foreheads. Big brother is good at everything, but this emotional intelligence? LOL. Many disciples sighed. The Dark Lord of the house also sighed. Kid, don't be discouraged. The Grand Elder spoke up. The other disciples, looking at the Grand Elder who was there to comfort Gu Xiuji, all with a strange look on their faces. Alas, the Great Elder who has been single for countless years is actually an uninterested fellow as well. Who would have thought it? The disciples, already discussing it. Toward the end of the night, Gu Xiuji, in the place where he lived, was meditating. Suddenly, a figure came in front of him. Seeing the coming figure, Gu Xiuji was startled. Immediately afterward, with fury, Di Jietian, what are you doing in this place? Senior brother Gu, I'm still waiting for you to thank me? Hearing Di Jietian's words, Gu Xiuji froze. I've never seen such chutzpah. What do you mean? What do you mean? Didn't the move during the day make you two make your feelings known to each other? I think it's about time this thing worked out, and I came to see you for a drink today. Di Jietian's eyes held doubt in them. Hearing Di Jietian's words, Gu Xiuji felt confused. It was a moment of real confusion. You said that you were trying to help me. What about you otherwise? Di Jietian asked rhetorically. Gu Xiuji went on guard. Such a Di Jietian scared him. Threats are in all the words of the day. Now, why are you in this place and saying it's for your own good? We're supposed to be enemies. Gu Xiuji took a deep breath. When Di Jientian saw the state of his body, he knew Di Jientian might know who he was. There's a vendetta. Why do you say that? Don't you pretend. You think I don't know? Di Jientian froze when he heard this sentence, looking at Gu Xiuji. Oh, you mean the thing that dug up your supreme bone twice? That's all a little thing, and you take such things to heart. Young man, be generous. Here, for your bones. Di Jietian thought of something. Then take out 2 bones. Gu Xiuji felt that these 2 bones were connected to his own origin. You. Gu Xiuji, getting more and more confused. Why does it feel like feeding a dog a bone? Take it. Isn't it yours? You don't want it? Don't. What am I going to do with this? It's just a few pieces of trash bones, and I don't know. Why does the old ancestor feel that this is not bad? Di Jietian, there's no need to act. I know what you're playing at. You're trying to take this 3rd bone of mine, fuse it together, and then dig it out. Di Jietian, really think I'm stupid? Don't forget it. Stupid people. Di Jietian suddenly sighed with emotion. Seeing that Di Jietian had left, Gu Xiuji breathed a sigh of relief. He felt like his brain circuits couldn't keep up when facing Di Jietian. And this guy, who is a ruthless man, won't have such a good heart. Elder brother, asleep? 2 voices rang out. Senior sisters, you're here. Come in. After Feng Chuchu and also Ji Rui came in, they looked at Gu Xiuji and sighed. Elder brother, your brain, when is it going to open up? And what about me? This is Di Jietian's aura. Feng Chuchu suddenly said. There's no mistaking it. Di Jietian is here. The 2 men tensed for a moment when they heard that one. After seeing that Gu Xiuji didn't appear to be injured, the 2 were relieved. What did he come to see you about? He said to thank him. Ah shucks. Senior brother Gu, don't be afraid of him. The forces behind us are not to be underestimated. And united, the imperial family wouldn't dare to make a move at will. Hearing the 2 women's words, Gu Xiuji's eyes were touched. At the same time, with pride, this is the class that you have spent so many years cultivating. This was also the future of his fight against the imperial family in the future. He knew that relying on himself and the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion wasn't enough, so he had made plans after arriving at the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion. Now these people, only his eldest senior brother, thought of those senior brothers speaking up for him today. Gu Xiuji felt that he had done the right thing. Rhetoric, come to me. Chapter 74, Son of Luck. You are surrounded. How do you break through? Gu Xiuji heard the voice and came to where the house master was. Looking at the woman in front of him wearing a purple palace veil, there was surprise in his eyes along with admiration. Master. After hearing Gu Xiuji's words, Xiaoruoji turned around. There's nothing wrong with what Di Jietian said. You should indeed thank him. Hearing this sentence, Gu Xiuji was confused. Master, the apprentice is foolish. I didn't expect it to bring out the supreme bone either. Your correct guess might want to fuse your bones and dig them out again. Also, this is him forcing me to make a decision as well. One that recognizes you as the heir apparent. Why did he do that? Gu Xiuji asked. He resents you. Jiru Xia, although she didn't want to admit it, still said it. Disgusted with me. Yeah, smacking you for being low and not having a strong enough background. Also, knowing that you were his enemy, he didn't put you inside his eyes. Before, you were only the eldest senior brother, but the heir apparent, it's not necessarily yours yet. So, he's pushing. Everything he did today, he was forcing. We, the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion, Want the divine son of the imperial family as a stepping stone. The imperial family already knows. I think it should be the imperial family's oldest ancestor who has seen it. Now he dares to let the divine son of the imperial family come over. It's also a warning and a dispute at the same time. Every person has their own chi, power, and their own heritage in chi. Now that you've become the Daotian Immortal Mansion's eldest brother and heir, a portion of the Daotian Immortal Mansion's chi will be added to you. Part of the emperor family's chi is, in part, in Di Jietian's body. Now, it's a fight between the two of you, and between two forces. You can understand. Gu Xiuji nodded. Those old guys didn't agree before. After this forcing, it's accomplished you instead. He's not wrong, and you really should thank him. But, be careful. You two fighting. It's the younger generation's fight. We can't just intervene. He's helped you, and he's blocked your path. Your burden has grown heavier. This young man is not to be underestimated, and I don't know if these methods were thought up by him or by the old ancestor behind him. However, you don't have to worry. You didn't die after digging up the bone twice. A great calamity will bring you good fortune. Let go of it. Gu Xiuji left from his master. A figure was already waiting for him. Out. Good. Looks like the doubt has been cleared. Seeing Di Jietian brightly appearing in front of him, Gu Xiuji, feeling depressed. This guy, why does he never follow the rules? It's time to thank you and buy you a drink. That's more like it. Di Jietian let out a laugh. The two of them, walking towards Gu Xiuji's residence, talking and laughing. Many disciples, seeing this scene, felt their scalps go numb. This is what's going on. It's a knife-pulling ass. Eye-opening. I have to say, I really have to thank you. However, aren't you afraid that the resources are tilted too much on me and that the strength will increase too quickly? No worries. Your bones have been dug up twice. So what if the resources are tilted even more? I grew up cultivating in the imperial family, and the resources are constant. Besides, aren't you only at the Dao Palace realm now? Although I am too. However, I won't lose to you. Di Jietian looked at the son of Qi and hid. Who wouldn't know how to dress up as a pig and eat a tiger? Di Jietian, you're arrogant. Arrogance is having strength. Haven't you felt it today? The two were talking to each other as if they were close friends. A short while later, two women arrived and joined in, just listening to the two men talk as they sat quietly on the sidelines. At this moment, Di Jietian was wearing a cold smile, looking at Gu Xiuji, who had already drifted off to sleep, turned away. After seeing Di Jietian leave, Gu Xiuji breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the two drunk Feng Chuchu next to him, and Ji Rui, he sighed. He knew the hearts of the two women, but he still had his hatred. Suddenly, Gu Xiuji's face changed. He felt a strange sensation coming from within his body, looking at the two women with fascination. Not long after, two pleasant voices rang out. At this time, Di Jietian came to his palace. Since the house master is here, why don't you show yourself? You've got a lot of nerve. I've always been pretty bold, Di Jietian said gently. But thanks a lot. Thank you is not necessary. He is not qualified to be my opponent right now. Say, letting me in on this, it can't be just for this little thing, a small supreme bone. I don't care about it yet. If I really care, I'll have my family step in and overthrow a Daotian Immortal Mansion disciple. And even if your old ancestor comes, he won't be able to stop him. Hearing this sentence, Housemaster Xia Jirua's face was ugly for a moment. She was also a heavenly pride. He knew the pride of being a heavenly pride. However, she was also vaguely grateful. The more Di Jietian doesn't see Gu Xiuji, the more opportunities Gu Xiuji has. As Gu Xiuji's master, she knows how demonic her disciples' qualifications are. Di Jietian, you will pay the price for your pride and arrogance. A good thing for you. The Dao Heavenly Immortal Mansion has a secret realm. There are opportunities appearing inside, and there are many that the Daotian Immortal Mansion disciples can't beat with their strength. Plus now that the chaotic demon body has appeared, we also want to increase the strength of the immortal domain a bit. The housemaster sighed as he finished the sentence. Chaotic demonic body. I wonder when it will appear. They're in the dark. We're in the light. I see. The housemaster has a heart. Seeing that Di Jietian's attitude had eased up a bit, the prefect did not move. After seeing the lord of the house leave, Di Jietian was holding a wineglass inside his hand. There was playfulness in his eyes. Women. Ha! The human heart. What a nice thing to have. It can be greedy and satisfying. There's been a change in the secret realm. Fearing that too many Daotian Immortal Mansion disciples will be sacrificed and that there will be a problem with the inheritance of the younger generation, and also pulling other forces into the water, under the banner of doing it for the sake of the immortal realm. This woman, ruthless enough, Daotian Immortal Mansion. It's a pity. No one knew what Di Jietian was regretting. The plan is on. Old ancestor, have someone send out someone. Go to the Dream family and kill some people, preferably from Dream Yunqi's direct lineage, and say that the brother of the Emperor family's divine son wanted Dream Yunqi to become his woman, and she refused. If it doesn't work again, it's okay to just overwrite it. System, create something that the son of Qi can't refute. Feng Chu and Ji Rui, you two darkies have also laid down. Son of Qi, you are surrounded. How can you break through? Tomorrow, another good show. Chapter 75 Di Jiantian's calculations against the Daotian Immortal Mansion Master. Waves rise again. By the time the next day rolled around, the immortal domain fluctuated again. Did you see yesterday? The Imperial family struck again? See? It's too terrifying. But why did the Imperial family make another move? Who knows? But, early this morning, the Dream family, they disappeared. It seems to have been taken by someone. At this moment, the people of the immortal domain, with curiosity, had made quite a commotion yesterday. At this moment in the Dao Heavenly Immortal Mansion, in the middle of the Great Hall, Mistress, it's bad. Something big has happened. People from the Dream family, they've fallen on their knees at the entrance of the Daotian Immortal Mansion. An elder, suddenly barging in, spoke. Xiaojiruo's face changed. What the hell happened? Why is the Dream family kneeling at the entrance of the Dao Heavenly Immortal Mansion? I don't know, but the strike it's the Imperial family. I don't know if this matter has anything to do with the divine son of the Imperial family. Hearing this sentence, Xiaojiruo's face changed. Go, call Di Jietian over. Also, Meng Yunxi, rhetoric call over. Di Jietian came in unhurriedly. A few others, too, came in. Meng Yunxi's face was ugly as she looked at Di Jietian with hatred in her eyes. Di Jietian didn't care in the slightest that he was here to watch the show. Master, what happened? Gu Xiuji was in a daze yesterday and wouldn't have woken up today if someone hadn't called him. But turning his head and seeing Meng Yunxi's pale face, dry and cracked lips, and bloodshot eyes, Gu Xiuji brought heartache. Di Jietian, can you give me an explanation? I wonder, why did the Imperial family step in and try to find trouble with the Dream family? Hearing this sentence, Gu Xiuji's face changed. Turning his head, he looked at Di Jietian. Di Jietian looked at himself as he attracted everyone's attention. What are you guys looking at me for? What does this thing have to do with me? Di Jietian, that's enough. You're treating us like little cuties. Any more? I didn't do it. Only, I was begged to do it. After all, it's my enemy who wants to use me as a stepping stone. And he said that he has one thing to regret. And I don't want that to be compromised in our fight. You, Daotian Immortal Mansion, won't finish it for him. I'll help him. Hearing this sentence, quite a few people looked at Gu Xiuji. After all, the two, yesterday, were talking and laughing. Gu Xiuji's face also changed. Meng Yunxi didn't say anything and glanced at Gu Xiuji. Emperor Jie Tian, what do you mean by this sentence? There's no point. Oh, by the way, yesterday, that woman defied me, so I had the dreamers come and confess. Di Jietian suddenly changed his words. Di Jietian, don't play dumb here. Don't think that, just because you're the divine son of the Di family, you can do whatever you want. This is the Daotian Immortal Mansion. Yeah, I know. So I gave the Daotian Immortal Mansion a face. It didn't wipe out the Dream family. Why? It's because of what happened yesterday. Meng Yunxi looked at Di Jietian, asked, word for word, Di Jietian, if you have any ability come at me, don't hurt the people around me. Gu Xiuji came in front of Meng Yunxi, shielding her behind him as he looked at Di Jietian, his tone cold. Di Jietian suddenly stood up, looking at Gu Xiuji. You can do the same if you can, or you can threaten me. But aren't you forgetting something? There are some words that came out of your mouth. Di Jietian took out a jade stone. There's something in here that will interest you. After finishing this sentence, Di Jietian tossed the jade to Xiaojiruo. The housemaster looked at the jade and had a bad feeling about it for some reason. Di Jietian, how much longer do you want to fool us? The housemaster carried a huge rage, and the jade directly shattered. The housemaster acted as if he didn't care, still staring deathly at Di Jietian. Di Jietian looked at the housemaster. This woman, what a godsend. Di Jietian lamented. Many people's faces changed. Could it be that something had happened and the housemaster knew about it? The prefect recalled and his face changed as he looked at Di Jietian's expression. No, you've been duped. It's no use reacting and regretting it. Oh, that's ridiculous. Di Jietian spoke up. Di Jietian looked at Gu Xiuji. Not bad. You have a good master. I will resolve the matter of the Dream family. Since you said I did it, someone come and exterminate the Dream family. At this moment, Di Jietian carried a fiery aura. Straight to the point. A voice came out of the void. Yes, godson. No, no, stop. I beg you, don't kill my people. Meng Yunxi opened her mouth to beg for mercy and said with an anxious expression, Di Jietian. No targeting Meng Yunxi's family, but Di Jietian had already turned around and left. The governor is going to see that I'm not satisfied and can let me go. As Di Jietian went out, he turned around and said, Di Jietian, I'm going to kill you. Meng Yunxi's face changed, seeing Di Jietian's attitude of not caring in the slightest. With a movement of his body, he slapped at Di Jietian. Don't! Gu Xiuji's face changed. With a single movement of his body, he was faster than Meng Yunxi's speed. What an interesting scene. Di Jietian left with a cold smile. Why are you stopping me? Why? I'm going to kill him. Not good. Quickly stop the people from the imperial family. You can't stop it. It's already late. A figure, running in, shook his head. The Dream family is no more. When Dream Yunxi heard this sentence, her body shook and she directly fainted. Cloud C. You take her down first. There was a complexity in Xia Jiruo's eyes. You guys leave, the Grand Elder stays. Prefect, you've already felt that aura just now. The Grand Elder's face was ugly. Yes, it looks like the Imperial family was already prepared to go to war with my Daotian Immortal Mansion when we were planning to. How do we do it now? The pressure has been put on us. First, Rhetoric's heart was affected. After all, he likes Yun Shi. Secondly, we lost a heavenly pride. And now Di Jietian has become Meng Yunxi's heart demon. Thirdly, after all, the Dream family was killed at the entrance of our Daotian Immortal Mansion. And in the future, disciples who join our Daotian Immortal Mansion will be affected. And over time, the Daotian Immortal Mansion's chi will also decline. Fourth, if you crush the jade that Di Jietian took out, no matter what the contents are, your injustice, prefect, will be affected. In the future, those disciples will leave a bad impression of the housemaster and be unfair. After the Grand Elder finished his words, Xia Jiruo was silent. What the Grand Elder thought of, she also thought of. The things that happened today, one can't hide them if one wants to. That fellow, Di Jietian, would definitely pass this news on. Thinking about this, Xia Jiruo had a bit of a headache. Grand Elder, what do you think about this matter? How should it be resolved? First, do you know why the Imperial family wants to overthrow the Dream family? Impossible, it's just that Yun Shi refuted him. The second is how to give an account to the disciples. And then, there's how you comfort Yun Shi. After all, House Master, Xia Jiruo's face changed. He knew that if he didn't crush the jade, Emperor Ye Duan wouldn't be angry behind him. Others will assume that they know what's in it. Why else would it destroy the jade? Now, he's caught in the middle and has become a sinner. Chapter 76, Di Jientian strikes. Avatar, great spatial ruling technique. The crowd is terrified. Di Jietian returned to his palace. The mood is still good. After all, utilizing the system, it affected Xia Jiruo. Then have her crush the jade. Ding! Master overthrew the family of the air hostess. The air hostess's heavenly destiny value dropped by 3,000. And the heavenly destiny value of the son of the air hostess dropped by 2,000. Master increases the villain value by 5,000. Hearing the voice in his head, Di Jietian didn't care. If it wasn't for the sake of his later plans, Meng Yunxi, today, directly killed. However, the sons of Qi can't sit still now, can they? Di Jietian didn't feel that this matter was already over. Now, one's own means have not yet been utilized. Next, the next plan can be prepared. The son of Qi should be challenging me now. There was confidence in Di Jietian's eyes. At this time, Gu Xiuji's palace was in the middle of the palace. Gu Xiuji was also in an awkward situation. Yesterday, she didn't know what happened to her. She did Feng Chuchu and Ji Rui. Then something like this happened in the middle of the Great Hall, and in his own haste, he forgot about it. It didn't occur to him that by the time he returned, Feng Chuchu and also Ji Rui had already awakened. It was Meng Yunxi who also woke up. The three women looked at each other. Meng Yunxi glanced at Gu Xiuji. Put me down. I'm fine with it. But you. Thank you for taking care of Mr. Gu. Meng Yunxi came down and walked out to the outside without saying anything. Ding! The air hostess is slightly disappointed in the son of the air. The son of the air's destiny value decreases by 5,000, and the main villain's value increases by 5,000. After Gu Xiuji saw Meng Yunxi's expression, the face hardened. Senior brother Gu. Yesterday, I'll take care of it. Hearing this sentence, the two women, with delight in their eyes, Di Jietian, come out. Thinking about what happened in the hall, Gu Xiuji was filled with anger. The imperial family can't be moved right now, but it's still possible to move you, the divine son of the imperial family, right? Gu Xiuji arrived at Di Jietian's palace and called out. At the same time, the peak realm of the Dao Palace was revealed. Only, he was still hiding his strength. and he didn't want to expose his strength until he had to. The people from the Tao Heavenly Immortal Mansion were startled when they heard this sentence. Is this the voice of eldest brother? What happened? I don't know. Yesterday the two, weren't they talking and laughing? Yeah, I thought. I was seeing things. But finally, we can see eldest brother strike again. Yeah, the last time eldest senior brother made a move was a year ago, and at that time, he had just broken through the Tao Palace realm. I reckon that by now, eldest senior brother should have reached the 7th, 8th layer of the Tao Palace. Di Jietian's figure appeared, looking at Gu Xiuji. I don't know. What is it that senior brother Gu is looking for me for? You scumbag. Oh, I'm despicable. Senior brother Gu, is this bringing up your pants and disowning me? Upon hearing this sentence, quite a few disciples of the Daotian Immortal Mansion's eyes lit up. The light of gossip burned brightly. You did something and you know it. He, senior brother Gu. I didn't do anything. However, it's you, springing into action, as well as, what you begged me for yesterday. I did it for you. Don't be too shameless as a human being. Gu Xiuji's brows furrowed together. Yesterday, he was clearly not drunk, and as a result, at the end of the day, he suddenly lost consciousness. Then, put Feng Chuchu, and Ji Rui, Di Jietian, let you make all sorts of false accusations. If I haven't done it, I haven't done it. He, senior brother Gu's fire isn't small. Looks like he didn't finish venting yesterday. Di Jietian suddenly appeared in the void. Before Gu Xiuji could react, he had already received a slap above his chest. The figure fell from the void. It smashed above the ground. Seeing this scene, many people's pupils contracted. After all, Gu Xiuji, inside their eyes, was the representative of invincibility. Now it had actually been knocked down from the void by Emperor Jietian. Gu Xiuji wasn't jealous either. And when he landed, his feet landed on top of the ground. In the dark, Grand Elder, what do you think? I'll stand and watch. The Grand Elder spoke directly. Xia Zhirua looked at the Grand Elder. Rhetoric, this little fellow. His strength has been hiding. Emperor Jietian, I'm impervious. Yeah, that guy can't see through it. But I always had a feeling something big was going on. Ugh, the Grand Elder sighed. Perhaps, we were wrong. No, it can't be. There's no mistaking what the old man prophesied. Rhetoric is the one. Ji Zhirua Xia said with certainty. The Grand Elder didn't say anything. Senior brother Gu, do you still want to hide your strength? Di Jietian stood in the void and looked at Gu Xiuji. The voice said indifferently. Gu Xiuji's face changed. Didn't think so? You saw it coming. As it is, show you what I'm really made of. On Gu Xiuji's body, a strong aura erupted. The strength of the second level of the Sealed King. Many of the Daotian Immortal Palace disciples' eyes widened. His, eldest senior brother, actually hiding his strength? Sealed King realm now. When did you break through? This is too exaggerated. No wonder. Every time we cultivate, eldest senior brother is easily able to instruct us. If we had half of eldest brother's qualifications, we would be stronger than this. It was Xia Zhirua who was startled after seeing Gu Xiuji's strength. It didn't occur to me that this brat actually fooled even me. His master. His rhetoric. I didn't think that it had already reached the Seal King realm. The Grand Elder, with the same shock in his eyes. Seal King too? Not bad. Since you're this strong, I'll utilize the strength of the second level of Seal King. Di Jietian was similarly at the second level of Seal King. Seeing this scene, many people's eyelids jumped. If he hadn't heard correctly, Di Jietian said that he was also using the strength of the second level of the Sealed King. That means he's higher than that. Gu Xiuji's face similarly changed. Avatar. Great space ruling technique. A cold voice rang out. Everyone was startled when they heard Di Jietian shout out. Spatial aptitude. Great spatial ruling technique. This is fake, right? Gu Xiuji's pupils also contracted when he heard it. Then a dangerous more passed over. Avatar. Light of the Supreme. After Gu Xiuji's voice fell, a golden light appeared in his chest. A bone that emanated the runes of heaven and earth lit up. At the same time, a supreme shadow appeared. A golden color impacted against Di Jietian, but the light disappeared halfway through. Gu Xiuji's face changed dramatically. The light of his own supreme being disappeared into thin air. At the same time, the space around them fluctuated. The space simply disappears. Gu Xiuji's figure disappeared. After seeing this scene, many people felt like they were about to forget to breathe. Avatar. Great space ruling technique. I actually saw it. It's happening. The Emperor family's divine son actually has a spatial physique. Time is not out. Space is king. No wonder. The imperial family hid Di Jietian's physique so well. So that's how it is. At this moment, the Grand Elder, as well as the government master, the two of them were also dumbfounded. Space physique? The two men had hard faces. Not good. Di Jietian wants to kill Gu Xiuji. With that thought, the housemaster struck out. A large hand appeared. Gu Xiuji's figure was pulled out of the void. The body was tattered and cloaked. Blood obscured the face, and white bones were exposed to the sunlight through the body. With this miserable appearance, how could there be any of the elegance of the previous Dao Tian Immortal Mansion's Grand Master? Chapter 77, Di Jietian calculates again. Imperial family prepares for the conquest. Seeing Gu Xiuji's miserable appearance, the disciples of the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion fell silent. Before Gu Xiuji made his move, they were filled with anticipation that they would finally be able to boss their big brother's demeanor, especially seeing Gu Xiuji break through the second level of Seal King. Excitement from the heart. As a result, a move. If it wasn't for the housemaster's hand, perhaps Gu Xiuji had fallen under this move. The Grand Elder sighed, regretting the decision he had made. This is a fight of the younger generation, isn't it? And what is the meaning of the housemaster interfering? Di Jietian looked at the prefecture lord and asked with a calm face. Hearing Di Jietian's words, the prefect took a deep breath. For once, rhetoric loses. Oh, lose, then kill. No way, can't kill. The housemaster retorted directly. Ahem. Gu Xiuji coughed, with blood dripping down. Looking at Di Jietian, there was shock in his eyes along with loss. He hadn't thought that Di Jietian's strength would actually be so terrifying, and with one move, he almost perished in space. If he himself couldn't even beat Di Jietian, in the future, how could he seek revenge on the Di family? Master, there's no need to stop me. Hearing Gu Xiuji's words, Xiaojiruo's face changed. Di Jietian, come on, fight again. Hearing this sentence, Di Jietian turned around and left. What do you mean? What do you mean? Can't you see? You can only exert your attacks to this one degree, and just based on your strength, you really suck. If it weren't for the housemaster, do you think you'd still have a chance to stand here and talk to me? Di Jietian left. Looking at Di Jietian's back, Gu Xiuji was silent. The others were silent as they looked at Di Jietian's figure. Ding! The son of Qi, the heart of the Tao is damaged. The value of Qi decreases by 3,000, and the master's villain value increases by 3,000. Hearing the system's beep, Di Jietian didn't care in the slightest. This little bit of villainous value wasn't enough for anything. Wait until Di Jietian had walked away. Gu Xiuji felt his head sink, fainted. Looking at the unconscious Gu Xiuji, the Grand Elder, as well as Xiaojiruo, the two were silent. I didn't think that the gap would actually be this big. Jiji Ruoxia sighed. Alas, spatial physique, great spatial ruling technique, physique plus this one divine ability is too powerful. Furthermore, the last sentence means that this isn't even the strength of Emperor Jietian. It's just that rhetoric is capable of pulling off this one degree of attack. It's too terrifying. I haven't seen such a terrifying young man even after living for hundreds of thousands of years. The Grand Elder sighed. Yes, it's too terrifying. It's just that when I was young, the difference between me and this kind of heavenly pride, Emperor Jietian, was too much. The imperial family. It's still really lucky. Now, our Daotian Immortal Mansion has lost all of its face. Xiaojiruo thought of something, and there was a complexity in her eyes. Many disciples, to see this little one, this little fellow, his reputation in the Daotian Immortal Mansion is really powerful. The Great Elder, after watching the commotion outside, a bitter laugh. The disciples outside, after watching no movement coming out from inside, the face is hard to see. What now? What to do? Find Emperor Jietian and avenge eldest brother. But we're no match for him. Don't worry, we can do this and then this. But then, it won't get in the way. The imperial family is powerful. Don't forget that when all of us are united, it's the imperial family that doesn't dare to move. Hearing this sentence, many people's hearts were drumming inside. However, seeing the miserable state of the eldest senior brother, can't help the anger in his heart. Okay, let's do this. Di Jietian is taking a break. There is nothing to be proud of in injuring the son of luck. Di Jietian, we, the disciples of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Mansion, have set up a ring. I wonder if you dare to challenge. A figure, appearing at the entrance of Emperor Jietian's palace, didn't dare to come in, its body still on its side. Seeing Di Jietian glance at him, his body tensed up. Di Jietian laughed. The plan is on. After looking at Di Jietian's smile, this disciple, in his heart, panicked even more. After watching Di Jietian arrive at the martial arts arena, the matter was also noticed by the great powers of the Daotian Immortal Palace. However, they didn't say much. Di Jietian looked at quite a few of the disciples of the Daotian Immortal Mansion. Di Jietian, dare you accept our challenge? A disciple spoke up. Yeah, you're all in this together. Tian's eyes looked out of the corner of his eye. Many disciples' eyes lit up when they heard this sentence, but the pride of being a celestial pride made them unable to let go of their face. To avenge eldest brother. There were two figures among them that spoke. After hearing this sentence, numerous disciples, with determination in their eyes, Tian stood in the center. Look at these disciples, treading heaven. Tian smiled faintly as his body moved, as if a shadow that covered the sky appeared behind him. With one step, lotus flowers were born in the void. In the sky, 10,000 thunderbolts appeared, every ray of lightning. All of them are as thick as a millstone. The disciple who rushed towards Tian, the face changed dramatically. Thousands of thunderbolts fell. Above the martial arts arena, black ruins appeared, one disciple after another, lying on the ground. His body was tattered. Black smoke was coming out from inside his mouth. His eyes were dull, and his body was trembling every now and then. In particular, there were a few female disciples whose movements were even more exaggerated. Tian, standing in the void. There was no hint of fluctuation in the eyes. Begin, Tian said silently inside his heart. Just as Tian's voice fell, the void suddenly opened and several figures appeared. It slapped at Tian. Tian appeared flustered for a moment. A voice filled with anger suddenly appeared in the Tao Heavenly Immortal Mansion. Don't you dare! But it was already over. A few people from the Saint Realm sneaked in and slapped their palms on top of Tian's chest. Tian's body flew out like a cannonball. The face was pale, breathing was weak, and blood appeared at the corners of the mouth. Unbridled. A grand, supreme voice rang out, and in the voice, it was filled with rage. Immediately afterward, the entire Daotian Immortal Mansion blacked out. A large hand appeared and directly slapped the taking several saints to death. At the same time, he took Tian with him and disappeared. Daotian Immortal Mansion. You guys are good. You're good. This voice disappeared into thin air, and at the same time, the darkness of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Mansion dispersed. The people from the Daotian Immortal Mansion were dumbfounded. It was the disciples who were dumbfounded. Well arranged for the saint to make a move. There were a few disciples among them, roaring loudly and angrily. Ravenous. Damn. Don't inform the family yet. There's big trouble. At this moment, the Grand Elder and the House Master appeared. A closer look also showed panic on his face. What have you done? Just at this time again, an old figure appeared. Looking at Xia Jiruo and the Grand Elder, he asked, Ancestor, me, Grand Elder, what she doesn't understand about right and wrong. Don't you understand? Trouble. The old man's face was ugly. Xia Jiruo, her face also changed. This was the first time he had been spoken to like this when he became the Daotian Immortal Mansion Master. However, one has no way to refute it. The Grand Elder sighed. When the disciples discussed it before, they thought that it was just a small fight and didn't care. It did not occur to me that this kind of change would actually occur. Whichever one of your families struck out. The Grand Elder looked at the disciples. I didn't. We were just discussing going together and then finding a few strong king sealers to pose as disciples and beat up Emperor Ye Duan. The few disciples who had discussed this earlier came out warily. Hearing this sentence, the Grand Elder, his face became even more ugly. At this time, in the middle of the imperial family, kid, what are you scheming about again? The 8 ancestors looked at Tian with a headache, calculating the Daotian Immortal Mansion, and at the same time, breaking his back. Imperial family, prepare for the conquest. Tian, with his hands behind his back, looked at the sky. The tone was cold. Chapter 78. Dare to count on my imperial family's divine son. How dare you? Cut yourself off. A few old ancestors looked at the void outside before looking at Tian's figure. Kid, is there any interest in being the head of the D family? Hearing this sentence, Tian froze for a moment. Not now. Tian didn't hide his ambition in the slightest. The old ancestor smiled. However, old ancestor, why don't you make a trip to the Daotian Immortal Mansion? I'm sure the old ancestor knows how to do that, right? Tian spoke up. Brat, old ancestor, I am the life of a laborer. The 16th ancestor was about to move. I'll go. A voice suddenly rang out. Appeared beside a few people. After seeing this figure, the 8 ancestors, 13 ancestors, and 16 ancestors bowed. Greetings, 6th ancestor. Waking me up was all about this little guy's plan, wasn't it? Greetings, 6th ancestor. Seeing the old man in front of him, Tian bowed. There's nothing wrong with that. For the sake of this little guy's plan. After all, if the plan needs to be accomplished, it's going to require a strong fighting force. There are a few clans that are still good. So they woke up the 6th ancestor. Hachi, don't think I don't know what you're up to? Your formation, which has advanced once more. Is that if I don't come out? You're perfectly capable of sitting on it. But well done. You can hide. It's also a good thing that others don't know that your formation has advanced once again. This time, let me do it. Absolute strength to crush. Save some cats and dogs from thinking about my imperial family. Little fellow, should we directly open the immortal battle and destroy the Tianyang immortal mansion? The sixth ancestor looked at Tianyang and asked. Hearing this sentence, the 8 ancestors as well as the 13th ancestor and the 16th ancestor laughed. These are the 6 ancestors of the imperial family. Emperor kill. A lifetime of killing. Old ancestor. My plan has not yet been completely laid out successfully. That secret realm inside the Tao Heavenly Immortal Mansion has something I need. And the old ancestor is just out of hand. And there are some that can't be killed. The 6th patriarch had doubts in his eyes, digging up bones twice and coming back to life. Tianyang spoke up. Hearing this sentence, the 16th ancestor's pupils contracted. Is it true what you say? The Tao Heavenly Immortal Mansion, by letting me join in, wants me to be used as a stepping stone. That fellow, he has a high reputation in the Tianyang Immortal Mansion. A Tianyang Immortal Mansion we don't care. If back there, those disciples join forces and target our imperial family. It's us, the imperial family. That will be in huge trouble. And that young man is already at the Seal King realm, and his true battle power should be around the 5th level of Seal King. Hearing Tianyang's words, a few people pondered this for a moment. Another person of great fortune. Yeah, so let's plot. Loved ones betrayed. Masters and brothers turned against each other. The chi is taken away and the reputation is destroyed. One step at a time. And let's not just keep our eyes on them. The things inside the secret realm are also of great interest to me. There was a coldness in Tianyang's eyes. Seeing Tianyang's confident mastery of everything appearance, several old ancestors fell silent. They couldn't understand Tianyang anymore. However, Tianyang was the divine son of their D family. 6th ancestor, please. Looking at Tianyang, he bowed. The 6th ancestor stretched out 2 fingers and lightly tapped on Tianyang's head. Tianyang, let it go. The imperial family is your backing. In the future, the imperial family is to be placed in your hands. As long as you feel that any power is blocking you, go straight to war without having to worry about it. Thank you, elder ancestor. I'll go first. The 6th patriarch left. I didn't think that the 6th ancestor's strength had actually broken through once again. The 8 ancestors lamented a sentence. The 13th ancestor and the 16th ancestor's bodies trembled a little, with great surprise. At this moment in the Tao Heavenly Immortal Mansion, an aura that suppressed the 8 wastelands appeared, regardless of whether it was a disciple or an elder. A mouthful of blood was spat out, and they fell to their knees above the ground. The faces of the grand elders, the mansion masters, and the old ancestors in the great hall changed drastically. No good. The imperial family is coming. Which old ancestor is it? A few people panicked. At this moment, it was Xiaojirua who likewise changed her face dramatically. She felt that her disciple, by killing Tianyang, was killing Tianyang, and she was afraid that, behind her, the D family would also send out their underpinnings and go to war with their Tao Heavenly Immortal Mansion. It was impossible for a family to pin their hopes on a single heavenly pride. But why did the imperial family do this? Tianyang Immortal Mansion, come out. A light voice rang out. The Tao Heavenly Immortal Mansion was in the middle of the forbidden area in the back of the mountain. A grave exploded. An old figure appeared in the void. There was horror in his eyes. At this moment, those disciples of the Tianyang Immortal Mansion had pale faces. Regret. Endless regret. They regret why they went out on a limb. Since the old ancestor of the imperial family is here, why don't you show yourself to meet him? I wonder which senior is here. An old figure appeared, gazing into the void. Noisy. A voice came from the void. A large hand appeared from within the clouds. Slap at this old man. This old ancestor's face changed. It's not good. The 3 ancestors are in danger. The other old ancestors of the Tianyang Immortal Mansion exclaimed in shock after seeing this. After reacting, it's over. The bodies of the 3 ancestors directly flew away in ashes. Fear was creeping in. Who did it? The voice came through once more. Senior, this is a misunderstanding. You are the Tianyang Immortal Mansion's mansion master? Yes. Xiaojiru nodded. Not bad guts. Daring to count on my imperial family's divine son. You cut yourself in thanks. Not the slightest fluctuation in tone. As if to say, have you eaten? At this moment, quite a few forces around the Tianyang Immortal Mansion looked over with their gazes. As soon as I came to, I heard the words, inwardly trembling. It was fortunate that the incident had little to do with them. They also wanted to see what the Tianyang Immortal Mansion would do. Also, which family's people all struck out yesterday? I don't want to investigate them one by one in the imperial family. The 6th ancestor's gaze, looking at the disciples. Don't. This thing, I did it. Xiaojirua, with an ugly face, saw when the imperial family started to threaten these disciples. Gigi Ruoz knew that she had made a stupid mistake, taking myself too much for granted, but those few saints, which power they were from, she didn't know. She knew that a heavenly pride like Tianyang would definitely have people trying to kill him. However, it didn't occur to me that the Dao Tian immortal mansion had taken a back seat. Kill. I didn't expect that it was actually you who came. Your D family. Aren't you too overbearing? Once again, a voice came from the void. This heavenly immortal mansion fluctuated. Immediately afterward, the void seemed to collapse. A black hole appears. Afterward, a large tomb was in the void, presenting itself to appear. Cold, silent, a figure that appeared from within. Step out. Look at Emperor Kill, second ancestor Dao Tian. This woman, she's your descendant, right? Since you already know, how dare you push? If you don't do as you're told, it's not me who's coming. The sixth patriarch spoke up. You also don't want your Dao Tian immortal mansion's many years of foundation to be destroyed. Also, do you really think that you're a match for me? Since you're old, get the hell back. The sixth ancestor suddenly chortled coldly. The sky changed color straight away. The void collapsed and a large golden hand appeared. It directly wrapped that large tomb that spanned the void. Chapter 79. Do you think that I would care about your supreme bone? Ridiculous. Reality is even more cruel. How dare you? The second ancestor of Dao Heaven was startled. There was fear in his eyes. In the middle of the tomb, a sword suddenly appeared. Thousands of sword intent bloomed in the void. A golden vortex appeared in the sky above the great tomb, and a sword on appeared. It chopped at that one big hand. The sixth ancestor had indifference in his eyes, as well as mockery. The hand gently clenched, and the great tomb trembled. Bang! A violent sound resounded through the void. The tomb directly exploded. Seeing the sword awnings in the sky, the big hand changed once more. A little bit of the middle index finger. The sword awnings shattered. The second ancestor of Dao Heaven let out a muffled grunt, forced the blood down. Looking at the old ancestor of the D clan, there was fear in his eyes, as well as scorn. Your strength. You actually made another breakthrough? Do you think that anyone is like you? A loser? She cut herself. Don't ask me to say it a third time. The second ancestor was silent. He knew that this offspring of his, who was also wonderfully colorful, was just too confident. It didn't occur to me that this time there was a setback, at the cost of my own life. As for resistance, he himself was no longer a match for the sixth ancestor. The great ancestor was just coming out, and there was no one left in the imperial family? If I kill myself, can I, please, spare these disciples? I made the mistake for my disciples' revenge. Xia Jiruo, her tone softened with pleading. You're not qualified to negotiate with the imperial family. Xia Jiruo let out a bitter laugh. Perhaps one should have listened to the words of the Grand Elder in the first place. It's all too late now. Xia Jiruo, about to make a move. Master, don't. I caused this one thing. You did it for me too. A handsome figure appeared. Lifting his head, he looked at Xia Jiruo with tenderness. Then, he looked at those disciples who had previously fought for him. I'm sorry for dragging you guys down. Hearing Gu Xiuji's words, those disciples, there was a look of intolerance in his eyes. Eldest brother, elder, this one thing was all caused by me. Who are you? Who is qualified to talk here? Who am I? Gu Xiuji laughed out loud. Yeah, I'm just a nobody. Someone you guys don't care about in the slightest. But, your imperial family should know about the supreme bone. Your imperial family stepped in, overthrew my family, and dug up my supreme bone. You guys aren't even going to forget this. Gu Xiuji yelled. Hearing this sentence, many disciples' faces changed. The gaze that looked at the imperial family was tinged with ill will. Xia Jiruo, and the Grand Elder, the two of them looked at each other inside. That's why I asked Master to count on Emperor Ye Duan. I want to take revenge. Right now I'm not as strong as you guys, but I can get a little bit of interest back from your emperor family's godchildren. At this point, the people who are watching this place look at each other. From the looks of it, that's how the emperor family's divine son's heritage adds up. I don't know. It didn't occur to me that the emperor family body would do something like this. After doing this, the heart of invincibility, would there still be any? I don't know. It seems like the divine son of the emperor family hasn't lost before. You forgot. The chaos demon body. Hiss, I almost forgot if you didn't tell me. Emperor killer, it didn't occur to me that your emperor family has also gone back the more you live. You're the one who's sorry for people. The second ancestor of the Dao Heavenly Immortal Mansion spoke. Tianyang, what do you think? The sixth patriarch asked behind him. The void passage opened and a figure appeared. It was none other than Emperor Jian. Supreme bone. Ha, how ridiculous. Di Jietian took out a piece of bone. After seeing the bones that blossomed with a supreme aura, everyone was startled. Many people's faces changed. They hadn't thought that it was really the imperial family that had done it. It didn't occur to me that eldest brother had actually endured so much pain. Divine son of the imperial family, what a cruel heart. When Dream Yunshi, who was residing in her palace, saw this scene, her pupils changed a bit as well. Looking at Gu Xiuji, it didn't occur to me that this person who usually treated people gently and often instructed other senior brothers had actually endured so much. Di Jietian, you admit it. Gu Xiuji spoke up. Gu Xiuji knew that he would probably still fall this time, but after he died, he would also mess up the reputation of the Di family. Senior brother Gu, immortal domain, cultivation realm, a man-eat-man world, where everything is fought for on its own. If you don't fight, you don't have the resources, and if you don't fight, you can't improve your strength. Behind will be beaten. Look at the current immortal domain. How many powerful forces have overthrown others for a treasure? It's all about contention. Be weak and be aware of death. You said that the imperial family dug out your supreme bone. So what? It was my imperial family that did this. You're just going to die and no one else is going to say anything more? Others will only regret the supreme bone in the first place. Why they didn't let them discover it. If they find out, a heavenly pride can appear in their family. Di Jietian finished the sentence. Quite a few people were silent. Just because their own family knows about their own family before, just because they don't say it, doesn't mean they don't do it. Aren't you fighting for it too? Otherwise, why did you become the Daotian Immortal Mansion's senior brother? All people are selfish. Only, from different positions. Throughout the ages, how many strong men have stepped on tired white bones to get up there? Can you say that those who died were innocent? Di Jietian stopped talking. Gu Xiuji clenched his hands and didn't say anything. Quite a few people, paying attention to Di Jietian. Hear some of these words. Accounting to the younger members of one's family. See, this is what young people should be aware of. Don't always think about going out and pretending. However, some old-timers know, reality was even more brutal than what Di Jietian had said. Besides, before the supreme bone, didn't I return it to you? You don't want it for yourself. Hearing this sentence from Di Jietian, many people widened their own eyes. Don't you dare admit it. Oh, what's there to be afraid to admit? The supreme bone grows out for the third time, and you want to fuse the two supreme bones that you dug out in front of you, and this time the supreme bone together again, and turn it into an even more powerful supreme bone. And when that time comes, you fuse it again, and your strength will become even more powerful, and your base even more terrifying. No, not a bad idea, but I do have that in mind. A leak delivered to your door. Don't take it. Do you really think, though, that I need this from you? After Di Jietian finished the sentence, his left hand extended. A spatial force appeared. Many eyes widened. It didn't occur to me that this divine son of the emperor family is actually a spatial physique. Yes, time is not out. Space is king. As long as the emperor family's heir divine son doesn't fall, he will definitely be the immortal domain's supreme being. However, before they could finish their words, their faces suddenly changed. It was the old ancestor of the Di clan who yanked a few of his whiskers down. Looking at Di Jietian, there was shock in his eyes. Only a metaphysical force appeared in Di Jietian's right hand. Chapter 80, The Power of Time and Space. Since you don't like her, kill her. Hiss, it's the power of time. There is no mistaking the power of time. Damn, what kind of luck is this? It's actually the power of time. Time is not out. Space is king. These two kinds of power actually appeared in one person's body. Damn. In the future, the younger generation, is there any way to live? Now I know why the imperial family would say that Di Jietian has the qualifications of an immortal. Yeah, finally, if a heavenly pride like this appears in my family, my old ancestor will definitely have the genealogy torn out and start writing from this heavenly pride's name. Many people had jealousy in their eyes, as if eating a lemon. The people from the Daotian Immortal Mansion were also dumbfounded. Xia Zhiruo widened her own eyes and covered her mouth as she looked at Di Jietian with incredulity in her eyes. The Grand Elder was also dumbfounded. As for the second ancestor of the Daotian Immortal Mansion, he had wanted to struggle, but after seeing the power displayed by Di Jietian, he gave up struggling. This ungrateful daughter, just die. Time, space power, two kinds of power appearing in one person's body. What kind of demon is this? As long as you don't die, you'll definitely become a taboo in the future. At this time, some forbidden places. Open your eyes. I didn't think that the imperial family would be so lucky with space. Time, now to kill him or not. The 6 ancestors of the emperor family have all revived. Do you think we'll have a chance? It's not growing out yet. Let those freaks of ours go out. Right now he just has the power of time. Space, how much he can master is still unknown. Besides, It's not fully grown yet. Yes. After seeing Dijietian's power, the people of the immortal domain had different minds. The sixth ancestor returned to his senses and looked at Dijietian. This brat, won't he give a greeting to the old ancestor? Staring the old man. You. At this moment, Gu Xiuji was silent. Mistress of the house, as I told you before, you mustn't regret it. Now, do you want to see the face of this disciple of yours? There was a teasing look in Dijietian's eyes. Gu Xiuji had a bad feeling, but he didn't know. What was this kind of feeling? A jade stone appeared inside Dijietian's hand. A short while later, an image appeared. The contents were revealed. It was exactly when Dijietian took the supreme bone and returned it to Gu Xiuji. The crowd looked at the image inside. The contents have changed over time. There were quite a few disciples who had seen the image of Dijietian and Gu Xiuji talking and laughing earlier. The two are drinking. It was as if Gu Xiuji in the middle of the picture had drunk too much. There's nothing wrong. I just like Dream Yunxi, but she doesn't care about me. Do you have any whatsoever? See the inside of the screen. Meng Yunxi blushed. She knew that Gu Xiuji had special feelings for herself. The other disciples, seeing this scene, revealed anti-smiles. Immediately afterward, however, brows furrowed together. I can help you. I wonder what you have to offer. Forcing, don't you like her? Forcing her family. That way, she can be your woman straight away. That's not very nice. If she finds out? Hearing this sentence, many people's faces changed. Looking at Gu Xiuji. Really? I don't know. It's too weird. Not like eldest brother's style. Doing so is not. Just kill some random people and then let her know that this thing is my doing. And then you step in and comfort her. No? This is the time of year when a woman's heart is vulnerable. Dijietian said without a care in the world. Why are you helping me? We are enemies. Hater, to put it mildly, you don't make me look good. If I hadn't forced it, the position of your heir would still be unknown. Your heart's desire, I help you fulfill it, and then show you how far apart we are. Dijietian left. Meng Yunxi appeared and looked at Gu Xiuji. Real or fake? Because she knew what kind of person Gu Xiuji was. Dijietian, do you think that just like this, you can fool everyone? Something like this has never happened. Don't spit blood in this place. Many people's brows furrowed as they already imagined the images inside. Alas, others who dig up your bones and are given to admit it to your face are not yet deceived over this little matter. Yeah, this young man, just give him time. He won't become a great man. Many people looked at Gu Xiuji and said, Dijietian, despicable and shameless. If I've done something, I dare to admit it. If I haven't done it, I just haven't done it. So do you like her? Dijietian came to Gu Xiuji's side and looked at Meng Yunxi next to him. Me. Gu Xiuji fell silent as he saw the killing intent within Dijietian's eyes. No, I never liked her. At this moment, Gu Xiuji suddenly figured it out. Dijietian appeared for the first time and hugged Meng Yunxi, and by the looks of it, he should have taken a liking to Meng Yunxi. Before, Meng Yunxi had said that she liked herself, so this was Dijietian's revenge. If he said he liked it, I'm afraid, Dijietian would strike. It can only be done for the sake of Meng Yunxi's life. Yunxi, I'm sorry, you don't like her, but it's redundant for me. Dijietian finished the sentence, hands suddenly outstretched, holding Meng Yunxi's neck. Exertion. Click. Dijietian let go of his hand. Meng Yunxi fell above the ground, eyes wide. There was no more sound. Gu Xiuji widened his own eyes, glancing at Meng Yunxi and then at Dijietian. Did you kill her? Yeah. You don't like her. What's the point of not killing her? It's the only way to prevent you from being mesmerized. Otherwise I'd have one less opponent. Dijietian said without a care in the world. Watching Dream Yunxi die in front of her, Gu Xiuji's body trembled. Ding! Master kills the air hostess. Gained villain value 47,000. Master, killing the female master of Qi. The son of Qi's heavenly destiny value drops by 10,000, and the master gains 10,000 villain value. Dijietian, I'm going to kill you. Gu Xiuji, with an ugly face. The inside of his eyes were bloodshot and veins appeared in the middle of his neck. The appearance of light in the middle of the chest. Static. Dijietian gave Gu Xiuji a handshake. Time stands still. Everything around Gu Xiuji was stilled. A lot of people's eyes popped. Since you're willing to be treated as a waste, I'll fulfill you. After finishing this sentence, Dijietian stretched out his hand and directly penetrated Gu Xiuji's chest. A bone that emanated a supreme aura appeared. There were also runes appearing on it. Dijietian looked at the supreme bone inside his hand and let out a cold smile. Turning back, he looked at the disciples of the Daotian Immortal Mansion. Which one of you did it yesterday? Say it, or else I'll visit the imperial family one by one. Chapter 81 Devil. Ridiculous, what does a devil have to do with me? Emperor Ye Duan? These people, after watching Di Jiantian pull out Gu Xiuji's supreme bone once again, had a look of horror in their eyes. Just heard it was the imperial family that did it. Now Di Jiantian gave their aspect a demonstration. The eldest senior brother they had always believed in had actually turned into a waste again. Why do you use this word again? Xia Jiruo's face changed, but the power of suppression on her body hadn't disappeared. Gu Xiuji collapsed on top of the ground. A pair of eyes looked at Di Jiantian. For the third time, and the third time in public. Once again, one supreme bone is gone. Many people looked at the supreme bone in Di Jiantian's hands with greed in their eyes. How nice it would be if this thing, for me, I'll be able to become the heaven's pride supreme. Di Jiantian turned around and looked at these disciples. Did no one say whose family struck? It looks like you didn't inform your family either. When he thought of this, Di Jiantian's voice carried an icy chill. Di Jiantian, we didn't let the clan make a move. Those few saints, why they appeared, we don't know. Besides, aren't you okay? The few disciples who had discussed this earlier looked at Di Jiantian and explained. After all, it was a few of them who negotiated it. If they were wrongly accused by the imperial family of doing it, the price, they couldn't afford it. Di Jiantian nodded, looking at a few disciples. Old ancestor, can we surmise their family based on their bloodline? The old ancestor nodded, looked at a few people. Then, a light grip of fingers. The northern lands, miles away. Suddenly, a large golden-colored hand appeared from within the ground. A few disciples, their faces shocked. They saw that their clan, completely lifted in the void by large hands. The old ancestor gently shook it. The big hands directly crushed those people to death, dissipated into the void. Enough killing already. At this time, the second ancestor couldn't look up. After all, these disciples were all disciples of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Mansion, and the responsibility of their own Tao Heavenly Immortal Mansion could not be counted on these disciples. Divine Son, our Tao Tian Immortal Mansion apologizes to you. Now that Gu Xiuju has also turned into a waste and is no longer a match for you, and our plan has failed, we will compensate the imperial family, and you've overthrown a few forces, so that anger is out of the way. The second ancestor of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Mansion, seeing Di Jiantian, explained. He hadn't expected the young man to be so murderous. Not enough, far from it. If the younger generation strike, I'm the one to blame for being killed. The younger generations fight. The older generation actually dares to shamelessly intervene. They have to have the consciousness of death. Otherwise, how about I have the old ancestor of the D clan revive and keep an eye on the young disciples of your Tao Tian Immortal Mansion every day? You, now that the chaotic demon body has appeared, these people, in the future, will be the backbone of the immortal domain. Aren't you weakening us and cheapening the demon race by doing this? Second Joe, suddenly a good reason comes to mind. Ha ha, devil, what does devil have to do with me? Don't be shameless, aren't you scornful? Aren't you afraid that they damaged the immortal domain? Aren't there also people now who secretly began to fight under the title of devil and use human essence blood to cultivate? Life is fast and furious, so why should we condemn ourselves to carelessness? I, Di Jiantian, am a selfish person who will do anything for me, for my family. Really thought? I don't know. Gu Xiuji, if he grows up, he must be a heavenly pride as well. These disciples have such a good relationship with him that just a competition actually made a saint take action. If I seek revenge on my D family will also be in trouble. So it's better if I nip this in the bud. Hearing Di Jiantian's words filled with a murderous nature, many people's faces changed. This divine son of the emperor family is a smart man. Yeah, now that the chaos demon body has appeared, how many people, again, care? Fighting with the title of chaotic demon body. Some people, but they have something else in mind. Empyrean Godchild, the words that were said before, that the human heart is the most terrifying thing, are indeed true. Wu clan, expel Wu Yan from the Wu clan today, and there will be no such person in the Wu clan from now on. Just at that moment, a voice rang out. A figure appeared. Greetings, senior, divine son of the imperial family. A young man from the Tao Tian Immortal Mansion's face changed when he heard this sentence. Old ancestor, you can't give up on me. You're big enough to take the heat for what you've caused, the old man said. And then, a large hand appeared, directly slapping this disciple to death. Take out a storage ring. This is our Wu family's reparation gift. Even though the imperial family can't see it, this is what our Wu family can take out. Di Jiantian nodded. No need. From now on, become a vassal of my D family. Hearing this sentence, the Wu clan's oldest ancestor's face was ecstatic. Thank you, divine son. Thank you, divine son. In the future, as long as divine son arranges it, on the mountain of swords and in the sea of fire. In a word, nice. The others, seeing this scene, reacted and looked at the Wu family with envy. If I had known that there was this kind of good thing, the disciples of my own family could have been sent in and slapped to death. Sacrificing a man for a thigh is well worth it. Seniors, see, this is reality. Tianyang looked at the second ancestor and spoke. In no time, one force after another arrived. Shoot the disciples of your own family. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of disciples died. Tianyang just picked 10 clans to become his own clan's appendages. It's just a matter of words. Just shelter. At that time, when there was trouble, it wasn't up to the imperial family to say whether or not to make a move. Besides, Tianyang had other purposes in mind when he recovered these 10 clans. You see, what your disciples run, I can destroy with my hands. You cut yourself. Tianyang looked at Subjugation and said. Subjugation's face changed. Tianyang underestimated you. One day, though, you'll pay for it. On Subjugation's body, a special aura appeared. Not good. She's going to blow herself up. Someone exclaimed. Ugh, isn't it good to kill yourself? What's the point of having to do all this fuss? The sixth patriarch sighed. With a grip of her fingers, Jiru Xia disappeared. The supreme bone of the son of Qi is once again dug up. The value of heavenly fate decreases by 20,000, and the value of the master's villain increases by 20,000. The master of the sons of Qi dies. The heavenly fate value decreases by 10,000, and the master's villainy value increases by 10,000. Destruction of the son of Luck's underpinnings. Destiny value decreases by 30,000. Master's villain value increases by 30,000. Hearing the voice in his head, Tianyang smiled faintly. This time, there was not much left of the heavenly fate value of the son of Qi. After all that, the plan was a small success. By the way, for your secret realm, our divine son is going to make a trip in. The sixth ancestor looked at the second ancestor of the Tianyang immortal mansion and spoke. Hearing this sentence, the second ancestor of the Tianyang immortal mansion's face turned ugly. Looking at the teasing eyes of the sixth ancestor of the imperial family, could be. Tianyang Xianfu was so angry that he turned around and left the second ancestor. At this moment, the Tianyang immortal mansion's grand elder, looking at this scene, sighed and his body hunched over. Great ancestor, your prophecy has harmed the Tianyang immortal mansion. Tianyang looked at Gu Xiuji. TSK, not bad, not dead yet. The secret realm, you can also enter. After all, there are things that will depend on your means. Gu Xiuji, lying on the ground, looked at Tianyang. In his eyes, there was only resentment. Chapter 82. Tianyang's deep layout. Old ancestor shocked. You take care of him for a while, don't let him die. Tianyang pointed at an elder and spoke. This elder of the Dao Heavenly Immortal Mansion nodded and bowed. Inside MMP, can still live as a thing? This elder, however, could only spit inwardly. It's just too scary. How many people died today? As a result, where was the divine son of the imperial family? Still strutting around in the Tianyang immortal mansion. Tianyang and the sixth ancestor left. Tianyang, what else are you going to do? The sixth ancestor looked at Tianyang. Let's have Bazu come over here. Tianyang spoke up. The sixth patriarch nodded. Not long after, the eight ancestors came over and looked at Tianyang. Bazu, take a look at this formation. Tianyang handed over a jade stone. The eight ancestors closed their eyes and probed. It is? There's no mistake. The ancient demon formation, and also the last chaotic demon body, utilized this formation to sacrifice the essence blood of living beings. The two old ancestors' faces changed when they heard this sentence, wondering, what was Tianyang up to again? I picked a few clans, and those few clans, didn't they become subordinate to our clan? Let the imperial family carve formations in their family. Protect them. The eight ancestors woke up. The sixth patriarch carefully felt the location of these families. You boys, by the looks of it, have been planning this for a long time. No wonder. These families, I was going to kill them and you stopped me. The sixth patriarch sighed. I don't want to walk the path of the last chaos demon body. It can only be laid out gradually. Now that our imperial family also has enemies, we can only be careful. This formation, it's after the change, right? The eight ancestors suddenly spoke up. Hearing this sentence, Tianyang looked at the eight ancestors and froze for a moment. After all, it's a modified system. It didn't occur to me that the eight ancestors actually saw some of it. There's no mistaking it. It's modified. This formation can be much more powerful than the previous one. However, this formation, it needs to be studied for a while. It's too profound to do a complete setup. No, it doesn't need to be fully set up. Old ancestor, you only need to set up this corner. Tian retorted when he heard the words of the 8 ancestors. What do you mean? The imperial family as the eye of the formation, radiating out to the surroundings. If the demon body is exposed, the imperial family will be in a quagmire as well. Might as well bet on it. Immortal domain beings, when the time comes, it's the imperial family that knows about the appearance of the demon body that won't be able to do a thing about it, because we hold the lives of the beings of the immortal realm in our hands. When the time comes, I'll see which clan dares to bet. There was a coldness in Tian's tone. If you dare to resist, direct blood sacrifice. The immortal realm, it's my imperial families. Tian carried a powerful killing intent. The 8 ancestors, as well as the 6th ancestor, looked at Tian. One's own pattern is still small. However, they had a feeling that Tian's scheming was more than that. Wouldn't believe that Tian didn't have other plans. This is a big project. It's too hard to do. Even the current imperial family can't do it. I know, ancestor, there's no need to rush. There's still plenty of time. That's fine. I'll study this formation for a bit. Maybe, by then, my formation attainments will advance once more. The 8 ancestors spoke up. The 6th ancestor had shock in his eyes. If you advance again, the commotion will not be small, and the imperial family should be unable to suppress it. Not even the family's great formation. Only if you can get the ones in front of you to show up. It's early. Don't worry. That's right, old ancestor. Find me a few people from the Saint Emperor realm, preferably from another family. What did Tian suddenly think of? No, there is now. The few forces that were overthrown before, there were a few Saint Emperors. I originally kept them to refine into weapon armor. You're using it now, so I'll give it to you. Tian heard the old ancestor's words. No wonder, he was the villain, and no one inside the family was decent. Looking at a few holy emperors, a magic pattern appeared around Tian. A few Saint Emperor realms originally had panic in their eyes. Suddenly, a black mark appeared in their minds. Several figures, looking at Tian, knelt down. Greetings, master. The 6th patriarch showed an interested look. This is the means of the chaotic demon body. Nothing wrong with that. Not bad. In the future, you can keep some strong people for you to control. If you can't, secretly control that stealing saint family first. Then let them steal the mighty corpse. Combined with the strength of our D family, we should be able to refine the Half-Emperor Legion. The 6th ancestor had a thoughtful look in his eyes. It can be done that way, but with the Half-Emperor realm, I can't do it right now. It's also a burden on my spirit. It's still a stretch to control the Saint Emperor realm right now. Tian wore a bitter smile. A half-step great emperor had already undergone a metamorphosis. Not so easy to control. If you don't get it right, you're vulnerable to backlash yourself. It doesn't say now. Catch those guys and you can keep them in the dark. However, the stealing saint family, there are a few old guys who are a bit troublesome. Rokuza shook his head sadly. Old ancestor, what do you say to controlling the incoming of those clans and growing up to be of use to me? Tian spoke up. Hiss, you're going further than digging up people's graves, but I like it. But the ones that are controlled have to be those with good qualifications as well. Too bad it doesn't work. The 6th patriarch spoke up. Tian had this idea before. However, the front has been laid out. Now Tian's mind was active. Alright, if there's anything back there, discuss it with us. However, those few forbidden places should have their own family's heavenly pride out. You should be careful. Those freaks, they're quite powerful. There are many more, sealed from ancient times to the present. The 6th ancestor's face was also heavy as he said this sentence. Your cards are now exposed. Yes, my bottom card is exposed, but I'm also in the clear. And the Chaos Demon body doesn't have one. Chaos Demon body, being transformed into chaos, can master the power of everything. Tian said word for word. Are you telling the truth? Yeah. Tian spoke up. After all, one's chaotic demon body had been strengthened by the system. It was much more powerful than the Chaos Demon body back then. Well, you boys don't have to give us a lecture. You just know. Next, we're going to lay it out. 2. However, the Tao Heavenly Immortal Mansion shouldn't be moving. Let it go. Watching the 8 groups and also the 6th ancestor leave, Tian looked into the distance. The immortal region. It's just too calm. Like this. I don't like it. Tian smiled faintly as his body disappeared. In the middle of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Mansion, the Grand Elder looked at the 2nd ancestor. Tao Tian Immortal Mansion. You're in charge for now. Didn't think of that. Alas. The 2nd ancestor sighed. Yeah, no one expected that young man to not follow the rules. Now that we, Tao Tian Immortal Mansion, don't have any younger generation disciples to hold down the field. Should we? No. Isn't there another one? Old ancestor means Emperor Ye Tian. There's nothing wrong with that, no matter how you say it. Entering the secret realm is a representation of the Dao Tian immortal mansion. For the sake of unnecessary trouble, those few heavenly pride, don't revive. Don't get to the point where what happened today repeats itself once again. When he said this, the Dao Tian immortal mansion's old ancestor, too, carried scorn. Chapter 83, Gu Xiuji's aspirations. Rhetoric, take this medicine. At this time, Gu Xiuji had two women by his side. One was Feng Chu, and the other was Ji Rui. Looking at Gu Xiuji, there was heartache in his eyes. Looking at Gu Xiuji, who was lying on the bed without moving, the eyes of the two people were swollen from crying. However, Gu Xiuji still closed his eyes and did not open them. Not long after, Gu Xiuji snapped his eyes open. At the chest, a glow emanated. The two men blushed. Looking at Gu Xiuji, there was delight in his eyes. Rhetoric you. There's nothing wrong with me, and this time, it's thanks to Emperor Jin Tian. If it weren't for him, my supreme bone wouldn't have undergone another metamorphosis. Why is there still a metamorphosis? Because I have mastered the will of life and death. No one can kill me as long as I don't want to die, but I'm still a loser now. A punk who lost his supreme bone. The two women nodded. There was a huge surprise in his eyes. Look at the bones in the middle of your chest that emanate the meaning of life and death. Gu Xiuji had excitement in his eyes. After all, this time the intent of life and death was integrated into one's bloodline. At that time, one could metamorphose out of physique once again. At that time, the supreme bone, coupled with the same body that had mastered the realm of life and death intent. It was Emperor Jin Tian who couldn't do anything about himself. The son of Qi breaks down and then rises up. The life and death sacred body is initially nurtured, and the Qi value is increased by 10,000. Di Jietian was in the middle of his great hall, hearing the message in his head, unmoved. Laugh, time is running out. Di Jietian leisurely sipped his tea, eyes distant. After many days, the Dao Heavenly Immortal Mansion, once again, was bustling with activity. What did it have to do with them if the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion was disgraced? Besides, this was what the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion had promised them before, allowing them to enter the secret realm. Many of the people who came, curiously looked at the noble gentleman on top of the high platform. There was scorn in his eyes. After all, they had heard about the things that Di Jietian had done in the past few days. Being of the younger generation surely has its own arrogance. However, right now, Di Jietian was the only one who had the limelight overpowering all of the younger generation. They are naturally resigned. Grand Elder Chu Shao appeared. Looking at the pale and shaky Gu Xiuji, he sighed with a complicated face. He didn't know. What did Di Jietian let him in for? Probably wanted to torture him. Gu Xiuji, to all the gazes, turned a blind eye to the fact that he, right now, was a waste. Only, looking closely, one could see that the eyes, among them, carried a divine light. The secret realm opens, and there will be all sorts of dangers and opportunities inside. I'm sure you've given your family an understanding. Previously, it was a sealed place, sealed by the great ancestor of the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion. There are races in there that are full of cruelty. The Dao Heavenly Immortal Mansion discussed this with those races. And this is the fight of your younger generation. While you have gained your chance, yes, hunt more of the heavenly pride inside. The old ancestor promised them before. Every time they compete, if they get a win, they can come out. If we win, they're going to stay in it. It's full of people who hate the immortal region. So be careful. After the Grand Elder finished this sentence, a compass appeared inside his hand. A huge portal appeared. Di Jietian watched the portal appear and inadvertently glanced at Gu Xiuji. Others didn't know, but the Emperor family's ancestor did. When the old ancestor of the Dao Heavenly Immortal Mansion first sealed the races inside, it was to make them hand over one thing, or they wouldn't be let go. As for what it was, Di Jietian didn't know. The Emperor family's ancestor didn't know either. Only that he had deduced the same thing through some clues and was not yet sure. The previous Dao Heavenly ancestor did not want them to resist too much. The Dao Tian Immortal Mansion and inside made some plans. So the people of the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion are not good people either. Di Jietian watched as one silhouette after another went in. Don't die. The opportunity is given to you. I hope you cherish it. Di Jietian looked at Gu Xiuji and spoke. Gu Xiuji's face was ugly. Could it be that this Di Jietian had discovered something? Shaking his head again at the thought, perhaps he was wondering how he had survived. I'm afraid this also has the meaning of the imperial family's old man. After all, coming back from the dead twice on your own is fraught with strangeness. It's a wonder they don't wonder. Giving me a chance was your biggest mistake. Gu Xiuji had already figured out how to get out of it in there. Seeing one figure after another go in, Gu Xiuji looked at these two women beside himself. There was a touch in his eyes. Yesterday he persuaded them both to leave himself. After all, the current Emperor Ye Duan was staring at himself. Follow yourself and both will be in danger. It didn't occur to me that two people would not leave him alone. What's the point of living if we leave you? Hearing this sentence, Gu Xiaozhi was touched for the rest of the night. What virtue or ability did he, Gu Xiaozhi, have to allow two women to be treated like this? While excited, Gu Xiaozhi made a decision. It's about escaping with the help of the secret world, or living in it. Only when he was strong and had capital could he continue to fight against Di Jietian. There was nothing wrong with what Di Jietian said. The current self was indeed not qualified to be his opponent. He had painstakingly managed his own underpinnings for so long, and as a result, Emperor Ye Duan had only easily struck, his accumulated underpinnings disappearing, and his loving master also being left in a different place. One's greatest backer, the Dao Heavenly Immortal Mansion, was forced to lower its head by the imperial family as well. Gu Xiaozhi's heart was dripping blood. Luckily, one has a do-over. As he thought of this, Gu Xiaozhi glanced at the outside world, looked at the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion the same way, glanced at the disciples. Those disciples, after looking at Gu Xiaozhi's gaze, dodged. After all, those celestial pride who had befriended Gu Xiaozhi before now had no souls left. They don't want to die. The great life hasn't been enjoyed yet. Once inside, you two follow me. Gu Xiaozhi spoke to Feng Chuchu as well as Ji Rui. The two nodded. After seeing Di Jietian go in, Gu Xiaozhi also stepped in. He could sort of see that Di Jietian was a proud person and likewise a dark person. He didn't care about what the young celestial pride thought of as his despicable tactics. He only cares about himself, the one who is the only one. When faced with this kind of person, Gu Xiaozhi had to be extremely careful. After Di Jietian came in, a frown creased his brow. The aura here was actually a bit denser than that of the outside world. If that's the case, the strength of these heavenly prides inside should also be a bit stronger than the outside world. No wonder, the Dao Heavenly Immortal Mansion, this time, invited so many heavenly prides from the outside world over. That's a good calculation. Di Jietian lamented a sentence. However, the celestial pride here should be able to utilize the demonic seed control to kill the celestial pride of the immortal domain. In that case, in order to prevent any changes, the Dao Heavenly Immortal Mansion can only send out its reserves, and the freaks should appear, take control of it, and when you inherit the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion later, you should become a powerful slave. Chapter 84, you'll feel that digging up bones is a mercy for you. Di Jietian had already thought of the back plan. Di Jietian hid in the void, secretly following the son of Qi. After all, the chances are all for the sons of fortune. The pride of the heavens that came in also found out. The aura in here is stronger than the outside world. You are the heavenly pride from the outside world? Just as these people were surveying the surroundings, a voice rang out. Quite a few people looked over. A blush. What appeared was that there were special runes on the face and no aura on the body. However, a fierce aura had come over his body. Di Jietian was in the void and came to be interested when he saw this young celestial pride. I didn't expect that it was actually a clan member of the Titan clan. It looks like the old ancestor of the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion had sealed quite a few races back then. The Titan clan, in the immortal domain, was also a powerful race. I thought it had disappeared before, but I didn't think that it had appeared in this place. Who are you? I sense familiarity in you are. You're supposed to be from the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion. The heavenly pride of this race looked at Gu Xiaozhi and his face became ugly. Gu Xiaozhi didn't care. This young heavenly pride, although powerful, however, compared to his strength, it was still a little bit worse. And, with the breakthrough, his strength has increased once again. After Di Jietian saw it, a light appeared in his eyes, only to see that heavenly pride of the Titan clan, in the sea of consciousness, suddenly change. There's no reaction yet. A topsy-turvy figure appeared in his mind. Di Jietian transmitted his plan into this fellow's mind. At that time, Di Jietian suddenly thought that chance could force it to appear, and in case time went by, there might be some kind of change. So, he's going to throw the plan completely out of whack. Thinking about it, this titanic pride, several figures suddenly appeared behind them. Each one of them was at the Saint Emperor realm. On his body, a powerful aura erupted out. Holy Emperor, Holy Emperor. Not good. These natives, they wouldn't want to break the rules. Kill them. This heavenly pride of the Titan clan spoke. The faces of these incoming celestial pride changed. However, where were they able to resist when someone from the Saint Emperor realm struck out? In the blink of an eye, a body lay down. Di Jietian secretly made a move to collect the origin of these heavenly prides. There are other roles in the back. All the other heavenly pride died, and only Gu Xiaozhi survived. Gu Xiaozhi's face changed. Why don't you make a move? No need. The Dao Tian Immortal Mansion is our partner. The pride of the Titan clan left with his people. Watching this heavenly pride, he left with a few Saint Emperors. Gu Xiuji had a bad feeling. He felt it was a trap. Not good. Let's leave quickly. I suspect this is a trap. A trap against the Daotian immortal mansion. Gu Xiuji's face stared down. At this time in the middle of the outside world, many forces came to the Daotian immortal mansion. After all, the pride of one's own family, participating in the secret realm. What if someone tries to rob it if they get something good? Immediately afterward, the face changed. Take out one thing from among the rings. Not good. My family's heavenly pride's nameplate is shattered. Mine broke at home, too. How is this possible? Why did it shatter just as it went in? The Daotian Immortal Mansion's Grand Elder's face changed when he heard this sentence. He hadn't expected it to be this bad in there either. Murphy, something else has changed. Within the secret realm, Dijiantian followed the Titan clan's heavenly pride. Master, in front of us is the Black Crow clan. This race, the most powerful powerhouse, is only at the Saint Emperor realm. Dijiantian nodded. The Daotian Immortal Mansion was using him. And why wouldn't he be using the Daotian Immortal Mansion? The immortal realm wasn't chaotic enough, so they had to stir up the storm themselves. Who are you and what are you doing here in my Black Crow clan? A man with black feathers and sharp eyes came over, looking at Dijiantian. Go on. After Dijiantian spoke, the few Saint Emperors behind him directly blockaded the Black Crow clan. I don't know which clan the gentleman is from. They're all clans that live in the secret realm and raise their heads. Kill it. Dijiantian didn't even look at this Saint Emperor powerhouse. A few Saint Emperors made a move, and the Black Crow clan's old ancestor was no match at all. A few of you send a message to the outside world. Let's just say that there's a Saint Emperor powerhouse out there. You also send a message to the Titan clan, and tell the Titan clan to unite the forces within, and say that the Dao Heavenly Immortal Mansion has gone back on its word. You take a few Saint Emperors and destroy a few clans along the way. Yes, Master. Several figures appeared behind Dijiantian. Then, a sound transmitting spell transmitted out. Just as they teleported out, their bodies exploded and turned into smoke. The plan has begun. Don't let me down. Son of Qi. The great war begins. And if you can't even find the chance inside, you'll feel that digging up the bones is a mercy for you. Dijiantian's eyes looked in one direction. At this time, among the outside world, it was still unknown what had happened. Immediately afterward, a few old men, their faces changed. An object appeared inside his hand. Grandpa, save me. There's a Saint Emperor striking inside. The old man's face changed drastically after hearing this. Several others received the transmission one after another. Again, he couldn't help but blush. Grand Elder, I wonder if I can us an explanation. Yes, I wonder if the Great Elder, can you say what this means? Boom. Just as these people were blushing hard in questioning, the void opened and a huge warship appeared. The runes are entwined above. A man in fiery red battle armor appeared. Honor the divine sun's will and kill. Kill. Kill, kill. The armor hissed as the air united together. A black dragon appeared, stirring up the clouds and winds. The imperial family has come out. Hiss. It looks like there's really been a change of heart. And the Emperor Godson has summoned all of the Emperor family's armors over. The Grand Elder. His face changed. Those who dare to stand in the way. Kill. The red battle-armored soldier glanced at the Daotian Immortal Mansion. Not good. Quickly send a message to the family to take revenge. One reacted by sending a message to the family. The Grand Elder's face went white with anger. The secret realm served as one of the underpinnings of the Daotian Immortal Mansion. He doesn't believe that there's been some major turn of events in there that he doesn't know about. Dijiantian, it's you again. The Grand Elder, with killing intent emanating from his eyes, felt that this matter should have been made by Dijiantian. However, the secret realm was created by the old ancestor in the first place, and he didn't know what was inside? Rumble. Dao Heavenly Immortal Mansion. In all directions, the void kept opening up. Some rode on huge demonic beasts, and some rode on warships. Only the one who came had excitement in his eyes. After all, the things inside the secret realm of the Dao Heavenly Immortal Mansion were something they had been craving for a long time. Grand Elder, we want to avenge the people of our family. Please don't stop us. One force after another went in. Quickly, don't be robbed of the chance inside. No, maybe there are devils inside. We're here to catch the devils. Chapter 85, Consecutive Layouts. Plotting the Dao Heavenly Immortal Mansion. Devil appears. How dare you? The Daotian Immortal Mansion is also a place where you can act recklessly. A cold, grandiose voice rang out. The entire Dao Heavenly Immortal Mansion was shaken. Many people's faces changed. An old man appeared, suspended in the void. A chaotic aura filled the air around him. Staring at these people, there was mischief in his eyes. If it's a war, that's fine too. I, the Imperial family, will accompany you. The red-armored general spoke up. Yes, Your Daotian immortal mansion is doing something unorthodox. We didn't care about it before, and by the looks of it, maybe, your Daotian immortal mansion is having some kind of nasty business with the inside, with the Saint Emperor powerhouses all taking action. You guys, well, we'd like to see what's going on in there. The Daotian immortal mansion's Grand Elder indifferently opened his mouth. A void channel appeared. After the many forces went in, just came in and blushed. It was the Grand Elder's face that turned ugly. Blood aura filled the sky. The ground has been stained red. The demonic aura is rampant. At this moment, everyone's face changed. Good Daotian immortal mansion. Let's see how you guys can explain this time. The Daotian immortal mansion's Grand Elder also panicked. Devil actually came in. This is a big deal. Space ruling. Just at this time again, a voice rang out. The crowd looked over. A figure appeared in the void, and it was none other than Dijietian's. At this moment, Dijietian was breathing heavily. The clothes on his body, too, had some tatters. Dijietian, fight again. A cold, bloodthirsty voice rang out. Staring at Dijietian, there was killing intent in his eyes. Avatar, treading heaven. Dijietian was acting as if no one else was around at this point, exchanging blows with the opposite shadow. Sure enough, it's the demon race. Quick, kill this guy. Oh, I didn't think that you guys would come so quickly. What a pity. This one figure. Seeing the crowd that came, the voice teased. Even you losers want to catch me. Dijietian, I will come back for you again. Remember the hatred between us. The void opens. When the Grand Elder saw this scene, the aura around him rose abruptly. Reaching out his own hand, he shook it at the figure that was trying to escape. The void was directly blocked, but there was only the disdain of the figure as it was leaving. At this time, many people reacted and looked at the bodies below. The origin has been tapped. What the hell happened? The Grand Elder saw Dijietian and questioned. Are you questioning me? Dijietian's face was ugly, and there was even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Looking at the Grand Elder, his eyes locked. This is your chance to be really, really good. Grand Elder, I hope that this chaotic demonic body really isn't that person. Otherwise, your Daotian immortal mansion is waiting for its reputation to be destroyed. Kill for me. No matter how powerful the forces inside, push across. Dijietian's eyes carried anger in them. Looking at this secret place, there was only indifference to life in his eyes. The Grand Elder was questioned by Dijietian. But, what did that sentence that Dijietian said mean? The Grand Elder looked towards Dijietian. But Dijietian, with the family's military armor, walked towards the inside. As for why Dijietian did this, certainly has its own plans. Isn't the sixth patriarch already here? All of this scheming was that Dijietian wanted to send some of the people in this secret realm out, utilizing magic seed control. Create a scene where the devil begins to slaughter. As for those who go out, some will be found. Got away with it 100 years ago. As to why it got away, need to question the heavenly house of immortals. Anyway, today's Emperor Ye, who had been killing the people in here, wasn't likely to let them go out. This was all the machinations of the Daotian immortal mansion. What did it have to do with himself? As long as the Daotian immortal mansion is messy enough, one could then have the 8 ancestors set up formations. Only, they were unremarkable, but united with each other. It was a corner of the blood sacrifice of living beings formation in the chaos demon body. By utilizing the Daotian immortal mansion, a fake formation I could be set up. The back is exposed, and when the time comes, the Daotian immortal mansion is the eye of the formation. The imperial family was also affected, as was the rest of the immortal region. This one thing would have nothing to do with the imperial family. The other one is the chances of being inside. When chance does not appear, he is forced to appear. As for how this secret realm was formed, Dijietian didn't know and didn't want to know. But this secret realm, Emperor Jiantian observed, it should have been created by the Daotian immortal mansion using that one item. When the secret world is destroyed, things don't just come out. As for waiting for the son of Qi to obtain it, it had been too long, and Dijietian didn't have the heart to keep staring at this son of Qi. There was also another plot to make the son of Qi become a chaotic demon body. At that time, the Daotian immortal mansion could no longer be explained. Even if there was nothing going on behind the Daotian immortal mansion, the exposure of the formation, and today's events combine, the Daotian immortal mansion will then become a pawn. Daring to scheme against him, Emperor Jietian, really thinking that Emperor Jietian had no way out? These people who came in, although they didn't speak, however, their gazes changed slightly when they saw the Dao Heavenly Immortal Mansion. They weren't the imperial family, and they weren't the least bit afraid of the Daotian Immortal Mansion. However, the imperial family killed and snatched opportunities along the way. They are not far behind. Your Daotian Immortal Mansion. You really are not honest. The The forces inside the secret realm were not even a match for these forces in the outside world. All the way across, blood poured into the earth. At this moment, the secret realm had turned red. How's it going? Sixth ancestor? Tianyang secretly inquired about the sixth ancestor. 20 Saint Emperor powerhouses have been captured. Almost. Let the formation start. As Tianyang finished the sentence, the sixth patriarch nodded. Beneath the ground, a stream of blood pooled. Buzz off. Many of those who were standing felt their bodies tremble. A blush. They watched carefully. Why is all this blood pooling together? I wonder. This formation. Why? Not good. This formation. It absorbs the blood of living beings. The demons. That demon has indeed set up means in this place. System. Strengthen the formation. I want none of them to break it. Tianyang gave a command to the system. Yes, master. A mysterious breath appeared. And no one saw it. A breath appeared in the ground. Regicide. In the void, the blood coalesced into a single word. Suddenly, a projection appeared. It was the same figure that had left earlier. It worked. Broken. This figure, with both hands forming a seal. A special seal appeared. Immediately afterward, a pillar of demonic chi light ran through the entire secret realm. Don't you dare. The Grand Elder's face was ugly. This guy actually wants to destroy the secret realm. Tianyang was oblivious to all of this. Tianyang was waiting for that one figure to appear. The current means to stop the Grand Elder was still more than enough. I didn't expect that the chaotic demon body would actually appear once again. An old voice appeared. Immediately afterward, an old man wearing a white robe with a rosy face and pale hair appeared. The eyes were as if they were an ordinary person. And it was obvious that this old man had reached the realm of returning to the basics. Chapter 86. Isn't the inheritor of the chaotic demon body dead? The Son of God is actually doing this for our own good. The Grand Elder. After seeing this figure, there was ecstasy on his face. Greetings, great ancestor. The Dao Tian Immortal Mansion is not a place where you can act recklessly. We, the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion, can take care of it, so we don't need you. The Dao Heavenly Immortal Mansion's great ancestor's voice was flat. Many people looked at this one old man with scorn in their eyes. This old man really should not be underestimated. Sixth ancestor, are you his opponent? Tianyang asked. Not now, but soon. When Tianyang heard this sentence, his eyes held incredulity in them. He hadn't thought that the sixth ancestor was already so powerful. However, why didn't this old fellow notice me? It's just a doppelganger. It shouldn't have not detected it at all. The sixth patriarch was puzzled. This old man, he should be able to spot him. Not now. Tianyang didn't say anything. When he came here himself, he prevented accidents and had the system shield the sixth ancestor. It was impossible for someone even more powerful than the old man. 2. For example, discover the sixth ancestor's trail. Leave. The old man waved his big hand. All the people who came in, a void channel appeared behind them, and before they could react, their bodies involuntarily entered the void channel and left. Tianyang could have done it completely without leaving, but after thinking about it, in this way, it was a blessing. It looked like one's plans were going to change, but it didn't matter. There were still pieces left to move. The next layout, instead, is simple. Rather, I'd like to thank this old man. Now that the demons were inside, the old man was just a means left behind by the main body. Letting these people go makes it seem like there are some thieves out there. After Tianyang came out, he was thinking about the things behind him. Immediately afterward, Tianyang's face changed. A grand and cold voice was delivered. At the same time, the void opened and a projection appeared. What a projection of the old man. Today, my Dao Heavenly Immortal Mansion was lax in its scrutiny and allowed the demon race to blend in, so I can't absolve myself of the blame. Today, killing an inheritor of the chaotic demon body proves the innocence of my Dao Tian Immortal Mansion. At the same time, the images inside the secret realm played out. The inside of Tianyang's heart rose and fell for a moment. It didn't occur to me that the old man would come to this. Think about it. Tianyang's mind moved. It was only the silhouette inside that manipulated the formation, but it was absorbing the blood of the living beings inside. The aura skyrocketed all the way. Demons, die. The old man finished the sentence. Something suddenly appeared inside his hand. Seeing this thing, Tianyang's face changed. The system's beep had sounded. Master, found Tong Tian Jianmu, Tonto Kenwood. Seeing this item, there was greed in Tianyang's eyes. I didn't think that this son of Qi was so opportunistic. With the nourishment of this thing, the strength of the sons of Qi would grow very rapidly. At the same time, Tianyang was curious that this old man didn't use this item for himself and left it for others. Master, the system probed that the real body of this old man has been killed outside the domain, only that others should not know about it. This old man was directly annihilated by the combination of another race's superpower as well as your old ancestor. Hearing the system's voice, Di Jiantian's heart fluctuated. As time passed, Di Jiantian watched as it was almost time. The crowd watched after the old man killed the inheritor of the chaotic demon body. Many people breathed a sigh of relief. The projection disappeared. Only, as it was about to disappear, a shadow appeared. Very faint. An evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The old man killed the chaotic demon body's inheritor at this time, and while he breathed a sigh of relief, he also revealed a relaxed smile. Within Di Jietian's eyes, the light disappeared. A gentle smile appeared. Many people felt their scalps tingle after seeing the smile of a faint shadow, and the smile of the old man. They felt like they had guessed something, but they didn't dare say anything. After all, it was too scary. The faces of the people from the imperial family were also ugly. The Grand Elder's eyes held doubt in them. The old ancestor hadn't killed the chaotic demon body inheritor. These people, looking at why the Daotian immortal mansion was still hostile and wary, could it be that it was the old ancestor who kicked these people out? Thinking that the secret realm had been destroyed, the old man brought his heartache with him. I guess the next step would be the compensation from the Daotian immortal mansion. After all, the cause of his own Dao heavenly immortal mansion had caused so many young celestials to fall. Di Jietian looked at the Grand Elder's speculation and didn't say anything. It didn't occur to me that the aura was still good for the last bit. Nice work, system. Thank you, master, for the compliment. After all, in the end, with the intervention of the system, others could see that only the strongest of the Daotian immortal mansions could not. Meanwhile, others will speculate. This could be a conspiracy set up by the Daotian immortal mansion. Chaos the devil body is in the Daotian immortal mansion, and then utilizes this secret realm, killing the young generation's pride, especially at the end. Who wouldn't be panicked by the smile of the Daotian old ancestor, and the smile of the chaotic demon body void, the two of them looking at each other? Only, they don't have the evidence now. The Daotian immortal mansion, however, would also be targeted. The move, once again, falls. The next step was to see if the son of Qi could obtain that Tong Tianjian Mu. Go back. The Daotian immortal mansion. There is no longer a need for it to be in this place. After seeing Di Jiantian leave, these forces also left. They had all seen that gaze. There was no way the imperial family hadn't seen it. Divine Son, please remain. It was far enough away from the Daotian immortal mansion. Some of the forces greeted Di Jietian. Di Jietian turned his head with doubt in his eyes. Divine Son, I'm sure you've seen that last flash past the vapors, haven't you? I wonder what the Son of God has to say about it? The inheritor of the chaotic demon body, isn't he already dead? What's the point of speculating so much? The young generation's pride died quite a few times this time, and the chaotic demon body inheritor died as well, so their payment was worth it. I don't know if you all have anything else to say. If not, Jedi Sky will go back to recuperate. After seeing Di Jietian leave, these forces, their faces were heavy. What do you think? Son of God, didn't you already give us the answer? The younger generation fell? A good death. Just now, that one made a move, as you all saw. And the Emperor Godson meant for us to understand that the inheritor of the chaotic demon body is dead. It's just that it's not dead. It's dead, or we're in danger. Hiss, it didn't occur to me that the Divine Son was actually doing it for our good. However, the Divine Son's face was ugly just now, so I'm sure that old man's power scares even the imperial family. Forget it, the inheritor of the chaotic demon body is dead. One of them spoke before bowing to Di Jietian's departing figure. If the Daotian immortal mansion made a move against them, their forces would definitely not be able to withstand it. Daotian immortal mansion. Daotian appearance is more like it. Just wait. The others left after glancing at the Daotian immortal mansion. At this time within the secret realm, after the great ancestor of the Dao heavenly immortal mansion destroyed the successor of the chaotic demon body, his figure drifted away a bit. There was a complexity in his eyes. Come on out, little one. Chapter 87 Obtaining the Inheritance. Happiness comes too suddenly. Terror of the son of Qi Fortune. Old Daotian looked in the other direction. Greetings, elder. Gu Xiuji looked at old man Daotian and bowed. Greetings, elder ancestor. Feng Chuchu and also Ji Rui. The two of them similarly bowed. There you are, little one. Gu Xiuji froze when he heard this sentence. Little one, I know you. I was the one who pulled you back when you died earlier. Hearing this sentence, Gu Xiuji's face changed. The one who struck out in the first place was the 16th ancestor of the imperial family. Didn't realize that an old guy dug up your bones twice. Later, I secretly stepped in and preserved your divine soul. Then, the life and death intent that I have mastered was passed on to you. Gu Xiuji heard the old man's words. Kneeling down, he gave the old man 3 kowtows. Senior, there is no way to repay the favor of saving one's life. If there is anything that Senior wants Senior to do, you can open your mouth. Little one, wasn't wrong about you? The old man has fallen. Hearing this sentence, Gu Xiuji froze for a moment. I wonder what Senior means. The old man wants to take you as a disciple. Hearing this sentence, Gu Xiuji froze for a moment. Then, without hesitation, he kowtowed 3 times to the old man. Greetings, master. Fine, not bad. Your name is Gu Xiuji. From now on, you will be the only disciple of the old man. However, the imperial family shares a hatred with you, and likewise with the old man. Could it be, master, your fall? Hush, unspeakable. When you reach that level, you can't talk freely, or you'll be easily discovered. It's still something I left behind to split up before. But, after the passage of time, there's not much time left. This is the technique I cultivate. The Tao Heavenly Sacred Method. I hope you practice well. This is a divine wood, or the old man obtained it in the middle of the extra-dimensional starry sky. Only, the old man hides it. You can have this thing too. Remember, plan ahead. After my fall, the Daotian Immortal Mansion lost a large portion of its heritage. In the future, the Daotian Immortal Mansion will have to rely on you. Now you accept the inheritance first. Old Daotian ancestor finished this sentence. A spell was pointed out in Gu Xiuji's mind. Gu Xiuji closed his eyes, his chest radiating a surfeit of white light. At the same time, the blood in the old man's body boiled up. Let the old man wish you one last good luck. The supreme bone, plus the life and death Dao body. Old Daotian ancestor also carried excitement when he said this sentence. After seeing Gu Xiuji begin to obtain the inheritance, old man Daotian nodded. Then, looking towards Feng Chuchu and Ji Rui, you too, you're this little guy's women, aren't you? Old man Daotian looked at it. Just know that the 2 women previously, the 2 women, with their heads lowered with embarrassment, looked at Gu Xiuji with infatuation and intoxication. Old man Daotian laughed a little. This brat, good luck. I likewise have 2 legacies that have been around for more than 100,000 years. And before that, there has been no suitable person. But now it's just right to give it to you guys. And by the looks of it, heaven's destiny is already predestined. Elder, the inheritance should still be given to Brother Rhetoric. After all, this technique, if Gu Xiuji cultivates it, it will change. You guys don't want to be without your happy life in the future. The 2 women, blushing. It didn't occur to me that the old man in front of me was so unashamed, and poking fun at the little girl. These 2 female dolls have good qualifications. They can become Rhetoric's wise assistants in the future. Worthy of being a person of great fortune. Old Daotian ancestor fell into reminiscence. When he first saw the 16th ancestor of the D family make a move, he didn't care. After all, at that time, he was fighting a powerful person from outside the domain. It didn't occur to me that, in the end, there were even more powerful people. Old man Daotian had never seen someone so powerful before. At the critical moment, use the Tongtian Jianmu to protect a sliver of your soul. Just a hint, too. In order not to attract attention, old man Daotian abandoned his true body. With a hint of his soul, he entered Gu Xiuji's body. Originally, he thought that he could escape with Gu Xiuji. It didn't occur to me that the 16th ancestor of the imperial family, this old 6th, it's really vicious. The small world around him was directly crushed. Billions of miles of emptiness, directly annihilated. In the end, a sliver of the soul fell away. Thinking of this, old man Daotian was a belly full of anger. However, this one alter ego of his own was nearing the end of his mission. See Gu Xiuji, little one, from now on, I'll be relying on you. Old Daotian ancestor's silhouette was getting fainter and fainter. It's turned a completely transparent color. Gu Xiuji opened his own eyes. On one knee. Greetings, master. At the same time, behind Gu Xiuji, a huge shadow appeared, and that shadow looked just like Gu Xiuji. Again on one knee. After the Tao Heavenly Ancestor saw it, there was relief in his eyes. After seeing the Daotian Old Ancestor's silhouette disappear into thin air, Gu Xiuji stood up. There was no expression on his face, staring blankly into the void. Then take a deep breath. Master, don't worry. The Tao Heavenly Immortal Mansion, in the future, will definitely resonate throughout the heavens and the worlds, and there won't be a single person that dares to bully the people of my Tao Heavenly Immortal Mansion. I, Gu Xiuji, swear. Brother Rhetoric. 2 pleasant voices rang out. Gu Xiuji heard the voice and retrieved his mind. Turning his head, he looked at the 2 men. Seeing that the 2 were much stronger than before, Gu Xiuji nodded in satisfaction. Both are still well qualified. It looked like Master also wanted the 2 to become his wise assistants. Looking at Gu Xiuji, he kept staring at himself. The two women blushed. Brother Rhetoric, what are you doing staring at us all the time? I was remembering what happened before. Only, how I couldn't remember. The two women froze, and as they looked at Gu Xiuji's mysterious smile, the two reacted. Lowering her own head, she didn't dare to raise her head to look at Gu Xiuji. By the way, Brother Rhetoric, we can help you improve your strength. Just now Master gave us the inheritance that can speed up Brother Rhetoric's cultivation. Hearing this sentence, Gu Xiuji came to be interested. Then look at the two women's looks. Gu Xiuji understood. Thank you Master for sending over the secret book. Give my master a little attention and snap a wave of 666. Gu Xiuji got excited. Brother Rhetoric, now that you've obtained the inheritance and there are still resources here, why don't you finish your cultivation before going out? Yeah, look at this place. It's so empty. It's just right for cultivation. Outside, it's not easy to find a cultivation place like this. TSK, TSK, TSK. Gu Xiuji reacted and looked at the two women. Okay, in that case, we'll go back after we finish practicing here. Di Jiantian, didn't think, did you, that I would obtain such a great chance inside? Time passed, and at this moment, Gu Xiuji, after feeling the power in his body begin to slowly increase, his face was delighted. This moment of cultivation could replace the previous half-month of one's own cultivation. Immediately afterward, Gu Xiuji's face changed. Looking at the two women, there was panic in their eyes. Chapter 88, The Son of Fortune dies. Your daughter dies too? However, he was surprised to find that the two women, too, looked at him with horror in their eyes. Gu Xiuji's face changed. He wouldn't have been counted by the Dao Tian ancestor. Brother Rhetoric, the aura in my body has suddenly disappeared. Mine disappeared too. No good. Mine disappeared too. 3 people fell out of the air. Boom. A silhouette appeared in the middle of the ground. Don't ask why there's only 1. 3 figures, their bodies so weak that they were no better than ordinary people. We're being counted. But who is going to count us? This spell of yours, wasn't it passed down to you by your master? Yeah, he said this would boost your strength. This old fellow, we should be counted. Maybe, we are going to be taken over. Gu Xiuji's face turned ugly. 2 women, with fear in their eyes. Not good. I'm afraid that the divine what he's talking about is also a trap. Gu Xiuji entered his sea of consciousness. Sure enough, it was empty. Where was anything else but an eerie demonic aura? Bad. It's really hit the spot. Gu Xiuji opened his own eyes. The words froze before he could finish. In front of him appeared a man with his feet in the void and a white unicorn embellished. There was a teasing look in the deep, indifferent eyes. The 2 women who had just allowed themselves to explore the secret realm on their own had stood up and stood behind the man. 3 people, just looking at themselves. Master collects the Tongtian Jianmu of the Son of Qi. The heavenly fate value of the Son of Qi decreases by 20,000, and the Master's villain value increases by 20,000. Di Jietian, how could it be you? Didn't you leave? You're not dead yet. I'm not worried, so I came to take a look. Gu Xiuji was silent. When? You need not know. Any last words? Aren't you afraid of my master? Isn't that old man dead? So why bother deceiving yourself in this place? Gu Xiuji let out a bitter laugh. I didn't expect it, but I still lost. I'm not as good as you. You win. At this time, Gu Xiuji was actually frank. Seeing Gu Xiuji's appearance, Di Jietian smiled slightly. You don't get another chance. I, Emperor Jedi. Say so. It didn't occur to me that amongst the younger generation, someone like you has actually appeared. It's as if I've seen the future. The living are in danger. The Son of Qi has a death wish in his heart. His destiny value decreases by 3,000, and the Master's villain value increases by 3,000. The Son of Chance has 0 destiny value and can be killed. A pleasant voice rang out. The power of the void appeared within Di Jietian's eyes. Master kills the Son of Fortune, Gu Xiuji, and gains 200,000 villain values and a mysterious treasure chest. Seeing the corpse of the Son of Qi, a devil seed appeared inside Di Jietian's hand. Your part. It's not over yet. Next, turn into a magic seed puppet. At the same time, Di Jietian brought out the supreme bone that he had dug out earlier once more. It was sacrificed using demonic energy. Then, a spell that entered Gu Xiuji's body. Gu Xiuji stood up with indifference in his eyes. It's not bad, but let the 8 ancestors also utilize the formation to enhance it. Di Jietian murmured. You 2 did a good job on your mission. Di Jietian looked at Feng Chuchu and Ji Rui. Thank you, Master. Seeing the 2 women, Di Jietian nodded his head. Back then, when he came to the Dao Heavenly Immortal Mansion, he had taken control of 2 women. At the same time, a spell was passed to the 2 women. It was by utilizing this spell that the two women's demonic seeds entered the body of the Son of Qi while they were exploring with the Son of Qi. With the help of the demonic seed, Tianyang penetrated the sea of consciousness of the Son of Qi, then let the system collect the Tanto Kenwood. This was another one of Tianyang's layouts. In case anything happens, through the two women, Tianyang watched the Dao Heavenly Ancestor disappear before making his move. After all, Old Man Dao Tian could also control the Tong Tian Jianmu. Tian didn't want his schemes to fall through. You two took credit for this one. Reward yourselves and throw your bodies into the wilderness. Tian's hand directly pierced through the corpses of the two women, scooped up the two women's origins. Then, the bodies of the two women were put away. After all, the body is still useful. After Tian came out, it was in a cave that was far away from the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion. The bodies of the two women were casually discarded, then rectified it. At the same time, a thick demonic aura appeared, utilizing the system. After eliminating his scent, Tian left. Next, there's no play for yourself. It was not long after Tian left, after the shielding effect of the system disappeared. Immortal Domain, True God's Domain, the Fungs, Family Master. It's bad. Mrs. Nametag is broken. What? What did you say? The middle-aged man at the head of the group's face changed. What the hell does the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion do for food? Go, follow me to the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion. Meanwhile, the Ji family, which was a million miles away from the Feng family, the same thing happened. The people from the two clans ran into each other as they were heading to the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion. The two families were already on good terms. Old quarter, what are you going to do? The daughter is dead. Your daughter is dead too. Murphy, your daughter is dead too. The two men looked at each other. Go to the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion. The two frowned as they arrived at the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion. They realized that there were quite a few more scouts near the Dao Heavenly Immortal Mansion. Two blushes hardened at the thought of what had happened before. I had previously sent a message to my daughters to come back, but they just wouldn't listen. It also said it liked a man, Gu Xiuji, an enemy of Emperor Jietian. The two men's faces changed after hearing this sentence. However, the old ancestor had changed his meaning, and there was nothing they could do. Even now, they didn't know why the old ancestor didn't care to look like he did. Family Master Ji, Family Master Feng, I wonder what is the purpose of coming to my Dao Tian Immortal Mansion. My little girl's name tag broke and we wanted to come and see what happened. Hearing this sentence, the Grand Elder's brows furrowed together. Couldn't help but blush. Those two girls, haven't they always followed Gu Xiuji? As the Grand Elder left, the old ancestor winked at him. Murphy, the old man and those two women. Then, the Great Elder didn't know why he had made up this drama. Shaking his head, he tossed the thoughts from his mind. The Grand Elder's mind moved. After all, after joining the Dao Heavenly Immortal Mansion, the disciples would also be engraved with life tags. Looking at the two women's tokens, they were not completely shattered, but the cracks were also expanding. The Grand Elder's face changed. The two family heads were puzzled. Either way, it was the best thing that his daughter wasn't dead. Not good. Two people are in danger. When he thought of this, the Grand Elder, his hand pinched a spell. The two men similarly pinched a spell. The land of the southeast, 10,000 miles away. The Grand Elder murmured, "Let's go. 20,000 family heads follow me." The Grand Elder's face changed. The void opened and the three figures disappeared. Once again, it's time to show up. The face changed dramatically. Chapter 89, The Great Elder Strikes. Overthrowing two family patriarchs. Suspicion of the crowd. There wasn't a bit of good flesh left on the two women. A cloaked figure, hunched over. The inside of his mouth was gnawing on something, and his hands were covered in blood. Eat up, sinner. The two family heads' faces changed drastically. Strike together. The Grand Elder's face was ugly. Now the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion actually has no deterrent power at all? Ha! The man sneered. A demonic aura appeared on his body. A magic light shot up into the sky. The man's face was revealed as his hair blew out from the explosion of his aura. Gu Xiuji. The three men exclaimed. Jie, Grand Elder. I didn't expect that you'd come as well. Fine. Dao Tian Immortal Mansion. You must give us an explanation. The Grand Elder's face turned ugly. Guess up. The more I think about it, the more it gels. Then, die. The two family heads were only at the Saint Realm. Where were they the opponents of a half-step Great Emperor realm like the Grand Elder? After the Grand Elder killed the two men, at the same time, the breath was cleared. Then, with a movement of his fingers, a void cage appeared, to confine Gu Xiuji inside. Immediately afterward, the Grand Elder's face changed. Gu Xiuji disappeared into thin air. When they saw the demonic light appear, the gazes of the immortal region's great powers looked over. A frown creased his brow. Has another Chaos Demon Body Inheritor appeared? However, as soon as he appeared, he saw the Daotian Immortal Mansion's Grand Elder, a half-step Great Emperor at the 4th level of the realm pressed across the void. Chaotic Demon Body. Daotian Immortal Mansion. And you are irreconcilable. The Grand Elder roared angrily. Many people looked toward the cave. Buzz off. The void opens. A figure appeared. The Feng family's old ancestor and the Ji family's old ancestor appeared. As soon as he came out, he almost fell to his knees. At this moment, the Grand Elder did not curb his aura at all. The Grand Elder was also filled with helplessness. This matter was getting more and more confusing. Suddenly, a light flashed in the Grand Elder's mind. The aura disappeared and his body hunched over. I'm sorry for the two Taoists. The Grand Elder turned around and bowed to the Ji family ancestor as well as the Feng family ancestor. The old ancestors of the two families were startled. They were only at the half-step Great Emperor Layer 1 realm. Where could one bear a gift from the Grand Elder? Grand Elder. What happened? Another chaotic demon body's inheritor has appeared. In retaliation for my Daotian Immortal Mansion's old ancestor killing the chaotic demon body's inheritor, Feng Chu and Ji Rui have already fallen. The patriarchs of the two clans presumably sensed the danger and came over to rescue them. As soon as I came over, I didn't expect that the two patriarchs would also be in pieces. The Grand Elder's aura fluctuated as he finished the sentence. A mouthful of blood was spat out. His face went white, and his breathing was disorganized. A palm print emerged from his chest. It's black and reeks of evil. The two elder ancestors were in shock, and then, they saw the state of the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, it's better to go and recuperate first. After all, a strong person like you will be needed to slay the demon race in the future. Two people opened their mouths to speak. The Grand Elder's face was ugly. The Daotian Immortal Mansion has wronged you, and when the time comes, I will personally apologize. The Grand Elder left. The two old ancestors looked at each other and saw the bitter smiles within each other's eyes. With a big wave of his hand, the scene inside the cave disappeared. The Ji family's old ancestor as well as the Feng family's old ancestor were about to leave. Do you believe him? The person who had previously seen the abnormalities of the Dao Heavenly Immortal Mansion's secret realm asked. There's no way around it if you're not as strong as you are. We can't bury hundreds of thousands of lives in the family for the sake of two people. The two old ancestors, their bodies hunched over, left. Hearing this sentence, many of the people who were watching this place had ugly faces. There were others, as if in thought, was it really another inheritor of the Chaos Demon body? After all, they didn't see it? Just feeling the pure demonic aura. They suddenly remembered the words that the divine son of the imperial family had said. The span of time. What if there are people who, before, have acquired the inheritance and then hidden it? The more they thought about it, the more shocked they became. The more panic. Should we pay a visit to the divine son of the imperial family? The patriarchs of some clans asked tentatively. No need. Didn't the godson already say what happened before? The span of time. By the looks of it, the previous divine son had already made a guess. Only, it wasn't spoken. The involvement was too great, and by speaking, many people's interests would be violated. The immortal realm will be even more chaotic. In the future, just be on guard. Everyone. A figure sighed and left with a complicated face. At this moment, Di Jietian, who was in the Di family, naturally noticed the commotion here. However, Di Jietian didn't come over. As for the Grand Elder wanting to imprison Gu Xiuji, who was already a puppet, it was even more impossible. This time the pieces, once again, fall. Next, the next step can begin. However, before the next step, one's strength needs to improve a bit more. Thinking of this, Di Jietian opened his panel. Master, Di Jietian. Identity, Divine Son of the Imperial Family. Heaven's Destiny Villain. Physique, Chaos Demon Body. Time and Space God Eyes. Supreme Dao Bone. Heavenly Destiny Villain Aura. Strength, 5th level of King Seal. Techniques, Chaos Demon Scripture. Heavenly Emperor Scripture. Emperor God Palm. Easy Travel. Xintian Sword Technique. Human Emperor Finger. Avatar, Chaotic Demonic Heavenly Palm. Great Spatial Ruling Technique, 1st level, Spatial Transfer. Heavenly Seal of Interception. Spatial Cutting, Treading Heaven, 1 step. God and Ghost Shock, 2 steps. Immortal and Human Ghosts, 3 steps. Extinction. Domain, Spacetime Stasis. Villain Value, 360. 000. Backpack, Ring of Devouring Spirit. Silence, Mystic Treasure Chest. Looking at his personal information, Di Jietian saw the villain value and smiled slightly. Now with 360,000 villain values, enough to break through to the next realm on his own. Only 200,000 villain values were needed to get to the next realm. A son of Qi, truly a blessing in his own right. Open the mystery chest. Dijietian looked at the treasure chest inside his backpack and directly opened it. Ding! Congratulations to the master for obtaining the avatar. Time stands still. 4-5 seconds. Dijietian's eyes lit up. Finally, I've acquired a temporal magical power. Not bad. Next, break through to your heart's content. Dijietian looked at his villain value. Add points in direct succession. Seal King 6. Seal King 7th level. Seal King 8. Seal King 9. Deducting 200,000 villainous values. He came to the 9th level of the Seal King. Keep breaking through. There was a cold light in Dijietian's eyes. At the same time a black light appeared. System, shade. After seeing the demonic aura appear on his body, Dijietian wasn't alarmed at all. At this moment, the people of the imperial family suddenly felt a palpitating sensation. But there was nothing different appearing in the imperial family. The sixth ancestor of the emperor family, naturally, felt it and frowned a bit now, looking towards the place where Dijietian was in seclusion. Is that the little guy? I don't know, but I guess so. Only his demonic body can give us this kind of feeling. However, this brat's chance is so powerful that he can actually cover up the visions. If it weren't for the bloodline, I'm afraid we'd be hidden as well. No, that's not us being strong enough. It should be the little one, not thoroughly covered. This brat, by the looks of it, gives us one more message. After he's out, that's when we make our move. After the sixth ancestor finished the sentence, sure enough, the palpitating feelings disappeared. Chapter 90 Breakthrough. 3000 Seals, Unlocking the 5 Paths. This brat is so lazy. Sixth Joe laughed. I just don't know. What realm is this little guy going to break through? How curious. When the time comes, ask this brat if he doesn't know. Forget it, let's not know. How are things going with the array? Almost, but this formation is really precise. It's a relief. For once, the 5 ancestors have sent word that that old fellow from the Daotian immortal mansion is dead. Oh, how to die. Not a bit of news. That guy, isn't he beyond a great emperor? And someone else killed him. The 5 ancestors, in conjunction with the ancestors of another race, killed him? Hiss, by the looks of it, that old man is blocking the path of our imperial family. The 8 ancestors shook their heads and spoke. It's just as well that he's dead. But the Dao Heavenly Immortal Mansion, there are still a few underlings. That second ancestor, just in plain sight. I felt it before. A second ancestor of the hallowed Daotian Immortal Mansion is only at the 7th level of a half-step great emperor. However, it's those few underpinnings. It's nothing. As long as that old guy dies, the rest are just dirt. Only, it's a bit troublesome to kill. The 6th patriarch spoke up. At this moment, the palace where Emperor Ye Duan was in seclusion was in the middle of the palace. Breakthrough. Seal Emperor Realm. There was a divine light in Dijietian's eyes. But the breakthrough isn't over yet. After Dijietian felt the movement coming from the demonic body within him, closed his eyes. At this moment, Dijietian was sitting in the void. A chaotic demonic chi appearing on his body, wrapping Dijietian into a huge cocoon. There was red magic light appearing inside from time to time. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of a beating heart rang out like a war drum. Looking closely, as Dijietian jumped, the surrounding void began to shatter continuously. At the same time, a blood-red chain appeared in all directions. These chains, it was as if they were imprisoned by heaven and earth. The chains are trying to break free. A suppressive force appeared. A cold, supreme voice rang out. Break! With the fall of the voice, only to see a few chains suddenly break amongst the countless chains. The other chains disappeared. At this point, the cocoons were as bright red and colorful as blood. Click! Cocoons shattered. A figure sat suspended in the void without opening its eyes. Behind it, a shadow appeared. It was exactly the same as Dijietian's appearance, with a supreme aura that made people not dare to look directly at it. Eyes full of destruction. Cold. Dijietian slowly opened his own eyes. Boom! The surrounding void, from Dijietian's side, began to continuously collapse. The entire palace shook. After Dijietian saw it, he gently waved his hand and the vision disappeared. Seeing the vision he had caused, Dijietian smiled faintly. It hadn't occurred to me that the chaotic demonic body was, in fact, really suppressed by the heavenly Tao. Not bad for opening 5 chains this time. These 5 channels, they should be the weakest. A message came out from within Dijietian's mind. Chaotic devil body, born to master the 3000 great roads. Only, because of the blood sacrifice of living beings, it was reversed, and the 3000 great ways transformed into chains, sealing the demonic body. Now that you've unlocked 5, the next time you want to unlock one, it's going to be difficult. At the same time, Dijietian's realm had reached the 6th level of Emperor Seal, breaking 5 chains, breaking through 5 layers, and with the help of 100 000 villain values. Breaking through another layer. The sealed Emperor realm. A layer of the realm. Requires 100,000 villain values. Master, Ye Duan. Identity, Divine Son of the Imperial Family. Heaven's Destiny Villain. System, Chaos Demon Body, unlocking the 5 seals, Temporal God's Eyes, Supreme Tao Bones, Divine Destiny Villain Aura. Strength, 6th level of Sealed Emperor. Techniques, Chaos Demon Scripture. Heavenly Emperor Scripture. Emperor God Palm. Easy Travel. Xintian Sword Technique. Human Emperor Finger. Aptitude, Chaotic Demonic Heavenly Palm. Great Spatial Ruling Technique, 1st level of Spatial Transfer. Heavenly Seal of Interception. Spatial Cutting, Treading Heavenly, 1 step. Gods and ghosts will be shocked. 2 steps. Immortals will kneel. 3 steps. Extermination. Spatial Stasis, 5 seconds. Domain, Spacetime Stasis. Villain Value, 60,000. Backpack, Ring of Devouring Spirits. Silence. Ye Duan nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Next. The next step in the layout can begin. Ye Duan arrived in the middle of the forbidden area in the back of the mountain. Egu. It's been a month and you little guy finally came out. The 8 ancestors let out a surprised cry when they saw Ye Duan appear. I've kept old ancestor waiting. Tianyang. The formation can already build a corner. Only. Dao Tian Immortal Mansion. Those old guys are a bit troublesome. Ye Duan pondered for a moment when he heard this sentence. I have a way. Those old guys, they can't see it. But it will take the 6th ancestor to do it. Thinking of this, Ye Duan looked at the 6th ancestor. Say, Tianyang, what do you want from old ancestor? Ye Duan smiled faintly. Then, with a movement of his fingers, the 6th ancestor's body changed. At this time, the 6th patriarch was as if he was in a state of soul. At the same time, the figure, the likeness changed. This is, that old ancestor of the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion. 6th ancestor, take a look. This is the tone of that old man's voice. 8 ancestors, you bring out the formation. A formation disc appeared inside the 8 ancestors' hands. System, remodel. Seeing the array disc, Ye Duan pointed his finger and the demonic chi on it disappeared. The 8 ancestors, as well as the 6th ancestor, had shock in their eyes. However, they didn't ask more questions. The more means Ye Duan had, the happier they would be. This one formation has now become 2-sided. Old ancestor, this is how to use it. Now, what appears to be a protective array set up. As long as I invoke it, the array is directly reversed. Turn into a magic formation. The 8 ancestors sucked in a breath of cold air after hearing this. In fact, Ye Duan still had one more scheme that he hadn't said. It was the immortal spirit chi that appeared to be converging in the formation. Those powerhouses of the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion would think that their absorption of immortal spirit chi had increased. But every now and then, demonic energy would be absorbed by them. There was nothing Ye Duan could do about it. An Undertaker-level powerhouse would be discovered if he directly utilized the magic formation. Besides, one couldn't control this kind of level of powerhouse right now. It's also a load on your spirit. Old ancestor, it's time to go. Ye Duan looked at the 8 ancestors, and the 6th ancestor spoke. The 2 old ancestors nodded. Ancestors, you stand by our side. As long as you're by my side, even the heavenly Tao won't be able to discover you. Hearing this sentence, the 2 old ancestors, their bodies trembled. Turning his head, he looked at Ye Duan. The 2 old ancestors turned their heads with a clicking sound. Ye Duan was startled. Originally, the 6th ancestor and the 8th ancestor were in front of them, and the 2 turned their heads, but not their bodies. If 2 ancestors were killed because of his words, where would he go to justify himself? The 2 old ancestors glanced at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Earlier in the secret realm, you also utilized this kind of tactic, didn't you? Ye Duan nodded. This kind of secret method, does it do you any harm? If it does, letting those old ancestors come back will also fulfill your plan. The 6th patriarch's tone was grave. It didn't hurt a bit. Really? Really? That's a relief. The 6th ancestor looked back, then glanced at the 8th ancestor. Reaching out with both hands, he helped Bazu turn back. Don't be shocked. This little fellow, who can't be speculated on by common sense, is worthy of being the divine son of my imperial family's immortal talent. The 6th patriarch laughed outright. Chapter 91, Inheritance Sequences Lycanthropy. Emperor Ye Duan wants to go personally. Ye Duan looked at the 2 old ancestors as they laughed out loud. Laughing out loud. This is the kind of family that will do anything for you. It seemed that since the old ancestor knew that he was a demon body, he had never thought about what would happen after the demon body was exposed. Old ancestor's meaning has never been to fight. And the big deal is, the imperial family is overthrown. Who dares to touch the divine son of my imperial family? The three of them, after arriving near the Dao Tian immortal mansion, Di Jian Tian looked at the sixth ancestor. Sixth ancestor, please begin your performance. Sixth Zhou coughed. Coming into a forbidden secret realm of the Dao heavenly immortal mansion. Just showed up. Three figures appeared near the sixth ancestor. Di Jietian and the eight ancestors. Hidden with the help of the system. Great ancestor. The three figures, looking at the great ancestor's silhouette, froze for a moment. At the same time, the face hardened. They had discovered earlier that the great ancestor's life soul had disappeared. This is a detachment that I kept earlier, and it's about to be depleted now. Hearing this sentence, the three figures' faces changed. Great ancestor, what is going on? Sneak attacked by old six. Forget it, let's not bring up the past. Dao Tian immortal mansion. Can't afford to mess with it. The three men blushed. They still understood a little bit about the strength of the great ancestor, and since the great ancestor had said not to be messed with, that wouldn't be something the current Dao Tian immortal mansion could mess with. The news of my fall will be enough for you three to know. Otherwise, if others know about it, the Dao Tian immortal mansion will be in danger. The three figures nodded. This split energy is about to run out. The main thing is to go to the extraterrestrial starry sky and look for the hidden means of the main body. Hearing this sentence, the three men's faces lit up with joy. The sixth patriarch looked at these three guys. What an asshole thing to do. The Dao Tian immortal mansion ancestor is dead, and you guys aren't sad. You can actually laugh about it. It's a formation. A formation that appeared in the extraterrestrial starry sky earlier. It was because of this one formation that the main body fell. Although it's just a broken corner, it's still much more powerful than the Dao Tian immortal mansion's guardian formation. The sixth ancestor took this one formation out. The three figures took it and looked at it. Look at each other. How do you see it? One of the figures spoke to the other. Powerful. Incomparably powerful. If I wanted to comprehend it, I would need at least tens of thousands of years. Upon hearing this sentence, the other two figures' faces changed, while carrying delight. This is also considered to be the base I left for the Dao Tian immortal mansion. I'm counting on you three for the latter. Greetings, great ancestor. The three figures knelt down and looked at the great ancestor. The sixth patriarch's face darkened. Those are three ungrateful contraptions. But what does it have to do with yourself? This is the thing that catalyzes the formation. Looked at the three men. The sixth patriarch took out one thing. The three men were embarrassed for a moment. The creases above his old face were about to touch the cup. It didn't occur to me that the great ancestor had still fallen. Alas, this is fate. The great ancestor had a premonition before. It didn't occur to me that it would be because of the formation. This time, it's a bargain. Forget it, just set it up. Three figures, hidden in the void. Close your own eyes and, at the same time, make seals with your hands. A hexagonal starburst appeared, ever expanding. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire Dao heavenly immortal mansion. It didn't occur to me that this formation still has a hidden function. No wonder, a formation can make a great ancestor take a life. The three men sighed once more. After seeing the formation fall, Di Jietian nodded and left as well. Di Jietian was in this place, and was using the system to block out the visions of the falling array. Not to be found by others. Come on, let's leave too. This chess move has fallen. Now that the Dao Heavenly Immortal Mansion is here, there's no need to take care of them. One day, the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion will know what price it will pay for counting on me? Di Jian Tian smiled and left with the 8 ancestors and 6 ancestors. Di Jietian was in a good mood after he returned. Tian come here. Di Jian Tian heard this one voice with rejection. That's the voice of Pops, who punked Pops once last time. I wonder what Pops is calling himself for this time. Luckily, this time when he came back, Pat Zhu didn't make to pay for his coffin. Di Jietian thought for a moment and still went over. After all, a void passage had appeared in front of them. Di Jietian stepped inside. Come into the middle of the great hall. A frown creased his brow. At this moment, in the middle of the great hall, there was a figure lying, breathing weakly. There was not a single intact spot on the body. Di Ho? Di Jietian glanced at it. There's no mistaking. The legacy sequence. What's going on here? After your bar mitzvah, the several inheritance sequences of the emperor family had them go out to train. Among them, Di Hao has traveled to an imperial dynasty controlled by the Di family to practice. Didn't expect that in just a few days, the dynasty is overthrown, and the people are badly hurt. There was disappointment in Emperor Godless Eyes. The elders in the middle of the great hall shook their heads. Perhaps Di Jietian was too dazzling. The other inheritance sequences, when placed in the outside world, were also supreme heavenly prides, but compared to Di Jietian, the gap was too great. Di Jietian nodded. A divine elixir appeared inside his hand. Feed it to the inside of Di Ho's mouth. Not long after, on the Dihao's body, a surfeit of white light emanated. The injuries were repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye. A short while later, Taiho opened his eyes. Seeing Di Jietian, rubbing his eyes, he thought he had misread the situation. Godson, seeing Di Jietian, Dihao knelt down. Blush, get up, there's nothing going on, just a little setback, Di Jietian said gently. Yes, Godson. Seeing this scene, the other elders of the Di clan nodded their heads. This is the divine son of the imperial family, the sage within and the king without. Tell me, if it was an ordinary dynasty, you wouldn't be in such a mess? Yes, Godson. The dynasty that the family made me rule is called the Zhou Tian dynasty. In front of them, utilizing a ploy to make the surrounding several imperial dynasties chaotic, it would have been. Seeing that the situation had gone the way I saw it, as long as these few imperial dynasties are devoured, the Zhou Heavenly Imperial Dynasty will be able to advance drastically. The Imperial Dynasty will not be able to do so. However, the Qi should almost be on the verge of catching up with the Divine Dynasty. Let the clans send strong men to sit in on them again, and an Imperial Dynasty can be born. And then, the Star and Moon Imperial Dynasty, the Imperial Lord changes. I didn't care. After all, it's already at the end of its strength, and so is a different Imperial Lord. I didn't expect the situation to change in just 2 days. Several imperial dynasties that were fighting with each other suddenly changed their norms and joined together, joining forces with the Star Moon Imperial Dynasty once more. The Zhou Heavenly Dynasty was overthrown, and I survived because I'm a member of the imperial family. Who beat you up like this? The royal lord of the Star Moon Dynasty. Di Jietian nodded. Not bad, at least it survived. Hearing this sentence from Di Jietian, there was a strange look in the eyes in the Great Hall. Di Jietian didn't explain much. If an imperial dynasty were to emerge once more from the forces controlled by the imperial family, the imperial family's qi would also increase, though it wasn't particularly important to the imperial family. But, what adds up is what adds up. It's just as well. I don't have anything to do, so I'll take a walk. Di Jietian wanted to take a look at the Star Moon Imperial Lord and, at the same time, set up the formation. Previously, Di Jietian had seen this place, the Zhou Heavenly Imperial Dynasty, and had originally wanted to have the clan make a move to push the forces there across the board before, then set up the array, not realizing that someone else had similarly set their sights on this place. Chapter 92 Emperor Godson, aren't you busy destroying other people's forces? Since there had been a change of heart, Di Jietian happened to take a look. Since that person, who dared to overthrow the Zhou Heavenly Imperial Dynasty, also dared to injure the imperial family's inheritance sequence, it showed that the forces behind this person were also extremely powerful, and this imperial lord should be the inheritor of whichever power. As for an imperial dynasty and who ruled it, the previous Di Jietian really didn't care. The ruler of an imperial dynasty would have to kneel down when he saw Emperor Jietian, let alone an imperial dynasty. Dihao's face lit up when he heard Di Jietian's words. Right, you don't have to go. Get well. The strength of the Dao Palace realm is still too poor. Di Jietian looked at Dihao's appearance and spoke. After saying this sentence, a few divine elixirs were taken out. This is the king's sealing pill? Taiho was shocked when he saw it. Here you go. I can't use it anymore. Di Jietian left. The people in the Great Hall finally reacted. A few elders, directly stood up. His pupils contracted together and his body trembled continuously. The voice broke. What did the godson say? That he couldn't use the elixir? Yes. What the divine son said is that he can't use this kind of elixir. Doesn't that mean that the strength of the divine son has already crossed over into the Seal King realm? A few elders, with ecstasy on their faces. Emperor Wushan on top of the high platform was also lost in thought for a moment. This brat, he broke through so fast, without realizing it, he even reached this realm. Dihao looked at the elixir inside his hand, shocked, with disappointment, a disappointment in myself. Previously, a few of their inheritance sequences, they even said that they were following in the footsteps of the Divine Son, but the gap is too great. The Divine Son has already reached the Sealed Emperor realm, and yourself, you haven't even reached the Sealed King realm. Matriarch, I would like to mobilize a group of resources. Taiho took a deep breath. The face heaved down. Dihao's following words were not yet finished. A few elders, each took out a ring. Take it, brat. It's enough for you. Practice hard. Ha ha, not bad. The old man is in a good mood today. A few elders, after leaving the ring behind, went out cheerfully. Di Wushan looked at Dihao. Fingers moving. Master of the house. It can help you break through. However, it will have to rely on yourself. Cultivate well, or else you won't be able to follow in his footsteps if you want to. In the future, he faces much more. Emperor Godless sighed and left. Step over my dead body if you dare to harm the Son of God. Taiho took the resources and left. Old ancestor, open the void passage. After Tianyang came out of the great hall, he spoke into the void. The figure of the sixth patriarch appeared. You really broke through? Breakthrough. You kid. Forget it. I'm not taking a hit from my old ancestor. After the old ancestor finished the sentence, he waved his big hand and a void passage appeared in front of him. Tianyang stepped inside and disappeared into the D family. At this time, Tianyang had already arrived in the vicinity of the Star Moon Imperial Dynasty. Coming to this place, Tianyang's brows furrowed. It had to be said that the monarch of the Star Moon Dynasty was good, and seeing the people here, full of confidence, one could sense that this dynasty had been broken after a change of monarch. Tianyang came out of the void and found a restaurant. Previously, Tianyang was all about calculations and hadn't had a good swim yet. 1,000 Gold Restaurant. Seeing the name of the restaurant, Tianyang went in. The shopkeeper was surprised to see Tianyang. What a handsome young male. Should be another young heavenly pride. Recently, our Star Moon Imperial Dynasty has been flooded with quite a few young celestials, all wanting to pursue the Star Moon Imperial Lord. As a result, the Star Moon Imperial Lord killed a few young celestial pride, and only then did he settle down. This male, I feel like I still have a pretty good chance. Hearing these words, Tianyang guffawed. He wasn't here to pursue people. By the looks of it, the monarch of this imperial dynasty should be a woman. Tianyang found a seat by the window. Sit down. As Tianyang sat down afterward, the aura couldn't help but appear. Tianyang's eyes looked outside. The restaurant was silent. Not long after, Tianyang revealed a good-looking smile. It didn't occur to him that before he had even gone to look for the Star Moon Imperial Monarch, she had come to look for him. Get out! A cold voice rang out in the middle of the great hall. Upon hearing this sentence, the crowd looked over. Tianyang glanced at it without thinking. Froze. However, when he saw that this fellow was not the monarch of the Star Moon Imperial Dynasty, Tianyang shook his head and sighed a bit. After all, the person who appeared was wearing a battle armor, cute as a porcelain doll's face, only, with a programmed body. When they saw this person appear, the people in the restaurant had awe in their eyes. Commander Shui is actually here. Hasn't she always guarded the Imperial Lord's side? If it's not something special, Commander Snow won't come out. Whatever. Leave. Many people inadvertently glanced at Tianyang as they felt that Commander Shui had come over for this young male. It's just that there's a bit of a difference between the two figures. A number of people fought a little nastily inside. After waiting for these people to leave, a figure sat across from Tianyang. The divine son of the imperial family is here, and he doesn't even say hello, or else people will say that Xing Yue is impolite. A refined and noble woman wearing the 9 dragons imperial robe appeared. Sitting across from Tianyang, he picked up the wine pot and poured himself a glass. Imperial Lord Star Moon. It's quite elegant to be lazy in the middle of a busy day and come to see an idle person like me. Tianyang looked at Xing Yu. He had to say that this woman was very beautiful. The most important thing was her temperament. There was no way to compare to this woman with the Chi-like heroines that I had seen before. It was as if this woman was the phoenix in the sky. Name, Star and Moon. Identity, outcast daughter of the Star family. Son of Chi-luck. Destiny value, 500. 000. Initial. Strength, 9th level of King Seal. Physique, Star and Moon Divine Body. Reincarnation Divine Body. Techniques, Heavenly Star Divine Technique. Reincarnation Supreme Technique. Heavenly Emperor's Finger. Sun, Moon and Stardust Creation Technique. Avatar, Starfall. Western Emperor's Finger. Reincarnation Seal. Domain, Human Emperor's Domain. Reincarnation Domain, Elementary. The woman's panel, I have to say, was powerful. As long as the initial heavenly destiny value of 500,000, it surpassed most of the said Son of Chi. This Son of Chi, it was not to be missed. From the looks of it, that Zhou heavenly imperial dynasty that Emperor Hao had mastered should have important opportunities. Otherwise, this Star Moon wouldn't have taken the risk. Looking at Tianyang's smiling face, Xing Yu was a little flustered. It was as if he had been seen through by this guy, without a single secret. Who in the immortal region dares to say that the Emperor Godson is idle? The Emperor Godson, isn't he busy overthrowing other people's forces? Those who don't know would think that you're in league with the chaotic demon body, coming to weaken the immortal region. Aren't you the same? Didn't you also overthrow the Zhou dynasty? Oh, in that case, the Son of God is here for revenge? Xing Yu looked at Tianyang without changing her face. Chapter 93, a son of Qi whose purpose is the same as his own. What a terrifying person. Revenge is not so much, but rather quite interested in the private life of the Imperial Lord? I wonder if Imperial Lord Star Moon is interested in exploring this. Hearing Di Jietian's words, Xingyu's face flushed and she looked seriously at Di Jietian. Not bad. It fits my aesthetic. Starskimmer still nodded with a serious face. Since Divine Sun isn't here to take revenge, Star Moon is relieved. The Imperial Dynasty has just stabilized, and Star Moon has things to leave. For some reason, seeing Di Jietian's eyes, Xingyu felt uncomfortable. After seeing Star Moon leave, Di Jietian revealed an intriguing smile. Inside of Di Jietian's eyes, this son of Qi was in the same category as himself. Why do you say that? One wanted to utilize the magic formation, and when the time came for accidents to occur, one could threaten the entire immortal region, or, rather, blood sacrifices of living beings to enhance their strength. Himself in a step-by-step scheme. This Star Moon, the person of reincarnation. Only, just don't know how many memories have been awakened. It looked like this Star Moon wanted to use the Star Moon Dynasty as a foundation to eat away at the surrounding forces step by step. Then, step by step to promote their own power level. And finally with the help of the huge fortune and heritage, directly create the immortal court, to reach the immortal existence. Di Jietian saw the ambition in Xingyu's eyes, and actually didn't feel the slightest bit nervous after seeing himself arrive. And, the Star family, Di Jietian still knew a little bit about it. A hidden power. Very powerful. This Star Moon was kicked out. The Star family didn't say anything, and at the same time, that was the bottom line for this Star Moon. I have to say, this woman has a lot of nerve. Old ancestor, asked Di Hao if there was anything special about the Zhou Heavenly Imperial Dynasty before? Di Jietian thought of this and asked an old ancestor. Wait a minute. At this time, Di Hao was in seclusion. Di Hao, what's so special about the Zhou Dynasty? Greetings, old ancestor. The special place, on the contrary, has a formation that can draw on the power of the stars. It's a formation diagram, only, it's too weak. The old ancestor nodded. Hearing the old ancestor's words, Di Jietian brightened up a bit within his eyes. It looks like one's guess was correct. Circumstantial star diagram, ancient formation. Di Jietian murmured. It's a little bigger than you think you're plotting. Di Jietian laughed a little. He hadn't thought that Star Moon actually had such great ambitions. The star map of the week. A protective formation. However, Di Jietian guessed that this Star Moon, as a member of the Star family, should know some hidden roles. After all, not many ancient formations were already known. It's the ones that are known. Some hidden roles that are not known by others. System, evolve the nearby billions of miles of territory. Di Jietian spoke to these systems. Not long after seeing the evolved map, Di Jietian laughed. Billions of miles of territory, with around 360 imperial dynasties. Star Moon Dynasty, center position. Using the Star and Moon Dynasty as the foundation and combining it with the circumstellar star formation diagram. When the time comes, a powerful imperial dynasty emerges. Expanding. There was a divine light in Di Jietian's eyes. See the evolution of the system. Imperial Dynasty. 360. True enough. Evolving. Di Jietian continued. When he saw the end, Di Jietian couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. If it's as one suspects, as the Star Moon nibbled away step by step, the Star Moon Dynasty centered itself. With the help of the circumstantial stars, all the other powers of the immortal realm will become part of it. By then, all of the immortal realm would be Star Moon's territory, whether it was the imperial family, or some other families, including some forbidden places. It was all contained within. If it worked, the immortal region would be Star Moon's one word. In the end, with the help of the immortal domain's one domain's chi, it enriched itself. I'm afraid that it will become the number one powerhouse of the ancient and modern worlds. The ancient taboo of the immortal domain. Di Tian took a deep breath. What a horrible woman. Di Jietian lamented a sentence. Di Jietian carried doubts. It was the son of Qi that wouldn't dare to have such powerful ambitions. Reincarnated man. What exactly is this woman's identity? Di Jietian carried doubts. It was the current system that could only reveal Star Moon's current information. Never mind. Whatever were you like before? At the same time, Di Jietian was torn. The woman had powerful ambitions. Much like her own plans. One utilizes the chi of a realm in the immortal realm. One might end up blood sacrificing immortal domain beings to elevate himself. The purpose was the same. To plot the entire immortal realm. One's own demonic body couldn't be exposed yet. And since that was the case, it would be good to utilize some of her means to achieve one's own ends. In that case, the first step is to take the initiative. Di Jietian murmured while his figure disappeared. At this time, in the Star Moon Imperial Palace. Star Moon was inside her palace. Star Moon was torn as well. She wondered what Di Jietian was doing over here. If he had overthrown an imperial dynasty for himself, as well as injured a heavenly pride of the emperor family, Let the Emperor family's divine son come over to retrieve the offense. Unlikely. To put it mildly, unworthy. It was that if they were to overthrow an imperial dynasty themselves, the imperial family wouldn't let a family's divine son come over. Also, the way Tian saw his eyes today. That look. What the hell does it mean? This guy, does he know something? Star Moon murmured. Star Moon had seen many heavenly prides, but Emperor Tian was like a layer of fog. It made her impervious. And the more she thought about it, the more scandalized she became. By the looks of it, you're having a good time? A cold voice rang out, and in its tone, there was contempt. Star Moon's brows furrowed together. Star Ocean, since you're here, don't hide. There was a note of disgust in Star Moon's tone. This is your palace. As if it's a kennel. I didn't think that the previous Star family's little princess would actually be so miserable now. The void opened up and the power of the stars appeared, condensing into a throne. A young nobleman sat on top of the throne. Inside his hand, the power of the stars coalesced out, and a small planet-like thing constantly rotated. What are you doing here? Come to do what? Came to see how miserable you are. And I have to say, it's cozy. The man laughed out loud. Star Moon frowned. She didn't put the strength of the Star Ocean inside her eyes, but the Star Ocean had a guardian. If he did it himself, his current achievements would be ruined, and his plans behind him would be affected. This makes for a lot of trouble. Star Moon, if you beg me, I can get you back into the clan. Star Ocean looked at Star Moon with a playful look in his eyes. Please, it's okay. Hearing Star Moon's words, Star Ocean froze for a moment, then laughed out loud. Immediately afterward, there was pain on his face. A sword went straight through his mouth. Has anyone ever told you that your mouth really stinks? Star Moon, be reckless. A roar came from the void. A powerful force appeared from the void. Try touching me. Why do you think I have the guts to do it when I was kicked out of the Star family? Star Moon's tone was cold, as if she was a phoenix on high. Chapter 94, The Oil and Salt Man. The son of luck gnashing his teeth. At this time, Tian, with the help of the system, just came over and noticed the movement in here. Tian didn't show up. He wanted to see the face of such a persecution. How does this ambitious and powerful woman work out? The figure in the void fell silent. Besides, don't you guys just want that thing? Stars and moons with mockery. You do know about that thing? A tone with shock rang out from the void. There's no mistaking that I know where that thing is. Speak up and your life may be spared. Spare my life? I'm the only one who knows where that thing is. And if I die, do you think the Star family will spare you? You're smart. Conditions? Star Moon laughed. That thing? It was too important to the Star family, so it was that he or she was the one that the Star family disliked, and could still survive. Want to know? Can I have a condition? Within 100 years, don't let the people of the Star family come to the Star Moon Dynasty one step, and can't secretly make trips? If I know, you guys never want to know this thing. The figure in the void was quiet for a moment. I can't make the call on this one. Just wait. There was silence for a few minutes in the middle of the void passage. Yes, the Star family agrees to your conditions. However, the Star family would also like to know if what you are saying is true or not. After a while, I'll give you an answer. I just want to run, and you can find it. Since there's nothing else to do, leave without seeing me off, and take this loser away. Upon hearing Star Moon's words, a large hand appeared in the void, taking Star Ocean away and disappearing. I hope you have deceived the Star family, or else the price is one you can't afford. After seeing the void channel close, Star Moon also breathed a sigh of relief. I don't have anything to fall back on now. It's my own dynasty, or I had help in the beginning. Stars and Moons sat down against his dragon chair, trying to consider the plan behind it. After all, no one in the Star family is a cutie. Star Moon was figuring out how to take this out and keep it out of the Star family's hands. However, Star Moon's face changed as she sat down. Ow! Star Moon gave a surprised cry. He didn't sit on top of the cold chair himself. A man's scent hit him. Woman, are you taking advantage of me? Tian's voice was icy cold as he looked at Xingyu with a teasing look in his eyes. Tian, why have you come? The immortal region is so big. Which place can't I go to? Let alone this tiny imperial dynasty. Hand over the stuff. Tian sat on top of the dragon chair, his right hand supporting his jaw as he just looked at the starry moon. You've got your eye on the Star family too. I'm not interested in that thing. What I want is something from the Zhou dynasty. You know what I'm talking about? Tian didn't hide his behavior in the slightest. Star Moon blushed. She had thought that Tian had also looked at the Star family's things, but she hadn't thought that he had actually looked at the Zhou Tian dynasty's things. If that was the case, Xingyu would rather Tian look at that thing from the Star family. What are you talking about? If you want revenge, you can just do it. Don't look for any exploits. Also, this is my position. I am the ruler of this dynasty. Star Moon's voice was majestic. At the same time, an imperial dragon Chi appeared. The void that appeared surrounded the star and moon in the center. Di Jietian glanced at it without thinking, only to see the Emperor Dao Dragon Chi, released the star moon, stood next to it, stood straight and straight. Whiskers moved twice, but also stretched out his own dragon claws, wrists, directly hardened, and not fluttering. Star Moon's face darkened. The Imperial Dao Dragon Chi within his own body actually felt fear when he saw Di Jietian. Woman, do not challenge my patience. Hand it over. Di Jietian, are you used to being overbearing? Others are afraid of your D family, but I'm not. Oh, not bad. By the looks of it, you, the Star family's outcast daughter, are quite bold. Although I don't know your plan, I will say one thing. You are the Star family's abandoned daughter. Do you think that the surrounding royal dynasties will still be afraid of you? Fox and Tiger is not bad, but unfortunately, it's the wrong person. Star Moon's eyes rolled, coming in front of Di Jietian. Emperor Godson, how about discussing a matter? No how. Di Jietian suddenly reached out. Star Moon was caught off guard and fell into Di Jietian's arms. Bring it out or I'll search you. Di Jietian looked at Star Moon, his gaze unmoved. Star Moon reacted with a startled reaction as she was suddenly pulled into Di Jietian's arms. The high spirits disappeared and turned into seduction. Emperor Godson, don't be in such a hurry. It's still early, Star Moon said in a gentle tone. Di Jietian's body moved. With one hand, he lifted Star Moon up. Snap. Then fall to the ground. Woman, are you enjoying yourself? Seeing the indifference within Di Jietian's eyes, and unintelligible, Xingyu rubbed the place she was hurt by the fall and looked at Di Jietian. She knew that Di Jietian was certain that she had something in her hand. Star Moon had an idea. Then without hesitation, he took the stuff out. When he saw this one formation diagram, Di Jietian's brows stretched. Master robbed the chances of the Daughter of Fortune. The Daughter of Fortune's heavenly fate value decreased by 50,000, and the Master's villain value increased by 50,000. Hearing the voice in his head, Di Jietian froze for a moment. This son of Qi is just different, with quite a bit of wool. Emperor Godson, how about discussing a matter? At this moment, Star Moon, ignoring the fact that she had been dropped, was still looking at Di Jietian with a pleasing face. Emperor Godchild, look at the looks, the miserably handsome, the powerful batch. I have a small request. I wonder if you can grant it. Can't. Star Moon had her mouth open, not knowing what to say in the face of the oil and saltless Di Jietian. Star Moon felt like she had met her match. And do you know that you can't compliment people? And also when you do, can you not show your back teeth out? It's really ugly. Are you still a man? Oh, you're dying to know. Di Jietian asked a rhetorical question. Don't want to know. I wonder if Emperor Godson knows about the Star family's Starry Sky Ancient Path. Star Moon said with a serious face. How about knowing? How about not knowing? You. Of course, Di Jietian knew that the Starry Sky Ancient Path had been opened up by the Star family's first great emperor back then. After the Starry Sky Ancient Path opened up, that great emperor of the Star family disappeared. Also disappearing is a mysterious thing from the Star family. I just don't know what it is. The Star family actually dared to agree to Star Moon's conditions, and by the looks of it, it was that thing. The Starry Ancient Path. It's about to open again. I wonder if the divine son of the imperial family is interested. Woman, you're trying to get in with the help of me. Di Jietian looked at Star Moon. There's no mistaking that it's with the help of you going in. What's that thing in the Star family? Chapter 95. The young man does not speak of martial virtues and takes the old ancestor on a wild goose chase. Di Jietian was curious and asked. The ancient hall of the Star God. Star Moon said word for word. Di Jietian's eyes changed for a moment. The Starry Ancient Hall. Hasn't it always been in the Star family? After all, that is an immortal weapon. Rumor has it that before, this thing wasn't the Star God Ancient Hall, only that it was changed to this name after it was obtained by that great emperor powerhouse of the Star family. That great emperor of the Star family was able to break through to great emperor only after comprehending the Star God's Ancient Hall. I wonder if Divine Sun is interested? Seeing Di Jietian's eyes fluctuate for a moment, Xingyu knew that her plan had succeeded. Not interested? I want what I want and I've got it. Di Jietian was about to leave. This woman, trying to use him. However, the initiative should definitely be in your hands. I'm surprised you're not interested. Name your terms. Star Moon thought for a moment and had to compromise herself. If he returned to the Star family alone, he would be a sheep in a tiger's den. Unless he was forced to. What I need, I won't tell you now, but when the time comes, if I mention it, you can't refuse. No, just in case, I'm not interested in you. Woman, Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're ugly. Good. Star Moon took a deep breath and the protrusion rose and fell. Nice. Tian didn't know when, but teacups appeared inside his hands. Woman, you're actually still good, but unfortunately you just have a long mouth. Hearing this sentence from Tian, Xingyu also let out a sigh of relief. Since we're going to the Star family, shouldn't we have a proper identity? Star Moon's eyes pondered for a moment as she looked at Tian. I keep pets, and you fit the bill nicely. Xingyu felt that Tian was too angry. However, she felt that she couldn't beat him. Since he had decided that he was going to go to the Star family, Tian no longer bothered with Star Moon. At this moment, Tian followed Star Moon to the Star family. The people in the middle of the Great Hall were standing. For a moment, there was silence. Tian was silent, and so was Star Moon. However, as Star Moon was silent, she looked at Tian with a smile in her eyes, especially seeing the way the Star family was holding back. At this moment, the Star family's head of the family stood by the side, trembling. I wonder, what is the business of the divine son of the Emperor family, coming to my Star family? Oh, I told my Jedi Heaven that the Starry Sky Ancient Road is about to open. Didn't think so. Kinda interested, so I came over to check it out. The people of the Star family, looking at Star Moon, looking at this little fox. If it wasn't for Tian being beside them, they really wanted to slap this guy to death. I wonder about the two seniors. The people from the Star family looked at the two silhouettes behind Tian with nervous faces. Inner MMP. Where is there a younger generation that goes out and takes their old ancestor with them on a wild goose chase? Where's your face as an old man? When Tian decided to come to the Star family, he brought his old ancestor with him. It doesn't take all that much to do it. Don't mind us. We're getting older and miss our grandchildren. That's not true. Kids love to have fun. As an adult, it's not too much to ask to look after it. The 8 ancestors spoke up. The Star family's old ancestor, with a tense face. Not too much. Not too much. Since it's not too much to ask, I'm sorry to bother you, and I hope you'll bear with me if you're not well taken care of. The 8 ancestors smirked. Hearing that one sentence, the Star family tensed up. A blatant threat. What surprised them the most was why Star Moon was implicated with the divine son of the Imperial family. When will the Starry Sky Ancient Road open? Our divine son wants to join in the fun. Don't worry, this little guy is still very measured. If I was unhappy, I wouldn't have done anything out of the ordinary. The Star family ancestor was silent. Without speaking, he knew. What did the D family ancestor mean by this sentence? Star Moon followed Emperor Tian. She was someone beside Emperor Tian. If she moved Star Moon, she needed to go through Emperor Tian's consent. If Tian didn't agree and the Star family made a move, the D family's oldest ancestor would flip out. The people of the Star family felt suffocated. Door-to-door robbing of opportunities and threatening us. The word patience is the word of the day. It's not a scruple. You're carrying a sword behind you, and by the looks of it, it should be one of the Imperial family's clan-suppressing weapons. How many years has it been since I've been out there? And is this already in vogue? The ancient path of the starry sky has opened. Hearing this sentence, Star Moon's face changed. There was less time. Why did it open? This time the starry sky ancient road. We don't know why it was opened early. Only that only young people can be allowed to pass inside. So we don't know the exact reason. As he said this sentence, Tian felt it, and beside him, Xingyu tensed up a bit. Tian's brows frowned inadvertently for a moment before stretching once more. This time when he came to the Star family, he had used Star Moon with the help of Star Moon, and at the same time, Star Moon was also using himself. As for the Star God's ancient hall, the fact that Star Moon actually gave herself the word meant that she didn't care about it. Other than that, what else made her change? Tian became curious. Since that's the case, you see, my Emperor family's divine son has come and gone in to take a look as well. The little one doesn't have much insight and hasn't traveled far, so I'm sure the Star family will agree with this proposal of mine. The sword behind the 8 ancestors gently trembled, and the secret realm where the Star family was located trembled. The faces of a few Star family ancestors changed. They knew that the Emperor family's 8th ancestor was a formation master, and hadn't thought that silently had already set up the formation without them noticing. Could be. Hearing the words of the Star family ancestor, the Emperor family ancestor nodded his head. My family's divine son won't go in for nothing. I'll set up a formation for you. I'm sure you've seen it just now. The 8 ancestors spoke up. The Star family ancestor, with surprise in his eyes. That's a big thank you to you, fellow Daoist. The starry sky ancient road. There could be buried demons of their Star family inside. And this time there was a change. It was also a freak inside that was about to awaken. They didn't expect that freak to awaken in this life. it directly caused the entire Starry Sky Ancient Road to change. Because, the Starry Sky Ancient Path, that one freak buried inside, is the son of a great emperor. It's a secret of their star family. It wasn't true that the divine son of the emperor family was powerful, but the son of a great emperor wasn't a vegetarian. After seeing the entrance to the secret realm of the Starry Sky Ancient Path, a voice came from within Di Jietian's mind. If any special changes occur inside, directly transmit the voice, and at that time, just pull you out and destroy the Starry Sky Ancient Road. Hearing the words of the 8 ancestors, Di Jietian wondered, don't move to destroy. Inside, there is the son of a great emperor. Di Jietian's eyes lit up when he heard this sentence. The rest of his eyes glanced absently at Star Moon. Murphy, Star Moon is playing this again. The buried son of a great emperor shouldn't be able to deal with the current son of Qi. Di Jietian became curious. Could it be a conspiracy? Chapter 96, A Reinvented Great Emperor, Daughter of Reincarnation. After seeing 2 people step inside, the Emperor family ancestor looked at the Star family ancestor and smiled. The Star family ancestor also smiled awkwardly. The 8 ancestors of the Imperial family were inwardly disdainful. It doesn't add up to 8 teeth. It's hard to smile. If the Star family's old ancestor knew what the Empyrean family's 8th ancestor was thinking, he didn't know what expression he would have. However, the 8 ancestors of the Emperor family were even older than him, only that they were powerful. Alas, the strength is not as good as others, so you can only hold it in. After entering the Starry Sky Ancient Road, Di Jietian froze for a moment. It didn't occur to me that I was the only one around. The Starry Ancient Path could be seen as a world opened up by the Great Emperor, only the Great Emperor knew what this world was like. I didn't think that I was being used myself. Star Moon. So true, but it doesn't matter. You think you're getting rid of me? I'll have a system teleport and be able to come straight to you. At this time, Di Jietian curiously surveyed the surroundings, deserted and uninhabited, with the smell of corruption mixed in. Not far away, Di Jietian felt the breath of life. The breath of life is faint. Not long after, Di Jietian's brows furrowed. He realized that there were several scents inside that were different from those of the immortal realm. Could it be? It's someone from the outer realm. I just don't know. Which realm? Di Jietian didn't believe that a great emperor had opened up a Starry Sky Ancient Road just to hide his child. What exactly is the plot? Di Jietian became curious. However, now when he saw the few heavenly prides from the outer domain, Di Jietian frowned a bit. The strength is so bad. Forget it. Set up your own array. One of the reasons Di Jietian came in was to set up his own demonic array. Why else would one come in? A jade pendant appeared inside Di Jietian's hand. It was the divine artifact obtained by killing the first son of Qi, the spirit devouring divine ring. System, inscribed the magic formation inside. Di Jietian had a glow in his eyes. After all, the next step in one's scheming is about to begin. The Starry Sky Ancient Road, since it connected several outer domains, was also right in line with one's own desires. As long as an array was set up inside, one could monitor the situation inside. Not long after, Di Jietian's brows furrowed, his own formation, actually being blocked. Thinking of this, behind Di Jietian, a void ancient path appeared. When Di Jietian appeared again, he saw this place. Surprise flashed in his eyes. The land of dragons? Di Jietian murmured. The place of the dragon vein, but it had a powerful qi, and at the same time, Di Jietian realized that this place had a powerful Dao rhythm. Could it be that this is the same place where the son of the great emperor was buried? Di Jietian carried curiosity. Rumble. Suddenly, the earth tumbled. A dragon whistle sounded. Di Jietian's face changed. Di Jietian. There was a light in his eyes. No! A true dragon died here. True dragons. What kind of existence was that? Right now the immortal region hadn't even revealed it. If the true dragon clan knew that a true dragon had died here, when the time came, the true dragon clan should be descending. However, what relationship did it have with him? Di Jietian. This one true dragon. Di Jietian had his eye on. Just as Di Jietian was about to make his move, suddenly, something came to mind. Couldn't help it. Sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, Di Jietian suddenly knew what Star Moon's plan was. I'm afraid, the Star Moon has long known that a true dragon has fallen here. That great emperor, who had opened up the Starry Sky Ancient Road, was on the one hand cultivating his own children's heritage, and on the other hand, he was calculating. If the true dragon clan knew that the clansmen of their clan had been counted, when the time came, they would definitely find trouble with the Star family. This Starry Sky Ancient Path was the path that the great emperor had left to his own son, as well as the path that was left to the Star family, and the Star family's old ancestor definitely knew about it. And Star Moon told herself that the Star God's ancient hall was in this one, supposedly to divert her attention. A divine artifact won't go unnoticed. I'm afraid this is also the Star family's great emperor's calculations. An immortal soldier. No, the family, who came in who is more than confused, who do not want to get. The most dangerous place is the safest place. If Tian hadn't guessed wrong, I'm afraid that one immortal soldier was also in this place. If there was an anomaly and an immortal soldier came out, it could be hidden from everyone's eyes. Tian sensed that the people who came in, whether they were from the immortal domain or other realms, were all from the younger generation. It's not right. Tian pondered for a moment and felt that something wasn't right. He seemed to have missed something. What have you missed? A demonic light appeared in Tian's eyes. What a nerve! Tian froze. There was no mistaking that Tian just froze. Asterisk. It was Tian who couldn't help it and burst out a foul mouth. He did not expect that this great emperor of the Star family would actually be so scheming. I didn't see it carefully just now. With the help of the Chaos Demon body. Star God Ancient Hall. Star God Ancient Hall. I didn't think it would be like this. The whole thing was the machinations of that great emperor of the Star family. I'm afraid, that great emperor is not dead. It wasn't the son of a great emperor who was buried, but the emperor himself. I'm afraid, the son of a great emperor is just a made-up reason. The purpose is to recultivate. A great emperor reconditioning. This fellow's ambition isn't small. It looks like the Star family's old ancestor has known about this for a long time, or else he wouldn't have allowed himself to come over. No, there's another person who knows. As he thought of this, Tian looked in a direction. That's the direction of the stars and moon. Stealing the great emperor's fortune for one more life. Or something else? Tian realized that he was a bit unable to see through this Xingyu. This woman's ambition is powerful. A place where dragons are raised, fed with the blood of true dragons, and recultivated for a lifetime. The dragon clan's underpinnings are added to themselves, and each great emperor carries a supreme fortune. Star Moon is hitting on this great emperor. Star God Ancient Hall. Star Moon doesn't care at all, because the entire Starry Sky Ancient Path is actually that one piece of Star God Ancient Hall, and himself, within the Ancient Hall of the Star God. This great emperor who has been rebuilt is arranging the immortal soldiers into the Starry Sky Ancient Path just for the sake of any accidents that would cause his plans to fail. I can't believe I'm playing lights out. What exactly is it that makes a great emperor resolve to retrain for a lifetime? Tian was puzzled. Scheming, a great emperor carrying supreme chi, coupled with the true dragon's chi. The land of the dragon vein has amazing chi, a daughter of the Wheel of Fortune. That's funny. Tian originally still had doubts, but immediately afterward, the doubts were dispelled. Both were people of great chi, and since Star Moon dared to fight this, he must have some means to deal with it. Wouldn't it be nice to be a fisherman yourself? However, the situation of the current situation is not confusing enough. Old ancestor, spread the word that there is a land of dragon veins in the Starry Sky Ancient Path. Don't let anyone know that this is news from the imperial family. I'll make some noise in there. Chapter 97, Tian's wrong guess? What exactly is the son of chi planning? Originally, the news inside couldn't be passed on. But what did it have to do with Tian? This place is indeed cordoned off. I'm afraid that even those who go out will have some of their memories erased. The great emperor's means are too many. However, the people in here didn't include Tian. And of course there's Star Moon, the one who opened up the heavenly hanging. Since it was a place of great fortune, this place, one would be sorry if one did not plan something. As he thought of this, a void passage appeared before Tian's eyes, and Tian went in, straight to the innermost part. Seeing the bronze and purple coffin in front of him, Tian carried curiosity. Is this the coffin in which the great emperor buried himself? It's really a treasure. Tian surveyed his surroundings, and within a moment, Tian's face changed. Murphy, I guessed wrong. System, see through to the inside of the coffin. After Tian realized that he couldn't see through it, he resorted to the system. Immediately afterward, Tian's face changed. There's actually nothing in there, an empty coffin. For some reason, Tian felt like he was being counted. Suddenly, inside Tian's mind, an aura appeared. It's not true that it's a place where dragons are raised, but why? It's empty. Is it possible that the people have already left? Right after Tian had transmitted a voice to his old ancestor. It's making waves out there. They hadn't thought that there was a place of dragon veins inside the Starry Sky Ancient Path. Only, when others think of it being the Star family, they bring scorn. They are not the imperial family. They are not afraid of the Star family. And even the old ancestor brings a weapon and threatens the Star family. What the hell happened? At this moment, Tian felt like he had fallen into a conspiracy, as if it were a vortex, plunging itself into it. Tian came out and looked at his surroundings. Then, Using the system, the place keeps expanding. This is a formation? 9 dragons, 9 een. Trapped god formation. The system's beep sounded. Hearing this sentence, Di Jiantian's face changed, then looked to the coffin. Star moon. So true. Di Jiantian was hidden in the void when he saw the young generation's pride, walking towards this place, with a strange smile on his face. A place to raise dragons. It's actually fake. No, it's not fake. Di Jiantian suddenly realized that Star Moon's figure had appeared. Star Moon's face held surprise when she saw this place. Di Jiantian froze. This Xingyu, after coming in, actually broke this place directly, and then lay inside the coffin. Di Jiantian's face darkened. This woman. She couldn't be a reincarnated and recultivated great emperor, could she? Such an unreliable woman. Also cultivated to the great emperor realm. Land of the dragon vein. It's really good. I didn't think that there was actually this place. Some of the young celestial pride, seeing this place, had a huge surprise in their eyes. Di Jietian had a contemplative look in his eyes. He wanted to see what this woman wanted to do. Since others have come out, it's time to come out yourself. I wonder, is my own guess correct? Although Xingyu was scheming, Di Jiantian felt that this woman's purpose was herself. Di Jiantian didn't know why he had this kind of feeling. At this moment, the star moon, lying inside the coffin, utilized the formation and saw the heavenly pride outside, especially Di Jietian. There was some change in his face. However, immediately afterward, a golden Dao rhyme appeared. The faces of these celestial pride that appeared changed. They were shocked to realize that they were enveloped by the formation. What kind of formation is this? I don't know. Just as these people were speculating, the Dao rhyme was completely formed. Not long after, the 9 true dragon silhouettes appeared. Huge body, looking down on everyone, especially the destructive intent in the eyes amongst these true dragon silhouettes. Kill! A voice that rang out in the middle of the formation. Not good. Run! These true dragon shadows all had the realm of saints. One after another, the faces of the celestials changed drastically. Rumble! A purple and gold coffin appeared and hovered above everyone's heads. As the coffin appeared, these true dragon shadows went berserk, eyes bloodshot at the sight of these celestials. One by one, their killing intent skyrocketed. Watching one after another of the celestial pride die under the claws of the true dragon's virtual shadow dragon, Di Jietian didn't care at all. Conspiracy. Di Jietian knew that this was Star Moon's plot. One might have been on this guy's radar from the start. The woman, it was thought, would give herself the benefit of the doubt. Di Jietian pondered for a moment, seeing young celestials, one after another, die. Those heavenly prides, looking at the true dragon's shadow, did not make a move against that young man. One by one, the images were transmitted within their own families. Di Jietian didn't care in the slightest. Just look at the coffin. Half a moment passed. The coffin opened and a figure appeared. Star Moon's figure appeared. Look at Di Jietian. There was a smile in his eyes. Isn't that shocking? Di Jietian nodded. What are you doing this for? Di Jietian asked. Star Moon didn't say anything, and with a movement of her finger, a golden dragon of chi appeared. It directly entered into Di Jietian's body, absorbing the golden dragon of luck. The master's villain value increases by 500,000. Di Jietian smiled inadvertently, as if very satisfied. Didn't I tell you? You're the one I see eye to eye with, and it's not for your own good? See, these are the fortunes of the young prides. In the future, your chi can surpass everyone's. Oh, and why did you do it? I like you. Xingyu looked at Di Jietian and said word for word. Hearing this sentence, Di Jietian smiled. Look at the stars and the moon. In that case, thank you. You're welcome. Xingyu looked at Di Jietian with a look of infatuation in her eyes. By the way, this is the location of the Star God Ancient Hall. Star Moon's face suddenly changed and blanched. It was as if it had met with a backlash. Go. Star Moon had an anxious look on her face. The body began to crack up. Di Jietian's face similarly changed. You this? Backlash. It won't be a problem. Just recuperate for a while. The chi is given to you. Can you do me a favor? You say. Find the ancient hall of the Star God. I need one thing inside. When I beg you. Okay, I promise. Di Jietian thought for a moment and glanced at the map. You only have 3 days. Still. Star Moon spoke, saying the phrase with hesitation. I know. Star Moon entered the coffin and disappeared. With the help of the system, Di Jietian was hidden in the void, creating a doppelganger. He took the map and traveled to the place that Star Moon had said. After seeing Di Jietian leave, the star and moon reappeared once more, where their aura was low before. Di Jietian was hidden in the void, indifferently watching all of this. Chapter 98, Starry Moon's layout against the imperial family. Great Emperor Heavy-Weighted Shio is actually her brother. A short while later, Star Moon left. A body lay in a coffin as Star Moon left. Exactly the same as Star Moon. The real Star Moon has left. A formation disc appeared inside his hand. The void opened and Star Moon stepped inside. Di Jietian followed Star Moon like this. Immediately afterward, Di Jietian revealed a cold smile when he came to a place. I didn't think that I had been tricked right from the start. I have to say that this woman, meeting herself for the first time, was actually able to grasp her own mind. No, this woman is a reincarnation god body. Perhaps one's initial guess was wrong. As Xingyu walked inside, not long after, Di Jietian's eyes lit up. Sure enough, a copper pavilion was buried in the void. Star Moon had memories on her face as she looked at this one coffin. Come out. I know. You're awake. Star Moon's aura at this moment suddenly changed, as if she were an empress on high. There you are. The coffin opened and a young figure appeared. Di Jietian saw this person's information. Name, Star God. Identity, a great emperor's retraining. A son of Qi fortune. Physique, Star God body. Destiny value, 1 million. Strength, 9th level of King Seal. Cultivation technique, Star divine skill. Creation star explosion. Heavenly star hand. Star picking hand. Avatar, peripheral star seal. Star guide. Star treader. Di Jientian carried curiosity, not having thought that it would be another son of Qi. A great emperor reconditioned. It looked like this was the great emperor from the star family before. Hate me? Star Moon looked at Star God and asked. I wouldn't hate my sister. I just want to know what this is all about and why you're forcing me to retrain. Hearing this sentence from the Star God, Di Jientian was shocked for a moment. This fellow, actually called Star Moon's sister. By the looks of it, the memories of this great emperor's retraining should not have been completely sealed. I had my reasons for not letting you know before, but the layout has fallen so you can know. There was a complexity in Star Moon's eyes. You should know that I am a reincarnation body and have been through reincarnations. A glimpse of the future. When he said this, there was a coldness in Star Moon's eyes. The Star God did not speak. The future you, dead, is something I don't want to see, so I'm forcing you to retrain. Di Jietian was hidden in the void with the same curiosity. The Star family, in the records of history, there was only one Star God who had accomplished a great emperor, and there was no word of another, and it looked like this Star Moon from before, had been hiding himself. Future me, dead, there's no mistake, died inside the hands of Emperor Jietian. Who is Emperor Jietian? The divine son of the imperial family, an immortal's talent. Star Moon said, word for word. He became immortal? Star God asked in shock. No, achieving greatness, being 2 realms lower than you, crossed over to fight and killed you. Impossible. At the great emperor realm, it's impossible to fight across the ranks. Star God retorted directly. But you just died. By his hand. And, the one where the soul doesn't survive. What the hell happened? I also don't know why you went up against Emperor Jietian. The reason you lost was not on top of your strength, but on top of your Qi. Chakra? Yes, Qi luck. In ancient and modern times, those who have achieved greatness, which one of them is not a person with deep blessings and has great Qi luck? However, our star family's Qi is shallow. From the establishment of the star family, only 2 great emperors have appeared. One me, one you, and, with our 2 fortunes, we've only achieved 2 great emperors, and wanting to cross over at a higher level is no longer possible. Not enough Qi. The star family can't afford to carry it either. So, I keep reincarnating and accumulating my own Qi. Now I have enough Qi. Only, there is still one last step to go, but it's too hard to change your fate. So, I'm letting you remodel. And on the one hand, you carry the great emperor's Qi. On the other hand, I'll take someone else's Qi and instill it in you. Do you know why Di Jietian was able to kill you so easily? Didn't you say so? Emperor Jietian's Qi is stronger than mine. That's just one of the reasons. In the future, I've seen a glimpse of the future. The entire clan's Qi of the imperial family has been added to Di Jietian's body. It also means that the future emperor clan, sacrificing a clan's fortune to fulfill Emperor Jietian. The imperial family has been around for too long and has contributed to the immortal region. Their Qi is much more powerful than my star family's Qi. Wouldn't that be? The future imperial family, sacrificed to Emperor Jietian. Yes, future, that's all I know. I don't know what on earth would make the Di family gamble the lives of their entire clan to fulfill Di Jietian alone. Therefore, by allowing you to recultivate, I am laying out a plan to utilize the Qi of the immortal domain 1 domain to add to you. At this moment, Star Moon had a calculating look in her eyes. In the first step, the pieces have fallen. At first I overthrew an imperial dynasty controlled by the imperial family, the Zhou dynasty. Then, throw out the star map of the circumference. In this way, the imperial family investigation, will be able to find out what I'm up to. It's to utilize the circumstantial star diagram to radiate out to the surrounding area. And then, with the help of a domain's chi, break through yourself. After the D family found out, D Jietian would definitely come out. What about back there? Behind it is this ancient path of stars. In the beginning, I opened it up for the scene. The place where dragons are raised is also another plot. There are outer realms connected here. As long as these young celestials are killed, the chi will be given to Emperor Jietian. D Jietian is a very conceited person, and doesn't care about receiving chi luck. At this time, the realms around the immortal domain, those powerful clans, where the celestial pride has died, will look for trouble from the imperial family. This is the second step, using the hands of others to weaken the emperor family's chi. Step 3. Grab the chi. Grab the chi of the D family, especially D Jietian's chi. The imperial dynasty out there has already finished its layout, and Emperor Jietian will also believe that it has mastered its situation. Inside his eyes, I'm a pawn to be controlled at will. When the old ancestor of the emperor family knows about this, he will definitely use my hand and then complete the layout to make the Star Moon dynasty stronger, indirectly increasing Emperor Jietian's fortune. Why are you certain that the imperial family ancestor will do this? Because, in the future, the old ancestor of the imperial family wanted to plot the chi of the immortal domain only, it didn't work. Right now, a small imperial dynasty is even less of a concern, but the imperial family ancestor should care. Don't underestimate the ambition of the imperial family. Originally, my chi was accumulated deeply enough. I was in the open and you were in the shadows. I can gradually release the chi I've accumulated, and the chi of the Star Moon imperial dynasty will be added to you. The imperial family's scheming will come to naught, and after the imperial family goes to war with another realm, there will be losses, and their chi will diminish. This is the end of the line. Right now, you have the chi of the true dragon celestial pride, the chi of the dragon vein land, the chi of the great emperors, and lastly, with the help of the imperial family's power, you draw on the chi of those outer regions. For the ultimate goal, the chi of the immortal realm is also wanted, as well as the chi of the surrounding realms. That's why I'm making you retrain. Do you understand? Chapter 99, 4 directions, southeast, west, north, and west, pushing across 10 million miles, blood sacrifice. I'm going to turn you into a taboo for the ages, and no one will be able to surpass you. There was a powerful ambition in Star Moon's eyes. Sister, as good as the scheming is, the planning is too difficult. Yeah, it's too hard. But, do you know why your famous weapon is in this place? Star Moon smiled in her eyes. The star god didn't really know. Star Moon's fingers moved. A wave appeared. Here, it was D Jietian's face that similarly changed. A place where the three realms of dragon breeding come together. It's still something I inadvertently learned in my previous reincarnation. That is to say, you are now burdened with the chi of the three domains. Only, it has not been added to your body yet. There is only waiting, and there is a reason for me to be exposed in the land of dragon rearing this time. I'm the one who delivered the news. And now that D Jietian's figure is known, it should be known by those clans. D Jietian had become a thorn in the side of others. D Jietian and also the emperor's family's chi is decreasing, and our chi is increasing. This is our chance. Star Moon looked at Star God after she had put her plan out there. So you, for now, can't show up yet. When the war is on, you absorbed a huge amount of chi before you could appear. But you, sis, if you're found out, don't forget, your sister is a reincarnation god body. Don't worry, sister, are you willing? Star God asked. Star Moon's face was tinged with memories. Silly brother, you're my brother and I'm your sister. You continue to slumber. You don't have to wake up when I don't wake you up. It's just as well. This place, the land shrouded in chi. No one will find you. Your doubts are cleared. So stop wondering and don't let your sister down. I don't want to try to lose a loved one. My heart hurts too much. Star Moon left. The star god sighed, with a complicated look on his face. Finally, it went into the coffin. D Jietian hid in the void and didn't speak, eyes indifferent. It was as if all of this had nothing to do with himself. Underestimate you, D Jietian murmured softly. It turned out that this woman, who had counted herself, and the imperial family behind her. In that case, don't blame me. When he thought of this, D Jietian wore a good-looking smile. D Jietian left. Since you've already begun to scheme, I'm going to fulfill you and keep up the charade. D Jietian didn't hide his aura anymore. After D Jietian's aura was exposed, the ancient path of the stars has changed. A pair of eyes, suspended in the starry sky ancient path. Looking at D Jietian's face was calm, his eyes not fluctuating a bit. At this time, after Star Moon, after leaving, returned to the coffin, after seeing the eyes suspended in the void. A smile played at the corners of his mouth. The plan has begun. The imperial family is in. Star Moon had the blockage of the formation, and no one else could see her. Besides, right now, everyone's attention was on Di Jietian's body. When the family's heavenly pride fell, the image that was passed out was when Di Jietian seized these people's qi. Right now, Di Jietian, in their eyes, was a meat and potatoes. Good planning, young man, good guts. Yeah, what a nerve. Di Jietian also spoke, said this one with a smile. It made the eyes of many people in the void freeze. Sure enough, I've long heard that the immortal domain emperor family's godly son is arrogant, and I've seen it today, and it's really true. Sixth ancestor, Di Jietian spoke up. A figure suddenly appeared. Look at these eyes in the void. Not bad. When a child is bullied and an adult shamelessly comes out, it really should be theorized. The sixth ancestor laughed softly. Great Luo heavenly domain. Yuan family. The heavenly domain of creation. The witch family. Two shameless clans, daring to speak ill of my emperor family's divine son. You guys have a lot of nerve. Imperial family. The 10 immortal bands rise. The sixth patriarch sneered. At the same time, a pillar of light appeared in the imperial family. Half-emperor as a guide, immortal soldier as a root. 10 square immortal formation. Change, 10 square world. Rise. Seal engraving of heaven and earth, a sword that cuts down the gods. 10 worlds, added. The sixth ancestor's eyes held a golden light. At the same time a vast body appeared, suspended between heaven and earth. Di Jietian didn't care at all. System, enchant. Di Jietian spoke softly. All right, master. At this time, in the middle of the imperial family. Damn it, bullying my imperial family's divine son. Tired of living, too old to be inside the grave. Looking for death. Come on, men. Order troops. Kill for me. Kill to the great Luo heavenly realm, and the heavenly realm of creation. A grand voice rang out in the imperial family. The imperial family had undergone a radical change at this time. 10 half-step great emperor figures appeared, suspended between heaven and earth. Behind them, a divine wheel, casting out light. There is a sword in the center. Up. At this time, the 6 ancestors of the imperial family, holding immortal soldiers, snapping his eyes open. Chop. A sword on broke the void and disappeared. At the same time, one of the imperial family's warships appeared, suspended in the clouds. Looking closely, these people, with bloodlust in their eyes. Ha ha, after 20,000 years, I can finally see blood. Thanks to the Son of God for sending the war. You can continue to plunder resources. Yeah, it can be plundered. 60,000 years ago, the great Luo heavenly realm, and the heavenly realm of creation, may have forgotten. An ancient Saint Emperor powerhouse with disdainful eyes, as if caught up in memories. Di Jietian watched the scene without the slightest fluctuation. Yes, it's time for the imperial family to see some blood. Di Jietian wore a smile. Stars and moons also wore a smile. The 5 ancestors have changed back too, I think. Son of Qi, your calculations are good, but unfortunately, you have forgotten one thing. I'm not following the rules. Count on it, and after it hurts, you won't dare to count on it. Will you? Help the Star Moon Imperial Dynasty, rule the surrounding dynasties, and advance to an imperial dynasty. Then, utilizing the formation, sacrifice all the living beings of the Star Moon Imperial Dynasty. Counting on me. I'm sure you'd like it if the avenue backfired. I didn't think that I, Emperor Ye Duan, would one day utilize the means of a demon to reckon with the sons of Qi. When the great Tao backfires, the Star family will also be affected, right? After the backlash, the Star family can be overthrown. Want to absorb powerful Qi? I'll make you, in this life, fall short of your calculations, and Qi has nothing to do with you. Set it up. Di Jietian gave an order. In the middle of the imperial family, in the forbidden land, the bazooka looked at the message inside his hand. This little guy, such a big fire, looks like he's been counted and suffered a loss. It's really like that, pushing back and not giving a damn. But why do I like little guys like that? Dark guards, in half a quarter of an hour. Promote the Star Moon Imperial Dynasty to a top-tier Imperial Dynasty. Southeast, northwest. 4 directions, push across 10 million miles. Then, blood sacrifice. The 8 ancestors' tone was just like Di Jietian's, filled with indifference. Chapter 100. The Di family goes crazy. Di Wuxian's past. After Di Jietian saw the imperial family move, with a sneer. At this moment, no one knew what Di Jietian was laughing at. At this moment, the 6th ancestor, a divine light appeared in his eyes. A sword on appeared, suspended in the starry sky. A huge shadow looked down on the great Luo heavenly domain. and the heavenly domain of creation. At this moment, the sixth ancestor looked at Tianyang with shock in his eyes. He felt it just now. His attacks intensified. And there was also a voice transmission from Emperor Ye Duan. The sixth ancestor didn't know what inheritance Ye Duan had obtained, but he could actually add his own divine power to himself. One must know that the divine beheading was a divine ability that one had obtained engraved by heaven and earth. The sixth patriarch withdrew his mind. Bullying my emperor family's divine son. I'll give you a warning today. It's a blessing for you that I, the divine son of the emperor family, killed your family's heavenly pride. Disobedience. Hold it in. The voice of the sixth ancestor of the imperial family resounded between heaven and earth. Meanwhile, in the middle of the great Luo heavenly domain, in the middle of the Yuan family, the crowd's faces hardened. Seeing that projection in the sky, they hadn't expected that the imperial family actually really couldn't afford to play. Your own family is just making a move to intimidate, and you guys are directly moving in for the kill. Chop! The voice of the sixth ancestor of the imperial family was like the flood bell of the great Tao. The Yuan family trembled. Imperial family, unbridled. A grand voice, likewise, rang out. At the same time, a projection appeared. Kill formation, rise. The Yuan family's formation likewise rose. A small formation, also wants to stop me. Shattered. A sword blade appeared. It chopped directly on top of the formation. The formation trembled, billions of feet tall, looking down on the Yuan family. At the same time, the sword blade chopped down once more. Click. The sound of breaking rang out. The people from the Yuan family, their faces changed. Right after the Yuan family's formation shattered, the person in the formation spat out a mouthful of blood. With a pale face, the Yuan clan's old ancestor looked at the D clan's old ancestor with fear in his eyes. Your strength, why is it growing so fast? The sixth ancestor of the imperial family ignored old man Yuan's voice. Chop! God! Outsiders of the heavens, watch! The young generations fight. We don't care. The older generation strikes. That's the price. Killing God's domain. Rise. Extinction. The six ancestors of the imperial family, and their breathing was disorganized. The aura in his body was infused into this sword. Chop! Enough! Our Yuan clan admits defeat and we apologize. Unbridled. Messing with my emperor family's divine son. There will be no living for your Yuan family in heaven or on earth. The imperial family's sixth ancestor's domineering voice rang out. Click. Where the Yuan clan was located, the void was constantly collapsing. At this moment, after the people of the immortal domain, the people of the great Luo heavenly domain, and the people of the heavenly domain of creation saw the heavenly dome collapsing into a corner, there was nothing but endless horror in their eyes. They hadn't expected that the imperial family would actually play so big. This time, the imperial family had moved for real. Enough! This is my great Luo heavenly domain, not your immortal domain. Don't go too far. Imperial family. An old voice suddenly appeared. There was only a faint shadow, but with a single movement of his fingers, the attack of the six ancestors of the D family was blocked. The guardian of the great Luo heavenly domain? The old ancestor of the D clan sneered. You guys, the imperial family passed. Yeah, so what if it passes? You stop me. You can. Today, the Yuan family will be destroyed. No one can shamelessly bully my imperial family's divine son. Get lost. Dare to stop again. Die. Emperor kill. Aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? I can easily stop the moves you make. Yeah, well, look again. Can you stop it? The sixth ancestor had mockery in his eyes. Who awakens me? A voice suddenly rang out in the middle of the heavens. After hearing this voice, the guardian of the great Luo heavenly domain's face changed drastically. Your imperial family is crazy. There's nothing wrong with that. Our imperial family is just crazy. We've always been crazy. Kill. All of the prosperity fighters are lined up in front of the front. Move out and head to the great Luo heavenly domain. Kill for me. Yuan family. No chickens or dogs left behind. The sixth ancestor laughed madly and, at the same time, put his sword away. Looking at Tianyang. Divine son, dare you follow me to look at the people of the great Luo heavenly domain? Old ancestor has the elegance to see this. 5 ancestors, please, go on. Boy, no one can make the imperial family suffer while I'm around. That one voice finally appeared once more, and at the same time, a giant bronze coffin. In the middle of the immortal realm, the great Luo heavenly realm, and the heavenly realm of creation, blocked out the heavens of the 3-star realms, stopping the path of my emperor family's divine son. You are not worthy of death. The coffin opened and a dry hand appeared. Do you imperial family want to start a war? Something that happened 500,000 years ago. Have you forgotten? Stop the path of my emperor family's divine son and you die. This large hand appeared from the void. A dry palm that clearly didn't have any aura. But, at this moment, time, space disappeared as if it were the guardian of the great Luo heavenly domain. Before he could react, his body flew away in ashes. Alas, why is the great Luo heavenly domain so dishonest? Just at this time again, a voice rang out once more. There was clearly no aura, standing in the void. When they saw this figure, many people in the great Luo heavenly domain exclaimed in shock, Emperor Godless, your Emperor Godless. There was hatred in his eyes, and murderous intent. You guys still haven't forgotten about me? Good. Looks like I should be helping you in your memories. There was only indifference in Emperor Godless' eyes. My son is also something new. A great Luo heavenly domain. Can bully. Emperor Godless, you finally come out. Right after Emperor Godless appeared. Among them, there were 3 figures that appeared, each and every one of them, with a huge aura. The void trembled continuously around them, as if in fear of something. Empyrean Godless, back then, you stole our great Luo heavenly realm's chi luck and allowed your strength to rapidly skyrocket. Let's see, what level have you reached? Hearing this sentence, there was shock in Di Jiantian's eyes. His own father, in his own eyes, is a layabout, or a guy who was afraid of his wife and pits his son. Didn't realize that there was this bossy side to it. Emperor Godless ignored these 3 figures, walked past them. The 3 figures, with nothing but terror in their eyes, then disappeared into thin air. The enemies I have defeated in battle have never made me look at them again. At this moment, the people of the great Luo heavenly realm, the immortal realm, and the heavenly realm of creation looked at Emperor Godless with horror. The 6th ancestor looked at Emperor Godless and nodded. It looks like you've finally given up your hand. Yes, after Tianyang was born, the moment I saw Tianyang, I thought, it was heaven's punishment for me. Let Tianyang suffer so much. By the looks of it, I was wrong. I, Emperor Godless, am back again. The Yuan family, 3 swords. Chapter 101 Overbearing and protective parents. Heavenly falls, life backfires, son of Qi Gothic. Emperor Godless, without a single fluctuation in his eyes, looked at the Yuan family as if he was looking at a dead person. Everyone's faces changed when they heard this sentence from Emperor Godless. The Yuan clan, however, had a half-step great emperor high-ranking powerhouse in their midst. Emperor Godless, before in the immortal region, not many people knew how powerful. Just know that he was the head of the Di family, the father of Di Jiantian. The first blade, the will of self. Emperor Godless, gently swung out a blade. A blade on that skyrocketed against the wind. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the intent of destruction and death appeared. Don't! Our Yuan family is wrong. Emperor Godless didn't say anything. The first blade directly broke the other guardian formation of the Yuan family. The second course, no nothingness. Emperor Godless, once again, opened his eyes and swung out with one. In this moment, time, space disappeared. It was as if it was a dark world without a hint of color. The third knife, the third blade. Emperor Godless only said the third blade. As the blade fell, see a huge crack appeared in the sky. It was chopped out by the blade. Guardian. Emperor Godless chanted softly, with the blade falling afterward. The Yuan clan's old ancestor, who didn't even have the power to resist, disappeared under the blade's awnings, immediately followed by the Yuan family. After seeing the Yuan family disappear, the immortal region was silent, and the great Luo heavenly region was silent. The witch family of the heavenly domain of creation finally panicked. Next stop, heavenly domain of creation. The witch family. I'll go. A woman with an elegant temperament appeared. There was a look of disdain in his eyes. Gong Xinu. Looking at the heavenly domain of creation. A wasteful family that hasn't even given birth to a great emperor dares to bully my son. Since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill you. When he said this sentence, Gong Xinu had already disappeared. When he appeared once more, he came to the sky above the witch family of the heavenly domain of creation. Seeing that, when Gong Xinu appeared, the heavenly domain of creation, those taboos didn't dare to make a move. Didn't you see that coffin across the 3 domains? The breath that suppresses the heavens. Who dares to move? After all, a clan with only half-step great emperors was as good as dead. They don't want to take on the house of God. Inside their eyes, the imperial family was insane. Thoroughly insane, or a god of killing. Skyfall. Gong Xinu made a seal with both hands. Rumble. At this moment, the void opened up in the sky above the heavenly domain of creation. It was as if a piece of the sky had been cut off. Drop. Gong Xinu said a word. Rumble. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is catching out a medium world. Impossible. Is Gong Xinu crazy? After seeing Gong Xinu's movements, everyone was startled. This is a world controlled by the witch family. Gong Xinu. I didn't think that this woman is even more ruthless. A medium world that landed directly in the direction of the witch family. Seeing the Wookiee family similarly transformed into a ghostly underworld. Gong Xinu. Her heart didn't fluctuate a bit. It didn't matter if the people of a medium world, plus the people of the witch family, countless living beings, were buried. If you dare to bully my son again, next time, it won't be as simple as destruction. Hearing this sentence, many people were emboldened. The one where the family is destroyed. 10 deaths, and it's actually still the easiest. If you guys aren't satisfied with my imperial family's hegemony, you can start the immortal war. I wonder if you can afford to pay that price. The 9 guards of the imperial family are deployed. The heavens and the worlds, Ye Duan, which, overthrown. Ye Duan added once more. Many people's faces changed. Don't we just have this last name? Why? Please, leave us alone. Ye Duan turned around and left. Bazoo. Let's begin. A voice went out from within Ye Duan's mind. Got it. The 8 ancestors had Emperor Tianyang utilizing the system to cover them, and a formation fell. At the same time, a raging aura appeared. The blood chi transformed into a dragon of grievances and charged straight into the sky. At this moment, the star moon in the middle of the starry sky ancient road saw this scene with a cold smile. The land of the dragon vein of the 3 regions. The star god, once again, appeared and saw the scene. The face went white. Sister, your scheming has fallen flat, the star god murmured. As he said this sentence, the star god's face went white, breathing weakly, strength plummeting. The blood of a great emperor. It's a pity. The star god sighed as he said this one. Backlash. Can't afford it. Emperor Godson, you really are ruthless enough. I don't know. How did you see through your sister's scheming? Sure enough, it's not a loss to die in the future at your hands. Sister, you're too confident. It's good to suffer a little loss. Otherwise, if you recultivate for a lifetime, you'll still fail. The star god disappeared. At this time in the immortal realm, in the Zhou Dynasty, the golden dragon of Qi Luck suddenly appeared. It crazily skyrocketed, and in no time, became 99 feet in size. Roar! He looked up to the sky and roared, and at the same time, a channel of Qi power appeared, converging within the Qi Luck golden dragon. The body grew larger once more. 999 feet, top imperial dynasties. Star Moon naturally felt it too. Right after the imperial family had overthrown a few forces, she realized that the power of Qi was not pooling towards the place she had set up. Suddenly I saw the Zhou Dynasty become the Zhou Dynasty. The face changed drastically. No, no, no. At this moment, the 3 great domains, after watching the movement in the sky. Ha ha, the imperial family has suffered a backlash. Let you be overbearing and suffer a backlash. This time it's a great Dao backlash. The backlash of hundreds of millions of living beings is something even the imperial family can't afford. However, immediately afterward, many people's faces changed drastically. Rumble, and I suddenly appeared in the void, ignoring the imperial family, looking towards the immortal domains Zhou Tian imperial dynasty. Unbridled, a cold voice and brilliant heavenly might landed. The Zhou heavenly emperor dynasty's golden dragon of Qi directly collapsed. At the same time, an arcane and mysterious aura appeared. Following the Qi Luck golden dragon, he directly found the trail of the Star Moon. Star Moon's face turned white and a mouthful of blood was spat out. He was unconscious, and within his body, there was the appearance of perishing thunder. Each time it appeared, Star Moon's breathing weakened. Ye Duan indifferently watched all of this. The Son of Luck suffers from the backlash of a living being. The heavenly fate value decreases by 300,000, and the Master's villainy value increases by 300,000. System, continue. Ye Duan looked at the souls of the witch family, as well as the souls of the Ye Duan family. Yes, Master. A destiny breath appeared. The chi of the 2 family names went straight to the sky. Ye Duan wore a cold smile. At the same time, the imperial family is hidden by the system. Channel all of this over the star family. At this moment, in the star family, one after another, on their bodies, the power of destruction appeared. Some of the young disciples directly flew away in ashes. The secret realm where the star family was located was directly destroyed. 6th ancestor, take a walk. Ye Duan looked at the 6th ancestor. Good. The 6th patriarch disappeared into thin air. The star family is destroyed. The destiny value of the sons of Qi decreases by 150,000, and the Master's villain value increases by 150,000. Master, with the help of the chakra of reincarnation, the son of chakra, Star Moon, resisted. Now the information on the sons of Qi has been updated once again. Chapter 102, these 2 old 6s. I'm really convinced. Hearing the system's words, Tian didn't care. What he cared about was why that star god's chi hadn't decreased. Suddenly, Tian thought of a possibility. It was the star god who abandoned his star family bloodline. At the same time, he took out his great emperor's blood. When the star family is overthrown, by then, the star family's chi will be centralized. Heaven is fair. By then, the star god would once again absorb the star family's bloodline, and the star family's chi would already be much stronger than before. When one suffers a backlash from the heavenly Tao, one's chi will also increase meditatively. Tian took a deep breath. He thought that for a woman, Xingyu's ambition was already strong enough. It hadn't occurred to me that that star god didn't have a lot of guts, and by the looks of it, what was being plotted was probably even more than Star Moon. However, you've underestimated me, Tian. When he thought of this, there was a mysterious glow in Tian's eyes. The people from the immortal domain, as well as the people from the Great Luo heavenly domain and the heavenly domain of creation, saw that the imperial family had gone back peacefully. They were finally relieved. The imperial family had sent out a few old ancestors, all of which were base-level powerhouses. There were powerful people in the Great Luo heavenly domain, and the heavenly domain of creation as well. But in the underworld, they felt an even more dangerous gaze staring at them, and it wasn't the person inside the coffin that spanned the three domains. Who it is they don't know and they don't want to know. The more you know, the less good it will do you. Besides, it's just one or two half-emperor families. They knew that this was the imperial family making an example of them. The younger generation battled it out, and they really weren't afraid. At this time, in the middle of the imperial family, a hidden place, there were two young men kneeling beside Tian. These two people were the only remaining people from the Wushu family. The Yuan family, that Tian had controlled using the demon seed. You utilized your own essence blood, as well as the chi of a clan, to refine the grieving dragon curse. Remember, star family, Tian said word for word. Two figures, standing up. Let the 8 ancestors begin. Tian looked towards the 8 ancestors. The 8 ancestors nodded. Worriedly, he looked at Tian. It really won't be noticed. If that kind of thing senses it. You, old ancestor, don't worry. Seeing Tian's confident eyes, the 8 ancestors nodded their heads and did not ask any more questions. A figure at this moment suddenly appeared behind Tian. 5 ancestors. The 8 ancestors were startled when they saw this figure. Since we're refining the grudging dragon mantra, we'll add the family chi of the family that created this kind of grudging dragon mantra in the first place. Back then, there was also a great emperor in this family, and after being destroyed by the imperial family, there was no hope for revenge, and then they researched this kind of thing. However, it was detected by me and directly overthrown, with its soul imprisoned by me. After the 5th ancestor of the imperial family finished the sentence, a soul appeared inside his hand. When this soul appeared, it was Tian's face that similarly changed. The 5 ancestors made a seal with both hands. The face was tinged with gravity, looking towards the witch family, and these two people from the Yuan family. Just let the two of them fuse their bloodlines, and their chi with this great emperor's soul. The 5 ancestors made a direct move. Gel. At this moment, the immortal region suddenly changed once more. Shade. Tian softly chanted. The 5 ancestors looked towards Tian. No talking. It's done. The 5 ancestors handed the seal to Tian. Tian received this item with a smile in his eyes. This is its own plot. At the same time, a ball of essence blood appeared inside Tian's hand, which was the essence blood of someone from the star family. Others thought that the star family had gone up in smoke, but the essence blood was secretly collected by Emperor Tian. Alright, little one, it's been quiet for a while recently, and there have been quite a few people who have been eyeing my imperial family for a while now. Otherwise, people will put attention on you. A few other realms. Our imperial family, although we are not afraid of them, there are still a few races that have not revealed themselves, and they are plotting something that our imperial family cannot yet guess. This split energy of yours, it's almost done. Bring your main body back to sit on it. The 5th ancestor suddenly looked at the 6th ancestor and spoke. Tian didn't care. He knew it before. It can be. I didn't think that a bilocation actually almost didn't beat someone else. It's really humiliating. The 6th patriarch also made a self-deprecating remark. Tian looked at the 6th ancestor with contempt in his eyes. Still up here in Versailles. After Tian put away the grudge dragon curse, a void passage appeared behind them. Brat, you're going to go hokey pokey people again? Rokuzu's head hurt. This brat can't keep quiet for a while. Ever since he woke up, he hadn't had any peace. Old ancestor, don't worry, I'm going to meet a friend. Tian left. Let it be. The imperial family in the future will have to be handed over to him. Alas, making such a big commotion? I don't know. This brat. What idea is he playing again? Breaking the taboo. The 5 ancestors have spoken. What do you mean? Earlier, the great ancestor meditated and saw through a trace of chi. And what the imperial family is facing is terrifying. However, the great ancestor has sent a message that the Empyrean family's chi has increased quite a bit in the underworld. And it has something to do with this little guy. With the help of chi, the great ancestor, the 2nd ancestor has broken through once again. The 6th ancestor's back teeth showed in envy when he heard this sentence. You don't need to suppress it either. Your main body can go to the great ancestor and come back after the breakthrough. With the help of the great ancestor, it won't take more than a few days. 5th ancestor, do you think that this little guy, is he able to see through other people's destinies? Otherwise, why is it that the ones who are struck down are all people of great fortune? It must not be said, words are not enough. The great ancestor has said that this little one's orders are those which he must sometimes obey. The great ancestor just said that much. Don't forget, he's the unicorn son of my D family, and if he is to be overthrown, it will be my D family that will accompany him. The 5 ancestors smiled and disappeared. At this moment, Di Jietian didn't know what the 5 ancestors as well as the 6th ancestor had said. At this time, Di Jietian, with the help of the system, was hidden. The essence blood of hundreds of millions of living beings. I wonder, will allow myself to break a few chains. After Di Jietian realized that he had been counted. Since the sons of Qi wouldn't let themselves be good, they wouldn't let them be good either. Sacrifice a living being, with the help of the system, and transfer the power of the backlash, to the star family. At the same time, refining the spiteful dragon mantra as a meaning of one's base card. Otherwise, 2 sons of Qi with amazing Qi fortune would be counting on themselves together. It was himself, too, who felt his scalp tingling. And, now, what the star god was counting on, he had not yet guessed. As for Star Moon, the woman, she's getting a little cocky, but Star Moon will wake up and realize that it's her own doing. There is also the star god that old 6. One is to find him. There is no way. Shedding the bloodline of the star family, pulling out one's own great emperor's blood, is one's own use of the star moon. I'm afraid that the star god guy's influence is not very great. It looked like the star god had guessed his plan. The fact that a reincarnated person didn't see through it meant that she was too conceited. A reincarnated and recultivated great emperor saw through it and, as yet, hadn't given it to his own sister. A tough guy, too. She wanted to help him plan his chi. He doesn't know what he's thinking. For a while, even Di Jietian had a bit of a headache. Chapter 103, Only in Death Can One Realize the True Meaning of Life. Emperor Jie Tian's Operation. Di Jietian retrieved his mind. Sitting cross-legged in the void. Use the blood of the living to build yourself. Master, is it necessary to remove the emotions? The grievances of the living souls. Don't. Di Jietian wore a smile. But in that case, I know. Start. Di Jietian closed his own eyes. At the same time, an essence blood emitting a strange light appeared, with only one drop. However, when this drop of essence blood appeared, it was Di Jietian who similarly blanched and suffocated his chest. Di Jietian forced a mouthful of blood down. Ha! Biotic revolt. Is this biotic revolt? Just the essence blood of your billions of living beings also wants to revolt against me. In the future, I'm the one who will plot against the living beings of the immortal realm, and you all want to stand in my way. Di Jietian's eyes turned red as a demonic aura wrapped around his body. At the same time, chains opened up and floated around them. These chains looked as if they were rooted in the depths of the universe when looked at closely. Then it was worn all over Di Jietian's body. Reversal, 3,000 heavenly Dao chains. Ridiculous, the last demonic body. You were also a waste, weren't you? There was madness in Di Jietian's eyes, as well as mockery. Adding the essence and blood of billions of living beings backfired into a single chain. After seeing this one chain, Di Jietian extended his own hand. Hands clasped. The 3,000 heavenly Dao chains are still too weak. I'll strengthen them for you. Otherwise, it's not exciting enough. Master, you are not afraid. When the time comes, the heavenly seal, you cannot open it. This kind of backlash added. The heavenly seal, much more powerful than before. Extreme death is the only way to realize the true meaning of life. I am the devil. Have you ever heard that you can't live without being crazy? Di Jietian wore a smile. Above his forehead, cold sweat dripped down. The system had never seen Di Jietian like this before. Jab. The heavenly Dao seal chain was revealed, penetrating Di Jietian's chaotic demonic body. Oh, and try to stop me. Di Jietian directly shattered his bones. Extract the chains from the seal bit by bit. Di Jietian's robe was windless. The star crown on his head directly exploded. Cloak and dagger. The shape is like a seal demon. I want you to not even be able to break one of your tiny heavenly Dao seals. And in the future, the blood of the immortal realm's living souls, how can I afford to do so? Previously, the chaotic demon body had only sacrificed a lot of living beings, but Di Jiantian's plot was much bigger than that. Break for me! Di Jiantian roared angrily. Click! A crack appeared in the chains. Master, you! It was the system that was shocked. Ha ha! My life, Emperor Ye Tian's life. I speak for myself. Break! Hundreds of millions of living beings' grievances are added to my body. So what do I, Emperor Ye Tian, have to fear? Kaboom! The chains broke. The corners of Di Jietian's mouth carried blood, and his eyes were bloodshot, emitting a red demonic light. The rickety figure suddenly stood up. It was like the prime demon god. Ha 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 ha! Di Jietian laughed up to the sky. After a while, Di Jietian's emotions collected. Once again, that charming smile was on his face, gentle and sassy. Master, Di Jietian. Identity, divine son of the imperial family. Heaven's destiny villain. Physique, chaos demon body, breaks the 6 seals, time and space god's eyes. Supreme Dao bone. Heavenly destiny villain aura. Strength, 8th level of emperor. Techniques, chaotic demon scripture. Heavenly emperor scripture. Emperor god poem. Easy travel. Heavenly sword cutting technique. Human emperor finger. Aptitude, chaotic demonic heavenly poem. Great spatial ruling technique, 1st level, spatial shift. Heavenly seal of interception. Spatial cutting, treading heavenly, 1 step. Ghosts and gods are shocked. 2 steps. Immortals kneel. 3 steps. Extinction, spatial stasis, 5 seconds. Domain, spacetime stasis. Villain value, 106. 000. Backpack, silence. After seeing his strength, which had broken through 2 levels, Di Jietian smiled inadvertently. Sure enough, he had utilized the blood of the living spirit, enchanted the seal, and in breaking it, his strength had increased much more than before. The sealing, too, has made me, Di Jietian murmured, in a good mood. He felt that it was time for him to go and see that star moon who had suffered a backlash. After all, this star moon had done himself such a great favor, so much villain value, but she contributed it. A void passage appeared in front of Di Jietian. Di Jietian went in. Once again, it appeared next to a coffin. See inside unconscious. Breath weak. A star moon with a destructive thunderbolt on its body from time to time. Name, Star and Moon. Identity, outcast daughter of the star family. Son of Chi Luck. Destiny value, 1 million. Strength, Emperor Seal triple, under seal. Physique, Star and Moon divine body. Reincarnation divine body. Techniques, Heavenly Star divine technique. Reincarnation supreme technique. Heavenly Emperor's finger. Sun, Moon and Stardust creation technique. Avatar, Starfall. Western Emperor's finger. Reincarnation seal. Domain, Human Emperor's domain. Reincarnation domain, elementary. Di Jiantian hadn't thought that this woman's heavenly fate value, which had completely come out, still had 1 million, and after her strength suffered a backlash, she had actually reached the 3rd level of the sealed emperor. Immediately afterward, Di Jietian's brows furrowed. On his body, a revolting force appeared, passed out next to the star and moon. I don't know how long it's been. Star Moon frowned a little. She felt as if she was carrying a huge mountain on her back. Asterisk 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 dot. As soon as she opened her eyes, Star Moon was startled. This stinking shameless Di Jietian, why is he by her side? Also, this guy, why did he suffer a backlash as well? What the hell is going on? Di Jietian, wake up. Seeing that Di Jietian hadn't woken up yet, Star Moon raised her palm. Snap. Star and Moon were blindsided. You woman, how dare you? Star Moon covered herself at the mouth of her Moonhun. Before he could slap himself down, Di Jietian was the first to give himself a slap. Star Moon, you're so cruel, counting on me. Not bad. Di Jietian's tone was tinged with resentment. However, immediately afterward, Di Jietian revealed a smile. It didn't occur to me that you've been revolted as well. Seeing Di Jietian's smile and words, Xingyu said that she was confused. Why are you? You're counting on me. Don't you just want the chi? I let the imperial family take action, and I've completed your plan. But why? Your imperial dynasty has been sacrificed? The blood chi of hundreds of millions of living beings rushed straight up to the sky, and the backlash fell on me. So in order not to embarrass myself, I directly framed you for it. How are you feeling? Star Moon's face hardened. She wanted to beat Di Jietian to death, but she didn't have the strength. There was also the promotion of the Zhou dynasty to an imperial dynasty, and she knew that it must have been done by Di Jietian. And on top of that, acting disgusted with himself here, Di Jietian looked at Xingyu. You just know, there's nothing you can do. The dark guards are out. You think it's a joke. Then, planting evidence to frame you. You played dirty. Don't blame me, Tianyang, for playing dirty. Maybe, even count on the star god for once. Xingyu just quietly looked at Tianyang. However, feeling the same backlash within Tianyang's body, it was even more powerful than his own. Xingyu had a bit of confusion. She felt that Tianyang was acting, but the revolting power within Tianyang's body was stronger than herself. Those who didn't know thought that Emperor Ye Duan had plowed the heavenly Tao's ancestral tomb. Tianyang smiled inwardly as he watched Xingyu look at himself with doubt. The chaotic demon body, sealed and casually revealing a little bit of the power of the backlash, is much more powerful than this one of yours. Chapter 104, Tianyang, aren't you afraid? Do you believe in fate? Woman, touched, don't dare move. Star Moon blushed and said. Tianyang laughed a little. Standing up, his body shook a little. A power of weakness came through. What are you looking at? And don't hold it up. Tianyang looked at Xingyu with dislike in his eyes. Me. Xingyu wanted to slap Tianyang to death. However, her strength did not allow it. And, her own strength was also sealed. A little better than Tianyang. Not much better. Alas. Never mind. This place is the land of the dragon vein. It can be practiced. Although it won't allow us to recover, it's still possible to suppress the power of the backlash. Starskimmer frowned and spoke up. Then he looked at Tianyang. Immediately afterward, the face changed. At this moment, Tianyang closed his eyes. Then, the surrounding energy went directly into Tianyang's body. Tianyang, you don't speak of martial virtues. When Star Moon saw this scene, she didn't think that Emperor Ye Duan had already begun to suppress the power within his body. When he let go of Tianyang and wanted to absorb it, a foot sticks out. A straight leg kick lands for Star Moon. This divine son has suffered so much for your sake. And you don't sympathize, but you're still robbing these fortunes. Although Tianyang knew that this wasn't a true place to raise dragons, he had accumulated quite a bit of good fortune. Star Moon's face hardened. However, while looking at the surrounding area that could quickly disappear, he couldn't help but change his face. After a moment, Tianyang opened his eyes. That's fine. You absorb it. Star Moon's face darkened. Close your own eyes. Tianyang still has a bit of a conscience and hasn't completely absorbed it. However, Star Moon's brow furrowed as well. The heart carries worry. He was worried about his brother. However, think of the dilemma you are facing and withdraw your mind. The backlash in his body was temporarily suppressed, and his strength was restored to the first level of body refinement. Star Moon laughed. This time Tianyang even bullied himself. Hey! Star Moon flashed a smile. Opening her eyes, she looked at Tianyang. You're carrying me. Tianyang spoke softly. What did you say? Xingyu looked at Tianyang. You're carrying me. Not with me on my back. Tianyang, don't forget that I'm at the first level of body refinement now. Before Star Moon could react, she was directly lifted up. I'm sorry, this godson is at the second level of body refining. Star Moon cried out. It was too suffocating. This arrogant man. If I were guilty, I'd let a thunderbolt strike me to death instead of a thing like Emperor Ye Duan. Star Moon after a friendly exchange with Emperor Ye Duan, after growing 3 large bags on her head, still humiliated, he carried up Emperor Ye Duan. Tianyang, you're also good at this. You're a big man. Letting me, a weak woman, carry you. Are you really not being shy? Do you think I care? Tianyang chuckled. Tianyang, aren't you afraid? Who knows? What does Star Moon mean by this sentence? Scared of what? Star Moon shook her head without saying much. On the contrary, how do you want to resolve the matter of deceiving me? Didn't you say that there's the Star God Ancient Hall there? And the things you need? After arriving, there's nothing, and my imperial family is at war with several clans. It's a lot of damage. Shouldn't you pay for it? Didn't I compensate you before? Your chi increased. This thing, chi luck, is ethereal, but it also exists. The chi luck golden dragon that penetrated into your body before. Haven't you noticed that your blessings have become deeper? Like what? You're at the second level of body refinement. I'm at the first level, and I'm carrying you now. Isn't that a blessing for you? You're pretty shameless when you're all serious and babbling. Star Moon felt her back lighten. Turning his head, Tianyang had already disappeared. Star Moon sighs. Look at the moon in the middle of the sky. Star Moon spoke up. Do you believe in fate? Star Moon's words were as if she were murmuring to herself. Sister, you're not going to be struck down because of a backlash, are you? A figure suddenly appeared behind Star Moon. Star Moon didn't look back. Flabbergasted, he looked at darkness. Because of the blood rush, the moon now hung a mysterious red, looking so vibrant. Sister, I don't believe in fate. I believe in myself. The star god walked next to Star Moon and raised his head, looking at the moon in the middle of the sky. Holding out one of his own hands, he gestured to the feeling of holding the moon. It looks like you're having fun. Yes, the mood is still good, sis, and your calculations have fallen through. Yeah, falling short. The stars and moon carry melancholy. Sister, you're overconfident. Others are not cuties. The reason why your plan fell through, it's because you underestimated the imperial family. The star god murmured. Future tragedies may repeat themselves. Star Moon spoke up. The star god froze. Look at the stars and the moon. Sister, one blow and you're already so disheveled. That's not like you. Yeah, disheveled because of your stupid ass. The star god's face changed as he looked at Star Moon. It looks like it didn't backfire. You're pretty confident. In your eyes, what kind of person is Ye Duan? Star Moon looked at Star God and asked. A powerful heavenly pride that relies on his family. Have you ever thought about the question of a family's oldest ancestor? Accompanying a godson in his madness. It can even open up the immortal war. On what grounds? The star god was silent for a moment. Time. The power of space. As long as they don't die, they'll be the taboo that grows up in the future. The star god gave his answer. Remember, the plan I told you about before? Don't you move. Unfortunately, you thought you were making a smart decision, though you have remodeled your life. Your pride. You have not skimmed off the top. See the Emperor's Jedi today. He knows that I'm counting on him, and he's counting on me, and yet, he's still talking and laughing to you as if it didn't happen. This person, Ye Duan, is confident, selfish, dark and shameless, the honors of the younger generation. He cares not for, what he cares for, is always that his purpose is achieved. This is the kind of person that you can hardly know what he's thinking. See, knowing that I was counting on her, he still cooperated and started the war, and letting the Star family be destroyed. The Imperial family only deployed some means. Have you thought about what Emperor Ye Duan really wants? The Star God was silent, not speaking, but with impatience on his face. You were smart not to suffer a backlash, but I just want you to suffer a backlash. Do you think that I don't know how much backlash is suffered by the blood sacrifice of all beings? Hearing this sentence, the Star God finally froze this time. Look at the stars and the moon. Star Moon's thin body was actually a bit shaky under the cold wind at the moment. Chapter 105, Planting the Grudging Dragon Curse. Emperor Ye Duan is killing people to kill their hearts. Your plans, spoiled by me? The star god had incredulity in his eyes. The stars of the weak are just the lead-in. Powerful people can meditatively feel the chi. So, I'm exposing some of my chi. That's why the divine son of the imperial family came over. After the circumstantial star diagram comes out, the imperial family will know what I'm up to. Might help me with my own plans, or secretly control yourself. Competing for chi, an inconspicuous royal dynasty, in the end, may have an unexpected role to play. If the imperial family helps and the Star Moon dynasty is promoted, my chi will increase. I will accrue my own chi from my reincarnation and secretly transfer it to you. In this way, the imperial family's scheming falls flat. It's one of those roads. The other path is for the imperial family to slaughter the Star Moon imperial dynasty. After knowing that he had counted on the divine son of the emperor family, the emperor family would step in to overthrow the Star family and at the same time would bloodily wash the Star Moon imperial dynasty. Then, use the backlash to lower my chi. The imperial family definitely has a means of accumulating the backlash of the living beings on the Star family. After all, we are the Star family. The Star family was overthrown. The chi caged, suffered a backlash, and was misunderstood by the heavenly Tao. You said that if one day, the misunderstanding is lifted and the imperial family's plot is exposed, the heavenly Tao is fair. The imperial family's chi will then be lost and compensated to us. Originally, I was happy to see our imperial dynasty promoted to an imperial dynasty. After all, the greater the backlash, the greater the loss of the imperial family's chi will be after the misunderstanding is finally lifted. The chi that we carry on our backs accumulates. Accumulating less becomes more. The imperial family keeps decreasing, and our chi keeps increasing. Unfortunately, the plan fell through. See today's Emperor Ye Duan, suffering a backlash. He's acting, I'm acting, we both know it in our hearts. This time I came and absorbed the chi of the land of the dragon vein. Leaving me a little bit of it is to give you a warning. You are that one dragon in the land of the dragon vein that has no chance of turning over inside his eyes, even your life, which he can control at any time. Aren't you looking too high on him? A young man can't possibly have such a big scheme, highly regarded, and underestimated. This time the plan fell through. The Star family's chi has nothing to do with you anymore. The great emperor's blood, you took it out, but can you still fuse it? If I'm not mistaken, the emperor family wiped out the Yuan family. The which family? and each of them still has one person left, as does the Star family, taking the people of the two family names of Qi, refining the curse, and then, hiding it in that bloodline of our Star family. Do you think that you, the blood of the great emperor, will still be able to use it? When the time comes, the power of the backlash will simply make you disappear. Forever. Do you still think I underestimated him? Star Moon with a sneer. At this moment, Ye Duan was in the palace of the D family. Inside his hand was a wineglass, shaking it casually, looking out at the night sky, especially the reddish color above the moon. The moon looks much better like this, Ye Duan murmured. The daughter of reincarnation, the great rehabilitation. What two good opponents. I think that woman, Star Moon, should have read her own plan. If this step fails, the loss of Qi is something that even Star Moon can't afford. Foolish brother, oh great one. Sometimes strength is a good thing, but when you don't have it, brains are a good thing. Next, slay the dragon. It's time for the program to begin. Star Moon, you hit it well, but unfortunately, you still neglected a bit. Old ancestor, how is the starry sky ancient road? Ye Duan asked. Yes, the formations inside are already set up. TSK, 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 Star Moon, I'm making a move. How will you react? At this moment, Star Moon suddenly had a bad feeling. She felt her heart beating a little faster. What am I missing? Xingyu thought back to the scene where she had met Ye Duan, including every single word he said to Ye Duan. Star Moon, you deceived me. That place, there is no star god ancient hall. Shouldn't you make it up to me? Star Moon recalled this sentence later. It's not good. It's time to go back to the starry ancient path. Hide your imperial soldier. No, abandon. Quick. Star Moon had an anxious look on her face. The star god looked at Star Moon's anxious appearance. There's no reaction yet. Hearing that Star Moon had told him to abandon his own imperial soldier. A tangle of faces. Late. Star Moon suddenly spoke up. The star god hadn't reacted yet. Ye Duan, what a ruthless heart. Star Moon murmured to herself. The imperial soldier doesn't even care anymore? The star god's face also changed. A spiteful power appeared, directly down his spiritual consciousness, all over his body. The star god also panicked. Spiteful dragon curse. This plan actually put the grudge dragon curse on top of the star god ancient hall. To actually utilize such a means to make you suffer a backlash. Star Moon murmured to herself. No, it's impossible for Emperor Ye Duan to place the grudge dragon curse directly on an emperor soldier. You got hurt for you, and you're not going behind my back? Xingyu suddenly remembered that Ye Duan had asked himself to carry him. Ridiculous. It seems that both of us have been counted. Star Moon spat out a mouthful of blood. The face went white. The star god was no better. Strength is severely compromised. The spiteful dragon curse, buried directly in his body. Ye Duan. Really? But why didn't you notice when Ye Duan set it up? Blame me. When I used your emperor soldier to set up the starry sky ancient road, I didn't think that Emperor Ye Duan would plant the dragon grudge curse on my body. Then with the help of me, I found the star god ancient hall and used me as a guide to extradite to the star god ancient hall. After all, it's your imperial soldier. The spiteful dragon curse, and the same passes into your body. Ye Duan. Good calculation. Star Moon actually laughed out loud. The star god's body swayed and almost collapsed. If it wasn't for the power of the soul, perhaps, it would have been directly finished. What the hell is he doing all this for? The grudging dragon curse, which is refined using a huge amount of grievances. To dissolve this kind of thing, either one's chances are deep, or one uses one's luck to wash it away, or one refines a more powerful grievous dragon spell, and absorbs the previous grievous dragon spell, by oneself. 2 last names, plus the star family. When do you think, among the heavens and the worlds, relying on our means, we will be able to cleanse ourselves of the grudging dragon curse? Surname Qi Luck. Just the two of us can't do it even if we're exhausted. Because, well, we don't have any more underpinnings. Emperor Ye Duan has made us feel, once again, the suffocation of not having any underpinnings. Even your great emperor's retraining has filled you with helplessness. Ye Duan is killing people to kill them. Chapter 106, Confined. Old ancestor is old. Finished eating, needs to sneak around. Right now, the two of us are equivalent to being imprisoned by Emperor Ye Duan. Without strength, we are limited in which places we can go. And this is the greatest helplessness. In that case, ours will be out of our former underpinnings. However, Ye Duan should be watching us from the shadows, and it can be done easily for him. Now, the situation has shifted. Emperor Ye Duan is telling us that if he fails, he can destroy everything. If we fail, we'll only be limited. All sorts of restrictions. And we don't know what Emperor Ye Duan's next plan is? At this time, Di Jietian was sitting inside his home. Son of Qi, the star god has suffered a backlash. The destiny value has dropped by 100,000, and the master's villain value has increased by 100,000. Son of Qi, Star Moon has suffered a backlash. Destiny value has dropped by 100,000, and master's villain value has increased by 100,000. Di Jietian's mouth was tinged with a smile as he heard the system's beep, shaking the glass inside his hand. Red wine, like human blood. Xing Yu, you should have seen through my plan. I just don't know. How are you going to break the game? This is an interesting person. It's a pity. Di Jietian smiled faintly. Since the imperial family has been quiet, the immortal domain breathed a sigh of relief. Motionless, out of the bottom level of power, they felt like their little hearts couldn't take it anymore for a little while. After seeing that the emperor family's divine son did not come out to scourge the immortal region, many forces breathed a sigh of relief while carrying boredom. People, they're just sheep. At an unknown time, a fierce wind blew up in the immortal region. The divine son of the immortal domain imperial family is the inheritor of the chaotic demon body. Otherwise, why is it that wherever Emperor Ye Duan appears, there will be demons appearing? The old ancestor of the D clan froze for a moment when he heard this sentence. Di Jietian hadn't asked the clan to spread the news out. Why? Di Jietian being a chaotic demon body was already suspected. At this moment, a few of the old ancestors of the D clan looked at Di Jietian, lying on top of a rocking chair, swaying leisurely. The face darkened. Brat, did you do this? Right. Hearing that Di Jietian had made no bones about it, a few of the old ancestors were confused. What do you want? The sixth ancestor looked at Di Jietian. Nothing, just drawing some attention to it. Besides, people won't believe it. Don't forget, I made preparations before. There was confidence in Di Jietian's eyes. You hit those two guys again. Yeah, feeling a little bored and looking for a little something to do. Daotian Immortal Mansion. It's been quite peaceful lately. Let them revive a few of their underpinnings for fun. Sure, play along with those two. Di Jietian wore a nice smile that was a bit dangerous. A few old ancestors, looking at Di Jietian. I really don't know how your little fox brain grows. The sixth patriarch sighed. Daotian Immortal Mansion. Counting on you was really the biggest mistake. You have another purpose, don't you? The sixth ancestor looked at Di Jietian. He didn't believe that Emperor Ye Duan was just trying to make a few heavenly pride of the Dao Heavenly Immortal Mansion appear. Of course, I'm an unprofitable man. Di Jietian looked at the sky, eyes distant. A few of the old ancestors left to spend time with Di Jietian, bothering their brains. I'm too old to use my brain, so it's all straightforward. It's time to move. After Di Jietian finished the sentence, a void passageway appeared around him. In the middle of the Dao Heavenly Immortal Mansion, the Grand Elder looked at the figure in front of him with an ugly expression. Di Jietian, what are you doing here? Nothing. It's been a long time since I've seen the Grand Elder's demeanor, and the means used to kill the two family heads back then was powerful. The Grand Elder's face was ugly. He had deliberately concealed it in the first place, but hadn't thought that someone would still find out. Grand Elder, don't look at me with such a gaze. Besides, you wouldn't dare to make a move. I know you're old and have a bad memory. Do you want me to refresh your memory? The heir to the Daotian Immortal Mansion is actually a chaotic demon body. I wonder, does the Grand Elder have any impression? Looking at Di Jietian, who didn't hide his purpose in the slightest, the Grand Elder fell silent. This guy, you call him rash, but he's full of calculations everywhere, like a hedgehog that explodes at the slightest touch. What do you want? Grand Elder, should have heard the rumors outside. You said that you are a chaotic demon body. Oh, you think too highly of yourself. The Grand Elder wore a cold smile. Previously, when Di Jietian's bar mitzvah was celebrated, he had obtained the heaven and earth engraving, which was a blessing from heaven and earth. His Grand Elder could be a chaotic demon body, and Di Jietian couldn't even be a chaotic demon body. When the chaotic demon body was first blood sacrificed to the living, it was sealed by the heavenly Tao. The Grand Elder, not knowing who had spread this news, thought that this person was mentally retarded. I came to this place for no other purpose than to have the Dao Heavenly Immortal Mansion revive a few freaks and lend me a few days. Isn't your imperial family inheritance sequence a heavenly pride, actually running to our Daotian Immortal Mansion to borrow someone? Hearing Di Jietian's words, the Grand Elder was dumbfounded. And with this young man, in the end, knows what a face is not. I know my emperor family inheritance sequence is a heavenly pride, as the emperor family's divine son, sacrificing an inheritance sequence. I'm also very heartbroken, as well as responsible. I don't want to be troublesome. I'm on good terms with the Daotian Immortal Mansion. It's known to the outside world. So, Come over and take a look. Seeing Dijietian's calm and unperturbed appearance, the Grand Elder told himself to endure, or else those old monsters from the Imperial family should come again. No, it's already here. The Grand Elder felt a faint sense of danger in the void. Grand Elder, don't panic. Old Ancestor is old and can't be bothered. He just finished eating, so I guess he came to slip around. If the Grand Elder doesn't agree, I'll leave. Then you leave. The Grand Elder spoke tentatively. Good. The Great Elder bids farewell. Old Ancestor, have the Imperial family spread the word that the previous inheritor of the Tianyang immortal mansion was a chaotic demon body, and spread the word that inside the cave, the Grand Elder killed 2 family heads to conceal the truth. Great Elder, not too young, must have not done anything for a long time. His hands should be itching. Perhaps the Grand Elder would like to see blood now. Yes, Grand Elder, don't be grateful. You stand still. Watching Dijietian about to go out, the Grand Elder panicked. Dijietian still didn't stand still. I'm begging you, stop. Oh, Great Elder, look at you. Such an old man. What are you doing pulling on my clothes? The Grand Elder looked at Dijietian. I agree with what you said. That's right, Grand Elder. Rest assured you made a clear decision. Dijietian suddenly put away his smile and looked at the Grand Elder with a serious face. The Grand Elder also looked at Dijietian seriously. Chapter 107. Didn't you hear the threat in Dijietian's words? False is also true. What the hell do you want to do? Great Elder, remember that line I said earlier? Chaos demon body. Span of time. Recently I've had my suspicions. And the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty being sacrificed, was a test. If you kill the successor of the chaotic demon body, you say, those few heavenly pride of your Dao heavenly immortal mansion, will their chi luck increase in the dark? And when the time comes, in your Dao heavenly immortal mansion, will there be a peerless demon? Hearing this sentence, the Grand Elder also froze, looking at Dijietian. At this moment, where was the previous Mang Lang in his eyes? The current Dijietian only had melancholy in his eyes. Dijietian, how do you think? After all this, it's just chaos in the immortal realm. And then, see which are enemies and which are friends. You should want the successor of the chaos demon body to be exposed on your own accord. The Grand Elder looked at Dijietian and asked, the one who knows me is the Great Elder. The current immortal region looks calm, but the chaotic demon body, many people have already forgotten about it. How many people? Now, remember the Emperor's fall day. To them, the chaos demon body, as if it was far away from them. But, the more powerful the clan, the more scrupulous they are. The younger generation of the immortal domain, many of which have yet to appear, are just waiting. If we wait any longer, the yellow flowers will be cold. Do you know how far those 2 people I suspect have gotten? The Great Elder, with doubt, Seal the Emperor, and one of them is also a reincarnationist. Hearing this sentence, the Grand Elder's body shook. The Star family. Thinking of the overthrown Star family, the Grand Elder exclaimed in shock. Yes, the people of the Star family. There is another person who is a great emperor heavy cultivator. The Grand Elder knows that I have obtained the heaven and earth engraving, so there will be a sense in the underworld. These 2, then, are plotting the chi of the immortal domain. Only, I destroyed it, and now they're experiencing a backlash. But they have too many means. Now that it's hidden once more, it's time for the people of the immortal realm to make a contribution. Dijietian, I have to say that I misunderstood you, and I apologize to you, old man. Chu Shao, let those freaks revive. The divine son of the imperial family is right. Perhaps, it's time for them to enter the world. The chaotic demon body has appeared. It means, the great power has come, and so has the strife. Struggle for luck and resources. Thank you for reminding us that it was us who misunderstood the godson. An old ancestor appeared and looked at Dijietian. Dijietian nodded and left. Go on. It looks like the Emperor Godchild has sensed the change. It didn't occur to me that the Star family actually has a chaotic demon body being passed down. The Grand Elder looked at the departing Dijietian and murmured. Suddenly, the Grand Elder's face froze. No, is what this guy is saying true or not? The Grand Elder reacted with doubt in his eyes. When Dijietian appeared, he was a threat to himself. The nose had been led by this guy, and it took a reaction to realize something was wrong. There is no longer any need. We, Daotian Immortal Mansion, have already boarded the ship of thieves. Just isn't it also? Didn't you hear the threat in the words? The current Daotian Immortal Mansion is not a match for the Imperial family. Plus, the gazes of many clans in the Immortal region are now looking at our Daotian Immortal Mansion. If the divine son of the Imperial family, the one who obtained the engraving of heaven and earth, says that there is a demon race in the Daotian Immortal Mansion, Some people with ulterior motives don't care if this sentence is true or not. It would be good if we could still find Gu Xiuji, but unfortunately, this guy left. And that scene you saw, I suspect that the great ancestor's fall has something to do with this as well? Go ahead and revive those two freaks. A voice came out from the old ancestor. The Grand Elder brought with him helplessness. His wish is that the Tao Heavenly Immortal Mansion surpasses the previous. Did not think, since knowing the Emperor Ye Duan, directly went down the broken road. It really feels like the day of something. A jade pendant appeared inside the Grand Elder's hand. At the same time, both hands made seals. An array of formations was struck into the formation. Rumble. In the sky above the Tao Heavenly Immortal Mansion, there began to be a manifestation of Tao rhythms. After seeing this scene, many people froze. Dao Tian Shinfu. What is this for? I don't know. But, I think something happened? Yes. The disciples of the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion can't suppress the scene anymore. So I guess they're going to revive the freaks. You've heard that the divine son of the imperial family is a chaotic demon body? I heard about it. That person is really sick in the head. Someone who has obtained the blessings of heaven and earth would be a chaotic demon body? You might as well say that the heavenly Tao and Emperor Ye Duan have colluded? This is just rubbing our intelligence on the ground. Many people had disdain in their eyes. However, why hasn't the imperial family moved? After all, there are still people pushing for this matter. Move. Wait. You think the divine son of the imperial family will pay attention to these jumping clowns? Now is not the time. The divine son should be waiting for the real demon race to appear. Yes, but an imperial dynasty, after being promoted to an imperial dynasty, was blood sacrificed, and this matter, the entire immortal region is on edge. Yeah, some people say that it was the imperial family that made the move. After blood sacrificing so many living beings, it will definitely backfire. When the time comes, it will matter who has a strong force of backlash on them. Did you not see that day when the spirit of the heavenly Tao manifested? When this man finished his sentence, the people around him tried to persuade him. However, watch as a thunderbolt suddenly appeared on this person's body and his body disappeared. Come on, dead bone crumbs. Woe is me. Many sighed, shook their heads, and left. In the middle of the sky above the Tao Heavenly Immortal Mansion, the void opened up and the silhouette of a large mountain appeared, covering half of the sky as it were. A figure walked out from within the shadow of the great mountain. Who awakens me? A clanging, favorable voice rang out. The great mountain's shadow disappeared, and what appeared was a man with a handsome face and somewhat outdated clothes, with steely eyes beneath a pair of sword eyebrows, surveying the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion. Grand Elder. Well, 50,000 years. By the looks of it, it's settling down nicely. The Grand Elder looked at Graphene, nodded, and spoke. I don't know. What is it that the Grand Elder told me to wake up for? Don't worry. You're not the only one who woke up this time. Graphene nodded when she heard this sentence, then surveyed the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion. There was an involuntary frown. What happened to the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion? That's a matter for later. Just as the Grand Elder's words fell, a sky of fire clouds swept across the void. A pillar of flaming light appeared and an ancient rune appeared. The fire clouds condensed into a fire dragon and roared. The smoke cleared, and in the midst of the fire dragon stood a man. There was no fluctuation in his eyes, as if he had not yet awakened from his slumber. Fire torture? I didn't expect it, but he actually woke up as well. This man, Graphene still knew, having heard of this guy's name when he was sleeping before. A celestial pride that had fallen asleep tens of thousands of years before him. Chapter 108 Being chased and fed by the heavenly Tao. Grand Elder. It's been a long time. Fire Punishment looked at the Grand Elder and greeted him. It's been 70,000 years since I've seen it, and by the looks of it, your physique is one step closer. Pyromaniac grinned. Now that you've woken up, go do one thing. The inheritor of the chaotic demon body has appeared. The two men froze for a moment when they heard this sentence. Murphy, the great world is coming. When the two men heard this sentence, there was a shock in their eyes along with elation. There are already quite a few heavenly prides that have appeared. In this world, the one with the most buzz is the successor of the chaotic demon body? Pyrokirshan asked. No, it's the divine son of the D family, D Jietian. Someone who has the qualifications of an immortal and who received the blessing of heaven and earth during his bar mitzvah. Upon hearing this sentence, the two men's bodies shook with incredulity in their eyes. The blessing of heaven and earth. Someone could actually obtain it in this life. They didn't believe that this was something that the Grand Elder had brought out to deceive them. There is also his reason for reviving you. Oh, this person you speak of. We would like to meet. Yes, it's just as well that I have something to explain to you. The two turned their heads and looked at Jietian as he suddenly appeared. Froze. So handsome. Handsomer than both of them. You're the divine son of the imperial family. The one who has received the blessing of heaven and earth? Go down. Dijetian did not speak. A repressive force appeared, and the two felt a heavenly might descend on their bodies. The body was like a cannonball, directly smashing down against the ground. Boom! The Grand Elder was dumbfounded as he watched 210-meter-sized ruins appear on the ground. What level of strength had this Dijetian reached? Ye Duan, the two ancient freaks, before they fell asleep, were also celestial. It hadn't occurred to them that as soon as Dijetian appeared, he directly gave them a downward spiral. Immediately afterward, their pupils contracted once more. Dijetian was in the middle of the sky and suddenly appeared in front of them. On your knees, between the opening and closing of Dijetian's eyes, an aura descended once more. Click! The two heavenly prides directly knelt down. The Grand Elder's face was unsightly. After all, it was the heavenly pride of his own Daotian immortal mansion. Ancient freaks. Ha! Ridiculous. Just trash. Invincible when it comes to the world. A freak who falls into a deep sleep and is not willing. That's what a freak is. At best, you are just clowns, not cowards with little chi who don't dare to fight in the great world. And you dare to look straight at me. Right after Dijetian finished the sentence, the two heavenly prides lowered their heads, not daring to raise their heads and look at Dijetian. Dijetian you. The Grand Elder looked at Dijetian, wanting to say something, but after seeing Dijetian's eyes, there was silence. We're not losers, Pyrokushin said, but the head that wanted to be lifted could not be lifted in any way. Not a loser. Ha! Dijetian indifferently smiled. Subsequently, a jade stone appeared inside Dijetian's hand. This is a person of reincarnation, one of the successors of the chaos demon body, only that it has suffered a backlash and no longer has any power. If you guys aren't losers, go kill her. Dijetian left with disappointment in his eyes. Looking at the Grand Elder, he sighed. The Grand Elder's face was ugly. In fact, the Grand Elder knew what Dijetian meant by this sentence. He couldn't look at these two heavenly prides, but Dijetian was too demonic, and he couldn't even look at the reincarnation body, let alone these two heavenly prides. Moreover, this sentence of Dijetian's was also a provocation. Invincible for a lifetime, a heavenly pride that fell into a deep sleep. That kind of is only a freak inside the eyes of Dijetian. This kind doesn't dare to compete. It's just bedbugs. However, thinking that Dijetian was someone that the heavenly Tao was chasing after to feed, the Grand Elder was helpless. These two heavenly prides, placed outside, you see which power is not treated as a treasure. The Emperor family should be accepted. A few inheritance sequences. It seems to be more powerful than these two freaks. The happenings of the Daotian immortal mansion were transmitted, and when they heard Dijetian's words, many people froze for a moment. React. So angry. Oh, there's no way. But there are still some revived ancient freaks who hear this sentence from Dijetian with admiration. Perhaps, the moment one dared not fight before, thinking that it was not the great world, not one's own world, one lost the heart of invincibility. For a time, Dijetian's prestige increased instead. At this time, in the middle of the imperial family, Dijetian looked at the 10 inheritance sequences in front of him. Godson. The 10 figures kneeled on one knee without lifting their heads. Get up, family member. No need to be polite. A few bodies didn't move. Dijetian sighed as a force appeared and helped a few people up. Sit down. I have something to explain to you, and a chance for you. Hearing this sentence, the 10 sequences looked at Dijetian, and their eyes fluctuated within them. A retread of the archons. Several people's eyes lit up when they heard that one sentence. And it's still a member of the star family that was previously destroyed. Your purpose is to make him use his own power, and at the same time, transfer the power of the backlash to you, so that a portion of its chi will also gather on you. How you do it, I don't care. When the time comes, I don't know. If a part of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Mansion's chi will also gather on you, and don't worry about any changes that happen. This is a talisman, one for each of you. That is, if that great emperor awakens his power, he will be able to save you. As to how to do it, I will not interfere. This one, I'll leave you to deal with. Don't let me down. Dijetian finished the sentence and left. The 10 figures at this moment looked at the rune. How do you see it? The great emperor who was rebuilt suffered a backlash. It's enough to fight 100 million times a day. A man, when he's helpless, when he's suffocating, when he's powerless, he's most likely to explode. This is the first thing that God's Son has explained to us. We must do it well. How? You've broken through as well. One of the sequences, looking at the Imperial breakthrough. Yes, go. Star Moon, as well as the Star God, had naturally heard rumors in the immortal realm that Emperor Jetian was a chaotic demon body. What do you think, sister? How do I look at it? I can see with my eyes closed and know that it was Dijetian who did it. Now if there's no mistake, we should be the successors of the chaos demon body. Star Moon had a depressed look in her eyes. The star god was naturally not a cutie. The two of them themselves had encountered a backlash. The backlash of having blood sacrificed a living being that had fallen upon them. This Tian is so ambitious. The star god murmured. You two are doing well. A teasing voice rang out. Hearing this sentence, the two men's faces changed. Thanks to you, it's been a really good time. At this moment, the two people, whose strength had suffered a backlash, were confined, and if they were to lift the confinement, the cost would be too great, and they couldn't afford it. Chapter 109, Starry Moon's Operation. For fun. Emperor Ye Duan's eyebrows move. I'm relieved to see that you're having a good time. I thought you weren't eating or sleeping well these days. Ye Duan extended one of his own hands and cupped Xing Yu's chin, sizing it up. I didn't think that. After not seeing you for a few days, I think I've lost weight. Ye Duan surveyed the area, feeling that certain places were smaller. Xing Yu looked at Ye Duan. Not long after, the void behind them opened up and 10 figures appeared. When he saw the star god, he froze for a moment and acted as if he hadn't seen Emperor Ye Duan. The star god had a number of premonitions. Immediately after that, 10 figures, without saying a word, directly made their move. The star god was hunched over like a boiled prawn. Ye Duan rested his hand on top of Xing Yu's shoulder. With all your might, turn the star moon against the star god. What do you think you're doing keeping such a stupid brother? Star Moon glanced at Ye Duan and peeled Ye Duan's hand away. Walk over to the star god. A couple of kicks. For fun. Ye Duan was silent. And so were the 10 emperor family sequences. Is this hitting a brother? To take advantage of his lack of strength? No. It should be when he is injured. Nice. Come on. It's looking pretty boring. Got you a little something to do. Got 2 freaks. Star Moon's face darkened. Ye Duan's eyes absently skimmed. The tip of his eyebrows slightly raised. I don't have the strength to be afraid of anyone else. Star Moon's latter words didn't come out. Really, this isn't bad. When the time comes, I'll pass the image out in the immortal region, so that people can see what kind of person the inheritor of the chaotic demon body is. Ye Duan, you really aren't alone. Snap. A ruin appeared. Star Moon entered the ruins. Ye Duan pulled one of Star Moon's legs and pulled Star Moon out. Watch the tone of voice you give me. Also, the moment you counted on the imperial family, you should have thought about what you're going to face, right? Ye Duan had a dangerous smile in his eyes. Don't thank me. This is your reward. Ye Duan left. Star Moon's face was ugly. Not long after, the 2 heavenly pride silhouettes appeared. Pyromania also has graphene looking at the stars and moon. Compare and contrast. You are the successor of the chaos demon body. As for the side, treating it as if they hadn't seen it, they sensed a familiar aura. It should be someone from the D family. Star Moon looked at the 2 people who appeared. Still in the Seal Emperor realm. A stale scent greeted him. There was also a familiar aura that should be someone from the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion. He hadn't expected that Ye Duan would actually have the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion deployed. She knew that this was Ye Duan forcing himself, using himself to snatch the chi of these 2 heavenly prides from the Dao Heavenly Immortal Mansion. Stars and moons glanced over, unobtrusively, at the beaten-up star god next to them. Sigh. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him. This figure bore a resemblance to Star Moon. The 2 heavens pride saw this scene with horror in their eyes. Before he could react, 2 Dobby Doodles came straight over. The 2 heavenly prides flew out directly. Star Moon left, not caring about the star god, the reincarnation of a great emperor. If he couldn't deal with some of these things, there was no point in living. It's just a retread, and it's still a waste. At this moment, the 10 celestial pride of the imperial family were on guard when they saw Star Moon storming off. But after watching Star Moon leave, they let out a sigh of relief. No way. If this goes on, we won't be able to finish what the Divine Sun has explained. I have an idea. Taiho suddenly spoke up. A small knife suddenly appeared inside his hand. Hey! Dijin froze for a moment when he saw this scene. You brat! Who did you learn that from? The moment he took out this knife and stared at a certain place, he knew what Taiho had in mind. Save some for him. One of the icy voices rang out. Hearing Emperor in Dream's words, several people fell silent. At this moment, the star god finally came back to his senses and looked at a few people, his eyes as if he was looking at the devil. Hey, you bear with me. Taiho chuckled. Don't you come over here, unbridled. The star god at this moment suddenly stood up. Taizo directly stretched out one of his own feet. Star god was kicked off. What are you yelling about? Scaring the old man. That's just it. If my hand shakes, you won't have any of this left. Taiho added as well. Dare to insult me. At this moment, the star god carried a great majesty in his eyes. A figure overlooking the heavens and the worlds appeared behind him. eyes indifferent, staring at the 10 heavenly prides. Che, isn't it just a great emperor's shadow? That's right. When I was digging up my old ancestor's ancestral grave and asking for a merit law, I was faced with something much more powerful than this. Not to mention, a foxy little Yakuza. Dihao and also Dijin taunted endlessly. Ha! The star god gave a cold cry. Immediately afterward, the sky changed drastically. A vortex appeared and thunder gathered. Die! Right after the vapors were revealed. Di Jietian wore a smile as he saw this scene. It didn't occur to me that these guys were quite fast. So quickly, they had cornered this guy. Rumble. Click. 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 Suddenly, a destructive thunderbolt appeared in the sky. The star god's face changed. Why has heavenly punishment descended? 10 people were also confused. The Daotian Immortal Mansions people were also confused. Lifting his head, he blushed. An ancient hall that emitted starbursts appeared, suspended above the star god's head. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who did that? The star god couldn't help but crack up. Di Jietian, you shameless thing. Star Moon's figure also suddenly appeared. After leaving, she hid in the star god ancient hall, not expecting that Di Jietian had actually set up means. And a grievous dragon's power appeared above it. Most importantly, this one imperial soldier, provoking the heavenly Tao again. Di Jietian, I'll you to death. The star god let out a cry of anger, and he also knew that Di Jietian was trying to do something. After seeing this scene, Di Jietian looked at the sky. The old ancestor stood beside Di Jietian. You're destroying this imperial weapon? The 5 ancestors asked. Ruined, just a waste emperor soldier, Di Jietian said without a care in the world. It's also true that a waste emperor soldier, who has set up so many means and has had a lot of his chi luck added, is also a waste, but it can't be destroyed yet. The formation of each emperor's weapon represents a great emperor, and within the weapon, there is also chi. There are 10 of them, and they haven't gained the power to backfire yet. You kid, you've been counting quite a bit? The 5 ancestors chuckled. Actually, there's no need to go through so much trouble. It's just a waste emperor soldier. Isn't it good to just crush it? The 5 ancestors spoke up. Yes, but how will this increase the chi of these 10 people? The 5 ancestors looked at Di Jietian when they heard this sentence. It looks like you've been scheming a bit more than I thought. Chapter 110 Blood gas rushes the heavenly Tao. Destruction of the Emperor's soldier. At this moment, the star god, when he saw his previous imperial soldiers staring at the heavenly Tao provokingly, especially on top of them, a face that was condensed into a face from the resentment of the previous living beings of the Star Moon Imperial Dynasty. He hadn't expected that Di Jietian would do things so absolutely. Previously, when Star Moon had asked himself to abandon his Emperor's soldier, he had hesitated. That is, he had suffered a backlash, and he hadn't cared. Perhaps the groundwork for today was laid before. However, why did the Emperor Jietian of today do this? Shouldn't he be eyeing Star Moon right now? Imperial family, don't blame me if you don't let me have a good time. The star god suddenly stared at the 10 celestials. This is what your D family has provoked me to do, and even if I die, I will drag the 10 inheritance sequences of your D family with me. When he thought of this, the star god laughed out loud with a maniacal tone in his voice. At the same time, there was a hexagonal starburst appearing under the soles of his feet. A revolting force appeared. Meanwhile, the power of the body kept returning. What about the power of reversal? How many corpses were behind the achievement of a great emperor? And how many worlds were overthrown? Suppress me. You deserve it. The star god went into a seizure. At the same time, the formation enveloped the 10 sequences of the imperial family into it. You too will accompany me in my encounter with punishment. A grievous dragon power appeared. At the same time, a few drops of essence blood appeared inside the star god's hand. It exuded inexplicable majesty. The commotion here has long been noticed. Seeing this drop of blood that emanated a multicolored luster, many people had fire in their eyes. Imperial blood. I didn't think that it was actually the blood of a great emperor. Yeah, it's horrible, but what's a strip of black up there? Reverse power. It looks like they're from the star family. Didn't a great emperor just appear in the star family? Long dead. Maybe it's not dead. There was an old monster among them who spoke. Hearing this sentence, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Many people buried themselves, not wanting to be in the great world and achieve the great emperor's honorary position. But this one was good. Directly re-established. It's a donkey's brain. After Di Jietian noticed the movement over here, laughed a little. It's starting. A light suddenly appeared within Di Jietian's eyes. Rumble. Suddenly, a fury appeared in the void. A figure suddenly appeared behind the star god. It was the great emperor's shadow from before that had disappeared. This figure, with disdainful eyes, could not see his face. The body was full of devilish aura. This guy is a demon. Actually a demon. Damn. No wonder. A great emperor reconditioned. Many people in the immortal domain exclaimed. The face changed dramatically. The span of time. I don't know. Have you guys thought about it? In the back of his mind, this sentence that Dijietian had said suddenly came to mind. It's horrifying. It's so scary. Star Moon was also dumbfounded. Your own brother is a demon? The star god was also confused. I'm a demon myself. How come I don't know it myself? At this moment, the 10 inheritance sequences of the emperor family had a single backlash force converging on their bodies. A muffled grunt, with blood at the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, the demonic shadow in the void looked down into the void, and dared to provoke me. Picking up the star god ancient hall, he smashed it against the heavenly Tao. Many great powers saw the scene. Without saying a word, he turned away and went home to crush his coffin board. Asterisk. Crazy. Grass. This mangaka. He's really tired of living. The star god was also confused, looking at the star god ancient hall that rushed into the middle of the sky. I didn't do it, but it's already too late. Perish. An icy, destructive aura appeared, and his voice was lofty, without the slightest bit of temperature. Many great powers in the immortal domain spat out a mouthful of blood when they heard this sentence. The imperial soldiers that rushed towards the sky, the star god ancient hall, were directly destroyed. Son of Chi, imperial soldier destroyed. Star god's heavenly fate value decreased by 200,000. Master's villain value increased by 200,000. Destruction of the imperial soldier. Destruction of the means set up by Star Moon using the imperial soldier. Destiny value decreases by 100,000. Master's villain value increases by 100,000. Hear the beeps in your head. Dijietian smiled inadvertently. Next, the living soul backfires. System, get started. And in the meantime, don't let a few of them die. Just as Emperor Ye Duan ordered. Only after the destruction of the Emperor's soldiers, a living creature's shadow was revealed. The grievances are astounding. Staring at the spirit of heaven's way. Heaven is unjust. Heaven is unjust. One by one, the living beings knelt down and sacrificed their souls, and the resentment grew stronger and stronger. A heavenly might suddenly descended. Dijietian laughed. The plan worked. Because, a pair of eyes appeared in the void. The beings of the immortal realm lowered their heads. Dijietian looked at this pair of eyes. Because of the systematic concealment, it can't be detected. The eyes of the heavenly Tao, looking down on everyone. In no time, the immortal region was as if it was being scrutinized. The grievances of these people should not have been able to impact it, but they did. Kill the star god. In the midst of the 10 inheritance sequences, a voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Hearing this one voice, the 10 inheritance sequences staggered to their feet. Star god, you blood sacrifice living beings to enhance your strength. So what if you have a chaotic demon body? Die. After saying these words, he impacted at the star god. The star god, as he looked into the eyes of the sky, his face changed. Star Moon was also dumbfounded. The spirit of the heavenly Tao. Why did it manifest? It can't be. Never. It was in the overthrow of the living beings of several imperial dynasties, and it was impossible for the grievances to impact the heavenly Tao. Stars and moons couldn't think of anything even if they tried their best to think of it. Unbridled. A figure behind the star god looked at the spirit of the heavenly Tao, and a large hand slapped at the spirit of the heavenly Tao. Annihilation. A supreme voice rang out. The shadow disappeared straight away. The spirit of the heavenly Tao looked at the star god, re-establishing the great emperor, the devil, and blood sacrifices to the living. Ugh. Stepdad is going to beat his son, Dijietian said as he looked at the movement in the sky. Sure enough, right after Dijietian finished the sentence, the spirit of the heavenly Tao's face changed. The curse of hundreds of millions of living beings descended directly on the 10 heavenly prides of the emperor family. One with a fury. It killed at the star god. The star god is a devil. Misunderstood to be true. Misunderstood by the heavenly Tao. The heavenly destiny value is directly cleared, and the master obtains 700,000 villainous values. Kill. 10 silhouettes. Directly chopped at the star god. After seeing the star god die, the light in Dijietian's eyes disappeared. The system did good. Thank you, master, for the compliment. The reward should be coming, Dijietian murmured. At this moment, the spirit of the heavenly Tao looked at the 10 inheritance sequences of the imperial family after watching the star god annihilate. At this moment, the souls of billions of living beings appeared as if they were looking at the 10 sequences of the imperial family. Bow. The body disappeared. Dijietian nodded in satisfaction as he watched the 10 sequences of Qi luck continue to increase. As for why Dijietian did this, after all, the great world is coming, and you need to help yourself. Chapter 111. Dijietian, can you be a human being? I beg of you. The 10 sequences of the imperial family now carried quite a bit of chi, and were also augmented by the heavenly Tao. I hadn't thought that your scheming had actually come true, and that the emperor family's fortune had increased. The 5 ancestors looked at Tian. There was relief in his eyes. I didn't think. That guy, you also dare to count. Did you find something? Taking risks. That's not your style. Yeah, well, I wasn't going to take any chances. The 5 ancestors have come with me to a place. A void channel appeared around Tian. Tian and the old ancestor appeared once more. The place where the star god's ancient hall was before appeared. The old ancestor was shocked for a moment when he saw it. The place where the chi of the 3 domains meets. Tian said word for word. Earlier, Tian had noticed that the star god's chi was increasing, and the grievances on his body were becoming less and less. Tian sensed that something was wrong. Secretly using the system to probe, he found that this guy had already started to wash away his grievances with the help of the land of chi. When Star and Moon had laid out their layout earlier, they had found this place and had not implemented it successfully. Thinking that there was still some time to wait, I'm afraid it was she who didn't realize that her brother had already done it. As for the backlash, well, it's good to say that the backlash of secretly overthrowing a few worlds, with the help of the system, and billions of living beings, is actually more than that. It was only that Tian had hidden it. Let's not forget the witch family, the grumbling dragon curse of the Yangling family. Tian had thought that Star Moon was a smart person, and found out that it was wrong. Perhaps, the plan from the beginning, was the star god guiding Star Moon to do so? Tian hadn't noticed it before either. It was when Star Moon hit the star god that the star god's gaze fluctuated, because one didn't care too much about him. Thinks he's a stupid person, especially after you said that yourself. What's the point of keeping such a stupid brother? It took a moment for the star god's gaze to waver. Tian immediately felt that something was wrong. Perhaps he had been doing the wrong thing. Tian thought for a moment. If the star god had intentionally displaced the emperor's blood, what kind of a person would be inside his own eyes? What kind of a person would be inside his sister's eyes? Tian had a frightening thought that his own gaze would shift to Star Moon. So, the blood of the star family, he also intentionally displaces it, and then thinks he's made the right decision. Smugly, it's the hearts and minds that are utilized. I'm afraid that, right now, Star Moon, too, is in the dark, thinking that the star god has ruined her plans, almost paralyzed himself. It was Star Moon, his own sister, who had been counted, and Tian didn't know if he still had any backhanders left behind. To prevent a change of heart, Tian had to do it. If this guy clears the grudge dragon curse, at the same time, proves that what happened before was done by the imperial family, in the place where the 3 domains chi luck meets with the help of the 3 domains, Tian couldn't even imagine what kind of enemy would appear. Therefore, Tian was urgent. Tian had allowed the Tao Heavenly Immortal Mansion to intervene before because he was afraid that if there was a change, the cost would be too great and the D family would suffer. If you don't want to carry it, you can transfer it to the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion with the help of the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion's Heavenly Pride. The Dao Heavenly Immortal Mansion's chi was still very powerful, and after carrying it, there would be losses. And at that time, if the Dao Heavenly Immortal Mansion had losses, one could secretly have the old ancestor make a move to control the Dao Heavenly Immortal Mansion. The plan to cultivate the half-emperor core could be brought forward. It did not occur to me that the son of Qi, the means should not have been completely laid out yet. Should have waited until he had cleansed himself of the spiteful dragon curse. After you don't have the strength, you just have to be careful about counting. The only time I was careful, I also put myself in harm's way. The star god dies, and the destiny value of Star Moon, the son of Qi, decreases by 400,000, and the master's villain value increases by 400,000. Hearing this sentence, Tian secretly said, sure enough, the star god schemed a little more than he thought he would, and helped the star god more than the star moon had helped him. It's a shame, your heavenly stepfather doesn't like you anymore. This time around, the imperial family's chi increased, as did the chi of the 10 inheritance sequences. It's that the Taoist Heavenly Immortal Mansion didn't succeed in its plot, but it doesn't matter. Tian looked towards Xingyu. The star god was a demonic body, exposed, and the spirit of the heavenly Tao had disappeared into thin air. At this moment, one after another of the great powers of the immortal domain climbed out from inside the coffin with a palpitating look. This person's brother is a demonic body. She should also be related. Demonic body. Everyone must be executed. I know. How dare you hide it? Kill it. Yes, the Star family is left with just one person. Just in time. Killing it will gain the goodwill of the imperial family. Many people saw Star Moon with killing intent in their eyes. Star Moon is missed by the people of the immortal realm and wants to kill them. Destiny value decreases by 100,000. Master's villain value increases by 100,000. Gee, that's pretty funny. Tianyang looked at this scene. Star Moon looked at the gazes around her and blushed hard. If you want to kill me, you can't do it yet. Star Moon now had a fire that she couldn't vent. But she could only hold it in. An object appeared inside his hand. A power of reincarnation appeared. This is the power of reincarnation. Hiss, this woman. She even mastered reincarnation. No good. Kill her, quick. A great power reacted and thought about what he had said. Seeing that she was going to leave, Star Moon's face changed. The void was constantly breaking, destroying, rejoining, and breaking. But where was there any sign of the star and moon? No good. Find it. Make sure you find it for me. Tianyang calmly watched the scene. This is human nature. Chaos demon body. When the chaos demon body appeared, did not see these people. How nervous. Now a reincarnation god body. Actually nervous. Perhaps the hatred is now in the eye of the beholder. A reincarnation god body. If he were himself, he would be nervous. A void passage appeared in front of Tianyang. Tianyang felt that Xingyu, a weak woman who had just lost her brother, should be sad. As a villain, one should have a conscience. One should make the son of Qi more nested. No, one is going to comfort. At this moment, the star moon was hidden in a void. The aura of reincarnation surrounded the gathering of starbursts around them. Star Moon was a little lost in thought. Reincarnated himself, saw a glimpse of the future, saw his brother, dead in front of him, his own inability to stand up for himself. As a result, persuaded his brother to recuperate. In this life, death was at the hands of the heavenly Tao. Why one life is more miserable than another? What did you miss? Egu, I can't believe you're crying. Don't tell me, that's how it's supposed to be when you have a dead brother. No, shouldn't you be happy that your stupid brother is dead? A voice suddenly rang out. Tianyang, can you be a human being? Please. Chapter 112. Tianyang, how is the power of the curse? How the hell did you do it? It's your imperial family that can't count to this kind of extent, right? To actually dare to even count on the heavenly Tao. You're even crazier than me. Xingyu looked at Tianyang and asked. She was really curious. There's no reckoning. Maybe the heavens saw him as too stupid to look at the trouble and tried to kill him. Tianyang didn't care in the slightest that Xingyu was looking at him with an angry gaze. There was a playfulness in his eyes as he looked at Star Moon. I asked the star god before, does he believe in fate? He says he believes in himself. Perhaps it is fate. To count on you and die by your hands in the future, is our fate. But I'm just not happy about it. On what grounds? At this moment, Xingyu had pain in her eyes, and she looked at Tianyang with resentment and other emotions in her eyes. Seeing this scene, Tianyang went on guard. Tianyang, you know what? I really hate you and can't wait to kill you. Actually, I just want to use the star god and kill you. At this moment, Star Moon was like a different person. Looking at Tianyang, that kind of killing intent was even more powerful than hatred. Did I do something wrong here? Tianyang carried curiosity. At the same time, he was on guard internally. Don't you want to know? With hatred in her eyes, Star Moon looked at Tianyang while, at the same time, taking a step towards Tianyang. Tianyang didn't move. Star Moon's forehead touched Tianyang's head. Tianyang, you've failed me. Star Moon murmured. Eyes, there are tears dripping down. Not long after, it was as if Tianyang was in the middle of another world, an unknown place. Officer, you're going to the capital to catch the exam. Be careful on the road. A gentle, virtuous woman with a little roughness in her hands. Tenderly, he looked at the man in front of him. The woman's face was that of Star Moon, and the man was naturally Tianyang. Put it down, and when I come back, you'll never have to live in this place or eat chaff again. The man looked at the woman with softness. Be careful on the road. And with that the man left. Kung Fu Boys High School. When the news gets back, the woman was overjoyed, especially since 3 days later, his own official was coming back. The woman brought out the clothes she had been so reluctant to wear before. Then think back to the image of yourself and your beloved, telling your heart, he's back, riding a high horse. The back is protected by military armor. Intentionality. She stood before the shabby thatched roof. Cross your fingers. The man's gaze, unfortunately, did not glance at her. A woman appeared in the carriage behind her. Flowery face, a regal air. The woman blushed. She knows what's going on, but she didn't dare guess. She was afraid of heartache. Watching him leave, she fell ill. Gave everything himself, ate the chaff, pay for his education, and what happens? When the heart dies, the person is pretty much as good as dead. In a few short days, She felt like her life was at an end. She wanted to look at him again and question him. Why? Creak. The door opens. He's coming. The sight of him made her think she had been mistaken. The man stood before him and sighed. Don't blame me. If I hadn't agreed, you would have died. I'm sorry. The man's tone was filled with helplessness. If there is an afterlife, don't know me. The man kissed her forehead a little. Turns out, he's full of hopelessness and he still loves himself. The woman closed her eyes and left. With a smile. The woman didn't realize that she hadn't died and lived a second life. In this life, he is still the same scholar. And she is still the same person who ate the chaff and fed him before. It didn't occur to her that everything could start over. There was a gleeful look in her eyes. However, while thinking of her man's ambition, with concern, she thought of her previous life. Star Moon. What are you thinking? The man looked at Star Moon. I was thinking, how about if you're in high school and someone takes a liking to you and is pressing for my life? What a thing to say. Who else could look at me but you? What if? There's a real what if, and you'll know it when the time comes. The man gave him no answer. Sure enough, fate was similar to his previous life, and the man was still in high school. Only, this life is different from the previous one. The man came back, and what came back was his body. Looking at his body, she smiled. She didn't know why she was smiling, but it's so bleak. In the evening, when she helped him organize his things and wanted to go with him, the man opened his own eyes. She thought she was dreaming, but look at the man looking at himself with a smile. The man stroked his face, the warmth of the touch coming from his face as he did so. Tears came unbidden to his eyes. A great surprise filled the heart. She felt that as long as the man was still alive, it didn't matter if the days were hard. Immediately afterward, the woman felt a pain in her chest area. A sword was stuck in the woman's chest. The woman looked at the man incredulously. Woman, you're in my way. There was only indifference in the man's eyes. Where is the love that was there before? 2 lifetimes now. Not the same ending. The image fades from memory. Di Jietian and also Star Moon awakened. Xing Yu looked at Di Jietian. Di Jietian didn't say anything. You're negative. Star Moon said. Word for word. Di Jietian didn't say anything. Tell me, what the hell is it for? What the hell for? Star Moon howled and pounded on Di Jietian's chest. Put. A sound of sword chi entering the body rang out. At this moment, Star Moon took 2 steps back. The tears disappeared from his eyes, looking at Di Jietian with indifference. At this moment, there were special runes coalescing at Di Jietian's chest. A destructive force appeared. Emperor Jiantian, how is it? Star Moon with a sneer. You think you're the only one who can set up the means? You, just now you. Emperor Jietian. Sure enough, you are also a sentient being. Ha! Star Moon with a sneer. Kill my brother and you'll pay the price. The power of the curse. Hey, as far as your imperial family is concerned, there's nothing you can do about it. At this time, Star and Moon, where was the sadness from before? Were you lying to me just now? Yeah, you think it's real? Put. Suddenly, the sound of a sword chi entering his body rang out once more. Xingyu turned her head and looked at Di Jietian with a gentle smile. Woman, you are the body of reincarnation. Change your own reincarnation memories. You can do it. Really think I'm stupid? Star Moon looked at the Di Jietian who appeared behind her, and after looking at the Di Jietian in front of her before, her body had slowly dissipated. Split? I'm cocky, not a cutie. And, thanks to you, you utilized the power of your reincarnation in order for me to see your altered memories. Hearing this sentence, Star Moon's face changed.